I traveled to a world where superpowers were awakened, and high-level martial arts were the norm. I became a teacher at a university, and by chance, I awakened the famous teacher system. With this system, any superpowers or skills I came across immediately revealed their flaws and shortcomings to me. By helping others correct these flaws, I could earn rewards. For instance, a student with a flawed superpower like devouring ferocious pigs? To me, you're just one of the 10 fierce beasts, Tao Tai, who hasn't fully awakened yet. A healer who can't seem to heal anyone? Have you ever considered that you're the perfect embryo of the legendary Dark Knight priest? Even when students struggled with their family techniques, like the Lin family's sword manual, I could tell them what they were missing. Certain sacrifices were required to master that technique. Years later, when world-shattering extraordinary beings emerged seemingly from nowhere, people marveled at their sudden appearance. As the age of great fortune seemed to dawn, these extraordinary individuals all gave the same answer: there's no such thing as an era of great luck. We just had a good teacher. Immediately, tear up all those advanced mathematics and linear algebra in your hands. Your parents spent their hard-earned money to send you here to take classes, not just for you to watch these playthings here. On the podium, a beautiful teacher wearing glasses, looking at the students in the audience with hatred, she was emotional and mountainous. The cultivation progress of the entire grade is the last, the team battle results of the first half of the semester are last, and the individual battle results of the first half of the semester are last. This is the honor that you, Class 1 and Class 2, have won. It's really amazing, you guys. I, Lowani, have never seen a class worse than yours. Lowani said angrily and threw the transcript in her hand on the podium. There was a sound of bang. The solid wood podium actually had a crack when she threw the paper. The violent explosion made the students under the podium even more afraid to move. There's no need, Wani. There's no need to be so harsh on the children. The male teacher named Jiran was trying to smooth things over and lighten the atmosphere. However, Lowani, who was in a rage, did not appreciate it, but started firing directly at Yiran. How many times have I told you, you must show your duties when working? Lowani glared at Yiran. Teacher Yi, as the acting head teacher of Class 1 and Class 2, you bear a lot of responsibility for the performance of this class. Lowani paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, the school board has a showdown with me today. If the grades of this class don't improve next semester, I won't be able to protect you. You have to take care of yourself. In the end, Lowani left Class 1 and Class 2 with an indifferent expression. The beautiful figure wrapped in a professional skirt gradually disappeared at the door of the classroom. Yiran looked at Lowani's leading figure with some helplessness. Which bastard transferred Lowani to his grade as the dean? The magical days of fishing are all ruined. Yiran is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was still working hard as a cowboy for the capitalists. He suddenly died unexpectedly and traveled directly to this world. This world is a world of high martial arts with awakened powers. There is no popular culture or science in this world. Everyone can practice cultivation, respecting force. There are not only those who have awakened their innate powers, but also those who have inherited them from aristocratic families. Power awakening levels are divided into F2X, strength levels are divided into black iron, brass, silver, gold, platinum, jade, and diamond. Above diamonds, everything is extraordinary. Extraordinary people cannot use common sense to measure levels. The threat of individual force can only be described as destroying cities, slaughtering countries, and annihilating the world. And Yiran's identity through time travel is the youngest son of the head of the Yi family, a famous family in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the body he traveled through has no talent for cultivation. Even relying on the Yi family's massive resources and top-notch skills inheritance, he has only cultivated to the silver level. But when he was an adult, his predecessor was assigned to be a teacher at Gaowu Academy in the Demon City by virtue of his status as the youngest heir of the Yi family. The Magic City Gaowu Academy is a famous Gaowu Academy in the Dragon Kingdom. The teachers who teach in this school have extremely high welfare resources and social status. They can also receive a large amount of living expenses from the Yi family every month. After being reborn, Yiran couldn't be more satisfied. But all these good days were completely shattered after the school restructuring. In order to improve the school's ranking, Magic City Gaowu Academy began drastic reforms to the entire freshman year. From now on, freshmen no longer have a loose and free university life. Some only have classrooms, dormitories, toilets, and 3-point and 1-line linear movement. Every day starts with morning reading and ends with evening self-study. The assessment has also been changed from a test once a year to a small test in January and a big test every 6 months. Not only the progress of cultivation is tested, but also actual combat is tested. In actual combat, there are also group battles and individual battles. It is no exaggeration to say that this reminded Yi Ran of his tragic high school experience in the 4 provinces of Shanha. These assessments not only cause students to complain endlessly, what's even more exaggerated is that teachers also need to conduct KPI assessments. Any teacher who fails the assessment will be gradually downgraded. Yi Ran's status as a formal teacher was gradually eroded by this cruel environment. Became a teaching assistant. If this continues, he may really become the first teacher to be fired from the Magic City Gaowu Academy. And the most unacceptable thing is, as the young master of the Yi family, I can't keep my position at all. There is no other reason than that the grade director of the freshman year is Lu Wani. Lu Wani was the baby bride that the Yi family had originally arranged for Yi Ran. The little princess of the Lu family, both from a famous family. At a young age, his strength has exceeded platinum, and he is the successor appointed by the ancestors of the Lu family. Although because her predecessor's cultivation talent was too poor and Lu Wani was too dazzling, the two families no longer mentioned the baby family to each other. But it happened after all. It can be said that whoever expels Yi Ran from the entire Demon Clan High Martial Arts Academy, the Yi family will have to look for trouble. But due to dismissed Yi Ran at the hands of Lu Wani, it is estimated that the Yi family can only apologize and then scold Yi Ran for being useless. What is this thing called? Reborn and kicked out by a child bride? But I'm quite handsome, and I don't look like the Dragon King with a crooked mouth. The more Yi Ran thought about it, the more depressed he became. It was really hard for him to imagine, how will the Yi family be treated if they return with honor in this manner? Sometimes Yi Ran suspected that his predecessor was forced to die by this cruel reality. But now is not the time to be depressed. The top priority is to keep this magical position of mine. Yi Ran calmed down and showed a professional smile. Classmates. He was about to say something to motivate his students, but the scene in the audience made Yi Ran silent. The trembling students in the audience who were just shocked by Lu Wani. At this moment, I once again took out magazines such as Linear Algebra and Advanced Mathematics and started reading them with interest. Some people even took out entertainment journals such as 5 years and 3 years of college entrance examination simulation to do crazy questions. He didn't take his class teacher seriously at all. At this moment, Yi Ran suddenly materialized and saw the rotten wood. Seeing this scene, Yi Ran was speechless. You will not live if you do your own evil. His predecessor relied on his identity as the young master of the Yi family. Confident in the magic city of Gaowu Academy, they dare not expel themselves and go fishing like crazy. As a result, I ended up working as a class teacher in the worst class in the grade. I want to rely on this class to make a comeback and keep my position as a god. Yi Ran felt for a moment, if you have this energy, you might as well think about how to write an emotional letter home to move your dear father. Maybe it will make you suffer less when you go home. Just when Yi Ran was already imagining the disgusting beginning in his mind, a cold voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The famous teacher system has awakened. Do you want to accept it? C2's system awakening, Dachuan follows me system? Yi Ran listened to the cold voice in his mind, his eyes slightly brightened. The arrival of this mechanical voice was just like the sun in early spring melting the snow, making people feel comfortable. Yi Ran chose to activate the system without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, activating the Master Teacher System. The Master Teacher System is loading. Please wait, the Master Teacher System has been successfully loaded. The host can see the advantages and disadvantages of the superpowers and skills displayed in front of him regardless of any conditions. The host will receive corresponding rewards while guiding him to correct his shortcomings and improve his strength. Current main task, turn over a new leaf and lead the class to win the first place in the grade. The first ring of the main task, guide a student. Master Teacher System. Yi Ran's eyes lit up slightly. He was sleepy and found a pillow. He looked at the students in the audience, thought for a moment, and looked at the strongest student in his class, the monitor, Wang Dachuan, who was sleeping in the last row. Dachuan, don't sleep, come with me to the practice room. Oh, okay. Wang Dachuan heard Yi Ran's order, rubbed his sleepy eyes, wiped his saliva, and followed Yi Ran out of the classroom happily, leaving only the students looking at each other in bewilderment. What happened? The class is not over yet, and Teacher Yi just left like that? Director Le just finished scolding, and Teacher Yi just left like that? Didn't you hear what Director Le said? If we are still the last this time, Teacher Yi will really pack up and leave. I saw Teacher Yi wanted to say something just now, but she didn't say anything. Is Teacher Yi really sad this time? Are we going too far? To be honest, although Teacher Yi is usually a bit pretentious, she is really good to us. Shouldn't we work harder? What are you thinking? Why can we be in the same class? Don't you know? Relying on us to make progress is a dream? That's right, you can't help Teacher Yi even if you risk your life. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes the atmosphere of a class is like this. Once the group falls into the quagmire, even the slightest sign of a spark will be extinguished by the group instantly. The complex building of the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy, the Magic City government has invested heavily to build a world-class practice hall. The gravity room, test room, and magic forbidden room here are all rare things that you can't see outside. And without exception, all of them have been empowered by extraordinary masters. The cost of any one of them starts at 100 million, and the identity of the local tyrants in Magic City as the economic leader is everywhere. At this time, Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan were sitting opposite each other in the practice room. Dachuan, you have been in magic martial arts for 2 years. Wang Dachuan touched his head. Teacher Yi, I am a freshman this year. Yi Ran sighed. Dachuan, have you forgotten that you have been held back a grade? Oh, Teacher Yi, I forgot. Looking at Wang Dachuan's silly look, Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. This child is good in everything, but he is a little honest. Wang Dachuan looked at the teacher's worried look and patted his chest confidently. Teacher Yi, don't worry. With me here, Director Lu will definitely not be able to fire you. You? Yes. Although I don't say anything, I know everything. Dachuan was confident and looked like he was sure to win. He approached Yi Ran mysteriously. Teacher Yi, I have heard everything. Teacher Lu looks fair and strict, but in private, hummo? This time it was Yi Ran's turn to be curious. Although in his impression, Lo Wani was harsh and tyrannical, and she harmed her childhood betrothal objects, but she was fair and just in her work. He had never heard of any black material about Lo Wani. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran calmly. Teacher Yi, you are too noble and don't care about worldly affairs. What kind of society is this? Wang Dachuan paused. Let me tell you, Teacher Yi, Director Lu is a gold digger. Wang Dachuan looked around mysteriously, and then came closer and whispered, Teacher Yi, I may scare you when I tell you this, but Director Li's clothes don't look branded, but each one is no less than 100,000. She can't afford it with her salary. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan with a serious face, and had a bad feeling. So, Dachuan, what are you going to do? Teacher Yi, I'll give you said, take out your salary, and I will call on our class to raise some class fees. When the time comes, give Director Lu a big gift in private, and she will definitely, looking at Wang Dachuan's smug face, Yi Ran felt a little tired for some reason. Fuck, using tens of thousands of dollars to bribe the little princess of a wealthy family, and using the class fees to give. Are you anxious because I am not expelled? Dachuan, what do you think? Teacher Yi, do you also think I'd bang? Before Wang Dachuan finished speaking, Yi Ran's slap had already exploded on Wang Dachuan's head. Dachuan, as a class monitor, you not only don't set an example, but also think about these crooked ways. What do you want to do? Wang Dachuan covered his head in pain, looking at the upright Yi Ran with grievance. Yi Ran was disappointed. Can't you think about how to practice well, how to improve your strength, and how to lead the whole class to improve their combat effectiveness? Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's words, his face full of disbelief. Who are you? You are not Teacher Yi. This is not a line that a teacher who can even fall asleep in class can say. Yi Ran was embarrassed by Wang Dachuan's shocked and suspicious eyes. He coughed twice and continued, usually, you are raised freely, just to let your nature be fully developed. Wang Dachuan seemed to understand and nodded. My concept comes from the ancient great Lao Tzu's inaction and governance. I don't blame you if you don't understand. Inaction and governance is the governance of the saints. It is scattered in the heart and changed in the truth. It fills the belly and strengthens the bones. The heart is boundless, and the great success is in the sky, but Yi Ran turned around. Inaction and governance will eventually return to governance. You have been in action for so long. As your mentor, it's time for me to guide you. Yi Ran picked up the Tao Te Ching and talked about it in a logical way. In addition to Yi Ran's handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, he stood out as a hermit. Wang Dachuan didn't quite understand, but for some reason he felt it made sense. Could it be that Teacher Yi is really a great master who hides in the city? As soon as he thought of this, Wang Dachuan immediately shook his head and denied his own idea. It is impossible that others do not know what level Teacher Yi is. A teacher who can fall asleep during class. This image is too deeply rooted in Wang Dachuan's mind. Don't stand there stupidly. Yi Ran's words interrupted Wang Dachuan's thoughts. Come on, show me a set. Teacher, are you sure? Dachuan hesitated. He looked at Yi Ran with a puzzled face. Today's Teacher Yi was particularly abnormal. No, it should be said that he was too normal. Normal is a little too abnormal. Just fight me when I tell you to. Why are you wasting your words? Oh, okay. Honest Wang Dachuan stood still with his eyes closed. Red light and shadow began to appear behind him. The image of a huge beast began to transform on his body. Wang Dachuan's whole body began to swell. Already tall and strong, he jumped directly to 3 meters high, red scales, strong limbs, heavy breath, fierce fangs, and a huge pig head. This is Wang Dachuan's ability, a level shapeshifting ability, devouring ferocious pigs. Teacher Yi, I'm going to start. The transformed Wang Dachuan said in a muffled voice, then he attacked the test robot. C3 first instruction. Wang Dachuan was so angry that he took a step forward. The huge weight made the entire practice room tremble. He stretched out his right hand and attacked forward. The seemingly slow palm actually burst out with amazing power. With a bang, the test robot fell back 3 meters. Subsequently, the value of 508 was displayed on the screen. This is equivalent to the strength of an adult wild giant elephant. Yi Ran has already activated the famous teacher system. All the information about Wang Dachuan has appeared in his mind. Wang Dachuan male, 20 years old. Power Awakener, devouring ferocious pig, a level, current practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, public version. Advantages, great strength. Shortcoming, 1. This object's a-level ability to swallow ferocious pigs is in a special situation. It contains the blood of Tao Tai. Under the influence of Tao Tai, it is difficult to use the ability to swallow ferocious pigs. 2. The exercise method is not suitable. The energy conversion rate of practice is too low, the energy consumption in actual combat is too high, and there are tingling lesions in the third meridian of the right arm. Guidance plan, 1. Secondary evolution ability, specific optimization plan. 2. The practice method is not suitable, specific optimization plan. I see. Looking at the analysis given by the system to Wang Dachuan, Yi Ran recalled Wang Dachuan's experience. As an A-level awakened person, Wang Dachuan was one of the best geniuses in the college entrance examination. The Magic City Gaowu Academy also spent a huge amount of money to win over Wang Dachuan. But who would have thought that Wang Dachuan's superpowers would be so weird? It was obviously an A-level awakened power, but as a result, he was hit with a huge amount of energy stones, and his training progress was at a crawl. The progress is not even as good as an A-level superpower. Not only that, Wang Dachuan's actual combat ability does not have any special characteristics of A-level talent except for his great strength. In response, the Magic City Gaowu Academy even invited a diamond-level master to personally lead Wang Dachuan for a period of time. But in the end it was nothing. Gradually, Wang Dachuan was considered a loser by the school. Gradually becoming a repeater, he naturally came to his own class. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and sighed slightly. It's not Wang Dachuan who is a waste of feelings, it's the teachers of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City who are a waste. Almost burying a hidden genius in the bud. Teacher, is this blow okay? Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran complacently, obviously quite satisfied with this value. Yi Ran glanced at the scorer and shook his head. Dachuan, the power of your attack seems to be okay, but in the eyes of the teacher, you still have room for improvement. Impossible, Teacher Yi. I practiced this attack step by step with the top martial arts teacher in our school. Wang Dachuan shook his head seriously. I throw millions of punches every day. Whether it is the essentials of movements, techniques, or breathing, I am 100% sure that I can fully comply with the requirements of our academy's techniques. Seeing the honest Wang Dachuan retort to himself, Yi Ran was not in a hurry. Dachuan, I naturally believe that you can do what you say. What I want to say is not that there is a problem with your practice, but that there is a problem with the teaching materials you studied. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan's eyes almost popped out of his head. Brother, people can be crazy, but they can't be crazy. Although Wang Dachuan respected his class teacher very much, however, the physical training textbooks at the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy were specially compiled by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial sages who spent a lot of money. Even the physical training teacher who taught me before was a diamond-level master. Now you, a silver-level tutor, say there is something wrong with the teaching materials. Teacher, why don't we take a rest? Wang Dachuan comforted Yi Ran. Director Lu is just talking, we must have other ways. Obviously in Wang Dachuan's eyes, at this time, Yi Ran had been stimulated by Lu Wani's high pressure and was talking nonsense. Yi Ran was not angry at Wang Dachuan's distrust, but smiled slightly. His tone was calm. Dachuan, but everyone's physique and meridians are different. Although the universal exercises can suit most people, they cannot be a perfect fit, not to mention that there is a certain conflict between your meridians and the exercises. But Teacher Yi, what I practice is the national education textbook that everyone practices. This is a technique written by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial saint himself, really? Yi Ran asked softly, then why does the third meridian in your right hand always feel tingling every time you perform the technique? These words hit Wang Dachuan like a bolt from the blue, and his eyes widened. You,
How do you know?
He had never mentioned the tingling pain in his meridians to anyone, and he had never even been to the infirmary. Yi Ran's eyes were as deep as the stars. I said, there is a certain conflict between your meridians and the technique. Even if you use 12 points of strength, you can only achieve 8 points of effect. Not only that, if things go on like this, your meridians may leave hidden dangers that cannot be recovered.
Wang Dachuan was a little shocked.
He originally thought that the stinging pain was due to him exercising too hard. Now that Yi Ran told him that it would cause permanent damage, he panicked.
Teacher, then, what should I do? Try it with your left hand.
Yi Ran clicked until he clicked, with an unfathomable taste.
Left hand?
Wang Dachuan was stunned, but I have always practiced with my right hand. Wouldn't I suddenly switch to my left hand? Whether it's right or not, you won't know until you try it. Yi Ran interrupted him. His tone was calm but with unparalleled confidence. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran in front of him in a daze.
This calmness, this confidence. Is this the same class teacher who could fall asleep in class before? Could it be that his mentor is really an outsider who lives in seclusion in the city? But modifying the exercises is not a child's play. If something goes wrong, you will suffer from the sequelae and you won't be able to find a place to cry.
Seeing Wang Dachuan's hesitation, Yi Ran decided to give it another push.
Dachuan, are you so afraid of change? Do you really want your arm to become useless like this?
Yi Ran's words were like poisonous insects, tickling Wang Dachuan's heart.
After hesitating for a moment, Wang Dachuan stood up. Teacher Yi, I believe you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dachuan stood up and stood on his horse. Slowly raised his left hand. His left arm was shaking a little. At this moment, he didn't know whether the trembling was nervousness or anticipation.
The next second, Wang Dachuan's body expanded again. The purple ferocious beast transformed again, covering the whole body. He slowly pushed out a palm with his left hand. The air seemed to be squeezed and deformed by a thick invisible force, causing fluctuations before the wind from his palm could be released. There was a loud boom sound. At the moment of the attack, this slow palm showed the afterimage of the attack. The speed was so fast that an astonishing sonic boom exploded. When the palm actually fell on the test robot, it was duller and more powerful than before. The primary test dummy wasn't knocked back much this time, but traces of cracks began to appear on his body. The numbers on the test screen began to rotate crazily. When it finally stops, 1012. The huge red letters stimulated Wang Dachuan's nerves. With just 2 instructions, the value was far more than double the previous one. C4 transformation, special reward. Wang Dachuan stood under the test value screen. His eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets any second. 1012?
He looked at the flashing number on the display screen, and his heart was pounding as if it was about to burst out of his throat.
I typed this? Wang Dachuan's voice trembled, his face full of disbelief.
In the strength test, 1000 is the watershed between silver level and gold level. Wang Dachuan played such a value. It means that in terms of strength alone, it has reached the level of gold primary level. But he clearly knew that he had not broken through to the silver level yet, and he had tried his best to hit a value of more than 500 a second ago.
This is simply a miracle. Wang Dachuan looked at the remains of the robot and swallowed.
The recognized geniuses in the academy at the same age, and the young talents who are emerging from major families, are only at the beginning of the golden stage.
All of them were existences that were out of reach before. But now, it's within reach. The reality in front of him impacted Wang Dachuan's outlook on life. He was speechless and speechless.
Yi Ran's eyes are as deep as the stars. He ignored Wang Dachuan, who was still in a daze. He walked to the test robot and gently touched the cracks of the test machine.
TSK, the magic pattern alloy has been cracked.
The teachers in the material department should be in pain. Yi Ran patted the residue on his palm and stood up. Not bad, he said with satisfaction.
The test robot didn't move back even 1 centimeter. This proves that the attack did not waste any power at all. It was basically destroyed in the body of the target. Your efficiency now is at least 70%. Hearing Yi Ran's comments, Wang Dachuan was even more shocked.
Efficiency, 70%. Wang Dachuan murmured to himself. Ordinary silver level efficiency is only about 30%.
How many people train day after day and finesse their movements, just to improve less than 1% of their performance? And now I have easily surpassed the students of the same level by so many. The reality in front of him impacted Wang Dachuan's cognition.
His heart was turbulent. 2 words of advice, just 2 words of advice. My own strength was suddenly raised to such an extent. Wang Dachuan recalled his hard training day after day, year after year. The corners of my mouth were a little bitter, and I felt like I had lived in vain for the past 10 years or so.
What kind of exercises written by extraordinary masters? What kind of step-by-step instructions from a diamond-level expert? In front of Teacher Yi Ran's guidance this time, it was like a ephemeral sight. Teacher, is all this true? Although the results were in front of him, Wang Daquan still kept doubting himself. What's true or false? Can't you see the result yourself? But, teacher, how can I do this with my level? Yi Ran looked at Wang Daquan and shook his head. Although the potential of Wang Daquan's body was discovered, Wang Daquan still lacked one thing. Spirit. The long-term useless life has worn away Wang Daquan's spirit. If things go on like this, no matter how talented you are, you will still become a useless piece of wood after a long time, disappearing into oblivion. This is not the result that I have wanted for so long. I have to give this kid strong medicine. Daquan, it's okay to lie to others, but there's no need to lie to yourself. Yi Ran interrupted Wang Daquan directly. His eyes were sharp, as if he could look straight into Wang Daquan's heart. Daquan, as far as I know, you sleep during the day and secretly practice boxing in the training room at night. Think about it carefully. You throw those million punches every day, work 3 part-time jobs in exchange for other people's energy stone credits, and work hard where others can't see. Yi Ran patted Wang Daquan's face. Ask yourself, do you really believe that you are a loser in your heart? Wake up. Cross-level challenges should be the real state of a level-awakened people. Those mediocre teachers are wrong. Don't let their mistakes shackle you on myself. A level awakeners are originally 9 million geniuses who can leapfrog challenges. It's just that the pearl of Wang Daquan has been covered in dust for so long that he himself has forgotten what a genius should look like. Starting from today, stand up straight and let the entire Magic City Gaowu Academy take a good look at your genius Wang Daquan. You should be the brightest star in the entire freshman year. Yi Ran's words pierced Wang Daquan's heart like arrows. Teacher Yi, Wang Daquan's eyes turned slightly red after listening to Yi Ran's words. Looking back on the past, in just 2 years, Wang Daquan fell from the star of tomorrow to the trash that everyone despises. From stars holding the moon to pointing fingers, from a key training target to a repeater in the worst class in the grade, Wang Daquan, who was less than 20 years old, had tasted all the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Waste taking up school resources. Unqualified garbage. Why don't you drop out of school quickly? These rumors tortured his heart all the time. Faced with the pressure of public opinion, Wang Daquan slowly became numb. Numbly deceiving yourself that you are a piece of trash with better luck. He was so numb that he turned from a high-spirited, confident and motivated boy into a simple, honest and bullied fool. But only Daquan himself knew how unwilling he was in his heart. So he secretly punched day after day, worked frugally, and humbly exchanged for other people's energy stone quotas. It was because he was still longing in his heart, longing for one day to see the light through the clouds, even if it was just a little bit of light. Now, it has been almost 2 years, finally someone made him see the light in this bottomless quagmire. Finally someone brushed off the dirt on his body and told the world that he was not garbage, but a treasure. Others discarded me like a worn-out shoe, but now someone picks me up like a pearl. At this moment, the numb and hard shell in my heart was shattered by a blow. A wave of bitterness surged into my heart. Teacher Yi. I'm sorry, the suppressed sob came out of Wang Daquan's throat. A big and strong man sobbed so hard that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Yi Ran looked at this honest child. He didn't do anything. He just watched Wang Daquan choking quietly. Men don't shed tears easily. But they came at 2 times, but they were not embarrassing. One was the death of a close relative, and the other was the sweetness after bitterness. Just when Yi Ran was silently accompanying Wang Daquan, the voice of the system suddenly came. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and guiding a student. The reward for this guidance is being issued. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bronze lottery ticket. Ding, it is detected that the teaching object has high respect for the host. Do you want to bind him as a direct disciple? Direct disciple? Perhaps the system detected the doubt in Yi Ran's mind, and automatically explained, the host will automatically receive a reward of 10% of the direct disciple's practice progress every day. In addition, if the direct disciple has a major breakthrough, the host will receive a corresponding reward. After listening to the introduction, Yi Ran nodded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Instantly, Yi Ran felt an inexplicable connection with Wang Daquan. His breath became much more condensed, and there was a faint sign of breaking through the silver level. This should be the bonus of Wang Daquan's practice progress to himself. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the achievement task, collect direct disciples, 1/1, and this lottery ticket has started a special upgrade. Ding, this lottery ticket is specially upgraded to a color lottery ticket.
which can draw a special color treasure chest.
Do you want to open it?
Yi Ran was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that he had inspired Wang Dachuan, not only gaining an A-level disciple, but also completing a hidden mission.
Open. Yi Ran made a choice silently in his mind. Ding, opening a special colored treasure chest.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary physique, the innate Taoist body. C5 How can my students be worse than others? The system just finished speaking. Yi Ran felt that there was a silent and invisible rhythm that was constantly washing his body. Invisible rhythms penetrate his skin, resonating with his body. The body gradually emits a faint halo, and then disappears again. Rhythm flashes by. At this time, Yi Ran only felt that his body was gradually becoming tougher, and endless explosive power was expanding in his body. His five senses have also become extremely sharp, and he can even detect the faint fluctuations of people moving outside the test room. At this moment, every move I make feels like I am in the rhythm of the Great Road. Yi Ran was a little surprised. It turned out to be an innate Taoist body.
The innate Taoist body is said to be invulnerable to all laws.
One of the physiques that practitioners dream of, the darling of the true path of law, the pinnacle of understanding. In front of the innate Taoist body, there is no bottleneck in practice. The efficiency of cultivation is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he has a heaven-defying physique that is known as a direct link to transcendence and becoming a saint. Not only that, Yi Ran's thoughts moved, a dark green flame instantly lit up inside his body.
This is the technique inherited by the Yi family, the Molong spiritual Kung Fu.
Practitioners can ignite the fire of life and awaken the power of the black dragon in their blood to protect their whole body. They can also escape from the body and transform into wind, fire, thunder and lightning, or attack with various weapons. The Yi family is also called the offensive kaleidoscope. The green flames rose up. Looking at the height of his momentum, it was more than 3 times higher than before. It's exactly as rumored, the talent of the innate Taoist body in the use of energy far exceeds that of ordinary people. The same trick used by the innate Taoist body is several times more powerful than that of ordinary people.
Hua Bai, this is the only adjective Yi Ran can think of after learning about the innate Taoist body.
Yi Ran tested the strength of the innate Tao body. Wang Dachuan's eyes were a little confused. Teacher Yi is obviously still the same Teacher Yi, but I don't know why. At this moment, Yi Ran's every move made him feel comfortable and natural. Even if I look at Teacher Yi one more time, I feel that my practice progress has accelerated a bit. Wang Dachuan naturally didn't know that Yi Ran was an innate Taoist body now. When Yi Ran exerts his innate Taoist body with all his strength, his whole body is covered with the rhythm of the Taoism, which will naturally make practitioners feel comfortable and natural. Wang Dachuan didn't know this, but he was deeply impressed by this feeling. Because during the special recruitment period for the college entrance examination, he was lured over by the principal of Gaowu Academy in Shanghai with a similar temperament. Even the principal is not as natural and pure as Yi Ran's temperament at this moment. Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan was instantly in awe. It seems that the whole school has misunderstood. Teacher Yi is definitely an expert. It seems that Teacher Yi is really hiding his capabilities and biding his time, but now he is ready to make a big splash. When I thought about facing such a master, I actually tried to bribe Luwani and went down the third route. Wang Dachuan's heart was filled with shame. Teacher Yi, damn me, I actually came up with such a bad idea to ask you to bribe Director Lu. Yi Ran, who was still immersed in the innate Taoist monster, was brought back to reality by Wang Dachuan's apology.
Yi Ran waved his hand. Remember that as a teacher, improving your strength is the right way. Students will take this to heart.
Wang Dachuan's eyes were firm. Teacher, don't worry, students will risk their lives to fight for the first place in our class. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan with a smile. Teacher understands, but there are a lot of monsters this year, so there is no need to fight hard to get first place. Wang Dachuan shook his head seriously. I am stupid in my brain, but I am not lacking in insight. Among all the teachers, you are the only one who has never disliked me, Teacher Yi, and has given me a chance to reinvent myself. My mother said that women who please themselves will tolerate. No, I will be with Teacher Ding from now on. In short, I will give my life to Teacher. Yi Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's pronunciation, and his head was covered with black lines.
What do I want with your life? Although Wang Dachuan's loyal speech focused on one level of education, but the sincerity inside is true.
No wonder the system says Wang Dachuan is highly respected. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan, who looked sincere and thought slightly. Then the next thing is easy to say. After all, the system not only provides optimization plans for exercises, but also provides optimization plans for abilities. It's just that this optimization plan for superpower evolution is a bit outrageous.
If he hadn't laid the groundwork like this before, Yiran wouldn't be able to guarantee that Wang Dachuan would actually do it. Dachuan, the skills have indeed been optimized, but do you feel that you only rely on the physical fitness of your level awakened person? In fact, you don't seem to have much use of your own abilities. As soon as Yiran said these words, Wang Dachuan's mind sank slightly. It is indeed the same as what Yiran said. Although he can achieve such strong results, his abilities still have no effect or change. Alienated superpowers, it allows the awakened person to obtain various attributes and abilities of the alienated ferocious beast. Logically speaking, the devouring pig is a high-level vicious beast. Its sturdy defense and huge strength have always been its two major features. And that terrifying racial talent skill, devouring charge, but all these abnormal talents, except for a little increase in strength, the rest seems to have nothing to do with Wang Dachuan. Moreover, the degree of power increase is pitiful and not as much as the improvement of some E-level power abilities. Not only that, Wang Dachuan's progress in cultivation has never been much faster because of his E-level supernatural talent. He is even a little slower than low-level supernatural people. If this continues, even if he can barely catch up with the first echelon with the optimized skills and E-level physical fitness, the lack of supernatural effects will eventually make his strength fall behind. Wang Dachuan still smiled innocently. Teacher, our school has tried many ways to deal with my supernatural defect, but they all failed. I don't care anymore. Wang Dachuan has suffered a lot, so he can see it clearly. But Yiran shook his head and said seriously word by word, how can my students be worse than others? See 6th level temptation. Listening to Yiran's speech, Wang Dachuan's depressed mood rose again. He couldn't believe it, and he even stumbled a little when he spoke. Teacher Yi, do you really have a way? Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, do you believe in being a teacher? Since Teacher Yi can also modify the exercises compiled by extraordinary masters, maybe superpowers can also be used. Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan looked a little excited. He definitely doesn't want to miss such a precious opportunity. Wang Dachuan nodded his head crazily. Teacher Yi, I believe it. I will do whatever you say now. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan's excited expression and said, Dachuan, I know that many people have studied your superpower before. They put forward this idea and that suggestion. In the final analysis, they should all think that the superpower is defective. They suggest that you increase energy absorption? It seems so. Wang Dachuan recalled his previous experience. What a big mistake. Yiran interrupted Wang Dachuan's memory. They thought wrong from the beginning. Yiran categorically rejected everyone's previous judgments. Yiran said confidently, Dachuan, your superpower is definitely not defective. Yiran patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. The reason why you are unable to display your superpower is because the devourer pig you awaken contains some higher level bloodline. It is suppressed by that bloodline, which makes it difficult for you to use your devourer pig superpower. In other words, your superpower is not only not inferior, but it is too excellent. Listening to Yiran's words, Wang Dachuan was completely confused. Teacher, are you sure you are not joking? This is like a person who is already lying in a hospital bed and suddenly a doctor comes and tells you that not only are you not sick, but you are also in good physical condition and can participate in the Olympics. Any normal person who hears such words, the first thing everyone should probably doubt is whether this doctor is a serious doctor. Seeing Wang Dachuan, he still couldn't believe it. Yiran walked up and patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. Dachuan, I believe in my teacher's judgment. You are a dusty pearl, a true extraordinary reserve. You are the Onina Millions class. Slevel, Wang Dachuan's breathing became rapid as he listened to Yiran's heroic words. Although it is said that level awakeners practice quickly and are strong, but after all, it is still in the category of human beings, and it can barely be called the pinnacle of human genius. But if you haven't level talent, everyone would just curse and say monsters, and then avoid them as far away as possible, for fear that these monsters would damage their self-esteem in practice. Because no matter in terms of cultivation speed or strength, these monsters are existences that ordinary people cannot understand. Today, the top 10 new generation heroes of the Dragon Kingdom are ranked among the top 10. 9 of them are inheritors of major families and superpowers, and the remaining one is an S-level awakener. Moreover, this class awakener has been ranked number 1 for several months. 1,000-year inheritance that overwhelms all superpowers with personal talent. One can imagine how evil S-level talents are. Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn slightly red, and his breathing became a little thicker. If someone tells you that the opportunity to become a god is right in front of you, who wouldn't be excited if it were your place? So, teacher, what should I do? Yiran waved his hand. It's very simple, second awakening. Yiran's light words were like thunder on the ground.
waking up Wang Dachuan, who was still in his fantasy. He looked at Yi Ran with incredible eyes. The second awakening, is it easy? Even though Wang Dachuan was extremely lacking in education, he still couldn't connect these two words together. Because the second awakening is really difficult, the closest one was the second awakening led by the Superpower Alliance. That is, the current Xiao Wang of the Superpower Alliance, one of the most powerful supernatural beings in the contemporary era. Absolutely awesome, Andrew. It is said that in order to help Andrew's second awakening, the Supernatural Alliance attacked a demon territory. The Jack of Hearts, the Jack of Spades and the Queen of Diamonds were killed in battle, 3 diamond-level flower cards. Fortunately, we successfully exchanged it for a strong man who can stand at the top of the world. In a sense, the Superpower Alliance was successful, but it was also a miserable victory. Teacher, if that doesn't work, I'll continue to practice boxing. Don't worry, I can still get ahead as long as I work a few times harder than usual. Dachuan, don't you believe in being a teacher? No, Teacher Yi, it's just that this second awakening is too difficult. There is really no need. Facing the second awakening, a superpower like the Alliance of Superpowers must devote all their strength and risk their lives to achieve tragic success. Now just relying on their 2 silver-level little shrimps, they want to awaken for the second time. Wang Dachuan felt a little whimsical. Unexpectedly, Yi Ran didn't care about Wang Dachuan's concerns. He waved his hand. Dachuan, your understanding of the second awakening is too superficial. Superficial? There are only so many times that the second awakening can be successful, and each time it is not tragic and heroic. Why is it wrong to come to Teacher Yi? Wang Dachuan was a little confused. In less than a few hours of communicating with Teacher Yi, my 3 views and cognitions were being repeatedly ravaged. The methods of second awakening vary from person to person, and many of them are indeed extremely difficult. They have to enter the situation and go through catastrophes, but you, Dachuan, don't need to. Yi Ran talked eloquently. Don't I need it? Wang Dachuan murmured to himself, yes, you don't need to. Yi Ran repeated his conclusion again. His voice seemed to have magic power, reconstructing Wang Dachuan's cognition. Then teacher, what should I do next? As his knowledge continued to wash away, Wang Dachuan gradually developed a blind trust in Yi Ran. Yi Ran muttered, although your second awakening does not require such a big sacrifice, from today on, you must comply with my 3 requirements. Once you violate the requirements, the chance of your second awakening will be destroyed. Not only that, but there won't be any chance for a second awakening. Do you understand? Yi Ran's tone was serious. Seeing Yi Ran being so serious, Wang Dachuan straightened his body unconsciously. Teacher, please rest assured that any of my future actions will be in accordance with your instructions, teacher. If there is any behavior that is a little out of line, I will bring it up and deal with it. Then Yi Ran stretched out a finger towards Wang Dachuan. First, I ask you to stop absorbing energy stones from today on. Can you do it? Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan was slightly stunned. Although he didn't know why, he nodded seriously. Understood, teacher, I can do it. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan's response and stretched out his second finger. Second, starting from today, my teacher requires you to eat 30 kilograms of meat every day. Can you do it? Wang Dachuan felt a little dizzy when he heard this. The energy density of the energy stone is many times higher than that of meat. Isn't this a matter of sacrifice? Although he didn't know what kind of medicine Mr. Yi was selling in his gourd, Wang Dachuan still nodded seriously. Teacher, there's no problem, we can do it. 30 kilograms of meat may be a lot for ordinary people, but for people with superpowers, it is still relatively easy to achieve. Seeing Wang Dachuan's relaxed expression, Yi Ran stretched out his third finger. Next, this is the last requirement. If you can do it, the second awakening will definitely not be a problem. Yi Ran's words aroused Wang Dachuan's fighting spirit. No problem, Teacher Yi, just tell me, I will definitely be able to do it. The first 2 are so simple, so how difficult can Teacher Yi's last request be? Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan seriously and spoke slowly. My teacher requires that your 30 kilograms of meat must be raw meat with blood, and the meat must come from monsters. Can you do it? As soon as these words came out, the confidence on Wang Dachuan's face disappeared without a trace. There were big question marks in his shocked eyes. 30 pounds a day? Bloody raw meat? Or is it from Warcraft? Teacher, even if you raise animals like this, they will die. C7 Director Lee's shock. This request is really unbelievable. In this world, even kindergarten children know that eating raw meat from World of Warcraft will make people go crazy. Consuming large amounts can even be life-threatening. Eating 30 pounds of bloody monster meat every day. This is no longer a question of whether to go crazy or not, but a question of where to bury it. A normal person would probably have begun to criticize Yi Ran in his heart by now. But Wang Dachuan was only shocked for a moment, and then said to Yi Ran, "Teacher, I'm going to get some meat now." His tone was calm, as if he was preparing an ordinary lunch. Looking at Wang Dachuan's plain appearance, Yi Ran couldn't help but wonder, "Dachuan, don't you have any doubts in your heart? This is raw meat from a monster. You might go crazy if you eat it." Facing Yi Ran's question, Wang Dachuan nodded seriously, "Teacher Yi, of course I know. When I was a child, someone in our village accidentally ate the raw meat of a monster. Now the grass on the graves is 2 meters high. So you just agreed?" Yi Ran asked curiously. Wang Dachuan's reaction was a bit too calm. The calmness made Yi Ran wonder if this guy had already planned to say something but not carry out the plan secretly. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, his clear eyes revealed honesty. He touched the back of his head sheepishly. "Ah, isn't this what you ordered, Teacher Yi?" Listening to Wang Dachuan's simple answer, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. This time, I judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. Yi Ran looked at the honest Wang Dachuan in front of him, and felt a little warm in his heart. "I have been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and I have been an adult for a long time. It's rare to feel such pure trust." Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. "Work hard. I believe that as a teacher, you will be reborn in Nirvana in less than a month." Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's encouragement and nodded seriously. "Okay, Teacher Yi, I will implement it carefully." The more Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan, the more satisfied he became. I wonder which teacher wouldn't be proud to have a student who is willing to trust him so much. With students like Wang Dachuan, the personal performance in this final exam is at least guaranteed. Watching Wang Dachuan leave, Yi Ran also packed up and prepared to go back to the classroom. There is still 1 month left until the end of the semester. It's not enough for just one student to excel. In the final assessment, in addition to individual battles, there are also group battles. I have to work harder to identify a few more geniuses from the class. But it can also be seen from Wang Dachuan, there should be many talented young people in my class who need to be discovered. After all, Magic City Gaowu Academy is one of the top 10 universities in the country. When the students they recruit first come in, they are all the proud ones. As for why you came to this salted fish class, you should have your own story. When I think of this, Yi Ran couldn't help but touch his chin, his eyes showing expectation. At this moment, in the office of the teaching office, Lawani was correcting documents at her desk. She was feeling unhappy today, and her writing was a bit fuzzy. She got angry when she thought about standing on the podium of Class 1 and Class 2 today and looking at the students in the audience who were not working hard. And Yi Ran, obviously, my grades are a complete mess. He was still there, acting as a peacemaker indifferently. "Humph, you stinky Yi Ran, how can you still laugh after what you've become?" Thinking of this, Lawani sulked to herself, and her slightly bulging cheeks gave this cold face a hint of playfulness. Thinking of Yi Ran's indifferent face, Lawani couldn't help but frown. "You really don't know why I came here," Lawani murmured to herself, looking at a doll on the desk in trance. "That is a cute little girl pottery doll. This was a gift Yi Ran once gave to herself, and Lawani always kept it with her." Bang, bang, bang. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Lawani's thoughts. Lawani also instantly returned to the aura of a cold and strong woman. "Come in." The person who came in was Lawani's assistant, Wang Xiaoman. Behind him was a fat man, Su Yukai, the person in charge of the freshman supplies department. "Director Lu, Teacher Su has something urgent to report to you." "Teacher Su? You are a rare visitor. You usually avoid our academic affairs office. Why did you take the initiative to come to our place today?" The academic affairs and finance of Modu Gaowu Academy are separated. The two parties usually check and balance each other to ensure the smooth operation of the school. Lawani motioned to Wang Xiaoman to pour water, and looked at Su Yukai aside with some curiosity. Su Yukai held out his big belly and said in his unique southern accent, "Director Lu is out of touch, isn't he? We are all in the same grade, so it is natural for us to move around more." Lawani blew the floating tea in the teacup a little. "I'm afraid that our big rooster is here to deduct our supplies for freshman year." "Director Lu, I am Curry. What are you talking about? I, Su Yukai, have thrown my life and blood into our freshman year. I have devoted my blood to the teachers and students. Director Lu, you have chilled the hearts of loyal ministers. Showing courtesy for nothing is a traitor or a thief." Lawani narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Yukai. "Su Yukai has to spend a long time with our academic affairs office to grind a rubber. How do you expect me to believe it? Tell me, what are you doing here today?" Su Yukai on the side wiped the sweat on his face and smiled awkwardly. "Director Lu, if you say so, I do have a small favor that I need your help with." "What are you talking about, Director Su?"
You see, the window in our academic affairs office is indeed a bit worn out. It's so leaky that I can't hear you clearly. Before Su Yukai could finish speaking, Lo Wani interrupted him directly. Su Yukai looked at Lo Wani and remained silent. The windows in the academic affairs office are all made of alloy, and there can be a hole in them. Seeing Lo Wani's posture, Su Yotsai's heart sank slightly. It's over, it seems like we can't do this without some blood today. Su Yukai looked embarrassed and said with some heartache, I couldn't approve the maintenance funds for the academic affairs office last time. Director Mongol really needs to help. Lo Wani still smiled and looked at Su Yukai, who was in pain, still unmoved. Su Yukai couldn't see it anymore and took a deep breath. Covering his heart with his fat palm, he looked sad, gritted his teeth, and stretched out a finger. Director Lo, I also helped you approve the 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood you applied for last time. This is the bottom line. After hearing her satisfactory answer, Lo Wani said, Tell me, what's the matter? Su Yukai looked at Lo Wani with some resentment. Director Lo, I'm not telling you to yell. You are an unmarried girl, how can you be so prudent with money? Whoever marries you will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Do you still want to help? Help! Help! It's closer to the north. Su Yukai quickly took out the tablet and handed it to Lo Wani quickly, as if he was afraid that Lo Wani would change his mind. Lo Wani curiously took the tablet and watched the contents. Su Yukai on the side looked resentful and couldn't help complaining, Come to the north, I don't know which god Lin Bei offended today. Today, some damn young man actually broke the magic pattern alloy robot. That thing is so expensive, it costs the performance of our materials department in a year. Pay it in. Director Lu, you have to sign for us. Our material department really didn't cut any corners on this magic pattern alloy. Su Yukai stood aside and complained like a resentful woman, fearing that Lo Wani would not sign the certificate for him. But Lo Wani stared at the pictures on the tablet, not listening to what Su Yukai was saying. Broken magic alloy robot? What is the numerical value of 1012? Or in the exclusive practice room for freshmen? Any experienced instructor knows what it means when these 3 conditions are met at the same time. Lo Wani's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She put down the tablet, stared at Su Yukai, and said word by word, Tell me, where is this person? C81 in a million evildoers. Lo Wani's aura was fully open, unaware that the platinum-level aura had filled the entire venue. Wang Xiaoman could not help but stand near the door. And Su Yukai, the center of this mental storm, had a slight feeling of shortness of breath on his fat round face. Finally, he had to take out a mask shining with golden light from his pocket like a magic trick. After Su Yukai put on the mask, the golden light emitted from the mask blocked Lo Wani's aura. Su Yukai was relieved and spoke, Director Lu, don't be so excited, let's talk nicely. As a teacher in the materials department, he only cares about finances, not the cultivation of students, but seeing Lo Wani so excited, he can only keep comforting her. Looking at Su Yotsai's golden mask, Lo Wani curled her lips and complained, Gold-level consumables are used like this, the supply department is really extravagant. Then, Lo Wani adjusted her mood and retracted her momentum. Tell me, where is that student? Su Yukai listened to Lo Wani's words and said sadly, It's better not to say it, it's really useless to say it. Let me tell you, we suffered a big loss today. Not only is the magic pattern alloy broken, but the camera in our practice room is also broken. If I knew which student did this, I would find trouble with him. Su Yukai was still cursing, while Lo Wani was thinking about it. Then, she signed the document sent by Su Yukai with a big stroke of the pen and handed the document to Su Yukai. Okay, prove that I signed it for you. Su Yukai didn't know why Lo Wani signed it so readily, but this is a good thing. Su Yukai, who was still in grief and anger the previous second, was full of smiles the next second. Director Lu was really resolute and decisive. Welcome Director Lu to play when you are free. As he said this, he hurried up to get it, fearing that Lo Wani would regret it. Sure enough, when Su Yukai was about to touch the document, Lo Wani pressed the document. Lo Wani said to Su Yukai seriously, I haven't finished speaking yet. As the director of the first year, I can sign it for you, but I need you to promise me one thing. Director Lo, it's easy to say, as long as you don't ask for our money, even if it's 100 pieces, it's fine. Su Yukai stared at the pressed file was like an itchless monkey. Lo Wani smiled and said, Don't worry, I don't want the money from the materials department. I need you to give me the source files of all the records of the freshman's practice room today, and delete all the backups. Hearing this, Su Yukai looked up at Lo Wani and said with some embarrassment, Director Lo, I'm afraid this is a violation of the rules. When Lo Wani heard Su Yukai say this, her palm exerted a little force, and the neat certificate began to wrinkle. Ah, Director Lu, you can't do this. I can't do this. I promised you. Hearing this, Luwani let go, and Su Yukai finally got the certificate and spread the paper on the table distressfully. Director Lo, we have agreed that I will claim that this source file is damaged just like the surveillance equipment, but you must keep it confidential. Su Yukai handed the record to Luwani. Don't worry, Director Su, when have I, Luwani, ever cheated anyone? Welcome to come again, Director Su. Oh, that's enough, I will never come to the Academic Affairs Office again. After saying that, Su Yukai left the Academic Affairs Office as if he was running away. Luwani, this little girl, looks young, but her methods are advanced and ruthless. Every time she comes here, she can't leave without being skinned. Watching Su Yukai leave, Luwani played with the source file in her hand thoughtfully. Master, what do we need this source file for? When no one was around, Assistant Wang Xiaoman asked. The Magic City High Martial Arts Academy stipulates that mentors of platinum-level masters can accept personal disciples. Wang Xiaoman is Luwani's best friend and personal disciple. She usually helps with work with her assistant, so the two of them naturally have a closer relationship than usual. Luwani glanced at Wang Xiaoman and said, "Go and take a look at the photos Su Yukai sent." Wang Xiaoman took a look at the photos, then covered her mouth in surprise. 1012? We have another freshman year. A genius? Congratulations, Master, our freshman strength has reached a new level. But this won't risk you violating the rules, right? Look at the picture again, what else do you see? Wang Xiaoman looked carefully and then said, the magic pattern alloy was broken? It seems that the strength of our genius has reached the middle level of the gold level. Luwani shook her head. Wrong, it's the silver level. Listening to Luwani's words, Wang Xiaoman was a little stunned. How is this possible? The magic pattern alloy, which is said to be an absolutely indestructible metal below the gold level, how could it be broken by a silver level person? Luwani asked back, if you were the attacker, using the same means to attack, if you wanted to break the magic pattern alloy with one blow, to what position would the test robot retreat at least? Wang Xiaoman is a genius anyway, a little rehearsal in her mind can tell the result. When she calculated the result and looked at the photo again, the shock in her eyes gradually emerged. She said with some bitterness, at least more than half of the test robot in the photo, so, in other words, the energy efficiency of this tester, that's right. Luwani said calmly, this tester's energy usage efficiency must be at least 70% to cause such damage to the magic pattern alloy within such a short knockback distance. Having said this, she took a deep breath, with an incredible light in her eyes. So, this tester's energy usage efficiency is at least that of a diamond-level master. As soon as the conclusion came out, Wang Xiaoman was so shocked that he was speechless. A silver-level student's energy usage efficiency is comparable to those of those unreachable masters. Such solid basic skills, such ability to understand the exercises, such degree of compatibility with the exercises, it's no longer just 1 in a million, it's 1 in a million. Luwani continued, with such energy efficiency alone, it is absolutely invincible in a confrontation of the same level. It can even defeat 1 against 10 or 1 against 100. After all, our school has a precedent for such a thing before. Luwani's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was remembering something. That precedent is the current new generation of S-level legendary awakeners. This generation of clans and families cannot hold their heads up. Zhang Hedong is invincible at the same level. Wang Xiaoman looked a little excited, and even his breathing became a little rapid. Master, we cannot expose this information. We must find this freshman as soon as possible. Once the news spreads, it's not just the old guys who don't care about worldly affairs in their own school who are restless, but also the forces outside the school who are ready to move. I wonder who in the world can't be moved by the second Zhang Hedong. So you think that just one genius is worth all the efforts I have to make? Luwani fiddled with the documents in her hand. The news can't be blocked. According to the way those idiots in the materials department handle it, this photo will probably hit the forum tomorrow. But fortunately, the surveillance video is lost, and the only entry and exit record is still with me, so we have the upper hand. Later, Luwani looked through the entry and exit records. When she saw the records of Class 1 and Class 2, she was slightly stunned. But then I thought about it and shook my head. What are you thinking about? How could that kind of genius come from Yu Ran's class? Xiaoman, don't worry about this first grade Class 2. From today on, pay close attention to first grade Class 1 and first grade Class 5. We must find this monster as soon as possible. Okay, Master. C9 Masters all come together. Things turned out exactly as Luwani expected. The teachers in the materials department have no idea what this photo means. On weekdays, the practice room is also allowed to be observed at will. For a time, the damage to the magic pattern alloy test robot in the freshman training room began to be widely discussed in the school forum. Shocked, Another monster appeared in freshman year. Brother, I had an insight today. It's a small test. What's the score?
No more pretense, showdown. I smashed the magic pattern alloy with one punch. Rumors say a grandmaster has left the customs and asked for help from the materials department. Strictly condemned the materials department's behavior of cutting corners and enriching one's own pockets. The titles are more exaggerated than the last, but the videos and the posts are truly real. The incident became a hot top icon the school forum, and even the practice room became a holy place to check in. In the beginning, it was just a discussion among students. But as things progressed, slowly, the masters at the core began to pay attention. In a grandmaster courtyard at Gaowu Academy in the Demon City, Huo Wenshuan, the leader of the Wuxing sect, scolded his beloved disciple Huang Dongdong like his son. My master asked you to practice well, but you actually cheated on me and looked at your phone. Master, I don't have it. I'm paying attention to my competitors. You still dare to be so harsh? Who of the people in your circle have time to post their news online? Really, master? I'll beat you to death. Huo Wen, who had a hot temper, naturally didn't get used to it either. With a wave of one hand, Huang Dongdong's buttocks were covered with flames. Huang Dongdong was in pain and sat on the ground to put out the fire. Humph, you don't practice very much, and you still have time to chat and spank here. Huo Wen scolded his disciple. Today, I will teach you to practice the 36 fire skills again. As a result, Huang Dongdong took out his mobile phone in frustration. No, master, look at this. What a fuss, your master and I have been traveling all over the world for so many years, and I haven't seen any weird things. When can you learn from your master and me to be steady? Seeing that Huang Dongdong insisted on giving it, Huo Wen could only take Huang Dongdong's cell phone angrily. But when he saw the photo of the test robot in the forum, Huo Wen stopped talking. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but his eyes were round and round. His eyes slowly changed from calm to shocked. Slowly it changed from shock to disbelief, and finally to enthusiasm. The Grandmaster's stability was not noticeable at all, and Huo Wen was so excited that he seemed to be glowing with a second spring. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders watched the doorways. Luwani could see the amazingness of this tester at a glance, not to mention Huo Wen, who was at the diamond peak. At this moment, Huo Wen only had one thought in his mind: accept it as a personal biography. This is my closed disciple, this is my bragging rights for the rest of my life, this is the person who will carry my coffin in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that when he saw this photo, Huo Wen even thought of the name of his disciple. Huo Wen's voice was trembling. Tell me quickly, where is this? Teacher, this is the practice room for freshmen. After saying that, Huo Wen turned into a wisp of fire wind and flew directly out of the courtyard. Master, where are you going? Huang Dongdong was confused. Before he knew it, Huo Wen had already flown away. There was a sentence left in the lonely wind: be calm and don't be impatient. I'll get you a little junior brother. When Huo Wen flew to the courtyard of the freshman complex building, the scene in front of him immediately shocked him. At this moment, the place is already surrounded by old men. All of them are at least at the peak of platinum level, and many are even veteran diamond level experts. They are all people who can establish sections. Mr. Hua, you're late, don't cut in line later. Dean Hu, do you have time to spend time here? Why, I can't go where you, the master of the steel sect, are. Hey, Ma Xingzi, didn't you go to secretly learn the magic skills of the Holy Sea Pope? Why are you here? You fart, I was there for a friendly exchange. Exchange? He, sect leader Jing, it seems this is not your sect, right? Ha, I graduated from the Magic City Gaowu Academy 20 years ago. Isn't it too much to revisit my old place now? All the old men, armed with guns and sticks, competed with each other in words and deeds. Everyone knows why they are here, and naturally they are angry both overtly and covertly. All old men are practitioners, naturally, in the process of secretly competing with each other, their breaths unfolded without reservation. The aura of so many strong men has basically not been restrained. This made students within a 10-mile radius feel a great sense of oppression. Even the passing dogs had to crawl out panting. And in the supplies department, Director Yao Yuqian angrily scolded Su Yukai, the person in charge of the materials department who was a freshman next to him. Are you sure that the Cha-Cha monitoring equipment was destroyed today, and that Cha-Cha's entry and exit records were accidentally swallowed by the system today? Who do you think will believe it when you say this? Ha? Tell me who will believe it. Take a good look. The lineup standing outside was only assembled when we went into full-scale war with the Ninja Kingdom last time. Think it over carefully before you speak. If something goes wrong, we don't have to worry about whether we can get out of this building alive. Now the materials department is surrounded by great masters from all directions.
Each one is waiting for him to open the door and give an answer. But the result given to him by his subordinate was that he had no answer. Not only is there no answer, but it can't even provide any information. Who would believe this? If we just go out and tell those great masters that we have nothing to say, Yao Yuqian felt that he might not be able to walk out of the supplies department completely today. Su Yatsai's face was sweating profusely at this moment. He kept wiping the sweat beads. My heart is filled with anguish. As for that? What the hell is this? Is that test student that important? Half of the old guys from the Magic City have been recruited, and it's an all-star lineup for the national war. Who can withstand it? Su Yukai was speechless for a moment. After all, he had indeed broken the rules first, and he had a guilty conscience. How about we beg the principal? As long as the principal is here, the masters outside will definitely be able to handle it. Principal? Do you really dare to ask for it? Does the extraordinary Grandmaster give you face or give me face? Su Yukai, I said you are usually such a shrewd person, why are you so stupid now? Just when Yao Yuqian was about to scold him, an old man with a white beard suddenly appeared out of thin air. After seeing this old man's appearance, the two were immediately shocked, and immediately stood up respectfully. Hello, principal. The person who came was none other than the principal of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City. A true transcendent, the Lord of the Void, Baisu, is known as one of the 3 sea-fixing needles in the Demon City. Baisu waved his hand in motion for the two of them to sit down. I know everything, and I will come forward. Baisu made the final decision. If the two persons in charge of the material department were granted amnesty, their tight strings relaxed. Especially Su Yukai, the whole person was slumped on the sofa, but his mouth was not idle, and he directly switched to dog-licking mode. Principal, wow, I really followed the right thigh. Principal, you are my beacon, the star of my life role model, my way forward. Baisu ignored these flatteries and said calmly, I want all the information your supplies department has about this student. And destroy all backup data and don't tell anyone else. See 10 like ants under the extraordinary. Hearing this sentence, Su Yukai and Yao Yuqian were immediately stunned. Principal, are you here to smooth things over, or are you here to take the lead? Is this student really that good? Forget about those diamond-level experts outside. You are a true extraordinary master, you are the Dinghai Shenzhen of the Magic City. Are you even here to join in the fun and rob people? Principal, is this appropriate? Yao Yu stumbled forward. What's inappropriate? Principal Baisu said calmly, time waits for no one. In a while, those two will break through my space magic. If he hadn't used space magic to temporarily trap the other two extraordinary beings in the Demon City, he might have been in a situation where 3 sea-fixing needles had arrived at the same time. After all, the temptation of the second Zhang Hedong is too great. Hearing this sentence, Yao Yuqian and Su Yatsai's eyes almost popped out of their heads. I swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva unconsciously. The only people who can break through the principal's space magic are those two people in the entire demonic city. A student actually caused a fight among the 3 pillars of the Magic City. Thinking of this, Su Yukai completely pissed himself. Principal, I hired you. The monitoring equipment is really broken, but I gave the source file of the entry and exit records to Luwani, the freshman dean. Luwani? That little girl from the Lu family? When Baisu heard that all the first-hand resources were in Luwani's hands, he frowned slightly. If it were in Luwani's hands, I would be a little embarrassed to steal it openly given my status. Then he stroked his beard and did some calculations with his fingers. This is not unknown. After calculation, I found that it was as if this matter had not happened at all. It seems that someone used a more powerful magic than himself to cover up the general. Interesting. The corners of Baisu's mouth raised slightly. There were very few things in this world that he found interesting. In that case, it's better to let nature take its course. Seeing that Baisu was planning to wait and see what happened and let go, Su Yukai asked anxiously, Principal, what should I say to the masters outside? Them? When do I need to explain to them the things I have arranged? As soon as he finished speaking, Baisu waved lightly toward the door. In an instant, all the strong men standing in the courtyard of Wuzi were pulled by an inexplicable void force. Not giving anyone a chance to resist, they all teleported back to their original place. When they were sent back, there was only one sentence left in everyone's mind: from today on, you are not allowed to search deliberately. The answer will be found in the final assessment. Huo Wen was also teleported back to his courtyard by Baisu's space spell at this time. He stood blankly in his courtyard. Naturally, they knew who was behind this large-scale space movement. Baisu has spoken, what can they do? If you deliberately search for that student from today on, he is blatantly disobeying Baisu's orders.
Although these platinum and diamond strong men are all masters of established sects, but he really has no qualifications to challenge the extraordinary person at the top of the pyramid like Bai Su. When he thought of this, Huan couldn't help but sigh. It is absolutely true that those who are extraordinary are all ants.
Master, where is my junior brother?
Huang Dongdong, the short-sighted successor, ran over in a hurry. Huan looked at this short-sighted direct disciple and felt so angry that he wanted to beat him up again. But suddenly I thought about it. Then he said to Huang Dongdong with a smile on his face, Dongdong, my teacher feels that your foundation is still lacking, and I plan to let you go back to your freshman year to rebuild. Starting tomorrow, you can pack your bags and report to your freshman year. I didn't go looking for him personally. I just asked my apprentice to go to his freshman year to lay a new foundation and get to know some young heroes.
Isn't this a breach of contract?
Thinking of this, Huan couldn't help but touch his short beard with pride.
What is wisdom? This is wisdom. Ah, but master, which class should I go to?
You can go to whichever class can teach you. After saying that, Huan yawned and walked towards the inner room. Huang Dongdong was left alone standing messy in the wind. The next day, the gathering of the big guys from the Magic City at Gaowu Academy was like a gust of wind blowing through every corner of the school. Did you hear that yesterday, half of the city's big bosses gathered in our school? Brother, I have personally experienced the pressure of those group of masters. Even the dogs passing by within a radius of 10 miles have to walk on their stomachs. I was on a nearby playground at the time. The pressure was so overwhelming. Fortunately, I was strong-willed and managed to withstand it. Just fart, your wet pants are still hanging in the dormitory. All the grandmasters from half the Magic City have gathered together.
Good guy, the last time we got this lineup together was during the war. I don't know what happened. Is there going to be another war? Can you use your dog brain to think about it? If there is going to be a war, instead of gathering at the front line, gather at the school?
I heard that the principal came forward in the end.
The large space technique used was so amazing. There were so many diamond-level half-step masters present and none of them could withstand it for one more second.
They were all swept home with a slap.
Everyone who is extraordinary is just an ant. Do you think you are joking?
Yesterday, the grand gathering of all the powerful people at the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy completely ignited public opinion. All the students in the school, without exception, were discussing this matter, especially the lazy class of Grade 1, Class 2, which even stopped attending classes and discussed this matter 24 hours a day. One of the initiators of this incident, Yi Ran, was sitting on the podium, looking at the students chattering with interest. Yi Ran, who has a famous teacher system, looked at these students under his stage and found them more and more lovely. These are not lazy people, but pearls that have not been wiped and shined. It's just that the thoughts of these pearls are really biased now.
They are not thinking about cultivation at all. If you want to improve the overall strength of the class, you really need to think of a way to change this bad class style. Yi Ran looked at the students under the stage with eager eyes, staring at the students who were chattering under the stage, and felt a little unnatural. Do you think Teacher Yi has been under great pressure recently? I feel the same way.
Since Director Le criticized him, Teacher Yi has changed a lot.
Yes, although he looks more energetic, I always feel that the way he looks at us is a little different from before. Not only has Teacher Yi changed, but even our class monitor is a little surreptitious now. I don't know where he has gone these 2 days. I saw him the day before, but now Dachuan doesn't know what's wrong with him.
His mouth is full of fishy smell.
He is still mumbling every day. How many pounds are left? How many pounds are left?
Hey, Dachuan is such a solid person, but he went crazy after being taken away by Teacher Yi for 2 days. This is called the whisper of the ancient gods. I would like to call Teacher Yi the new generation of Cthulhu. Go crazy, destroy it. Anyway, there is no need for this class to exist.
Shoo, keep your voice down, lower your head quickly, Teacher Yi is coming.
The students' private discussion came to an abrupt end the moment Yi Ran stepped down from the podium. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet Yi Ran's eyes. In the end, Yi Ran walked straight past them without paying attention.
When Yi Ran walked to the last row, he stopped.
Yi Ran looked at the girl in the last row who was sitting upright and reciting the textbook with interest. She could sit so upright among these crooked students, and recite the textbook seriously in such a noisy environment.
No matter how you look at it, it feels like this girl has walked into the wrong class. When he saw this girl for the first time, a sentence naturally emerged in Yi Ran's mind: out of the mud, but not stained. C11 is serious girl, the inheritance of the Night Priest. The first important thing to be a good auxiliary therapist is to have good intentions and abide by the rules. The girl closed her eyes and recited the text, completely unaware that Yi Ran was standing next to her. When she heard that the entire class was so quiet without any chirping, she opened her eyes slightly. He looked up and saw Yi Ran smiling at him. She was frightened for a moment and stood up immediately. Even so, he still bowed respectfully to Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, I didn't know you were here. Yi Ran flipped through the girl's book and sighed. Basic Principles of Treating People with Superpowers, Zhang Xiaoru. I didn't expect that you have already taught yourself what you only need to learn in your sophomore year. It's not bad. As soon as Yi Ran finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoru's face turned red. She was embarrassed for a moment and didn't know what to say. Her mind was confused and she suddenly said, "Yes, I'm sorry, Teacher Yi, I won't endorse it anymore." As soon as these words came out, the whole classroom burst into laughter. The ridicule from the classmates made Zhang Xiaoru even more confused. He retreated nervously into the corner of the classroom, his hands nervously holding the corners of his clothes and rubbing them back and forth. Seeing this scene, Yi Ran remained silent. In a class, people who study hard are ridiculed and have to apologize to the teacher and never endorse him again? What a funny scene. What's so funny? Yi Ran's tone was calm, but extremely powerful. A plain sentence brought the laughter in the room to an abrupt end. I'm asking you what's so funny? Facing Yi Ran's further questioning, most students remain silent. Teacher Lin, she studies so hard, but she can't even master a lowest level healing technique. We just think that studying is of no use. Suddenly, a speech like this came from among the students. Such a speech, this made Zhang Xiaoru even more embarrassed and her face turned a lot red. Zhang Xiaoru, a problem student who has awakened his talent for healing, but cannot even perform the lowest level healing technique. On weekdays, I obviously study more seriously than anyone else, work harder than anyone else on my homework, and abide by the rules better than anyone else. The most obedient and well-behaved student in the eyes of all teachers, even his theoretical scores ranked first in the grade. As a result, his actual performance was the worst in the school. According to the school system, this year is also Zhang Xiaoru's last year. If Zhang Xiaoru can no longer pass the lowest level of practical test, Zhang Xiaoru will be notified to drop out of school. The embarrassing situation and the words of classmates. It was like a cold arrow that pierced the heart and pierced Zhang Xiaoru. Sorrow and grievance welled up in her heart, and her eyes began to become moist. Yi Ran looked at the students and remained silent. This is Class 2, Grade 1. The theory that study is useless is prevalent here, and eating, drinking and having fun are prevalent here. Practicing hard here has become a laughingstock and an alien here. Everyone is stuck in the quagmire, not thinking about how to get out, but trying to pull everyone in who is outside the quagmire. If you want to make a comeback and achieve a true class counterattack, what Yi Ran needs to solve most is to kill this terrible class style. Since Zhang Xiaoru's case has become irrefutable proof that their studies are useless, then what he has to do is to overturn this irrefutable evidence. Yi Ran silently walked towards Zhang Xiaoru. Like a wall, it helped Zhang Xiaoru block the eyes that were looking at her. Students, I don't want to investigate who said this. I know that you all have the same idea more or less. Every one of you is laughing at the hard-working people, laughing at them for doing useless work every day, and using this to support your own view that learning is useless. But is this the reason why you don't work hard? Everyone here has been admitted to the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy based on their own abilities. Everyone has extraordinary qualifications. But now, they are unwilling to make progress and do nothing, and they are willing to be stepped on like mud. Yi Ran looked around, the sharp gaze in his eyes making all the students looking at each other lower their heads. You prevail in the theory that hard work is useless and mock everyone who tries hard. If you think about it carefully, are you not mocking yourselves? When encountering the slightest setback, I choose to escape. I am deeply afraid that I am not a beautiful jade, so I dare not think about it hard. However, I half believe that I am a beautiful jade, so I am complacent in my heart and only dare to escape in that fantasy world. Here, looking for the slightest solace, but not daring to look up at the bright moon over the river. Yi Ran's words hit the nail on the head. The students present were speechless, and some even blushed with shame and anger. Yi Ran and Zhang Xiaoru stood in the center of the podium. Zhang Xiaoru's efforts are never in vain, and one day she will emerge from her cocoon and become a butterfly, standing in the center of the stage. I know you may be disdainful in your heart, but look at each of you carefully. I will let you see from Zhang Xiaoru the use of studying. The use of working hard. Then, Yi Ran turned towards Zhang Xiaoru. Zhang Xiaoru, follow me. Zhang Xiaoru stared at all this blankly. At this moment, Yi Ran, under the sunlight, seemed to be an angel descending from the mortal world. Okay, teacher. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoru hugged her textbook and followed Yi Ran out of the classroom. The disciple left the other students present, looking at each other in confusion. Above the corridor, Yi Ran was walking in front, and Zhang Xiaoru was following behind. Two people, one behind the other. As time passed, Yi Ran discovered that, as long as he walks a little faster, Zhang Xiaoru will walk a little faster. If he takes a step slowly, Zhang Xiaoru will walk a little slower. Anyway, it just doesn't go hand in hand with itself. Xiaoru, there's no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaoru shook her head seriously. According to school regulations, you must respect your teachers and walk half a body behind to show respect. Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. It's up to you, but why are you still holding the book? Teacher, according to school regulations, you must review the textbook content every day. I have to read it at any time. Seeing Zhang Xiaoru opening and closing her mouth in accordance with school regulations, Yi Ran finally stopped, looked back at the serious-looking little girl in front of him and smiled helplessly. For a moment, Yi Ran recalled the introduction to Zhang Xiaoru on the system. Zhang Xiaoru female, 19 years old. Power Awakening, Healing Talent Level B Current Practice, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, Public Version. Advantages, has an almost perfect priest knowledge system and perfectly masters all basic priest skills. Disadvantages, unable to exert healing power. Guidance plan, the compatibility with the Dark Knight Priest profession is extremely high. It is recommended to accept the inheritance of the Dark Knight Priest profession. The specific inheritance information is as follows. To be honest, when I first heard that Zhang Xiaoru was suitable for the Dark Knight Priest inheritance, Yi Ran was a little surprised. Professional inheritance is the sex practice method. It is different from the randomness of those with awakened powers and the continuation of the bloodline of aristocratic families. Sects have their own way of practice, especially the major sects with theological overtones. Their so-called gods will give power and inheritance. The sect will look for and absorb successors suitable for its own system among all living beings. For example, the Holy See's angel inheritance and paladin inheritance, the ancient Buddha status and bodhisattva status in the Great Buddha Hall. The more suitable all inheritors are for the inheritance, the higher the integrity of the inheritance will be and the greater the effect will be. The inheritance of the Dark Knight Priest comes from a super force with three extraordinary beings, the Free Tavern. The people here are both good and evil, doing things as they please, and the gods they believe in are also deviant and very individual. Many power inheritances have never had a single inheritor. Like Zhang Xiaoru's adapted Knight Priest, but if Yi Ran hadn't heard the introduction of the system today, he may have never heard of this career inheritance path in his life. However, according to the introduction of the system, the inheritance of Dark Knight Priest is very strong. Belongs to one of the top professional inheritances, it is also one of the foundations of Liberty Tavern, but no one has successfully passed it on. See 12 Angry Lawani. In fact, Yi Ran also curiously asked the system why Zhang Xiaoru was so suitable for the Knight Priest. The system did not respond clearly. I just quoted a sentence from the introduction to Dark Knight Priest's Awakening to respond to myself. Birth is but the starting point of death. It's so confusing that people can't understand it. Yi Ran complained silently. Seeing Yi Ran staring at him and saying something silently, Zhang Xiaoru thought she had done something wrong. He said with some embarrassment, "Teacher, I didn't hear what you said clearly." Zhang Xiaoru's words interrupted Yi Ran's thoughts. Yi Ran looked at the embarrassed Zhang Xiaoru and smiled slightly. Zhang Xiaoru is good at everything, but her personality really needs to be changed. Then, Yi Ran walked forward quickly. He directly grabbed the textbook in Zhang Xiaoru's hand and put it away. Zhang Xiaoru saw this and hurriedly went up to snatch it. As a result, Yi Ran easily dodged it. "Xiaoru, we don't need textbooks where we are going today." Zhang Xiaoru was a little anxious when she saw this, but teacher, according to school regulations, I really need to. Yi Ran completely ignored Zhang Xiaoru's anxiety and asked instead, "So familiar with the rules, can you tell me what the first rule of the school code is?" Zhang Xiaoru kept her family treasures in mind. The first rule of the code is to respect the teacher and respect the Tao. Before Zhang Xiaoru finished reciting, she was interrupted by Yi Ran. "That's okay. From today on, the most important thing you need to do is respect your teacher. Do you understand?" Ming, understand. "Okay, my teacher orders you not to read books today, and everything will be subject to the teacher's arrangements." After saying that, Yi Ran walked towards the school gate coolly. Seeing Yi Ran walking towards the school gate, Zhang Xiaoru said anxiously, But teacher, according to school regulations, freshmen cannot leave the school without any reason." Zhang Xiaoru's voice became softer and softer. Respecting teachers and respecting morality is the first rule. But the teacher doesn't follow the rules with him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoru felt for the first time in his life that the rules and order he had built in his heart were disrupted. It was like a computer program bug, leaving her in a dilemma. She instinctively wanted to retreat to her comfort zone, but then she thought of how Yi Ran had just defended herself in the classroom. She hesitated. After a while, Jiang Xiaoru gritted her teeth, walked a few steps faster and walked behind Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at all this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Xiaoru, my master orders you to walk side by side with me. But, aren't you going to respect your master? Okay, good teacher. Afterwards, Yi Ran took Jiang Xiaoru into his sports car and left the school in a smooth journey. The second after Yi Ran left with Jiang Xiaoru, the door to Luwani's office was knocked open immediately. At this time, Luwani was busy researching who the hidden genius was. Without raising her head, Xiaoman, what's going on? Wang Xiaoman looked at Luwani nervously. Master, there is something I need to report to you. As if she could hear Wang Xiaoman's nervousness, Luwani raised her head. Have you found that genius? Wang Xiaoman shook his head and said with a wry smile, it's Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi has left the school with a student, male or female? Female. Bang! A crisp sound sounded on Luwani's desk, and the pen was broken directly by Luwani. Master, are you okay? Luwani looked calm. What's wrong with me? I'm fine. Then, she directly picked up her coat and walked towards the door. Master, why are you going? Burn the leaves. After saying that, he left the office directly, leaving Wang Xiaoman confused. Burn the leaves? After Wang Xiaoman reacted, she also hurriedly chased after Luwani. She knows her master better than anyone else. Stay calm at all times. Duda can't control his emotions when it comes to Yi Ran's affairs. For a moment, she was really afraid that Luwani would burn the leaves. On top of a sports car, Wang Xiaoman was still persuading Luwani earnestly, Master, listen to me, maybe things are not as bad as you think. Maybe Teacher Yi just took that student, for a home visit? Do you think what you said went over your head? Master, if something really goes wrong, you must control your emotions. Don't worry, I won't kill him. That's good. I only burn the leaves and roots. Hearing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman's hanging heart finally died. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Yi Ran, who was still ahead, didn't know that Luwani was following him. Still minding his own business chatting with Jiang Xiaoru. Xiaoru, just relax, just think you are out to relax. Jiang Xiaoru, who was sitting aside, was a little nervous. But he still showed an unnatural smile. The green smile seemed quite youthful on Jiang Xiaoru's round face. Isn't this cute? Smile more often. Remember, laughter will bring good luck. Yi Ran's compliment made Jiang Xiaoru a little at a loss and could only talk about him. Teacher, where are we going? You will know when you get there. Remember, the only thing you have to do today is to listen to your teacher. Okay. After saying that, Yi Ran stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car rode away. Yi Ran's sudden acceleration made Luwani and the others who were following closely behind them a little confused. Where are they going? Wang Xiaoman said with some uncertainty, looking at this route, it seems to be TACC? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiaoman wanted to slap himself in the mouth. TACC, the most luxurious nightclub in Shanghai. It doesn't feel particularly right for a teacher to take a female student to a place like this. Wang Xiaoman didn't know what to do next. Luwani said nothing, just step on the accelerator and the roaring engine seems to tell Wang Xiaoman, this time things really went wrong. C13 takes students to a nightclub? Night falls, when most people were preparing to take a rest, the lights of TA came on. Countless handsome men and beautiful women have entered this charming city that never sleeps. Jiang Xiaoru timidly followed Yi Ran, pulling on the corner of Yi Ran's clothes and refusing to take even half a step. She looked at the huge light sign of TACC, with fear in her eyes, as if she was looking at a scourge. Teacher, let's go back, Jiang Xiaoru asked Yi Ran almost pleadingly. She never thought that Yi Ran would take him to this place. Go back? Why? Because here, this doesn't seem to be the place we should come, we people? Who are we? Jiang Xiaoru was a little embarrassed, and she couldn't explain it. She could only say incoherently, that's right, someone who shouldn't be here. Yi Ran looked at the embarrassed Jiang Xiaoru, feeling helpless. Did you tell the teacher this place is legal? Legitimate. Then since it is a legal place, why can't we, as law-abiding citizens, go? After saying that, Yi Ran took Jiang Xiaoru's hand and walked into the nightclub. He didn't listen to Jiang Xiaoru's reasons at all. And this scene, Luwani and Wang Xiaoman, who were hiding aside, saw it clearly. Master, are you okay? What can happen to me? It should be someone who should do it. Maybe Teacher Yi is thirsty and needs to go in for a drink of water. Wang Xiaoman's whole body was about to break. The reason she said seemed outrageous to her. Luwani ignored Wang Xiaoman. With a frosty face, she walked straight to the nightclub. Wang Xiaoman could only follow anxiously. In the nightclub, the huge neon ball keeps turning, restless music, flashing lights, wanton sweat, and the air is filled with the compound smell of aromatherapy and alcohol.
they complement each other and show a different kind of magic.
Xiaoru, you haven't been here before, have you?
Against the DJ's huge sound wave, Yiran asked. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoru did not dare to pay attention to Yiran. I could only sit alone in the corner of the sofa, drinking a can of carbonated drink with my head down.
Teacher Yi, you are so lucky.
Just when Yiran asked Zhang Xiaoru, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yiran turned around and looked, then I saw two peerless faces. It's just that the faces of these two peerless faces don't seem so friendly.
Isn't this Director Lu?
Yiran smiled and waved to Lo Wani and Wang Xiaoman. Sit over here. Yirandi was so natural and generous that Lo Wani and Wang Xiaoman were slightly stunned.
The script is wrong. Shouldn't Yiran be extremely embarrassed at this moment and get under the table with a look of shame and anger?
Facing Yiran's invitation, Lo Wani snorted coldly, then he sat elegantly in the middle of the sofa. Yiran and Zhang Xiaoru were deliberately isolated.
Wang Xiaoman didn't know what to do, so he could only sit down with Lo Wani.
After the two people sat down, the four of them looked at each other in silence.
The atmosphere in the entire booth was extremely cold. Different from the cold atmosphere here, the entire nightclub became more lively because Lo Wani and others were seated.
Look, it's that booth, the one with 3 women and 1 man. I'm not blind, I'm stunning in the world, especially the aloof lady sitting in the middle. I have never seen such a beautiful woman with such temperament and appearance.
Isn't the sweet girl following that royal sister beautiful?
On the contrary, I think the cute girl with a bit of a Lolita look at the beginning is the most beautiful.
Damn it, who is this man? Have you never seen him before?
I guess he is the top rich young man from some family.
I'm so envious. MD, why does this wine taste so sour today? It's not the wine that's sour, it's the sadness of some people.
Ever since Lo Wani and others took their seats, the discussion has not stopped. There is no way, both Lo Wani and Wang Xiaoman are the most beautiful women in the world. Coupled with long-term practice, their figures are almost perfect. Anyone standing there will become the focus of the audience, not to mention 2 people sitting in the same booth.
For a moment, the huge flashing light ball was not as dazzling as this booth.
On the other side of the nightclub, on a larger top deck, a man was lying comfortably on the sofa, with one hand running up and down the body of the girl next to him. There were several men dressed in business attire nearby who kept complimenting and toasting.
Teacher Han, you are indeed a talented person. My son is truly lucky to be able to become your disciple. That's right, in the entire Magic City College Entrance Examination Academy, who doesn't know the name of the genius instructor, Teacher Han? Teacher Han, I really want to thank you for your guidance to my son.
If it weren't for your guidance, how could my son have been ranked in the top 10 of his grade in this midterm? This man called Teacher Han, it was none other than Han Kun, the star instructor who was a freshman at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. A platinum-level genius mentor with a level supernatural talents, he and Lo Wani are known as the genius twin stars in the freshman teaching team.
The vocational education class is also one of the best key classes in the grade.
Han Kun smiled and waved his hand. Everyone here is a friend, a brother, there is no need to be so formal. The people who were flattering on the side were all excited when they heard Han Kun say this.
Teacher Han has nothing to say, it's all in the wine.
After that, a middle-aged man picked up a bottle of foreign wine and poured it directly into his stomach. Old Zhang, drink slowly, oh, why are you doing this? Although Han Kun said this, the pleasure in his eyes could not be concealed. Obviously, he enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by others. Just when the men were drinking to their heart's content, the sound of discussion on the side also reached their ears.
After hearing those discussions, Han Kun couldn't help but raise his head and look in that direction. As a platinum-level player, he had excellent eyesight and could see Lo Wani and others in the dim environment at a glance. He was slightly stunned. As a platinum-level player, he thought he was a perfect match for Lo Wani. He had often invited Lo Wani out, but was rejected by her every time. But he never expected that he would see Lo Wani in the nightclub today. And what he couldn't understand the most was that Lo Wani was sitting in the same booth with Yiran. Yiran, isn't he the instructor of the salted fish class who was about to be expelled? Lo Wani actually rejected a genius like him and went out to drink with such a waste.
For a moment, Han Kun's face looked a little ugly.
He picked up the wine glass and walked towards Lo Wani.
C14 I want to see the person in charge of the free tavern. After Yiran motioned for Lo Wani and others to sit down, then he turned and walked towards a bartender.
The bartender looked at Yiran walking over and showed a professional smile. Sir, what service do you need? Yiran looked at the bartender. I want to see you. The person in charge. Okay sir, I will contact our lobby manager for you right now. As he said this, the bartender took out his walkie-talkie.
As a result, before he could speak, a hand pressed on the intercom. Yiran shook his head. It's not the person in charge I want to see. The bartender's expression flickered, but he still asked, Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Yiran looked at the bartender and said word by word, I want to see the person in charge of your Liberty Tavern. When the bartender heard the words free tavern, his eyes became serious, and even his momentum suddenly rose. As expected of a powerful force, he actually uses a gold-level drinker as a bartender. Yiran clicked his tongue and praised. To be honest, when I first learned from the system that the largest nightclub in Shanghai is a branch of the Liberty Tavern, Yiran was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he thought it was reasonable. After all, the inheritance of the Liberty Tavern is for those who extremely pursue individuality, desire, and chaos. This is highly consistent with the nightclub's guest base. After hearing Yiran accurately speak about his professional heritage, the bartender stopped pretending to be stupid. Excuse me, sir. What do you want to do with the person in charge of our Liberty Tavern? Yiran narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Tell your person in charge that there is a professional successor who suits your Liberty Tavern. Wait for him here. The bartender nodded lightly after hearing this. This is also the reason why they have to secretly set up a branch library even if they are not legally recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, with such a large population in the Dragon Kingdom, there must be many people who fit their professional heritage. Can you tell me which career inheritance sequence this inheritor is suitable for in our free tavern? Yiran looked at the bartender and replied calmly, Night Priest. As soon as these words came out, the bartender's body shook slightly. After all, anyone who can say the words Dark Knight Priest must know their free tavern extremely well. But the bartender was a little unsure. No one has succeeded in inheriting the Dark Knight Priest so far, and even the three helmsmen of the free tavern are unable to do anything about this matter. But the young man in front of me kept saying that someone was suitable. Judging from his confident look and serious tone, it didn't look like he was joking. For a moment, he was unsure and could only say cautiously, How can I know whether what you said is true or false? Yiran took his time and said, Tell your person in charge, birth is just the starting point of death. She will notify you to come see me. The bartender was doubtful. May I ask your name? Yiran. After Yiran responded, he walked back to his booth with a smile. Why, Director Lo, aren't you going to have something to drink? Looking at his booth, the atmosphere was a bit cold, and Yiran tried to break the deadlock. Luwani looked at Yiran, then at Zhang Xiaoru, her face as frosty as ice. Teacher Yi, shouldn't you first explain why you brought the students to the nightclub? The showdown has begun, the war has begun, and the plot to capture the horse is coming. Wang Xiaoman's heart was in her throat, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes slightly, for fear of blood splattering on herself. Listening to Luwani's question, Yiran groaned for a moment and did not answer. Sure enough, there is a problem. Seeing that Yiran couldn't answer, Luwani's eyes narrowed slightly, and her cold breath seemed to have a hint of chilling. Yiran looked like he would raise a knife if he dared to say something wrong. Even Wang Xiaoman on the side nervously grabbed Luwani's arm. I was afraid that this sister would be in a bad mood and cause something to happen. However, Yiran, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to feel no pressure and remained calm and composed. Of course I bring my students here to improve my strength. If you think I am willing to come here, your ears will hurt. As he spoke, Yiran picked his ears with some complaints. Hearing Yiran's answer, Luwani and Wang Xiaoman were stunned. The teacher brings the students to the nightclub. You tell me this is to improve their strength? Where's the trickster? Before Luwani could get angry, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Ye's teaching method is really unique. He actually teaches students to improve their strength in a nightclub. Which aspect of strength is this improvement? Luwani and others followed the sound, then when he saw who it was, he frowned slightly. On weekdays, Han Kun used his status as a celebrity tutor to be arrogant and domineering in school. Naturally, Luwani had a very bad impression of Han Kun. Unexpectedly, she encountered this fly in a nightclub, which was really annoying. Han Kun felt extremely good about himself, and did not feel Luwani's boredom at all. Instead, he sat on the sofa with a wine glass in his hands extremely elegantly. He put on an extremely gentlemanly posture and toasted to Luwani. Director Li Yaxing, I didn't expect that I also like to play in nightclubs. I will take you to play next time. To be honest, this position is awesome. Han Kun shook his head and made a tutsk sound from his mouth, expressing his dislike for the remote location of this booth. He didn't care about Yiran, who was sitting in the main seat at all. Luwani, who was already a little irritable, had to listen to Han Kun showing off his so-called superiority at this moment, and her inner irritability was aggravated a little. Naturally, she didn't have a good face and didn't respond to Han Kun at all.
Seeing that his words were left on the ground, Han Kun, who was a little embarrassed for a while, looked at Yi Ran and Zhang Xiaoru. Teacher Yi, this is the student you want to teach, right? She looks pretty. Teacher Yi has good taste. Han Kun smiled maliciously. Obviously, he regarded Yi Ran as someone like him, who came to the nightclub to take advantage of female college students. Come on, let Teacher Han take a look. How are your qualifications? Zhang Xiaoru stood up a little stiffly after hearing Han Kun's words. Oh, okay. Okay. He was about to stand up and walk towards Han Kun, but just as he stood up, he was grabbed by a strong hand. Zhang Xiaoru looked down and saw that it was Yi Ran. Where did the dog come from to bark here? It hurts my ears. Yi Ran frowned slightly, with a look of disgust in his eyes, looking at Han Kun as if he was looking at a beast. Han Kun was stunned in place. He could never have imagined that the insignificant tutor in school could be so sharp. When Han Kun reacted, he began to blush, being humiliated by a tutor who was about to be expelled, especially in front of Luwani. Han Kun now wanted to tear Yi Ran to pieces. Han Kun narrowed his eyes and threatened maliciously, Yi Ran, do you want to be kicked out? In this nightclub, Han Kun is an SSVIP. In Han Kun's understanding, even if he throws Yi Ran out, the nightclub will not stop him. Yi Ran couldn't help laughing when he heard Han Kun's threat. Then he calmly opened a can of Coke and said calmly, just try it, C15 the script is wrong, okay. Han Kun clapped his hands and said hello 3 times. He laughed angrily at Yi Ran's attitude. Then he slightly waved to a lobby manager. The lobby manager obviously knew Han Kun and said flatteringly, Mr. Han, what are your orders? Call your person in charge, there is something I need to deal with. The lobby manager is also quite smart and very good at observing people's behavior. After seeing the situation present, immediately analyze what Han Kun wants to do. Mr. Han, there is no need to go to such trouble. I will come and I will ensure that you are satisfied with the matter. Listening to such flattering words, Han Kun felt relieved. Seeing Han Kun's acquiescence, the lobby manager also understood at this time and walked directly to Yi Ran. Sir, since you have violated the order, please leave here now. The baseless slander is clearly meant to drive you away. Listening to what the lobby manager said, Han Kun looked at Yi Ran with a hint of pleasure in his eyes, as if he had seen Yi Ran's embarrassing appearance being kicked out of the nightclub. However, Yi Ran seemed to be unable to hear. He picked up the Coke again and took a sip. Seeing Yi Ran ignoring him, the lobby manager was a little embarrassed. Sir, please leave here. If you don't comply, we will take coercive measures. Listening to the lobby manager's words, Yi Ran smiled playfully. You sure? This lobby manager was recruited to work. Maybe you don't even know that this is a branch of Free Tavern. Yi Ran's ridicule made the lobby manager a little angry. Don't be shameless. Here, I am God. If I tell you to leave, you have to leave. Not yet, waiting for the lobby manager to finish his tantrum. Suddenly, a group of people in black uniforms strode to Yi Ran's booth. The leader was a bald man wearing sunglasses, and standing next to him was the bartender who had just been chatting with Yi Ran. After seeing the person coming, the lobby manager broke out in a cold sweat, then turned directly to the bald man and said, Hello, Chairman. Unexpectedly, a trivial matter would attract the attention of the chairman of TACC. The person who came was none other than the apparent person in charge of TACC, Zhang Zhe. He is also the second in command of the Dragon Kingdom branch of the Free Tavern. After Han Kun saw Zhang Zhe, he also came forward to shake hands. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Han Kun from Gaowu Academy in Shanghai. Zhang Zhe, who controls the largest nightclub in Shanghai, they are all giants with great status in the entertainment industry. Even if Han Kun doesn't know Zhang Zhe's identity behind the scenes, these identities on the surface alone are enough to make Han Kun follow the trend. The lobby manager on the side continued, Teacher Han is an SSVIP customer of our nightclub and a star instructor at the Magic City Gaowu Academy. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Zhe also shook hands politely and said politely, I have long admired your name. Hearing Zhang Zhe say that he had admired his name for a long time, Han Kun couldn't keep his mouth shut. Then he looked at Yi Ran provocatively, as if telling Yi Ran who was the winner here. When the lobby manager saw this scene, he naturally couldn't forget to slander Yi Ran. Chairman, this guest went crazy with alcohol and planned to insult Teacher Han. I am handling the matter. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe frowned. The bartender stood beside Zhang Zhe and whispered softly in Zhang Zhe's ear for a moment. Looking at Zhang Zhe's frown, the corners of Han Kun's mouth raised slightly. He was already thinking about the scene of Yi Ran being humiliated and kicked out by Zhang Zhe. This was much more annoying than a small lobby manager driving someone out. After Zhang Zhe listened to the bartender's words, walked towards the booth. He was tall and tall. After he came over, he blocked all the lights and the space became much darker. Zhang Zhe looked at the young man in front of him. Excuse me, are you Yi Ran? As soon as these words came out, Han Kun and the lobby manager beside him were stunned. The script is wrong. Shouldn't it be a scene where Zhang Zhe gets furious and then orders Yi Ran to be permanently expelled? Why do you sound so polite? Yi Ran put down the coke and looked at Zhang Zhe calmly. I want to see the person in charge, not you. This sentence made everyone present stunned. Is Yi Ran crazy? Who else could be the person in charge of TAC other than Zhang Zhe? And this is Zhang Zhe, a figure who makes the entertainment industry tremble every time he stomps his feet. Although I don't know Zhang Zhe's own strength, but the power he holds is obvious to all. It is said that even the strong men at the platinum level are working for him. By saying this, are you really not afraid of being exposed on the streets today? For a moment, the atmosphere condensed to freezing point. Even Luwani unconsciously moved slightly closer to Yi Ran, in case Zhang Zhe got angry and came to the rescue. Just when everyone was waiting for Zhang Zhe to get angry, Zhang Zhe burst out laughing, then opened a bottle of coke and took a big sip. It seems Brother Yi knows us very well. Zhang Zhe is naturally happy. The more Yi Ran and the others understand, then it proves that the successor of Dark Knight Priest is more authentic. This means that it is more likely that their free tavern will open another top-level inheritance. As the second in command, he can naturally gain a lot of benefits. Zhang Zhe drank a bottle of coke in one gulp and stood up with a smile. Come with me, eldest sister is waiting for you inside. After saying that, Zhang Zhe waved his hand and motioned for his subordinates to make way for Yi Ran to come out. Yi Ran was not humble and stood up directly and followed Zhang Zhe out. When he walked up to the lobby manager, at this time, the lobby manager was already frightened and stood there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Ran patted his face gently. Who is bad to lick, a beast? Are you right, Teacher Han? Yi Ran looked at Han Kun harmlessly. These words were like a slap on Han Kun's face. Han Kun felt that his face was extremely hot, but he did not dare to make any move. After all, the situation is stronger than the people. If there is a conflict now, it seems that Zhang Zhe will break his legs for Yi Ran. Zhang Zhe frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and then whispered a few words to the bartender beside him. Then he said with a smile, "Little brother, let's go. You don't have to worry about it here. Everything will be taken care of." A celebrity mentor like Han Kun may be a figure to ordinary people. But for the real giants, they may not even be qualified to be on the table. Hearing Zhang Zhe's words, Yi Ran nodded and called Zhang Xiaoru to leave. However, he changed his mind and said to Luwani and others, Director Lo, come with me, so that you don't have to say that I'm not doing my job properly. Luwani and Luwani looked at each other. She didn't expect that things would turn around like this. Weren't we all here to catch an adulterer? Why do we feel like we're involved in something terrible? For a moment, she looked at Yi Ran with some confusion in her eyes. I always feel like I can't see through my salty fish mentor. Come on, Director Lu, there should be something you are particularly interested in here. Facing Yi Ran's invitation again, Luwani and the two couldn't refuse, so they left here. Wait for everyone to leave. The bartender who was ordered by Zhang Zhe looked at the lobby manager. You blind bitch, you don't have to come again tomorrow. Then he said to Han Kun, from today on, you are no longer welcome at TACC. We will transfer all the drinks and balance in your card to your account. After saying that, the bartender followed and left without looking back. The lobby manager collapsed on the ground in despair. At this time, Han Kun's face was filled with shame and anger. Unexpectedly, the boomerang came so quickly. 5 minutes ago, he vowed to drive Yi Ran away. 5 minutes later, he was actually driven away. Not only did he lose the qualification to come here, but he was also embarrassed in front of Luwani and was sent to his grandma's house. For a moment, he felt like a clown. The whole nightclub seemed to be watching his jokes. The strong stimulation left him at a loss what to do here. He could only snort and leave TACC. C16 Extraordinary, Lord of Grey Mist. On the way towards the inner hall of TACC, Yi Ran asked Zhang Xiaoru softly, when Han Kun called you over just now, did you know that he had bad intentions? No. Zhang Xiaoru's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Although she was obedient, she still knew what was going on in her heart. Then why do you still listen to him? Zhang Xiaoru said with some embarrassment, growing up, my family always told me to be obedient, so that I can live a better life. Listening to Zhang Xiaoru's words, Yi Ran was a little silent. What Zhang Xiaoru said was not what her parents had warned her since she was a child in her previous life. In school, listen to the teacher. In society, we must listen to our leaders. We must learn to endure more hardships and learn to be more observant, so that we can live well and be successful.
These situations, in ordinary families, especially those with poor original ecological conditions, it abounds. These parents have no power, no foresight, and even suffer injustice in society. They don't know how to change. I can only warn my children in this helpless way. I just hope that my children will be beaten less often and suffer less. The original intention of love is correct, but it has caused many children to lose their youthful passion and high morale at the very beginning.
Society has not smoothed out the edges of young people, they are gone long before they leave home. But is a boy without edges and corners still called a boy?
Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's words, everyone was silent. Naturally, Luwani also knew more about Jiang Xiaoru's deeds. A little girl who can't use any healing skills, but she ranks first in theoretical knowledge in the whole grade. I only knew the deeds before, but today I saw Jiang Xiaoru in person. Luwani has a deeper understanding of Jiang Xiaoru, especially the sentence, "Only by obeying can you feel better," which deeply touched her heartstrings. Thinking that the two of them had come here to catch Jiang Xiaoru, Luwani blushed slightly and felt ashamed. Just when Luwani was about to step forward to comfort Jiang Xiaoru, Yiran spoke first. "Xiaoru, my teacher told you that you are no worse than anyone else."
"Teacher, I know. I don't want you to know, I want you to prove it."
Yiran interrupted Jiang Xiaoru and looked at Jiang Xiaoru seriously. "Listen, Xiaoru, after tonight, you will be reborn in Nirvana. My teacher will help you build the ladder to become a god, but you have to promise me one thing." He looked at Jiang Xiaoru seriously and said word by word, "Start today and live for yourself." Yiran hopes that Jiang Xiaoru will become the phoenix spreading its wings, rather than a paper kite flying in the sky. Yiran's sudden seriousness made Jiang Xiaoru a little unsure of how to respond, so she could only nod her head in seeming understanding. Listening to Yiran's words, Luwani was slightly stunned, and the light flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this time, Yiran not only tried every means to improve the student's strength, but also cared so much about the student's psychological growth.
Is this still the salted fish instructor she was familiar with before?
Calm, confident, strong, responsible, in just one night, all of Yiran's performances demonstrated the qualities that a great teacher should possess. Especially what he said to Jiang Xiaoru at the end should make many teachers who only pay attention to students' grades but not their students' conduct ashamed. In a daze, Luwani seemed to feel that Brother Yi, who had always protected her when she grew up, was back. Yes, Yiran protected himself like this when he was a child.
Arrive.
Just when Luwani was still recalling the past, Zhang Zhe said. He looked at the four people in front of him and said somewhat seriously, "Sister may have a bad temper.
Remember to be polite when entering."
Before Zhang Zhe finished speaking, the nearly 5-meter high door was directly shaken open.
"Damn fat man, you have a bad reputation outside?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhe secretly thought that it was not good.
Directly activated his body protecting energy. For a moment, Zhang Zhe's whole body was filled with the smell of alcohol, and a faint purple wine mist directly blocked the door.
The unique skills of drunkards, Chaos Wine Mist, can confuse all attacks and offset attack damage. Extraordinary alcoholics can even use the power of the law of chaos.
After seeing this scene, Luwani's eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured to herself, "Diamond level, who would have thought that a diamond level expert would stoop to be the person in charge of a nightclub?
What secrets does this nightclub hide, and how did Yiran get connected with these people?"
For a moment, Luwani looked at Yiran with confusion in her eyes. In her eyes at this moment, Yiran seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious veil that she couldn't see through.
Boom!
Even if Zhang Zhe activated the skill in advance, still, he was blown away by the powerful energy coming from behind the door. It hit the wall and kicked up a burst of dust. "Sister, there is no need to treat your brother like this, there are so many outsiders here." After the dust dispersed, Zhang Zhe silently tore off the torn suit. He exposed his strong arms and said helplessly to the door,
"Do I need to have such a bad reputation? No normal person can see that you have a bad temper."
As a result, not only did the people at the door not appreciate it, but they scolded Zhang Zhe, "Damn fat man, call that little guy named Yiran and the inheritor in.
No one else is allowed in." Zhang Zhe turned his head and smiled helplessly, "Please, you two. The other two, please wait a moment." Afterwards, Yiran took Jiang Xiaoru into the room. As soon as Jiang Xiaoru entered, she was immediately shocked by the luxury inside. Luxurious chandeliers made entirely of diamond jewelry, gorgeous and exaggerated reliefs, not to mention the precious calligraphy and paintings that I can't even name, all of which show the nobility of this place. As soon as he came in, Yiran bowed his hands, "Greetings, Junior, Lord of Grey Mist." As soon as these words came out, there was a strong wind in the room, and a grey mist came to Yiran instantly, as if he were a disembodied ghost. "You actually guessed me?" Yiran looked at her with a wry smile. "In the entire Free Tavern, there are only 3 people who dare to beat Zhang Zhe like this, and the other two are not women. This person in front of me, it is one of the three extraordinary people of the Free Tavern, the Lord of the Grey Mist known as the Soul Shepherd. In fact, Zhang Zai's words about sister outside the door had already exposed the Lord of Grey Mist. After hearing Yi Ran's analysis, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his hand impatiently. Damn fat man, you ruined my good deeds again. But it seems that you are very familiar with our Free Tavern. The Lord of Grey Mist flew to his side, but his momentum did not calm down. The strong sense of oppression made Yi Ran unconsciously activate his innate Tao body. Only then did I feel a little bit of clarity. Hey, I can't feel you anymore. It's interesting. It's so interesting that I want to see what your soul looks like. The Lord of Grey Mist flew up and down, curiously looking at the young man in front of him. Yi Ran, who has opened his innate body, can even feel the energy threads coming from all directions. Prepare to wrap around your soul, madman. Yi Ran couldn't help but curse in his heart. C-17 activate the inheritance of the Night Priest. Such perverse behavior is out of character. It's really hard to find this kind of transcendent anywhere else but the Free Tavern. Lord of Grey Mist, don't you want to see the future Dark Knight Priest? Yi Ran's words interrupted the Lord of Grey Mist's crazy actions. He also successfully attracted the attraction of the Lord of Grey Fog. Then, the Lord of Grey Mist flew directly towards Jiang Xiaoru. Under the Grey Mist, a pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through everything about Jiang Xiaoru. Is this the inheritor you call? Doesn't it look ordinary? You can only know whether ordinary is ordinary or not from the moment you come into contact with the inheritance. Yi Ran calmly responded to the Lord of Grey Mist's question. The Lord of Grey Mist turned to look at Yi Ran and smiled for a moment. Your calmness makes me doubt whether you are really a silver-level little guy. Standing in front of me, don't you feel scared? The Free Tavern does whatever he wants, but he would never hurt his friends, let alone a friend who brings great gifts. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at Yi Ran, was silent for a moment, and then said, Do you really believe that she can inherit the Dark Knight Priest? Do you know how many people the three of us have spent our efforts searching for to inherit the Dark Knight Priest? Yi Ran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist with straight eyes, without the slightest fear, as if he was the extraordinary person at this moment. Please open the inheritance, and you will see the answer you want. The Lord of the Grey Mist's eyes flickered slightly, and his body with a spiritual void was also erratic. Even some diamond-level experts will be cautious and fearful when facing him. No matter how well he hides it, he is still invisible to her who is proficient in souls. But today, she couldn't see any trace of nervousness or embarrassment in the silver-level boy in front of her. She couldn't see through the boy in front of her. Do you know the consequences of teasing Chaofan? If it doesn't succeed, take my life. Yi Ran's eyes flashed with light, free and easy, confident, with a hint of madness. Teacher, why don't we just forget it? Upon hearing that Yi Ran was about to gamble his life, Jiang Xiaoru was stunned. She held Yi Ran's hand and wanted Yi Ran to take back his bet. Yi Ran smiled and patted Jiang Xiaoru on the head. My master said, my master will help you build the ladder to reach the gods. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru was completely confused. She really didn't expect that. What Yi Ran said, the teacher will help you build the ladder to ascend to the gods, is built with your life as a bet. For a moment, complex emotions surged into my heart. She couldn't understand why Yi Ran could do this for herself. After hearing this, the Lord of Grey Mist danced up and down happily as if he had encountered something fun. Okay, little guy, you are crazier than the people in our Free Tavern. Since you are willing to bet, then fine, I will make it happen for you. After speaking, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his grey robe lightly. A grey energy swept through the living room. A statue of a woman with her head bowed in prayer suddenly appeared in the living room in a form that ordinary people could not understand. The woman on this statue looks kind, and gentle. It's just the total darkness that gives this sculpture an indescribable sense of weirdness. On the back of this sculpture is clearly engraved the words that the system told Yi Ran before. Birth is but the beginning of death. This sentence was already engraved here when we got this inheritance. It's so annoying that we haven't figured out how to inherit it until now. If you hadn't suddenly said this sentence, you would have been too lazy to care. Okay, stop being so impatient, let's get started. The Lord of Grey Mist said impatiently. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoru tenderly. Go ahead. No, I won't go. I just want to be your student. I don't want those weird things. Jiang Xiaoru shook her head. For the first time in her life, she learned to reject others. For the first time in her life, she chose to disobey. Jiang Xiaoru recalled that Teacher Yi would smile and say good morning to herself every time before reading in the morning. I recalled that every time I studied late at night and was hungry, Teacher Yi would treat me to a late-night snack. Thinking back to today, when faced with the ridicule of classmates, Teacher Yi stood in front of him and blocked all the sarcastic glances. Recalling when Han Kun teased her, Teacher Yi grabbed the palm of her wrist and said, "And now the inheritance statue that Teacher Yi gambled his life on." Ever since she was a child, except for her parents, she had never felt this kind of love from another person. The kind of unconditional longing for your good love, that kind of pure love. The suppressed emotions finally broke out at this moment. The tears in Jiang Xiaoru's eyes couldn't stop flowing down. Yi Ran looked at the crying Jiang Xiaoru, feeling a little helpless. He could only touch Jiang Xiaoru's head and continue, "Go ahead, trust your teacher's judgment, and you will succeed." Yi Ran's constant comfort calmed Jiang Xiaoru's heart. Jiang Xiaoru wiped away her tears and walked towards the dark and strange statue tremblingly. He touched it with his palm. In an instant, black energy spread freely. It turned into a strange ancient magic circle directly on the ground. The energy of this magic circle is so strong, it actually made the whole room start to shake. Tisk, tsk, the power of stimulation is too strong, I need to change the place. The Lord of Grey Mist's eyes flashed, and her voice was filled with excitement. Because this humble girl actually inspired the legacy of the Dark Knight Priest. As the grey energy escapes, the sculpture, Jiang Xiaoru, Yi Ran and others were directly transported to a void. This is the realm of Grey Mist, and it is also my private space. The Lord of Grey Mist responded lightly, then he looked at Jiang Xiaoru with some excitement. Don't worry, this place won't be broken. Activate it with all your strength and let me see how far you can adapt. Listen to the words of the Lord of Grey Mist. Jiang Xiaoru no longer hesitated. I closed my eyes and began to connect with this sculpture wholeheartedly. Boom! In an instant, the black magic circle expanded more than 10 times. The Grey Mist realm almost couldn't withstand this rapid expansion, and a trace of cracks actually appeared. Tisk, that's a bit too much. The Lord of Grey Mist surged up and down. Grey energy is constantly escaping, wildly expanding the Grey Mist realm. It didn't stop until the black magic circle was completely covered. At this moment, even the Lord of Grey Fog showed a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. But amid the exhaustion, there was more shock and excitement. Good, 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 not only can it be passed on, but it is also so suitable for inheritance. A good seedling that can only be chosen from 1,000,000 people. Apart from being excited, the Lord of Grey Mist felt a little disappointed in his heart. Why couldn't the 3 extraordinary people find such a seedling after searching so hard for so long? But he was found easily by a little silver guy. She glanced at Yi Ran. The expression is complicated. This statue of the Night Priest has never been exhibited to outsiders since they obtained it. How did Yi Ran know the text behind that? And how could Yi Ran dare to be 100% sure that the students he led could inherit the Dark Knight Priest? Weird and mysterious boy. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Fog narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn it, I really want to take out his soul and study it. C18 extraordinary reserve. As if he felt the malice of the Lord of Grey Mist staring at him, Yi Ran hurriedly said, Dear Lord of Grey Mist, with Jiang Xiaoru's performance, what level can the inheritance integrity reach? The integrity of the inheritance determines Jiang Xiaoru's future potential. As a Dark Knight Priest, if the integrity can reach 50%, Jiang Xiaoru will be a certain diamond-level powerhouse in the future. If the completeness can reach over 60%, Jiang Xiaoru's future will have endless possibilities. The Lord of Grey Mist heard Yi Ran's words, then he turned to look at Jiang Xiaoru, who was in the inheritance ceremony. I don't know if I don't feel this. The feeling made even the Lord of Grey Mist feel incredible. This inherited aura has reached more than 60%. Any inheritance is to inherit the power given by that inheritance. Evil doer. The Lord of the Grey Mist's eyes were filled with fanaticism. A top professional inheritance has ushered in a successor with a fitness level of more than 60%. The Lord of Grey Mist can't imagine what this girl's future will look like? Involuntarily, another thought appeared in the Lord of Grey Mist's mind. If everything goes well, in the near future, they will welcome the 4th Transcendent of the Free Tavern. For extraordinary things in one door. What is the Holy Court of Light, the strongest angel? What is the Church of Eternal Night? What is the Ancestor of Blood? What is the Twilight of the Gods? What is the Lord of Thunder? From now on, I will lick the shoes of the Free Tavern. Thinking of this, the Lord of Grey Mist was a little excited, and even the grey mist on his body shook uncontrollably. When hearing the 4 words of perfect inheritance, there was also a slight smile on the corner of Yi Ran's mouth. Perfect inheritance, as expected, the system did not lie to him. Jiang Xiaoru's adaptability to the Night Priest was indeed high enough. This is the Night Priest, the top inherited profession in the Free Tavern. Even among the extraordinary inheritance professions, they are also the top ones. This means that as long as Jiang Xiaoru continues to practice, then she will eventually reach the result that Yi Ran has preset, ascend to the gods. As the inheritance ceremony comes to an end, suddenly the grey fog began to become chaotic, and inexplicable power began to gather in the sky above the grey fog field. the Lord of Grey Mist snorted coldly. At this moment, the Lord of Grey Mist will never allow any changes that disturb the inheritance ceremony. In an instant, countless grey energy began to pour into the hole that was about to burst, like mending the sky. Boom! However, facing the full interception of the Lord of Grey Fog, the energy didn't stagnate at all and blasted directly through the grey fog field. It fell on Jiang Xiaoru. With the forceful breaking of the formation, even extraordinary beings like the Lord of Grey Mist couldn't help but feel their energy and blood surge, and a stream of blood surged up. For a moment, the Lord of Grey Mist was a little frightened. What kind of power is this, that it ignores its own full defense and crushes its own domain? This, not even the nation-destroying extraordinary ones can do this easily. And when in contact with this energy, the Lord of Grey Mist actually felt a hint of trembling. This trembling comes from the suppression of personality. The last time I had this feeling was with that old man with a white beard in Shanghai. The Lord of Grey Mist's heart sank slightly, hoping that this would not affect the little girl's inheritance. When the energy of the impact dissipates, the inheritance ceremony is completely over. At this time, Jiang Xiaoru's momentum began to soar crazily. The middle period of brass, the late period of brass, the early period of silver, the middle period of silver, the late period of silver, the early period of gold, the middle period of gold. The rising strength finally stopped when it reached the golden middle stage. It's just an inheritance, he passed 7 ranks in a row. The Lord of Grey Mist saw this scene, then I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was just part of the inheritance ceremony. But from this point of view, the status of the Dark Knight Priest is indeed high enough, and a casual blow actually made her soul tremble. Just when Jiang Xiaoru achieved continuous leaps in rank and her strength skyrocketed, Yu Ran's voice on the side also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and tutoring a student. The rewards for this tutoring are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you got a bronze-level lottery ticket. Ding! It is detected that the teaching subject has high respect for the host. Should he be bound as a direct disciple? Here we go again, comfortable. Yu Ran chose to accept it without thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Moment, Yu Ran felt that he had established a subtle connection with Jiang Xiaoru. Yu Ran's breath began to swell, the ink dragon in his body began to materialize around Yu Ran. The Yi family's Molong, looking at the ink dragon surrounding Yu Ran, the Lord of Grey Mist whispered, with a complicated light shining in his eyes. Roar! The Molong around Yu Ran roared. Yu Ran felt that his meridians began to expand continuously, the endless flow of power washes away every part of itself like a mighty river. As the power continued to wash away, the entire body of Yu Ran's embodied Molong became more solid. Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru were bound to practice. Yu Ran finally accumulated enough knowledge and was ready to break through the golden mark. Roar! Molong became anxious and turned into a beam of energy, rushing towards Yu Ran's mind. Start charging towards the invisible shackles. Reckless, the Lord of Grey Mist said lightly. As an extraordinary person, she can naturally see clearly the problems with Yu Ran's physical talent at a glance. Yu Ran must have been a proud man before, and he should have reached the gold level long ago, but failed. Then after many failed attacks on the gold level, the golden shackles on Yu Ran's body were thick enough to be easily visible. Usually to this point, it can basically be said that the hope of advancing in practice has been lost. Practitioners also call this shackles a chasm that is impossible to cross. If you want to attack this level of golden shackles with your own power, it is destined to be like a cricket shaking a tree, and a mantis arm acting like a chariot. It is nothing more than tightening the shackles a little more. But Yu Ran can't control so much at the moment. He is so passionate at this moment. Control the ink dragon in your heart and charge towards the golden mark. When he was about to touch the golden shackles like a rock, Yu Ran's innate Tao body started to move again. In an instant, the movement of the innate Taoist body caused the solid golden shackles to melt away completely. Yu Ran went straight to Huanglong without encountering any obstacles. Breaking through the golden mark. Boom! The powerful aura spread out with Yu Ran as the center. Golden level, breakthrough. C19 The original god of the sequence, the reward of the system. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at this scene in astonishment. Success? Succeeded? How can this be? The Lord of Grey Mist narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. As an extraordinary person, she could naturally feel Yu Ran's aura becoming thicker at a glance. This level is no longer weaker than the late golden stage. Everything has two sides. Repeated failed attacks have a great risk of ruining your practice. However, long-term suppression and impact can also strengthen the foundation of practitioners as never before. At this time, the leaves are like bamboo shoots. They take root in 10 years and can break through the ground 3 feet a day. Even with the initial level of gold strength,
the solid foundation and quality are not weaker than those in the late golden stage. Because Yiran immediately put away his breath after breaking through, the Lord of Grey Mist didn't notice. At this time, the power of the ink dragon in Yiran's body began to faintly glow with golden light. Yiran, who had succeeded in the impact, showed no emotion at all on his face, as if he had done something ordinary. The Lord of Grey Mist naturally saw this scene. The Lord of Grey Mist wondered for a moment whether this kid was deliberately creating difficulties for himself just to lay a solid foundation. After many failed attacks, he finally succeeded one day. Logically speaking, ordinary people would have laughed like crazy like Fan Jin, who won the exam. But the young man in front of him remained as calm as ever. Don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself, as if the person who did such feats is not him. This kind of temperament, this kind of city, as time goes by, it seems that another remarkable figure will emerge from the Yi family. Jiang Xiaorou ran to Yiran excitedly. Teacher, I succeeded. The inner joy and endless gratitude made Jiang Xiaorou couldn't help but hug Yiran. Teacher, look. This is what the statue gave me after passing it on just now. After saying that, Jiang Xiaorou looked like a student showing off her achievements. A black staff appeared out of thin air in his hand. This staff is extremely dark, with complex patterns vaguely carved on it. Just looking at it more often makes you feel like your soul will be sucked into it. Weird, mysterious, powerful. Xiaorou, do you feel uncomfortable? Jiang Xiaorou thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't feel any discomfort, but I always feel that this staff is connected to my bloodline. When I use it, I feel like I can command my own arm. Just as the master and apprentice were studying the staff that appeared for no apparent reason, the voice of the Lord of Grey Mist sounded again, but this extraordinary voice was trembling for some reason. Little girl, can you let me take a look at that staff? After hearing the request of the Lord of Grey Mist, this time, Jiang Xiaorou did not immediately choose to obediently hand over the staff to the Lord of Grey Mist as he had promised Han Kun before. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yiran. Teacher, is that okay? There is a posture that without Yiran nodding, even if he is extraordinary, he would not be able to command himself. Extraordinary? At this moment, in Jiang Xiaorou's heart, not even a hair of Teacher Janai could compare to her. Seeing Jiang Xiaorou's performance, Yiran felt a little warm in his heart. He touched Jiang Xiaorou's head and said with a smile, go and show Senior a look. After all, the Lord of Grey Mist is one of the 3 extraordinary people of the Free Tavern. She knows much more about the secrets inherited from the Free Tavern than Yiran. Knowing more about it will also be beneficial to Jiang Xiaorou's development. After listening to Yiran's words, Jiang Xiaorou obediently showed the staff in his hand again. After seeing this scene, the smoke around the Lord of Grey Mist was shaking a little, and he murmured to himself, exclusive, it's actually exclusive. Yiran saw the Lord of Grey Mist losing his composure and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there any problem with Xiaorou's inheritance? After all, everyone could see the energy pillar that blasted through the field before. Yiran was naturally worried that there was something wrong with Jiang Xiaorou's inheritance. The Lord of Grey Mist recovered from Yiran's questioning. She was silent for a moment, then said to Yiran, and Yiran, you are not from the sect organization, so you naturally don't understand the inheritance. The sect's inheritance has lasted for tens of millions of years, and the source of all power comes from one token after another with mysterious power. Some organizations call it a god, some call it a fruition, and some call it a career sequence, but they all lead to the same goal. Those of us who fit the token will receive different benefits according to our degree of compatibility during the process of receiving the baptism of the token's energy. Level of potential development. However, a very small number of them are able to obtain the exclusive use of the token because they perfectly fit the token. A token can transform countless compatible persons, but it is exclusive to only one. The Lord of Grey Fog paused for a moment, the shock in his eyes still not dissipating. Maybe you still can't intuitively feel what exclusive means, but I can tell you responsibly that the Eternal Spear, Thor's Hammer, and Archangel's Sword that have appeared in the history meeting are all exclusive to tokens. Hearing this, Yiran took a slight breath. The names of these things mentioned by the Lord of Grey Fog are too loud, and they were all weapons of the most powerful people at that time. Each of them has left a strong and colorful mark in the long river of history. Now you know what exclusive means, said the Lord of Grey Mist, and she looked at Jiang Xiaorou with a sharp look in her eyes. There is a saying in our sect group that when a person gets the exclusive of a token, her inheritance matching degree for the token will be at least above 90%. The Lord of Grey Mist paused for a moment, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaorou. In other words, she is the original deity of this sequence. Just after the Lord of Grey Mist finished this sentence, Yiran's mind, the voice of the system sounded again. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully completed the achievement task, guiding students to achieve perfect inheritance, 1/1, and this lottery ticket has Started a special upgrade. Ding, this lottery ticket is specially upgraded to a color lottery ticket, which can draw a special color treasure chest. Do you want to open it? C20 The true face of the Lord of Grey Mist. Yi-Ran chose to turn it on. Ding, a special colored treasure chest is opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect token. Do you want to bundle it? Sect token? Just after Yi-Ran's mind flashed with confusion, the system gave a reply. Zong token, a consumable rule prop used to establish a sect. Those who use the token will become the sect leader and can include direct disciples into the sect. Apprenticeship ceremony. When joining a sect, the sect leader can randomly select and copy the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of his direct disciples. Inspiration. The sect leader can temporarily improve the all-round attributes of all disciples. The current attribute improvement rate is 100%, and the time limit is 10 minutes, 3/3. The current sect's passive bonus: 1. Increase the practice speed by 10%. 2. Increase attack power by 10%. 3. The combined attack damage of sect disciples is increased by 10%. What a perverted effect! This means that you will randomly obtain any attribute from all your direct disciples. At the same time, he can give all his disciples 3 stimulants a day to double their combat power. Not only that, all members of the sect can also gain bonuses to their practice speed, attack power, and combined attack damage. It seems that the higher the level of the sect, the bonuses obtained will also increase. Without even thinking about it, Yi-Ran directly chose to create the sect. Ding, it is detected that the host is creating a sect. Please give the sect a name. Yi-Ran thought for a moment, and finally 2 words appeared in his mind: Heaven. Ding, congratulations to the host, Heavenly Court has been successfully established. Please join the sect as a disciple as soon as possible. Yi-Ran directly pulled Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru into his sect. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. Wang Dachuan, who was extracting and copying. Congratulations to the host, successfully copied the talent, huge strength. The host's strength bonus increased by 30%, then Yi-Ran felt that his muscles had swelled a little more, and his strength seemed to have improved a lot, but that was all. Seeing Wang Dachuan's copy results, Yi-Ran curled his lips. As expected of you, Wang Dachuan, the extracted copy talent can be said to be a bonus that is better than nothing. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple, Jiang Xiaoru, who was extracting and copying. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating the weapon, the Scepter of Life and Death, the only prop, a product of the intertwining of the 2 laws of life and death, and the killing weapon of the compassionate. Scepter of Life and Death, the user can switch attack and treatment effects at will, and the effect is increased by 300%, contains skills: Gift of the Goddess of Life, Heal Any Life, 1/1, Gaze of the Goddess of Death, Curse Any Life, 1/1. The effect will be discounted according to the difference between the user's strength and the target of the spell. Nice one. When he saw the introduction of the Scepter of Life and Death, Yi-Ran's eyes lit up. He would definitely make a lot of money this time. Regardless of the triple bonus, the 2 included skills alone are nothing short of abnormal. Resurrection on the spot, cursed at a fixed point, it's completely a rule-based method, and it doesn't make any sense. This time guiding Jiang Xiaoru on the path of inheritance is definitely a worthwhile trip. Just when Yi-Ran was studying the system rewards, the Lord of Grey Mist on the side spoke. Yi-Ran, we need to talk. This time, the Lord of Grey Mist did not call Yi-Ran a boy. Instead, he communicated with Yi-Ran in a consultative tone. If you were an ordinary person, you would probably be flattered by now. But Yi-Ran still looked calm and calm, neither humble nor arrogant. Senior, please speak. The Lord of Grey Mist said, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing such a perfect successor to our free tavern. From today on, you are our friend of the free tavern and can use this token to go to any of our branches at any time. The museum mobilizes manpower. As a cloud of grey mist rises, suddenly there was a token in Yi-Ran's hand. The token had the same mysterious aura as the Lord of Grey Mist. I also like the attitude of the free tavern very much. If you need it, just call me. Yi-Ran responded to the Lord of Grey Mist, expressing his recognition and gratitude to Liberty Tavern. In his tone, he always puts himself on an equal footing with a behemoth like the free tavern. It doesn't look like a gift from a superpower to an individual at all. Instead, it looks like 2 equal powers establishing diplomatic relations. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at Yi-Ran and was silent for a long time. Yi-Ran said these seemingly arrogant words, but she was so extraordinary that she didn't feel anything was wrong. This weird feeling gave the Lord of Grey Mist an unspeakable complex emotion. To be honest, I can't see through you. The Lord of Grey Mist spoke out his true thoughts, but it doesn't matter. Our free tavern is different from those sanctimonious nobles and we won't pry at will. Friend. The Lord of Grey Mist paused and continued, secondly, I hope Jiang Xiaoru will stay with me. She has just received the inheritance and needs my help in consolidation. Senior, for this kind of matter, you need to ask Jiang Xiaoru's personal wishes. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoru. Do you want to? Jiang Xiaoru looked at Yi Ran, then at the Lord of Grey Mist, and finally said to Yi Ran seriously, Teacher Yi, I won't go back to school. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Yi Ran was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Jiang Xiaoru, who had always been obedient and timid, would make such a choice. But he nodded, just follow your own choice. Jiang Xiaoru seemed to be afraid that Yi Ran would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, Teacher Yi, my progress will be the fastest if I stay here, because, Jiang Xiaoru hesitated for a moment and mustered up her courage. Because I don't want Teacher Yi to break his promise, I want to realize those words on the podium one by one for you, Teacher Yi. I want to be the strongest one, and I want to let the school know that Teacher Yi is the best teacher. Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's words, Yi Ran was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Jiang Xiaoru listened to every word he said on the podium. Thinking about it, the little girl who had been timid before must have mustered up a lot of courage to say such bold words now. Yi Ran touched Jiang Xiaoru's head and said happily, Our little girl seems to have grown up. Jiang Xiaoru, who originally had his head lowered, raised his head and looked up at Yi Ran. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the teacher and student seemed to have reached a tacit understanding at this moment. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaoru looked up at the Lord of Grey Mist and said seriously, Senior, I can stay, but I have to take the final exam for my freshman year. I hope that before that, I can become the strongest among the freshmen in the entire Magic City Gaowu Academy. Jiang Xiaoru's tone was firm, without any of the cowardice before. Although the Lord of Grey Fog doesn't know the cause and effect, but he still burst out laughing, You are looking down on your own talent too much. Don't worry, if you get second place, our Liberty Tavern will be disbanded. I'm still looking forward to the expression of the old man with the white beard at that time. Listening to the excitement in the Lord of Grey Mist's tone, it is not difficult to feel that the Lord of Grey Mist and his principal have quite a feud. After speaking, Yi Ran opened his mouth and said to the Lord of Grey Mist, Now that we've discussed the matter, let's talk a little digression. If you have anything, just say it. If you need me to kill someone for you, that's fine. It was obvious that the Lord of Grey Mist was in a very good mood at this time. Yi Ran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist and said seriously, Luwani is right outside the door. She misses you so much. Let's meet her at least, Antanjing, C21 Ants Pastanjing, Ant? After hearing this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Jiang Xiaoru looked at Yi Ran on the left and the Lord of Grey Mist on the right, then stood aside tactfully and studied her staff. The Lord of Grey Mist was still shrouded in grey mist, without any expression. After a moment, the Lord of Grey Mist let out a long sigh, that's all. As the words fell, the grey mist area dissipated like smoke, the three returned to the room again, and the smoke around the Lord of Grey Mist also dissipated. Jiang Xiaoru glanced at him quietly with her peripheral vision and was stunned. At this moment, a woman stood there. She was wearing a tight-fitting long dress. Her curly figure was amazing. Under the white light in the room, the whiteness of the woman's skin was not covered. Her long curly hair fell gently on her arms like a waterfall. Her facial features were delicate and generous, supporting the heavy makeup with great visual impact. Flaming red lips, exquisite beauty. If Luwani is the snow lotus on the iceberg, then the woman in front of her is the blooming rose. She has the ultimate feminine charm, charming and dangerous. Who would have thought that under the cover of smoke, there is such a stunning woman? The woman's expression was complicated. You are still as sharp as ever, Xiaoran. After that, the woman took out a cigarette from her hand like a magic trick, lit it and put it to her mouth. Tell me, when did you find out that it was mine? Yi Ran looked at the woman in front of him and responded, From the moment you lost your temper and beat Zhang Zhe to enter. Yi Ran didn't guess it, it was clearly written in the free tavern information given to him by the system. Luanjing, one of the three extraordinary people in the free tavern, a genius of the previous generation of the Lu family, left the Lu family due to special changes, accepted the inheritance of the Grey Mist Soul Envoy statue of the free tavern, and broke through the extraordinary. Yi Ran was looking for answers and clues, so naturally he found the trick from the beginning. Antanjing, you started attacking Zhang Zhe before we got close. The real purpose was to make us stop 10 meters away. You were afraid that if we got close to the Lu family's mental method, it would be inductive. Yi Ran analyzed slowly. After that, relying on his irritable personality, it was natural for him to force Luwani and the others not to come in. Also, you were able to tell me that I was from the Yi family right away, and when I advanced, you said the word reckless without observing me carefully, which shows that you are too familiar with me, Yi Ran said decisively. A woman who is so familiar with me, who does not exist in the aristocratic family, and who is very reluctant to contact Luwani, Antanjing, I really can't think of another person except you. Listening to Yi Ran's analysis, Lu Wenjing rubbed her big waves irritably. Abnormal. You actually have the energy to care about external things when you are sprinting to advance. Lu Wenjing took a breath and concealed her embarrassment. After all, as a superhuman, it is really embarrassing to be exposed by a kid of the gold level. Afterwards, Lu Wenjing was a person who could take it or leave it, and did not dwell on this trivial matter. Instead, she said frankly, forget it, you have been smart since you were a child, and it is understandable that you found out. But forget about meeting Wani, after all, I am no longer a member of the Lu family. Yi Ran looked at Lu Wenjing's attitude, and his mind was full of thoughts. From the fact that Yi Ran called Lu Wenjing aunt, it can be seen how close the Yi family and the Lu family are. So Yi Ran also knew about Lu Wenjing's affairs. Back then, Lu Wenjing was just like Lu Wani now, gifted, beautiful, a favorite of God with all the advantages, especially the Lu family's ancestral skills, Qingxing Qinpu, which could actually affect the soul of a diamond-level master in the Golden Age. She was once called a rare genius of the sect in 1,000 years, and her talent was even far beyond the current Lu Wani. It's just that the way of heaven is to take away the surplus and make up for the deficiency. God gave Lu Wenjing countless advantages, but gave her an insurmountable love tribulation. She fell in love with a commoner boy, Wang Shanhe. This incident caused an uproar the moment it was exposed. Even in this open era, the love between aristocratic families and common people will be obstructed in every possible way, not to mention Lu Wenjing's era. As soon as the incident broke out, Lu Wenjing was confined to her home by the head of the Lu family, Lu Wani's grandfather. Lu Wenjing also agreed to the confinement conditions of the head of the Lu family on the grounds of saving Wang Shanghe. However, half a month later, Lu Wenjing received the news of Li Shanghe's death. At that time, Lu Wenjing went crazy to argue with her father. After the quarrel, Lu Wenjing never appeared in the Lu family again. Antinjing, you also know the situation at that time. The reason why Grandpa Lu did this was to protect you in disguise. Yi Ran said, after all, the thoughts of that era were more extreme. The aristocratic families regarded family background as more important than anything else. Once such a situation of aristocratic families and common people falling in love appeared, if you go out, you will be mocked by other families at any time, and those who are more excessive are likely to be attacked by other families. The reason why the head of the Lu family chose house arrest is actually to protect his daughter in disguise. You are right, the old man protected his daughter. Lu Wenjing blew a smoke ring, and his thoughts were flying. It has been nearly 20 years since the incident. Right or wrong is no longer important. I am too lazy to pursue it anymore. Lu Wenjing continued, but I am disgusted by those hypocritical families. They talk about fairness and justice, but they put interests first behind the scenes. Lu Wenjing glanced at Yi Ran. Xiaoran, you should feel no less than me. Yi Ran smiled bitterly. After all, his predecessor had a childhood marriage due to strength problems, but he just put it aside and dealt with it coldly, even to the point of not asking each other. Isn't this hypocritical approach also the standard style of the family? Lu Wenjing looked at Yi Ran, and continued with a gloating look, but the Lu family may have really made a mistake this time, and actually let such a real dragon go. TSK, I'm really looking forward to the old man's expression when you suddenly appear. During the time spent with Yi Ran, as an extraordinary person, Lu Wenjing was extremely sure that Yi Ran was not an ordinary person, and would sooner or later become a dragon and phoenix at the center of the world. If the hypocrites of the Lu family knew that they had missed such a real dragon, they would probably be so angry that they would spit blood. C22, is your school blind? Yi Ran listened to Lu Wenjing's praise and responded, Auntie, thank you for your praise, but you should meet Lu Wani once. After all, Lu Wani seems to be a different person after you left, and she doesn't smile much. Although Yi Ran is a time traveler, he still has previous memories, especially the memory of Lu Wani, which is relatively deep. After all, the two are childhood sweethearts and grew up together. If he could easily untie Lu Wani's knot, Yi Ran wouldn't mind lending a hand. Listening to what Yi Ran said, Lu Wenjing suddenly felt a sudden realization. She put out her cigarette with excitement on her face. Oh, so this is your kid's goal. I thought you two were already in trouble because of those things. You should have told me earlier. No, Aunt. Yi Ran felt something was wrong. Antinjing's love brain seemed to have reached the IQ high point. Lu Wenjing interrupted Yi Ran. Okay, stop talking. This matter is your aunt's fault. I hate it the most in my life when others break up the couple. As long as you two still have feelings for each other, your aunt, even if I burn down the Lejia ancestral courtyard, I'll get it right for you. Rather than watching the Lu family suffer, Lu Wenjing naturally hopes that her little niece can find a good husband. Since Yi Ran still has feelings, there is no reason for him not to help Lu Wani tie him down. No.
Before Yi Ran could finish speaking, he was pushed out of the door by a force. "Let Luwani come in, and the others will continue waiting outside." The words from inside the door came out. Luwani also looked at Yi Ran in confusion. How could Chao Fan inside know her name? And he asked me to come in by name? Yi Ran looked at Luwani, smiled bitterly and said, "It's not dangerous, go in, but don't listen to her nonsense." Yi Ran's words made Luwani, who was already confused, even more confused. But he walked into the room anyway. Bang! As Luwani entered, the door was closed again. Not only that, gray smoke began to fill around the door, cutting off all consciousness and sound. As if afraid that anyone would hear the slightest bit of information, Yi Ran looked at the closed door of the room and was speechless. Is this the charm of the Free Tavern? I hope Jiang Xiaoru will not be affected like this in the future. Inside the room, Luwani stood at the door of the room, looking around warily. Come in, what's the danger? A careless sentence broke the silence in the room. Only then did Luwani see the stunning big wave lying on the sofa. When she saw the appearance, Luwani was stunned and blurted out, Aunt? Luwenjing looked at Luwani with a smile on her face. What? You don't recognize me, or do you think I'm dead? Then, Luwenjing stood up and walked forward. He looked at Luwani admiringly. That's right. She's already reached the platinum level. She's as pretty as your aunt and me. At this time, Luwani finally reacted from the shock. Aunt, really aunt? Luwani was extremely pleasantly surprised, and her cold face softened a lot at this time. She hugged Luwenjing directly. Auntie, I miss you so much. From small to large, because Luwani's parents died prematurely, on weekdays, only my grandfather, aunt and Yi Ran are kind to me. It can be said that these people took up most of the happy time when they were growing up. Now my grandfather is busy running the Lu family and neglects to care about himself. My aunt left the Lu family for some reason. And Yi Ran gradually became alienated from himself because of the stagnation in his practice. It can be said that in the days without them, over the years, Luwani's life in Lajia has been extremely bleak. After practicing almost every day and night, he was busy mediating the power struggle within the family. That is to say, from these days, Luwani gradually got used to being alone, getting used to putting away her smile, treat everyone with a cold face. It's no wonder that after meeting Luwenjing, Luwani immediately lost her previous reserve. He plunged into Luwenjing's arms. Luwenjing touched Luwani's head with a pleased expression and said angrily, he is a platinum-level expert. But he is still like a little girl, cuddling in someone's arms and not afraid of being laughed at. I'll just snuggle. Saying that, Luwani hugged her aunt's arm harder. It was as if he was afraid that his aunt would leave him in the next second. Okay, silly kid, if you push harder, your aunt's waist will almost break. Luwenjing pushed Luwani in disgust, but Luwani acted like a spoiled brat and refused to give in. The inside was arched a little more, making Luwenjing very helpless. I asked you, can you learn from that boy from the Yi family and be a little more mature and stable? Luwenjing said. Hearing this, Luwani was a little stunned. She looked up at Luwenjing. Yi family, which one are you talking about? It's just the boy standing at the door, what else can I say? Him? Luwani said this in a long, drawn-out voice, as if it was not enough to express her surprise. Luwenjing asked, what's the problem? I haven't seen Yi Ran for a few years. He has really matured a lot. He is steady, generous, has a good pattern, and is good at teaching apprentices. But his strength is a little behind. But in time, this boy will definitely be the backbone of the Yi family. Listening to Luwenjing's evaluation of Yi Ran, Luwani was naturally happy, but when she turned around and thought about it, she was stunned. Except for the word strength is behind, it seems that any other adjectives have nothing to do with her impression of Yi Ran. Looking at the confused Luwani, Luwenjing frowned slightly. She naturally didn't know Yi Ran's status in school before. She thought Luwani was a little disgusted with her praising Yi Ran. Luwenjing thought slightly, looking at this posture, it's not that Yi Ran has a problem, but that our little princess has other ideas. But Yi Ran is such an excellent child, it doesn't make sense? This won't do, such a good seedling must be planted in our own field. At this moment, the matchmaker's spirit in Luwenjing's heart began to burn fiercely. No matter what, I must tie this pair of mandarin ducks together today. Wani, what's your reaction? After listening to Luwenjing's question, Luwani finally reacted and said to Luwenjing, Aunt, do you have any misunderstandings? Yi Ran is not as good as you said. Do you think Aunt is lying to you? After listening to Luwenjing's words, Luwani waved her hand. What are you talking about, Aunt? But I am now the first-year teaching director of Magic City High Martial Arts College, and Yi Ran is the first-year class tutor. How can I not understand his situation? Tell your aunt about his situation? After listening to Luwenjing's question, Luwani said, The last tutor in the first year has now been downgraded to the amateur level. If there is no effect at the end of this semester, he may be dismissed. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing was stunned. She looked at Lo Wani in disbelief. This can also be dismissed? Is your school blind? C23. Lo Wani's shock. Lu Wenjing's words made Lo Wani even more confused. Lu Wenjing looked at Lo Wani, who was silent and couldn't help but mocked. It seems that your old man with a white beard is only at this level. Such a mentor is on the verge of being expelled. TSK, 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 blurry-eyed old guy, why not just die and let me be the one? I don't know if it's the influence of staying in the Liberty Tavern for a long time or the fact that I'm freed from the shackles of aristocratic families. Lu Wenjing's main theme now is that she speaks as she pleases, and what stands out is her arrogance. Listening to Lu Wenjing's words, Lo Wani couldn't help but cover her mouth. Auntie, please keep your voice down, principal Bai can sense it. As the top world-destroying transcendent, Bai Su is basically no longer in the same category as humans. There are rumors that Bai Su can secretly sense the words people talk about him. Lu Wenjing slapped Lo Wani's hand away and said angrily, "What are you afraid of? I'll tell you the truth, your aunt. Even in front of old man Bai, I dare to say that." Lo Wani looked at the lawless Lu Wenjing with a sad face. "Auntie, what drug did Jiran give you to make you praise him so much? Hey, little girl, you still don't believe what your aunt says?" Lu Wenjing saw that Lo Wani still didn't believe it, so she waved directly behind her. "Xiaoru, come here for a moment." Afterwards, Jiang Xiaoru walked out of the inner room. At this time, she no longer looked timid as before. Instead, she looked at Lo Wani with a smile. There was a pair of cute dimples on her round face, which complemented her two tiger teeth. The cuteness of Loli is vividly reflected in Jiang Xiaoru. "Hello, Director Lo, let me introduce myself again. I am Jiang Xiaoru, a student of Teacher Yi in Class 1 and 2 of the freshman year." When I saw Jiang Xiaoru coming out, Lo Wani's eyes never left Jiang Xiaoru's body, and she even rubbed her eyes unconsciously. Calm, confident, calm, generous, is this the same Jiang Xiaoru that I saw just now? How on earth can a person's temperament undergo such an earth-shaking change in less than half an hour? It's like a different person, right? Lu Wenjing seemed to be able to see through Lo Wani's heart and directly said Lo Wani's words, "This is just an appearance. You should be more confident and take a look." Following Lu Wenjing's guidance, Lo Wani began to concentrate on her luck and observed Jiang Xiaoru carefully. You don't know this, but the sight of it made Lo Wani's breath confused and she almost staggered out of the way. He blurted out directly, This is impossible? Promoted from brass to gold?" At this time, Lu Wenjing was very proud. Don't ask me specifically how she changed. I can only say that all of this is the new life Yiran gave her. Lo Wani looked at Lu Wenjing in disbelief. The expression on his face seems to say, "Are you kidding me? Director Lu, it's true. The purpose of Teacher Yi bringing me to the nightclub is to improve my strength and let me find my own path of practice." Seeing that Lo Wani didn't believe it, Jiang Xiaoru came forward to speak out, confirming Lu Wenjing's words. Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's speech, Lo Wani suddenly recalled the time when she questioned Yiran's answer to himself. For a moment, there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. I really blamed Yiran wrongly. Yiran didn't lie to himself. He brought students to the nightclub really to improve his strength. Thinking of what she said to Wang Xiaoman about cutting the leaves and roots before, Lo Wani wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. How about it? It takes half an hour to promote students from brass to gold. With such a method, you still say that your white old man is not dim-sighted? Lu Wenjing was elated. As long as Yiran's image is established in Lo Wani's heart, it will be a matter of course for her to become a matchmaker. That's what I said, but it's a bit too exaggerated, Lo Wani responded. She still can't believe how this was done. Lu Wenjing was still suspicious when she saw Lo Wani. Somewhat impatiently, he told Lo Wani the whole story. After Lo Wani listened carefully, her shock could not subside for a long time. So, Yiran not only knows all the information about the Free Tavern, but he can also see at a glance that Jiang Xiaoru is a perfect successor to the Dark Knight Priest inheritance. Not only that, he also discovered your hidden identity from the beginning. Incredible. What Lu Wenjing told herself broke through her inherent knowledge. If everything is true, that means Yiran relies on his own strength, pulling a student who was about to be eliminated from the school into the ranks of geniuses. They are still the kind of top geniuses who are certain to advance to the extraordinary level. With such achievements, not to mention the Star Mentor, it is the principal of Gaowu Academy, Venerable Void. Bai Su has never had such achievements in guidance in his entire life. But this kind of teacher, according to the school's system, he is about to be eliminated. For a moment, the corner of Lu Wani's mouth turned bitter. No wonder my aunt said the school was blind. If this were made public, the pressure from public opinion would probably overwhelm the entire university. How is it? Are you excited? Your little baby is not as bad as you thought. Watching Luwani come out of the shock, Luwenjing struck while the iron was hot and continued her great career as a matchmaker. Luwani blushed when she heard this. Auntie, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are already at the age of starting a family. The boy is unmarried and the girl is unmarried. You two still have babies to kiss. How are you going to give up on such a good young talent like this? I remember you didn't like Yi Ran very much before? Listening to Luwenjing's words, Luwani's heart also felt ripples. Yes, it might be possible to achieve such a result if I mentioned it to my grandfather again. For a moment, Luwenjing's face also looked happy. But in an instant, Luwani's excited emotions were suppressed by reason. Aunt, let's forget it. Grandpa probably won't agree to it. After hearing this, Luwenjing's face became a little gloomy. After all, she had suffered a loss in this before. Why does that old guy? I'm going to find him. The old man from the Lu family has not yet settled the accounts for ruining her marriage. Now I have to give my little niece a hard time. Luwenjing was so angry that gray fog began to fill her body, and she looked like she would do it tonight. Luwani hurriedly took Luwenjing's hand. Aunt, it's not what you think. Grandpa, he also has his own reasons. Luwenjing's face was cold. I hope this explanation will convince me, otherwise I will demolish the Lu family's ancestral home. C24 who told you that Yi Ran is still at the silver level? Seeing Luwenjing caring about her so much, Luwani felt warm in her heart. She hadn't felt this kind of family warmth for a long time. Aunt, do you still remember the reason why Yi Ran was decadent? Luwani recalled. Yi Ran was very talented at that time, but for some reason he chose not to tell all the adults that he was trying to reach the gold level. You also know the final result. The attempt to reach the gold level failed. After that, Yi Ran, who did not believe in evil, tried many times, but all failed. He directly solidified his gold gate into a natural gate that could not be opened by external forces. Speaking of this, Luwani couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for this incident, then she should have married Yi Ran now. I know about this. Yi Ran was very talented at that time and was too confident, which led to that result. Luwenjing continued, but Luwani shook her head. No, Aunt, things are not as simple as imagined. Then, Luwani continued to recall, since Yi Ran was decadent at home, Grandpa once talked to me seriously about this matter alone. Grandpa told me at that time that when the first attempt to reach the gold failed, Grandpa had carefully looked at Yi Ran's injury. In order to cure Yi Ran's illness, Grandpa used our La family's innate skills, the Qingxin Shengju. You also know that our La family's skills are good at the soul, especially the Qingxin Shengju, which can sweep away all the impurities on the soul wherever it passes. Grandpa originally thought that this was a trivial matter, but when he used the Qingxin Shengju to treat the root of the disease, he found that Yi Ran's injury was not caused by the failure of the attack. Luwani's face sank slightly, repeating what her grandfather said to her at that time. Grandpa only said 8 words to me at that time. The two prides joined forces, the python swallowed the dragon. Hearing Luwani's words, Luwenjing also calmed down, and the violent breath restrained himself. You mean to say that the reason why Yi Ran failed to attack many times was not his own negligence, but someone deliberately framed him? Luwenjing sorted out his thoughts based on Luwani's words. The python swallowed the dragon. The dragon naturally represents the Yi family's black dragon, and this python and the bird. Luwenjing stopped talking. Which two skills in the world are related to this python and the bird? It's too obvious. Luwani smiled bitterly and said, I believe you have guessed it, Aunt, it's those two families, but I don't know the reason. But since Grandpa found out about this, he warned me not to have too much contact with the Yi family. After all, the Yi family can afford to provoke these two families, but our Lu family, at this point, Luwani looked a little depressed. The biggest problem of the Lu family is the lack of successors. Until now, the head of the family is still supported by Luwani's grandfather. The mainstay of the second generation, Luwani's father, died early. The rest of Luwani's uncles not only made no achievements in cultivation, but also devoted their minds to fighting for power. The backbone of the family is very discordant. Such a shaky family wants to participate in the life and death struggle between families, which is tantamount to a catastrophe. Luwenjing pondered for a moment and said nothing. I didn't expect that behind Yi Ran's failure in the gold impact, there was actually a struggle between 3 top families. No, Luwenjing suddenly said, since things have developed to this point, according to the old man's idea, you should be confined to the Lu family house now. How could you come out with such fanfare and serve as a freshman tutor at the Magic City High Martial Arts College? Luwenjing is too familiar with her father. This is how the old man handled her affairs before. Luwani listened to Luwenjing's confusion and smiled bitterly.
The reason why I came out was not Grandpa's intention, but the intention of those uncles. They unanimously agreed at the family clan meeting that I was talented and mature, and it was time to go out and gain experience. Finally, Grandpa couldn't stand the pressure and asked where I wanted to go, so I chose the Magic City High Martial Arts College. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing's face darkened. Luwani's lineage belongs to the direct line of the Lu family, and Luwani's father is also the heir appointed by the old man. Now the direct line of the Lu family was driven out of the family meeting. The intentions of these collateral branches are obvious. Thinking of this, Lu Wenjing's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone was unfriendly. Is the old man's control over the family so bad now? Luwani nodded. Grandpa is old, and every time he uses his strength, he may lose his life. In order to protect the family, he has rarely used his strength, and even handed over many family affairs to those uncles to take care of. Damn it! Lu Wenjing cursed, and the gray mist around him began to rise again, and his momentum began to rise continuously. Big brother is gone, and these rotten fish and shrimp jumped out? Lu Wenjing looked at Luwani with a little murderous intent. Next time you go back to the Lu family, let me know, I will go with you. If the old man can't take care of it, someone will take care of it. Lu Wenjing's words revealed a strong murderous aura. Although she usually doesn't bother to care about the affairs of the Lu family, but she has watched her eldest brother's precious daughter grow up, and bullying Luwani is equivalent to bullying her. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Now that she knew, how could she, who had stayed in the free tavern for so long, stand such a humiliation? By the way, why didn't you choose anywhere else in the end, but chose the Magic City High Martial Arts College? Lu Wenjing asked. Luwani did not answer, but just lowered her head slightly. After Lu Wenjing saw this, she clapped her hands happily. Okay, since you are in love, I am interested, Lu Wenjing said domineeringly. Next time you go home, call Yiran along, I will help you finalize the marriage. Don't worry, with me here, the Lu family will never think of breaking up a pair of Mandarin ducks. But Grandpa said that the fight between the three families is not something our Lu family can withstand. Luwani still had some concerns. Lu Wenjing shook her head. Let's not talk about your feelings, but just talking about Yiran's potential, let alone the fight between the three families, even if it is under the pressure of the Three Kingdoms War, it is worth fighting for. Luwani was a little surprised to hear Lu Wenjing's high evaluation of Yiran, but Yiran may only be a silver rank in this life. She liked Yiran and could ignore the difference in strength and think that Yiran was the best man in the world. But she still had self-knowledge. After all, Yiran is only a silver rank. How could his value be as exaggerated as my aunt said? Who told you that Yiran is still a silver rank now? Lu Wenjing's words shocked Luwani again. C25 A young girl is always in love no matter what the reason is. Yiran's hope of advancing to the gold level is slim, which is obvious to all. Even the Yi family did not help Yiran succeed with the efforts of the whole family. And now her aunt said that Yiran is no longer a silver level. This more or less makes Luwani feel a little unreal. Looking at the stunned expression of her little niece, Lu Wenjing said, that's right, at that time even I didn't think that Yiran could succeed, but just now Yiran did successfully break through his gold level under my nose and advance to gold. Recalling Yiran's calm expression after the success, Lu Wenjing continued, that stinky boy not only succeeded in the breakthrough, but because he stayed in the silver level for many years, as soon as he succeeded in the breakthrough, his aura was so strong that it was not much less than that of people in the late gold level. Hearing the news that Yiran succeeded in the breakthrough, Luwani was happy at first, and her eyes brightened a lot. She looked so happy, maybe she wasn't so excited when she succeeded. But aunt, even if Yiran succeeded in reaching the gold level, it's not worth your high regard for him. Luwani continued to ask Lu Wenjing, her eyes full of expectation. It was as if she was not questioning Yiran at all, but wanted to hear more praises from Lu Wenjing. It felt like a wife likes to hear from others how good her husband is. Looking at Luwani's expectant face, Lu Wenjing tapped Luwani's head unhappily. Be reserved, you haven't married yet. Luwani touched her forehead a little embarrassedly. Aunt, just tell me. Lu Wenjing heard Luwani's plea and recalled the shocks Yiran brought to her. Why did she think so highly of Yiran? Was it because he trained Zhang Xiaoru, who perfectly inherited the Dark Knight Priest? Or was it because he single-handedly reached the gold level that many extraordinary people believed was impossible to break through? These may be reasons, but they are not comprehensive. The reason why I really believe that Yiran is not an ordinary person is mainly because of the quality behind Yiran. Whether it is his responsibility to Zhang Xiaoru, his calmness after reaching the golden level, or his attitude when communicating with me. Every line and every sentence of Yiran makes Lu Wenjing feel that she is facing a supernatural person of the same level. As a supernatural person who is proficient in the soul, Lu Wenjing is more confident than anyone that her intuition will not be wrong.
Luan Jing's eyes flickered, and she said to Luwani, I can't tell you the specific reason, but I believe in your aunt's vision. Yi Ran will sooner or later grow up to be a person who is on par with me, or even surpass me. Hearing Yinjing's assertion, Luwani's heart was slightly trembling. She didn't expect that her aunt, as a supernatural person, would have such a high evaluation of Yi Ran. But turning around and thinking about it, the person praised by her aunt was Yi Ran. Luwani couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Seeing Luwani's expression, Luanjing shook her head helplessly. Girls cannot be kept at home. They are already leaning on others before they even get married. Aunt, what are you talking about? Luwani acted like a spoiled child to Luanjing. Luanjing angrily glared at Luwani. Why aren't you worried that your grandfather won't let you? Luwani smiled. Isn't it because you are the one who was holding me up? The aunt and niece were talking happily inside the door, but Yi Ran outside the door was a little overwhelmed. Ever since Yi Ran told Zhang Zhe that Jiang Xiaoru perfectly inherited the legacy of the Dark Knight Priest, Zhang Zhe's smile on his face has never faded. He directly pulled Yi Ran and Wang Xiaoman into the private room, called his younger brother, and brought in all kinds of expensive drinks. He said on the spot that he wanted to get drunk with Yi Ran. But who knew that Zhang Zhe, a bald man with 5 big and 3 big bodies, would be so drunk after one glass? After just 2 drinks, he hugged Yi Ran and burst into tears. Brother Yi Ran, I've had a hard time in recent years. Longwood doesn't give us legal status, but wants our tavern to do some dirty work. It's best to pack up all the scum in Longhua and take them away. Longhua only gives us some bastards. We can't get any talent. I admit that the standard for recruiting people in our free tavern is to be free and unrestrained, but we don't accept all scum. What do they think of us? They use us as trash cans. Not only Longhua bullies us, and even the headquarters bullies us. They ask your brother for help every day. Where can I find people for him? They also set up KPIs for each branch. If they don't do a good job, they will revoke their identities as the person in charge. I practiced cultivation to do whatever I want and not be a cow or a horse. As a result, I ran to this branch to be a broken person in charge, doing the work of a cow or a horse every day and suffering from the pain of a cow or a horse. If it weren't for you, my good brother, giving me such a big gift this year, I really couldn't do it. Zhang Zhe hugged Yi Ran and cried bitterly. His expression was excited. Yi Ran, who was hugged by this big man, was about to break. He looked at Wang Xiaoman beside him with a look of help. But Wang Xiaoman seemed to not see it at all. She lowered her head and showed off the watermelon crazily. The main point is that we share the good and you share the bad. Seeing Zhang Zhe almost wiping his nose on his arm and sleeve, Yi Ran reluctantly took out a tissue and comforted, Boss Zhang. It's time to give birth, call me brother. Brother Zhang, there is no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Isn't the Lord of Grey Fog in charge of our Dragon Kingdom branch? Sister, it's okay if you don't tell me, but if you tell me, I'll be even more angry. Sister doesn't care about anything on weekdays, she only knows how to practice, and she has a terrible temper. If she doesn't go well, she will take out her anger on me. Speaking of the Lord of Grey Mist, Luanjing, Zhang Ziyu started to complain endlessly, as if he had opened another chat box. Without even noticing, the door to the private room was quietly opened. After seeing the person coming, Yi Ran directly interrupted Zhang Zhe. The Lord of Grey Mist is wise and powerful. This must be to train you. Don't you feel that your ability to resist has improved a lot? Zhang Zhe was completely unaware of Yi Ran's crazy look at him, and said to himself, You can pull me down, my dear brother. Do you really not know how bad my eldest sister's temper is? One time, he was so angry because of my left he walked in with his feet first and beat me up. What do you think this is? Zhang Zhe still has something to say and is ready to say something. As a result, the murderous aura suddenly seeping out from behind frightened him. Zhang Zhe's hair suddenly stood up. C26 My students, they can create miracles. Zhang Zhe turned his head tremblingly and looked out the door. When he saw the appearance of the 2 people outside the door, his heart was lifted. However, Zhang Zhe also reacted very quickly. He hurriedly picked up the wine glass on the table and walked towards Luanjing with a smile on his face. Sister, when did you come here? Look, you didn't even notify me in advance. You didn't prepare anything for you. Luanjing looked at Zhang Zhe playfully and took the wine glass. When did you come in? Of course, you came in when Mr. Zhang objectively evaluated me. After hearing these words, Zhang Zhe's heart sank completely, and his facial features were almost wrinkled. Sister, those are all nonsense I talked about while drinking. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Zhe hurriedly explained, but Luanjing waved his hand. How can it be nonsense? I think what Mr. Zhang said is very reasonable, so I decided that from today on, Mr. Zhang will be fully responsible for our branch. After hearing this, Mr. Zhang's face almost overflowed with sadness. Sister, stop making trouble, I really can't do without you. The Longhua branch has not received legal status, and its operation has been extremely difficult. Now if Luanjing gives up his career, and there is no extraordinary person in charge, Zhang Zhe really feels that he will go bankrupt sooner or later. I'm not kidding you. From today on, I will take Zhang Xiaoru to practice. From now on, you can solve the matters that Longhua will be in charge of. If you can't, don't come to me. Luanjing waved his hand. Eldest sister is really going to collapse. Zhang Zhe said to Luanjing with a sad face and an almost pleading tone. Then let it collapse. Luanjing said nonchalantly, as if he was talking about a very small thing and didn't care. Zhang Zhe couldn't speak for a long time after listening to Luanjing's words. The people in the Liberty Tavern are free and easy by nature, but if they don't even want their base camp, this would be too free and easy. Luanjing looked at Zhang Zhe, who was in a daze, and continued impatiently, Okay, I won't talk nonsense to you, that's it. But, if those two are blamed, let them blame it. The worst they can do is send you back for business. Listening to Luanjing's words, Zhang Zhe wanted to cry. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I've already told those two old men that cultivating Zhang Xiaoru is more important than anything else right now. As for the branch library, you can build it however you want. Later, Luanjing took Luani's hand and walked towards Yiran, and generously put her hand in Yiran's hand. Then he pulled Zhang Xiaoru behind him without any explanation. It's just right to swap one person for the other. Okay, I'm going to take Zhang Xiaoru to practice. You guys go wherever you need to go. With that said, Luanjing pulled Zhang Xiaoru and Zhang Zhe out of the private room with a you-know-what look. Yiran and Luani were left in the room, and Wang Xiaoman was eating melon crazily. Three of you, look at me, I look at you. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoman covered his stomach very wisely. Is there something wrong with this melon? Why does it hurt so much? Ouch! She said, holding her stomach and leaving the room quickly. At this moment, the three people turned into two people, and the atmosphere began to become strange. Yiran looked at this magical collective disappearance technique with a speechless expression. What is this and what? Yiran! Luani suddenly said. Yiran was about to leave too when he was suddenly stopped by Luani. Yiran Xuanxing turned his head. What's the matter, Director Lo? At this moment, Luani, who had always been aloof, became a little shy. I'm sorry, I said that about you in your class before. Yiran heard Luani's apology and waved his hand indifferently. It's normal. As a dean, you should focus on the quality of learning and not care about anything. On the contrary, it is harming the students. I'm not saying that, I'm saying that my attitude towards you is not that good, Luani continued. Hey, what do I think this is? How long has it been? Do you still remember? Yiran simply sat down and ate the fruit plate on the table. This melon isn't bad. Director Lo, give me some? Does this atmosphere make you come here to eat melon? Luani looked at Yiran and frowned slightly, feeling a little angry that Yiran didn't understand the style. Seeing that Luani was unmoved, Yiran thought that Luani was still struggling, so he said, Director Lo, if you really feel sorry for me, just give me a higher score in the instructor's evaluation during the final assessment. Yiran hasn't forgotten the system's mission. After all, I have to get first place in the whole grade. Although the instructor's comments do not account for a large part and their role is minimal, but if you can dig it out, it's worth it. Hearing Yiran discussing work, Luani became serious and became much more capable. It's natural. I would do it if you didn't tell me. After this night's experience, Luani's understanding of Yiran has undergone earth-shaking changes. Judging from Yiran's performance, he definitely deserves the title of an excellent mentor. That's good. Yiran nodded with satisfaction. When it came to work, Luani was no longer as coy as before and began to analyze seriously. Yiran, whether in terms of teaching ability or responsible attitude towards students, you are indeed a rare good teacher, so I will explain the elimination of the final examination to the principal in detail and try to get you to not participate in this final examination. No, how can this be done? Hearing Luani's words, Yiran hurriedly interrupted her. What a joke, you still expect to complete the system's tasks. If you are not allowed to participate in the examination, how can you get the first place? Hearing Yiran's refusal, Luani was a little confused. Don't you cherish this position very much? Luani paused for a moment and continued, Yiran, don't lose face. If you want to stay in school this time, this is the only way to go. With your class's grades, if you want to avoid being expelled at the end of the semester, you must at least get a good ranking in the top 3. After all, you have fallen behind too much in the past. With the foundation of your class students, the possibility of getting the top 3 is very small. Luwani really wanted to help Yiran, but Yiran waved his hand. I appreciate your kindness, but don't let our class not participate in this assessment. Luwani heard Yiran say this. He became anxious and angry. Why? Do you still want to continue to be a slacker? Yiran looked at Luwani. Who wants to be a slacker? This time, our class's year-end assessment will definitely be a comeback. Listening to Yiran's words, Luwani's expression was a little complicated, but Yiran, you also know that our final assessment is not just about individual battles. Even if Zhang Xiaoru got the first place in the individual battle, how can the other students in your class cope with other projects with their level? Luwani thought that Yiran wanted to rely on Zhang Xiaoru to make a splash, but although the individual battle is guaranteed, what about other projects? Zhang Xiaoru is a special case after all. Only one such example can come out among tens of millions of students. You can't expect to find a few more Zhang Xiaoru in the class. Faced with doubts, Yiran raised his head and said in a very firm tone, My students, they can create miracles. C2700, Dachuan was beaten fool. Luwani looked at Yiran, who was about to take the assessment. He puffed up his face angrily, sat aside, and ignored him. Just like that, the room fell into awkward silence again. And in the room next to it, Luwenjing looked at the video on the surveillance camera and was so anxious. I've gone to great lengths to create some alone time for you too, and you're showing me this? Open your mouth for work and shut up for assessment. Is this a place for you two to have a meeting? Elmwood, Elmhead. Luwen scolded angrily, looking so cool, I haven't even learned half of my style. Luwenjing became angrier and angrier as she talked, not even paying attention to restraining her extraordinary momentum. The powerful momentum forced Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman to retreat to the corner. Especially Wang Xiaoman, because the difference in strength is too big, he is trembling now. Zhang Zhe felt a little embarrassed and helped Wang Xiaoman block the pressure, with bitterness at the corner of his mouth. There is probably only one extraordinary being in the world who can jump on the bandwagon just because someone else is in love. To be honest, it's so embarrassing. Zhang Zhe. Come here, don't hide there without making a sound. Luwenjing suddenly called Zhang Zhe. Am I willing to hide? Zhang Zhe felt aggrieved and complained in his heart, but only in his heart. He forced himself to smile. Sister, what did you call me for? Take out those things from the nightclub. Luwenjing looked at the screen and said angrily. Sister, what are you talking about? Zhang Zhe felt slightly uncomfortable. What else can you do? How can you pretend to be pure for me with all your stupidity? Hearing Luwenjing's words, Zhang Zurin burst into tears. Sister, it's bad, this is your niece. At this moment, Zhang Zhe also learned about the relationship between Luwani and Luwenjing. But knowing this relationship made me even more shocked. What's the matter? The man is affectionate and the concubine is interested. What's wrong with the window paper on the other side? I can help you poke it out? What the hell are these words of tiger and wolf? Wang Xiaoman also looked at Luwenjing in horror, then turned to look at Zhang Zhe. The silent expression seemed to be asking Zhang Zhe, is this really Aunt Luwani? Is she a relative? Being stared at by Wang Xiaoman, Zhang Ze's already lowered head was completely broken. Shameful, so shameful, it is shameful for an extraordinary person to worry about the love affairs of young people. Now I am still thinking about using some strange means to do software hardening project. After all, Liberty Tavern is one of the top powers. Now he's acting like a sneaky gangster. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom had some prejudice against the Free Tavern. Now it's okay, the person in charge takes the lead and treats it like rubbish, directly confirming the prejudice. Sister, you really can't do this. Zhang Zhe bit the bullet and refused Luwenjing. I told you, Mr. Zhang, are you really out of breath? Take it quickly. Sister, I can't do it. It's really not something you can do for young people to fall in love. If you do this, you will mess it up. Speaking so categorically, does it sound like you understand? Sister, I really understand, you really can't do this. Well, you are responsible for matching these 2 elm trees for me. I'll do it, I'll do it. Zhang Zhe insisted on Luwenjing. At this moment, he felt that he was the last spine to maintain the dignity of the Liberty Tavern. The word justice is written all over his face. I will protect the dignity of the Liberty Tavern. We must not let Luwenjing's poisonous claws reach the head of the innocent young man. As soon as she finished speaking, Luwenjing turned her head to look at Zhang Zhe, who had a righteous look on his face. Suddenly a bright smile bloomed on his face, then it settled. After saying that, Luwenjing was no longer irritable, and his aura became calmer. His whole person looked like he had been peaceful for a long time. Compared with his violent appearance just now, he was completely different. Zhang Zhe? His huge head is full of big question marks, and his big confused eyes reveal clear stupidity. What happened? What happened? Why has this become my job? Weren't you the one who just shouted for the overlord to use his bow? Why did it suddenly stop making trouble? I am loyal to the organization. Sister, how about you play the art of war with me? Sister, I don't care, I only care about the results. After saying that, Luanjing turned into a cloud of gray mist and took Zhang Xiaoru out of the room. The disciples left Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman staring at each other. You are Luwani's direct disciple, right? Wang Xiaoman nodded. From today on, you are responsible for telling me the information about the two of them in a timely manner. Can you do it? Yes, I can, but can I? Don't tell her. Zhang Zhe directly blocked what Wang Xiaoman wanted to say. Wang Xiaoman looked at Zhang Zhe, who was 3 heads taller than him, and did not dare to refuse. He could only stumble and say, okay. Zhang Zhe is a diamond-level master after all. Luanjing dared to criticize Zhang Zhe like that, but she didn't dare. Zhang Zhe grinned. Don't look like this, you are also doing it for your master's lifelong event. Wang Xiaoman nodded aggrievedly along with Zhang Zhe. The matter at the Free Tavern has come to an end. Yi Ran's school life returned to normal again, but from this day on, the only difference was that Zhang Xiaoru took a leave of absence, and Luwani's attitude towards him was even colder than before. Especially on the night when they left the nightclub, Yi Ran was drunk and didn't want to go back to school, so Zhang Zhe asked someone to send Yi Ran back to school. Isn't it just to take the test? Why was he so angry? On the podium, Yi Ran thought about Luwani's performance. His face was speechless. She said sorry 1 second ago, and treated you as air the next second. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Why is teacher Yi absent-minded recently? Yes, I always stare blankly in class. Is it possible that teacher Yi's enthusiasm is over after 3 minutes, and he is ready to give up again? Who knows, but my strength has indeed improved visibly during this period of special training. You're right, I have already entered the late silver stage from the middle silver stage, just because teacher Yi reorganized the energy circulation path for me. Indeed, since teacher Yi helped me open up my mind. After I advanced from Black Tiger Heart Digging to Monkey Stealing Peach Hand, I won many 1v1 trainings. Especially girls, they would admit defeat directly when they met me. You don't have to say this. To be honest, I really don't want teacher Yi to change back. Yes, I'm addicted to cultivation. Teacher Yi suddenly becomes a salted fish. What should we do? Save the child. I want to study. The classmates in the class were talking about it. Since Yi Ran criticized the students on the podium with Zhang Xiaoru, it seems that the class atmosphere of the entire first grade second class is changing quietly. Bang! At this moment, the door of the class was suddenly knocked open. Teacher Yi, it's bad. Dachuan was beaten in the cafeteria. C28 Huang Dongdong heroically saved Dachuan. The student who came to report the news was named Lianren. He was relatively lean. Since what is awakened is also the ability related to the physical lightness bonus, everyone calls him Monkey. At this time, he was panting and had some bruises on his face. He was holding on to the doorframe and grinning, obviously hurt. Yi Ran stepped forward, supported Lianren, and led him to sit on the chair. The student clutched his ribs in pain. The students nearby had already gathered around. Monkey, what's going on in Dachuan? Isn't Dachuan always a good guy? How could he fight? Yeah, Dachun usually doesn't retaliate when scolded or hit, so how can he fight? Oh my god, Dachuan has been fighting with someone. How extreme can the other party be? Monkey, stop being so pretentious and tell me quickly. The classmates in the class talked to each other. Lianren was also a little anxious. He opened his mouth but no words came out for a long time. And Ran, don't worry, speak slowly. Yi Ran lowered his palms, stopped the students from speaking, and comforted Lianren. Lianren looked at Yi Ran with red eyes, and his emotions were calmed down by Yi Ran unconsciously. Teacher Yi, Dachuan was eating in the cafeteria, and suddenly a group of students came over. They ran over and knocked over Dachuan's plate without saying anything. Just like that, Dachuan didn't say anything. He just picked up his own food, washed it and planned to continue eating. However, the group of people refused to let him go. He knocked over Dachuan's plate again and even scolded Dachuan. The scolding was extremely unpleasant. What did you curse? Yi Ran asked calmly. They scolded Dachuan for eating raw meat and acting like a beast. Listening to Lianren's words, the students were filled with indignation. What? Is there such a person to bully others? What a bunch of beasts. Let's go and take revenge on Dachuan. Isn't this just a fight? Let's go. Wang Dachuan is the monitor of the class. He is very popular in the class. When he is bullied, everyone naturally wants to help Dachuan. Keep your voice down, can't you say it in private? The teacher is still here. Someone reminded the students. For a moment everyone looked at Yi Ran. After all, teachers in schools will not openly support fighting.
In particular, Yi Ran is extremely stubborn. Who knows what his attitude will be? Maybe we have to make big things into small things, make small things into small things, and it will be over after being confused. All the students were waiting for Yi Ran to give a clear answer. Yi Ran glanced at his classmates and said without saying a word, "Lead the way." For a moment, the freshman and second classes were all excited and walked toward the cafeteria. At this moment, although the students in the class were speechless, their eyes were filled with light. At this moment, Class 2 no longer seems like a piece of loose sand. At this moment, inside the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan gasped and looked at the 4 students in front of him. His brow bone has been injured, and he can no longer see people clearly. Who would have thought that there is such a genius hiding in this useless class? It almost overturned. Damn it, this beast is so powerful. You really can't win against him in a onion fight. Nonsense, how can a beast that dares to eat raw meat not be very strong? Fortunately, I didn't break through gold, otherwise I would have been really unbearable today. 1 piece of silver can carry 4 of our golds for so long. What a fucking beast. Beasts are just beasts. There is blood foam even when breathing. You are so stupid. You were brainwashed by a beastly teacher and eat raw meat every day. The 4 students in front of them laughed at Wang Dachuan unscrupulously and called Wang Dachuan a beast. Who are you calling a beast? Wang Dachuan was furious and raised his fist angrily, ready to hit a student. When the student saw this, his eyes tightened. Luck is all around you, and you will cope with it with all your strength, although they mock, but Wang Dachuan's hammer just now made them suffer a lot. Boom! After a dull sound, Wang Dachuan was jumped out again. Standing in front of Wang Dachuan was a young man with long hair. The young man looked at Wang Dachuan with burning eyes. I said, I am also entrusted by others. I will stop at the point. Why do I still insist on it? Wang Dachuan covered his chest and wiped the blood on his brow. Staggeringly stood up. Although I couldn't hold on any longer, I still said, apologize to me, I'm so big. Another student on the side became furious. He planned to fly towards Wang Dachuan and kick him. As a result, before he could take off, he was stopped by the young man standing in front. Inhai, that's enough. After listening to the young man's words, although there was a trace of dissatisfaction in the eyes of the student called Inhai, he calmed down. Did you see that? Someone is going to let you go, get out. Inhai spat at Wang Dachuan disdainfully. Not only did Wang Dachuan not appreciate it, he continued to say to the 4 people in front of him, apologize, are you looking for death? Hearing what Wang Dachuan said, Inhai became angry. He turned to the long-haired young man and said, Zheng Haoran, I'll give you face, don't stop me now. After saying that, Inhai turned around directly, the eyes turned into vertical eyes, the body began to be covered with scales, and a letter went back and forth in the mouth. The whole person's temperament became gloomy, level alienation ability, Ghost Viper. Hey, I haven't heard anyone scream for a long time. I still have some thoughts. Inhai said as he walked towards Wang Dachuan. The 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth were shining faintly. When Wang Dachuan saw this, he waved his fist and attacked. This blow was so powerful that the air was compressed with an explosion sound. But a shadow flashed across, like a snake. Inhai avoided Wang Dachuan's attack with a strange posture. Not only that, ding, ding, ding 3 times, at the moment when he punched, Wang Dachuan's arm was bitten by Inhai 3 times in a row. The speed was so fast, Wang Dachuan didn't react at all. TSK, this pigskin is really hard. Inhai rubbed his chin angrily. Unexpectedly, his sharp fangs did not penetrate into Wang Dachuan's skin. He spat out the letter, his eyes were fixed on Wang Dachuan's neck. I can't believe it, your pigskin can be thick all over your body. Inhai said coldly. Then, the figure disappeared directly. With a chi sound, a black shadow moved directly towards Wang Dachuan, so fast, although Wang Dachuan's eyes could barely catch the figure of Inhai, however, the injured body is already a little unable to cope with its needs. He could only watch helplessly as Inhai bit his neck. Boom! Just when the Inhai was about to bite Wang Dachuan's neck, a ball of blazing fire appeared out of thin air, standing between Inhai and Wang Dachuan. What troublesome bastard! Inhai cursed in his heart. However, the charging speed did not slow down, and he planned to break through the fireball forcefully. Boom! Who would have thought that the fireball would seem to be alive, and would continue to attack after seeing the Insi? It turned directly into a musket. It stabbed directly at Inhai's face. The temperature above the musket was so high, before Inhai even got close, he felt a severe burning and stinging pain on his face. If I rush down hard, I might die. This thought flashed through Inhai's mind. He looked at Wang Dachuan with a sinister look on his face and snorted coldly. Wang dodged and retreated. When the flames dissipated, a young boy with a naive face stood in front of Wang Dachuan. With a heroic look on his face, he raised his musket and pointed it at the 4 Inhai people. If Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect, was standing here, he would definitely recognize him. This is his precious apprentice, Huang Dongdong. C29 Zhang family, righteous and upright you four, don't bully others. Huang Dongdong looked heroic, raised his musket and angrily shouted at the four students in front of him. Then, he poked Wang Dachuan behind him. Stand behind me, I will protect you. Because Huang Dongdong is relatively young, the height is not fully developed yet, and the whole person looks a lot smaller than them. Especially Wang Dachuan standing behind him, Huang Dongdong was so tall that he couldn't even reach Wang Dachuan's shoulders. When I say this sentence, I feel a huge contrast no matter how I look at it. Classmate, stay away from this. Wang Dachuan took a deep breath and said to Huang Dongdong. Even if he was seriously injured, he still didn't want others to be implicated. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with some annoyance. I asked you why a big man like you is so ink-stained. If I tell you to stand back, just stand back. Stop talking nonsense. Although Huang Dongdong seemed well-behaved and smart in front of Huaying, but in fact, Huo Wen and I basically have the same temperament. They hate evil as much as they hate each other, and they are straightforward and fiery. It can only be said that one fart cannot produce two kinds of farts. Wang Dachuan wanted to persuade Huang Dongdong, but he felt that his mouth was clamped by an inexplicable force, and he couldn't open it no matter how hard he opened it. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud look on his face. Stop struggling, you want me to be saved today, you can be saved even if you don't want me to be saved, I will save you anyway. Without the restraint of the master, Huang Dongdong has long wanted to be a hero who punishes evil and promotes good. The four people from Yinhai stood aside, looking gloomily at Huang Dongdong who suddenly appeared. No one took action for a while, although they don't know Huang Dongdong's origins, they are not fools. At such a young age, he was able to defeat a master of Yinhai's level with one shot. Saying behind your back that you don't have a master, it's just nonsense. Even if it doesn't happen, it will definitely happen after this battle. Yinhai narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Wang Dachuan, and said angrily, this is not the result the teacher wants. The four of them are from class 1 of the freshman year, which is the class of star tutor Han Kun. After the nightclub incident, Han Kun had already regarded Yi Ran as a thorn in his side, thinking about revenge all the time. Not only himself, he even encouraged the talented students in his class to deliberately find trouble in Yi Ran's class. He also promised a few people that he could beat them to death. The worse the fight, the higher his private reward. So calling Wang Dachuan a beast is just an excuse. Even if there is no such thing, they will find other faults to attack. Yinhai looked at Wang Dachuan, who was still breathing heavily, and said, I know that this guy has rough skin and thick flesh. Although he looks miserable, he has no fatal injuries. Needless to say, it's useless to talk to him. It won't be easy to deal with Han Kun this time. Zhang Haoran, if you hadn't stopped us before, we would have gone back a long time ago. You have to be responsible for this matter. Yinhai directly blamed the blame. After all, if Zhang Haoran hadn't stopped him just now Wang Dachuan has probably been poisoned by his own snake venom and cannot take care of himself. How could such an inexperienced kid be inserted into someone's face? It's so hard to deal with. Zhang Haoran ignored Yinhai and walked directly towards Huang Dongdong. Looking at Zhang Haoran without even looking at him, Yinhai's eyes were filled with viciousness. He has always disliked Zhang Haoran dressing up as a saint every night. But Zhang Haoran has always been ranked first in strength, overpowering himself, the second best in the world. Zhang Haoran walked up to Huang Dongdong and said to Huang Dongdong seriously, I need to pay a favor. Huang Dongdong looked at Zhang Haoran and frowned slightly. I don't care whether you have a business relationship or not, but you don't want to touch this stupid guy again. Zhang Haoran looked at Huang Dongdong and said, he could only move his palm slightly. I'm sorry, Zhang is offended. Zhang Haoran spoke concisely and to the point, and his momentum immediately began to soar. The surrounding dining tables and chairs were blown away by Zhang Haoran's breath. At this time, Zhang Haoran's eyes were clear. He looks more heroic and upright than before. Haoran is upright. Huang Dongdong narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you from the Zhang family? As the inherited family of Zhangzhou, the Zhang family with Xiu Haoran's righteousness as the inheritance, the clan members born into the world are all upright and upright people. Good eyesight, I'm offended. Zhang Haoran said he was offended, but his actions did not stop. I saw Zhang Haoran pointing in the direction of Huang Dongdong. No fires allowed here. In an instant, the fire-tipped spear in Huang Dongdong's hand dissipated directly into nothingness. Shameless. Huang Dongdong looked at his empty palms and muttered, this is Haoran's righteousness, which can change the rules around him and reach the point where his words become prophecies. Of course, it also has something to do with strength, but this weird ability does give it an advantage in battles at the same level, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Although Huang Dongdong cursed, he did not dare to pause for a moment.
Cross your hands directly, and concentrate your internal energy on your arms. Bang! Zhang Haoran punched Huang Dongdong's arm. The huge force directly made Huang Dongdong take 2 steps back.
It hurts. Huang Dongdong shook his arm and bared his teeth. Zhang Haoran also said in praise, "What a great inner strength." Then, with a gleam in his eyes, he continued to say to Huang Dongdong, "No defense here." Then, Zhang Haoran's next punch hit him directly.
Is it really possible for me to become a young master?
Huang Dongdong also became a little angry after listening to Zhang Haoran's restrictive rules over and over again.
The beating was too frustrating.
Subsequently, a golden red fire began to appear in his eyes, a spark with 3 petals appeared between her eyebrows. In an instant, the awe-inspiring righteousness that restricted the rules evaporated into smoke.
Samadhi real fire?
Zhang Haoran was a little surprised. However, Quan Feng did not shrink back, but instead used a lot more force.
Who?
As Zhang Haoran's powerful and heavy blow was about to hit Huang Dongdong's face, the fire in Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly formed a fire lotus in front of him.
Rushing towards Zhang Haoran's fist, boom!
A huge force exploded. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran flew out directly. However, Zhang Haoran twisted his waist in midair and landed on the ground, stopping his body.
Huang Dongdong ran into Wang Dachuan's arms.
The two of them flew upside down for several meters. He was spread out on the ground, looking quite embarrassed.
Ouch, it really hurts.
Huang Dongdong covered his face and walked out of Wang Dachuan's arms. He looked at Zhang Haoran with an unconvinced expression. "Come again."
"How brave!"
Zhang Haoran shouted. Then, Haoran's true energy condensed on his fist, and he was ready to hit Huang Dongdong again. Huang Dongdong was not to be outdone. The golden red musket condensed in his hand and stabbed towards Zhang Haoran. Boom! The two were traveling very fast, and they collided without seeing clearly. A huge explosion of power kicked up dust. When the dust disperses, everyone was surprised to find there was a person standing between Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran.
This person is holding a musket in one hand and Zhang Haoran's fist in the other.
His eyes were dull, as if he didn't use much effort at all.
Wang Dachuan on the side cried out after seeing the person clearly. "Yi, teacher Yi, C30 rage, no one can leave without my permission Yi, Yiran?"
Also seeing clearly who was coming were Zhang Haoran and others.
At this time, Zhang Haoran and others looked shocked. Impossible.
Others may not know it, but Zhang Haoran knows very well how powerful his punch is. In order to compete with Huang Dongdong, he had already tried his best. In other words, his punch was a full-strength blow that reached the peak of gold. Coupled with the blessing of Haoran's righteousness, ordinary golden people may not be able to connect in the later stage.
Not only that, Huang Dongdong's golden red spear was not weaker than his own in terms of momentum, and presumably it was his own unique skill.
This left and right are all full blows from the golden peak. Unexpectedly, Yiran picked it up so easily.
Is this still the useless mentor I knew before? Didn't your teacher teach you that the cafeteria is a place for eating?
Yiran stood in the middle and snorted coldly, straining his arms slightly.
Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran were thrown out directly, with no room for resistance.
In the end, Yiran went straight to Wang Dachuan. Looking at Yiran walking towards him, Wang Dachuan hurriedly wiped the blood on his eyebrows.
Master, I'm fine, just a minor injury, shut up."
Different from his usual peaceful appearance, Yiran interrupted Wang Dachuan rudely today.
He gently tapped Wang Dachuan's forehead and carefully checked Wang Dachuan's body with the system. After confirming that Wang Dachuan's health was correct, he said, "You're so promising." A fight started outside. When Wang Dachuan heard the blame in Yiran's words, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yiran. "Master, this disciple realizes his mistake. Are you this stupid big master?" Just as Wang Dachuan was apologizing to Yiran, Huang Dongdong jumped out from the side. He looked at Yiran with questioning eyes. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. When he was far away, he had already seen Huang Dongdong standing in front of Wang Dachuan. Naturally, he had a good impression of Huang Dongdong. "Yes, I am his master. Technically speaking, I am Yiran, the tutor of grade 1 in class 2. I have to thank you for your generous help." Huang Dongdong waved his hand after hearing Yiran's thanks. "Children of the Jianghu, when we see injustice on the road, we just draw our swords to help." Seeing the young Huang Dongdong speak such old-fashioned quack words, the corners of Yiran's mouth raised slightly. "I don't know where such an interesting little guy came from." Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran and shook his head angrily. "Let me tell you, you are really incompetent as a master. You are unqualified. You are really unqualified." Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, his teacher Wang Dachuan stood up quickly. "How can you talk nonsense? Hey, silly guy, I'm speaking for you, and you bite me back? White-eyed wolf. You." Wang Dachuan wanted to say something more, but was blocked by Yiran. Then he looked at Huang Dongdong curiously. Since you say I am incompetent, why not tell me where I am incompetent? Hearing Yi Ran's question, Huang Dongdong also raised his little hand, stretched out his fingers, and began to count. First, you didn't protect your apprentice well enough. Your apprentice was almost destroyed, and you didn't even arrive at the scene. Second, you don't seek justice for your apprentice, but instead educate your apprentice. Finally, Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran, and do you know why your apprentice was beaten? Listening to Huang Dongdong's words, Yi Ran's face became a little ugly at this time. It was not because Huang Dongdong pointed out his problems, but because he heard that someone wanted to abolish Huang Dachuan. It's okay to fight, it's okay to lose, but you want to destroy my apprentice here? Court deaf. Seeing Yi Ran not responding to him, Huang Dongdong continued, I think you don't even know, let me tell you why the apprentice was beaten. Huang Dongdong then pulled Wang Dachuan, and then pointed at Zhang Haoran and the 4 others. Those 4 students, when your stupid guy didn't do anything, just knocked over his dinner plate, saying it was because the meat your stupid guy ate disgusted them. They keep mocking your stupid guy for being a beast who only knows how to eat raw meat. Even if your stupid guy gives in again and again, he is still chased and scolded by them. He's not angry at all, but do you know why this stupid guy still got into a fight in the end? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and said angrily, it's because those 4 people scolded you. They said that those who can teach students to become beasts are worse than beasts. The more Huang Dongdong talked, the angrier he became. Did you hear that? The stupid guy fought because of you, but what happened to you? Indiscriminately, you blamed him for fighting first? Is this how you treat yourself as a master? My master is bad enough, and he still knows how to protect the calf, so you just say whether you are qualified or not? Huang Dongdong originally came from the same school as Master Huo Wan. His fiery temper is easily aroused, and he calls himself excited. Seeing Huang Dongdong getting more and more excited as he talked, Wang Dachuan grabbed Huang Dongdong and said, okay, stop talking. My master is a teacher in the school after all. Wang Dachuan was still thinking about how to excuse Yi Ran, but Yi Ran grabbed his arm. He's right. He didn't do a good job as a teacher. Yi Ran's tone was cold, and he turned his head to look at the 4 students opposite him. Full aura, the evil aura all over his body shrouded the 4 of them. For a moment, Zhang Haoran and the 4 of them felt like they were carrying a heavy burden of 10,000 kilograms, and they had to use their skills to resist the pressure. This momentum is unmatchable. The 4 of them looked at the furious Yi Ran in astonishment. Didn't it mean that Yi Ran was just a silver-level salted fish instructor? This feeling of oppression is as thick as a mountain. You tell me this is silver? You also heard what I said just now. I ask you, is it true? Yi Ran asked coldly, with a strong sense of oppression that made several people dare not speak. Zhang Haoran said, true. Yi Ran glanced at Zhang Haoran in slight surprise. Good boy, if you dare to act bravely, you will save me from asking any more questions. Now that I have admitted it, I will stop talking nonsense. According to school regulations, if there is a fight between students, and the circumstances are serious, the ability will be revoked and the student will be expelled from the school. Listening to Yi Ran's words, In Hai, who was among the 4 of them, felt that something was not good. He instantly used his superpower and prepared to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, In Hai's superpower has just been transformed, and colored flames appeared out of thin air around his body. In Hai grimaced as it hurt at the slightest touch or contamination. Without my permission, the 4 of you can't go anywhere. Yi Ran's cold voice came again. The voice was like the demon lord coming from under the 9 netherworld. Hey, isn't this Teacher Yi? What kind of wind brought you here? Just when Yi Ran was preparing to deal with the 4 students in this matter, suddenly a voice came from behind. Everyone goes out looking for fame. I saw Han Kun walking towards here with a smile on his face. When In Hai and others saw that the person coming was Han Kun, their eyes lit up slightly. My teacher is here. Han Kun walked to Yi Ran's side radiantly and looked at the crowd around him in surprise. Good guy, it's so lively. I didn't expect so many people to come to the cafeteria. Then Han Kun patted In Hai on the shoulder, smiled proudly at Yi Ran and said, I forgot to introduce you to Teacher Yi. These are 4 of my most proud students, all of whom are currently at the gold level. Come and say hello to Teacher Yi. Han Kun directed 4 students, In Hai and others bowed to Yi Ran hypocritically. Hello teacher. Then he looked at Yi Ran with a proud look on his face. There was an expression on his face that said my teacher is here too. What can you do to me? See 31 platinum level? Slap me. Oops, that hypocrite is here. I said those people looked so familiar, they turned out to be in the class of hypocrites. Then this all makes sense. There are quite a few instances of beating students in their class.
The most irritating thing is that several times when students and teachers came to ask for explanations, they were fooled by this hypocrite using his status as a celebrity mentor. Why do you think their class has been so tyrannical in school? It's because there is this hypocrite behind them. It's over, this matter may not be settled. Yi Ran was faster and came earlier. The students from class 2 arrived just now. When they saw the scene, they all started talking about it. If Han Kun was here, it is very likely that Wang Dachuan's beating would have been in vain. Teacher Han, you came just in time. Come and tell me how to deal with this matter? Yi Ran looked at Han Kun calmly and said. Han Kun looked at Yi Ran curiously and then at his students, with confusion on his face as if he had just arrived. I just came. What happened? He disappeared during the fight, but showed up as soon as the student was about to be punished. You said you just came here, who were you kidding? Where's the ghost letter? Seeing Han Kun pretending to be stupid, Yi Ran said directly without any hesitation, your students have just admitted their intention to destroy my student Wang Dachuan. According to school regulations, if there is a fight between students, and the circumstances are serious, the ability will be revoked and the student will be expelled from the school. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Teacher Han was surprised. Teacher Yi, what you say must be based on evidence. Isn't your classmate Wang Dachuan still standing here doing well? Why was he abolished? Did I not make it clear enough? Your students have admitted that they have the intention to destroy my student Wang Dachuan. Don't you understand the intention? Yi Ran looked at Han Kun indifferently. Han Kun listened to Yi Ran's words and smiled. Well, I don't know if there is a sentence in the school rules that means you will be expelled if you have the intention to abolish it. Why don't you teach me where this sentence comes from? Besides, you said that my students have this intention, is it true? Then Han Kun turned around and asked the 4 students behind him, tell the teacher, you really want to abolish Wang Dachuan? Intention? Wang Haoran, who had admitted before, looked troubled, but still chose to remain silent. In Hai and others standing behind him immediately stood up. Teacher, we just had a little quarrel with classmate Wang Dachuan, and we never wanted to destroy him. I admit it was because Teacher Yi was too strong just now, we were forced to admit it. In Hai and others not only denied their previous intentions, but also further discredited Yi Ran. After hearing the speeches of these 4 people, Han Kun's expression suddenly turned cold. Teacher Yi, what do you mean? Should the evildoer file a complaint first? Finally, Han Kun turned to the person not far away and said, Director Wang, how do you judge this matter? Everyone turned their heads, only then did he realize that a figure was coming not far away. This person was Wang Chenghai, the Deputy Director of Academic Affairs for the first year. Wang Chenghai supported his big belly and walked up to the crowd with a smile on his face. As for this matter, I just heard about it on the road. I think this matter is entirely your problem, Teacher Yi. How can you force students to surrender? This is absolutely not allowed in our grade. Wang Chenghai frowned and looked at Yi Ran, then waved his hand impatiently. Let's do this, Teacher Yi, since this is your first time offending. You can apologize to these 4 classmates and get their forgiveness. We can turn this matter into a minor matter. Despite this, Han Kun still looked at Wang Chenghai angrily. Director Wang, how can you favor a teacher and not protect the students? Wang Chenghai comforted Han Kun as if he was acting. Okay, Teacher Han, you have a lot of wisdom, please forgive Teacher Yi this time. Han Kun snorted coldly, and then said, then I will give you face, Director Wang, this time. Wang Chenghai looked at Yi Ran understandingly. Did you see that? Mr. Han has forgiven you a lot. Why don't you apologize immediately? In just 2 sentences, the plaintiff directly became the defendant. Obviously, this is the double act sung by Wang Chenghai and Han Kun. The eyes of the second-class students standing far away were almost burning. What the hell is this? It was Wang Dachuan who was beaten. It's okay if those 4 students are not punished. Now we have to ask Teacher Yi to apologize to them? Director Wang and Han Kun are just wearing the same pair of pants and are colluding together. It makes me angry. You talk to people about fairness and justice every day. Is this called fairness and justice? Go to hell. Teacher Yi, class is about to start. Please apologize quickly. Your class is not in class, but we still have class. Han Kun looked at his watch impatiently. Looking down at Yi Ran, Director Wang, it was obviously these 4 students who beat me first. I am sure they wanted to destroy me. How can I ask Teacher Yi to apologize? Hearing that Wang Chenghai and Han Kun asked Yi Ran to apologize to the 4 students who beat them, Wang Dachuan argued anxiously. What's wrong with your child when you're talking to an adult? Han Kun snorted coldly. At the moment of scolding, Bai Jin's breath flashed slightly, and an invisible shockwave directly hit Wang Dachuan's body. Wang Dachuan was caught off guard and suffered this disaster. Bang! Bang! Bang!
After 3 violent collisions, Wang Dachuan was slammed into the corner.
Wang Dachuan, who was already suffering from some injuries, could not withstand the attack of the strong Platinum Man.
At this moment, he was vomiting blood and could not stand up.
At the moment Wang Dachuan was knocked away, Yi Ran said nothing and slapped Han Kun directly.
Director Wang, you have seen it clearly. Teacher Yi took the initiative to attack me. This is self-defense.
Han Kun looked at Yi Ran, who was attacking him. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. This was one of Han Kun's goals, to provoke Yi Ran to attack him. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to destroy Yi Ran openly. Although Han Kun's wishful thinking came true, but when he came into contact with Yi Ran's attack, but he found that things were not as simple as he thought.
Snapped.
A crisp, precise slap sounded on Han Kun's cheek. The left side of Han Kun's face became swollen.
Blood even flowed from the nostrils.
Han Kun stood there blankly, looking at his hands that had just been flicked away by Yi Ran.
I can't believe this scene in front of me. What's the situation? I, the Platinum expert, didn't block the slap of this useless mentor?
C-32 stand back and watch how the teacher trains the dog. Not only Han Kun was stunned, others present were also stunned.
What's going on? Am I right? Teacher Yi slapped that hypocrite? And he even hit me? No, how did you do this?
The hypocrite has a bad character, but his strength is real Platinum? Just now, Teacher Yi suppressed 4 golds and was speechless.
It was scary enough. Now he slaps the Platinum powerhouse in the face? Am I still awake?
Anyway, this time, I feel so relieved.
Well done, I've seen this hypocrite unhappy for a long time.
I'll admit it, but as far as this is concerned, there aren't many teachers in the entire grade who can do it so easily, right?
When did Teacher Yi become so powerful? Wasn't it always silver before?
This is called being wise but foolish, hiding one's strength and biding one's time. You don't understand.
Teacher Yi is awesome.
Whoever says Teacher Yi is a salty fish in the future, who am I to worry about? The students in Class 2 were all shocked and extremely pleasantly surprised.
Who doesn't want his teacher to be the best in the world?
No, actually, I don't blame everyone for being so shocked.
The gap in strength between Platinum and those below Platinum is really too great.
Platinum powerhouse, as a half step towards the threshold of master. If people before Platinum were still studying the path of their predecessors, after that, Bai Jin has begun to understand the rules and try to walk his own path, to the extent that he can teach others. This is also the reason why the Magic City Gaowu Academy agrees that those with Platinum Gold and above can accept direct disciples.
In short, those who are strong in Platinum are a degrading blow to those below Platinum.
Even that Slevel monster, Zhang Hedong, who suppressed the family's ability to lift their head. I once failed to defeat a strong Platinum player when I jumped up a level.
This gap can no longer be bridged by just one Slevel talent.
And now, Teacher Yi obviously has not walked out of his own way, and he is definitely not a Platinum expert. However, he was able to use his golden posture to slap and swollen the face of the strong Platinum man when he was on guard. This situation is unheard of and simply unbelievable.
How is that possible?
Han Kun covered his face and worked hard to reduce the swelling while looking at Yi Ran in disbelief. The sense of unreality left him speechless.
Yi Ran, do you know what you are doing?
Wang Shanghai on the side pointed at Yi Ran angrily. Yi Ran didn't even look at Wang Shanghai and said softly, "Again, I'll beat you too." Wang Shanghai pointed at Yi Ran angrily, but he honestly chose to shut up. Although he is the deputy director of the grade, he is an older person who got along with his seniority. Usually he is good at bossing people around, but when it comes to fighting, he is not ranked at all. The strong Platinum man was defeated, and he didn't want to receive that slap. Then, Yi Ran walked step by step towards Wang Dachuan, who was beaten away by Han Kun. He helped Wang Dachuan up and shook off the gravel on Wang Dachuan's body. "Dachuan, I have always taught you to be kind to others. I am very happy that you have listened to me, but I don't like your behavior today." Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and touched the back of his head honestly. "I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you such trouble." Yi Ran waved his hand. It is the teacher's duty to protect students, not to mention trouble. Then Yi Ran pointed at Han Kun. "I was negligent as a teacher. I only teach you how to treat people, but not how to treat dogs." Listening to Yi Ran calling himself a dog, after Han Kun recovered from the shock, his eyes began to turn red. He, Han Kun, has always been the only one to bully others.
How could someone bully him? Or was he being bullied by a salty fish instructor in front of so many people?
At this time, Han Kun's anger level had reached its peak. "Yi Ran, you are looking for death." After saying that, Han Kun's momentum instantly soared. The powerful aura directly drove back all the students. A snow-white lion appeared behind Han Kun, its eyes wide open with anger. and its almost substantial murderous aura left traces on the ground. A level superpower, White Jade Lion, one of the top existences among a level ferocious beasts, its racial strength is no less than that of a devouring ferocious pig. The racial talent is the Jade ability, which can turn objects in contact into jade. Once the talent is activated, it's very possible that he was hit again and again. The opponent's arms and legs were all turned into jade. This weird ability, coupled with the powerful body functions of the level ferocious beast, close combat with the White Jade Lion is simply a nightmare for the opponent. Following Han Kun's urging, the White Lion directly transformed into Han Kun's body. Han Kun's whole body grew bigger. The tight muscles contain explosive power, and the red eyes reveal naked aggression. You will regret what you did today. Han Kun's mouth moved slightly, his spine hunched up. Approaching Yi Ran like a predator staring at his prey. Han Kun was coming fiercely, but Yi Ran, who was at the center of the pressure, remained calm. He pointed at the furious Han Kun and continued to teach Wang Dachuan, "Remember what I said as a teacher. When you encounter a barking dog, there is only one thing you need to do." Yi Ran looked at Han Kun, his eyes sparkling. "Beat it until it obeys." Moment, Yi Ran's aura began to surge, and a giant black dragon circled around Yi Ran. Roar. Mo Lon let out a loud roar and roared at the huge White Jade Lion. The moment the vigorous momentum confronted Han Kun, not surprisingly, the war is about to break out. Oh no, Teacher Yi is crazy? He actually chooses to confront the hypocrite? Platinum beats gold. Teacher Yi will die. It's a big mess. Find someone to help quickly and save Teacher Yi. Go to the Academic Affairs Office to ask for Director Liu. Yes, go and ask Director Liu. Without saying a word, Li Muran rushed towards the Academic Affairs Office. Unknowingly, the hearts of the students in Class 2 gathered around Yi Ran. "Yi Ran, you asked for this." Han Kun really didn't understand why a golden Yi Ran. "Where did you get the courage to choose to confront him, Hedon?" But it doesn't matter, it just happened to agree with him. This time, he will completely beat Yi Ran into trash in front of Yi Ran's students. Han Kun's eyes were filled with viciousness. He already wanted to tear Yi Ran alive. "It just so happens that I'm not used to bullying small ones." Yi Ran looked at Han Kun, who was in full swing, still looking calm. He walked forward and looked at the alienated lion. "I was worried about how to deal with those students." After all, the guy who admitted it didn't look like someone who likes to bully others. After much thought, only a beast like you can force students to engage in such despicable methods. He waved his hand towards Wang Dachuan. "Stand back and watch carefully how the teacher trains the dog." See 33 Racial Talent. Jadification. Han Kun was extremely angry and laughed. "Seriously, the first thing I want to do is to tear your mouth apart. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife." Yi Ran's words could poke Han Kun's lungs with precision. "The swelling will subside first before we talk." Yi Ran's words made Han Kun's anger soar to a new height. "Hey!" A voice passed by. Han Kun turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards Yi Ran. The speed was so fast that it caused a sonic boom. There was a loud noise of bang. There was an explosion sound like two mountains colliding together, causing a wave of air. The students who were approaching were immediately thrown away by the powerful aftermath. When the aftermath dissipates, at the center of the explosion, Yi Ran and Han Kun were deadlocked. Han Kun's fierce punch was actually blocked by Yi Ran with one hand. How is this possible? Han Kun held a huge lion's head on his head, with an incredible look in his eyes. If you say that being slapped before is an underestimation, this time, he tried his best to kill Yi Ran. But just a full blow, or was he blocked by this salted fish instructor? How come the iron rule of not skipping the level to challenge Platinum doesn't apply to Yi Ran? The strong sense of unreality made Han Kun feel a little dazed. In fact, it's not surprising that Han Kun was in a daze. Even if anyone were to stand here now, they would not think that the gold level Yi Ran could withstand the full blow of a platinum level strongman. Han Kun came to his senses and continued to attack with his fists without believing in evil. Each punch was powerful and heavy, containing the full strength of a platinum-level expert. Wherever the whistling wind of the fist passed, even the solid wood tables and chairs were torn apart. Faced with this fierce storm, Yi Ran calmly waved the power of the Ink Dragon, defend every attack of Han Kun with extreme precision. This left Han Kun with nothing to do, and every attack was in vain. For a while, the two of them were fighting back and forth, evenly matched. It's not like a platinum-level powerhouse crushing gold at all. This scene stunned all the students. Holy shit, what did I see? This is platinum hitting gold? Isn't it true that any genius can't challenge platinum? What is this? Teacher Yi should not be called a genius, he should be called a monster. I'm convinced, Teacher Yi is awesome. Who the hell will call Teacher Yi a salty fish in the future? Who the hell am I worried about?
Director Le called me early. Who would have thought that Teacher Yi could be evenly matched with this hypocrite? Why did you call me so early? Let Director Le take a closer look to see if our Teacher Yi is too tough, or if this hypocrite is just a parallel import. All the students were immersed in Yi Ran's toughness. In fact, Yi Ran's talent belongs to the top ranks of the family, and his bloodline and talent are strong. If it weren't for that series of changes, Yi Ran would now be at least a genius on the same level as Luwani. And now Yi Ran has exceeded his golden mark. Yi Ran, who crossed the natural chasm, was like a carp crossing the dragon gate, turning into a dragon. The foundation that has been laid for nearly 10 years has been sublimated and exploded at the moment of breakthrough. Its energy purity and quality are extremely high, so rich that it doesn't look like a gold-level powerhouse at all. Just relying on these conditions, Yi Ran's comprehensive strength is no less than what its level superpower can explode at the same level. Not to mention Yi Ran's innate Taoist physique, and the blessing of the system. At this time, Yi Ran has gathered many miraculous factors into one, and is fully capable of competing with the strong men of the platinum level. There is no iron rule that cannot be broken. It's just that the fist is not hard enough and the strength is not strong enough. Perhaps due to interference from off-field factors, Han Kun's offense became more and more impatient and had more and more problems. The situation on the court also started with Han Kun's full attack and Yi Ran's defense. It gradually evolved into two people attacking each other. Even Han Kun had to start defending at some points. At this time, Han Kun felt that Yi Ran could capture the key points of every punch he made in advance. Attack with all your strength. Yi Ran just needs to take action at the key points of his attack, and he can easily resolve it. This feeling was like being seen through, which made Han Kun extremely aggrieved. There was a sound of bang. Following Han Kun's slight negligence, Yi Ran found the right opportunity and punched Han Kun directly in the face. Han Kun was caught off guard and was knocked back several meters by the punch. The originally healed nose was bleeding out again, looking extremely miserable. At this time, Han Kun looked at his nosebleeds that were constantly dripping. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although I really don't want to admit it, without activating my innate magical power, I can't beat Yi Ran. If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. For a moment, anger and shame occupied Han Kun's brain. Why should a waste that cannot break through silver in 10,000 years, now he can actually press himself, the much-anticipated platinum genius, to the ground and rub him? The strong sense of shame and anger caused Han Kun's blood pressure to rise. The blood that had stopped flowing started flowing again. Yi Ran smiled disdainfully. If it's this level, I won't even need you to look after the house and nurse. Every word is precious, and there is no word dog in every sentence, but Han Kun is said to be a dog in every sentence. You wanna die. How could Han Kun, who was already narrow-minded, endure such an insult? In an instant, with a flash of white light in Han Kun's eyes, the white jade lion transformed into Han Kun began to glow with a strange light. When the light dissipates, the white body became as smooth as porcelain, and even reflected light under the sunlight. Racial talent? Teacher Han, you can't do it. After seeing this scene, Wang Chenghai, the deputy director of the grade on the side, who had been watching the show calmly, started shouting in panic. Although he was not strong enough, he could see what Han Kun wanted to do with his experienced eyes. Once the white jade lion's innate magical power is unfolded, after that, every punch and kick from Han Kun hit Yi Kun. Then the part of Yi Ran's body that was touched will undergo irreversible jade lesions. It ranges from missing arms and legs to death on the spot. This is completely for Yi Ran's life. The Magic City's high martial arts academies encourage competition among each other, but life and death fights are strictly prohibited. Han Kun is obviously going to kill him now. Once something like this happens, not only those involved in the fight will be severely punished, but he, the deputy director of the grade, will also be punished. For a moment, Wang Chenghai was filled with regrets as to why he chose to help Han Kun to cheer him up. Originally, I just wanted to curry favor with a potential celebrity mentor. But I never expected that the outcome of this incident would be completely beyond my imagination. Although Wang Chenghai tried his best to stop him, but Han Kun, who was overwhelmed with anger, could not care about so much. Han Kun's white jade-like fist hit Yi Ran's head directly. Bang! Han Kun's speed was so fast that Yi Ran seemed unable to react. This cannon punch hit Yi Ran firmly on the head. It made an extremely dull sound. If it weren't for the body protection of Molong Xian Gong, Yi Ran might have been separated from his head at this moment. You brought this on yourself, Han Kun said viciously. As soon as this punch came out, even if Yi Ran could block Han Kun's attack power, he could not block the jade-shaped lesions. Yi Ran will still be dead by then. Sure enough, things turned out as Han Kun expected. Although Yi Ran blocked the blow,
but starting from Yi Ran's hair, the whole person glowed with white light. As the white light continues to extend downward, skip Yi Ran's hair, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and chin. Yi Ran's entire head gradually turned into a white jade-colored relief. C-34 go and stop the injustice in this world at this moment. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at the white relief and couldn't say a word. Wang Chenghai held out his big belly. He ran over in a hurry and looked left and right at Yi Ran's jade sculpture. Angrily, he slapped his thighs with both hands. Han Kun, do you know what you did? You are killing people. Do you know about killing people? Wang Chenghai never expected that the final result of the matter would be like this. He was very upset at this moment. He would have avoided getting involved in this muddy water if he had known better. In my heart, I have scolded the 18 generations of Han Kun's ancestors all over. Wang Chenghai's sentence kills people. Like a thunderous explosion in the plains, it shook the hearts of everyone present. The students looked at all this with horrified eyes. It would have been fine if it was a fight between two parties, but this incident turned into a murder. Especially when a teacher in school killed another teacher. Then things would get really big. At this time, Han Kun also put away his powers and returned to his original appearance. After he regained his senses, a slight flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and finally he regained his composure. He snorted coldly, "Murder? Deputy Director Wang, you don't dare to slap this kind of charge on someone's head casually. You." Wang Chenghai's eyes almost popped out of his head after listening to Han Kun's words. He never expected that Han Kun could be so shameless. He obviously did such a thing in public, but he turned around and denied it. At this time, Han Kun calmly walked to Yi Ran. He said to Wang Chenghai, "This is obviously because Teacher Yi kept stimulating me with words when he and I were discussing skills, causing my powers to go out of control. It was an accident caused by punching too hard. How can this be considered intentional homicide? Woolen cloth? Director Wang, you have to testify to my innocence." "The power is out of control," Wang Chenghai repeated Han Kun's words. Loss of control of superpowers is a mental illness that occurs after a person with superpowers awakens. Once this type of patient is severely stimulated, it is easy for him to lose control of his superpowers and produce uncontrollable behaviors, causing unpredictable consequences. Generally, the supervision department will not pursue the irreparable losses caused by patients with mental illness certificates such as out-of-control abilities. This is a disguised protection for mental patients. At this moment, Han Kun attributed this series of actions to the loss of control of his powers, clearly trying to excuse himself. "Yes, Director Wang, you also know that there were some flaws when I was promoted to Platinum. Although I said I was fine at the time, I actually went to the hospital privately to see him. This is a sign of out-of-control supernatural powers. If you don't believe me, I will go home and get you my mental illness certification certificate right now." Han Kun's eyes turned slightly red as he spoke, and his expression seemed to be that he had been greatly wronged and was about to cry. "Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. I was just afraid that the school would expel me as a tutor because my powers were out of control. Director Wang, you know, I really like students, and I really want to do something for our school. Make some contribution." As Han Kun spoke, he began to choke. This scene completely stunned everyone present. Even a cunning old man like Wang Chenghai was stunned. However, after analyzing the pros and cons, Wang Chenghai immediately chose to side with Han Kun. After all, if Han Kun killed Yi Ran out of anger, he would definitely be regarded as an accomplice and severely punished by the school. But now Han Kun said that he accidentally killed someone because of a mental illness such as losing control of his powers. He also admitted why he hid his mental illness. If this series of things is true, at most, I would only be shouldering the insignificant responsibility of not caring about my mentor's mental condition. Which of the responsibilities is more important or less important? Wang Chenghai can tell immediately when he thinks about it. Wang Chenghai, who wanted to understand, took a deep look at Han Kun for a moment. To be able to think of such wonderful resolving techniques at such a critical moment, coupled with such realistic acting skills, although this kind of person is simply the scum of scum in terms of character, however, this kind of coping ability is really a rare talent. Wang Chenghai understood and walked up to Han Kun, who was choking and sobbing, and patted Han Kun's shoulder distressfully. Han Kun wiped away tears and said with choked sobs, "I'm sorry, Director Wang, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this. I really deserve to die, I'm a murderer." The more Han Kun talked, the more excited he became. Finally, he raised his hands directly and said pleadingly to Wang Chenghai, "Director Wang, please arrest me now and let the school and the supervision department hold me accountable. I am willing to give one life for Teacher Yi." Seeing that Han Kun had already mastered the double recital, how could Wang Chenghai not understand Han Kun's thoughts?
While looking at Han Kun distressfully, he sighed softly. Hey, get up, Teacher Han. It's not your fault. It's our ancestors' responsibility for not doing the power awakening ceremony well. Finally, he took a look at the jade sculpture that Yi Ran had turned into, and said with regret, It's a pity, Teacher Yi. Who would have thought that he, who has always been mediocre, would break out into such an amazing performance today? It's a pity that he wanted to express himself too much and ended up causing such a big disaster to himself. Everything is destiny, right? The two of them sang together and exchanged a few light words. The black is said to be white, and the perpetrator is said to be the victim. However, justice lies in the heart of the people. At this time, the students in Class 2 looked at these two people, with anger written all over their faces. Especially Wang Dachuan. He couldn't bear to take care of the wounds on his body and walked to Yi Ran, looking at all this in disbelief. Later, he, who has a simple and honest temperament, at this moment, he pointed at Wang Chenghai and Han Kun angrily. Are you still being reasonable? It was obviously this bastard who accidentally killed Teacher Yi. He is a murderer. A murder must be paid with a life. Wang Dachuan's words stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. All the students in Class 2 followed Wang Dachuan and shouted in unison, Kill for life! Kill for life! Kill for life! The voices were roaring, and the students' anger seemed to be reaching the roof of the restaurant. The scattered first grade and second grade students gathered unimaginable power at this moment. When Wang Chenghai saw this, he snorted disdainfully, Shut up! With a roar, Wang Chenghai's late gold aura combined with the superior aura. For a moment, all the students present were stunned. It's not your students' turn to make any comments about the school's decision. Wang Chenghai glanced at these students with disdain. A group of losers who are about to be eliminated, don't think about how to work hard to stay, and still have time to care about other people's affairs? I will count to 3. Students who have not left after 3 times will have 3 points deducted from their year-end assessment. Class 2 of the first grade is originally the last class of the freshman class. All the students have low scores. If everyone is deducted another 3 points, there is a high risk of being dismissed. Wang Chenghai thought he had grasped this point. He threatened the students in front of him with a look of disdain. 3, 2, 1. When Wang Chenghai finished talking about the 3 numbers, this group of students who should have been knocked down and dispersed are still standing where they are. A person chooses to leave. At this moment, all the students stared angrily. Go to Nima's school. Give my teacher his life. Give my teacher his life. Kill for life. Kill for life. The students' anger broke out again. They stood in front of Yi Ran in unison. Use your weak body to help Yi Ran block the injustice in this world. C35 The superpower is a good superpower, but it's a pity that it grows on a beast. This Wang Chenghai, who did not scare the students, was stunned on the spot. He usually uses the power of his superiors to dictate matters. How have he ever seen such a scene? Director Wang, let me handle it. Seeing Wang Chenghai in trouble, Han Kun patted Wang Chenghai on the shoulder and said with a smile. At this moment, the corners of Han Kun's mouth were raised, and he was so complacent that his happy mood almost overflowed. Where is the appearance of crying uncontrollably before? This hypocrite can't even pretend. Han Kun walked up to Wang Chenghai. Looking at this group of students who were protecting Yi Ran and never taking a step back, I felt a sense of anger in my heart for no reason. Maybe he hates the house and the bird, maybe he is a little jealous. Han Kun looked around for a week, looked at the students in front of him and said calmly, Director Wang is kind to you, but I am different. I will count to 3 more this time. If you still don't leave, I'm sorry. Saying that, Han Kun turned on all fire in front of the students. The white jade lion was directly alienated into himself. The powerful platinum aura suppressed these students, who may not even have silver, to retreat continuously, and even their breathing was a little uncomfortable. A naked threat forced all students present to submit. Whoosh! Before Han Kun started counting, suddenly a golden red musket pierced Han Kun's face. Ha! Han Kun snorted coldly, without even raising his hand. A jade-faced barrier instantly appeared in front of him, directly blocking the menacing musket. When the gun touched the jade barrier, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. I'm so angry. Is there such a thing as a royal law? A bunch of rats are running rampant. It really makes me sick. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Dongdong, who was as big as a brat, appeared directly in front of the student. How could he, who hated evil so much, endure these bastards who were confusing right and wrong in front of him? After seeing the person clearly, Han Kun frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that such a young kid would appear in the university cafeteria. Moreover, the strength of this young kid far exceeds that of a freshman. Such a person has a very strong background at first glance, and is likely to have a strong mentor. For a moment, Han Kun did not dare to act rashly. When the old and cunning Wang Chenghai saw Huang Dongdong's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. How could he, who was more senior, not recognize the talented young man in front of him? He quickly walked forward and whispered into Han Kun's ear, "This is a visiting professor in our school, a direct disciple of Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect." After hearing this, Han Kun frowned slightly. "Huo Wen, the leader of the fire sect, the master of the Diamond Peak, I heard that he has a hot temper and is extremely protective." After learning about Huang Dongdong's inheritance, Han Kun felt a little troubled. However, he still put on an extremely professional posture and said to Huang Dongdong, "My little friend, you must have heard what happened before. Now we need to deal with the internal affairs of our school. Please don't interfere too much." Huang Dongdong didn't care about Han Kun at all. He once again transformed a musket in his hand and pointed it at Han Kun. He spat contemptuously, "Bah, what kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be here, you murderer?" Listening to Huang Dongdong's merciless insults to him, Han Kun's face also became a little ugly. "Little friend, please speak clearly, please don't slander casually." "Okay, murderer, murderer, murderer." Huang Dongdong looked at Han Kun with disdain. "How many times do you want to hear it? I'll tell you." Then Huang Dongdong pointed at Han Kun and said seriously, "If you can, kill me today. If you can't, I will make your today's incident public to the public. Then everyone will see how this Devil's Gaowu Academy deals with a scum like you." Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Han Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. If they are all students of the school, he is relatively easy to control. Even if there are students who want to make trouble, he can still suppress them. But Huang Dongdong is not a student of the school, but a direct disciple of the master. With such an identity, I couldn't coerce him. But it happened that it was Huang Dongdong who said this. It is very likely to cause an uproar and have an extremely negative impact on yourself. It would be better to let Huang Dongdong go out and be the loudspeaker. Thinking of this, Han Kun's eyes already had murderous intent. After the power is out of control, killing one is killing two is killing. It seemed that he felt the cold murderous aura on Han Kun's body. Huang Dongdong cursed directly, "Calling you a rat is really flattering you. You are just a beast. A beast that kills people without blinking an eye and is not a human being at all." Huang Dongdong's words directly angered Han Kun. At this time, Han Kun's right hand manifested the white energy again. Jade's skill is activated again. "You asked for this." Han Kun shouted coldly, turning into a white phantom and rushing towards Huang Dongdong. Roar! The punch Han Kun threw had a vague roar of a lion. The direction of attack was exactly Huang Dongdong's forehead. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Huang Dongdong with one blow. The speed of Han Kun's attack was beyond Huang Dongdong's expectation. Before he could react, Han Kun's fist had already hit him. But just when Han Kun's fist was about to hit Huang Dongdong's face, a powerful hand tightly grasped Han Kun's fist, helping Huang Dongdong block this fatal blow. When Han Kun saw the appearance of the person who blocked his attack, he cried out in surprise, "Yi Ran?" This person was Yi Ran. He smiled at Huang Dongdong, "You're welcome for saving my life." Then Yi Ran turned his head, his eyes became cold, his palms secretly exerted force. Han Kun felt as if a steamroller was pressing down on his fist, even his bones began to creak. The severe pain made him quickly withdraw his fist, and he couldn't help but wave it behind him. At this moment, Han Kun had no time to check his hands. He looked at the living Yi Ran in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you do it?" Since he was promoted to the platinum rank, Han Kun's White Jade Lion's innate magical power has never failed. No matter you are a platinum-level genius or a half-grandmaster in the late platinum rank, as long as you stick to his Jade transformation ability, without exception, you will lose arms and legs. Han Kun has also killed a platinum-level beast that is stronger than himself. But today, his Jade transformation ability, which he has always been confident in, failed on Yi Ran, which made him a little unacceptable. At this time, Yi Ran bent down and picked up the Jade fragments on the ground. "You won't understand even if I tell you. The innate Tao body is known as the darling of the law, and is invulnerable to all laws and unharmed by all laws. Although the Jade ability looks extremely strange, it is just a law of attribute change. How could this ability hurt Yi Ran, who has an innate Tao body?" Yi Ran threw away the Jade fragments and looked at Han Kun with regret. "White Jade Lion, the superpower is a good superpower, but it's a pity that it grows on a beast." See 36 Slaughter. "You are qualified to be a teacher? Teacher Yi, are you okay?" "Yes, Teacher Yi, how is your health?" "Teacher Yi, do you want to go to the infirmary and take a look?" "Teacher Yi." When the students in Class 2 saw Yi Ran standing in front of them alive, everyone gathered around Yi Ran anxiously, asking concernedly how Yi Ran was doing. Wang Dachuan couldn't care less about his own pain. He quickly squeezed in and looked at Yi Ran honestly. When Wang Dachuan saw that Yi Ran was fine, he felt relieved. He grinned. Teacher Yi, you are so awesome. This can help you survive. Originally, I was prepared to die with you. Teacher Yi is safe and sound, he is more happy than anyone else. It's just that this silly mouth is really not very good at talking. Yi Ran glanced at Dachuan helplessly. Dachuan, there's no need for that. Wang Dachuan also knew that what he said might not be pleasant to listen to. But I don't know how to find a remedy. I could only scratch my head stupidly. Anyway, as long as it's okay, it'll be okay. But after thinking about it, Wang Dachuan suddenly said to Yi Ran, Teacher Yi, let's go. We don't want to be like them anymore. After hearing what Wang Dachuan said, the students also realized that now is not the time to care. One by one, they hurriedly said to Yi Ran, that's right, Teacher Yi, let's go. Teacher Yi, let's go find Director Li to seek justice. That's right, Teacher Yi, let's go to the school. Let's see how the school handles it. Yes, Teacher Yi, a good man doesn't suffer the immediate consequences. Wang Dachuan's proposal was responded to by the students. After all, Han Kun is a platinum-level expert, and everyone sees his strength. Who knows if Teacher Yi will be in danger again if this conflict continues? After all, in their eyes, Teacher Yi has already passed through the gate of hell once. Yi Ran pressed his hand slightly to signal the students to be quiet. He saw the concern of his classmates. He smiled and said to them, don't worry, there's no danger. That blow just now, to be precise, Yi Ran deliberately let Han Kun hit him. Because the moment I chose to bring the second-class students to support Wang Dachuan, he received the task from the system. It is detected that the cohesion of the class led by the host is increasing, triggering an emergency mission. Unity is strength. Unexpected mission. Unity is strength. Host, please increase the class cohesion by more than 80% as soon as possible. After completing the mission, you will receive the system reward, Master Soul. Teacher Soul, the owner will receive a teaching bonus. The teaching ability will be increased by 20%, and the student's understanding ability will be increased by 10%. Yi Ran could see at a glance that this was a good thing. As long as there is a teacher soul, regardless of the fact that Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru have super talents in their own right and have not yet been developed, just talking about ordinary students, in the normal process of teaching and solving doubts, Yi Ran will speed up their strength improvement by more than 20%. Their comprehension ability will also increase by 10%. This has a great effect on improving the cultivation progress of Yi Ran's entire class. Yi Ran himself was a little worried that he would not pass the assessment of the overall cultivation progress of his class. As long as you have the soul of a master, none of this will be a problem. So since receiving this mission, Yi Ran has been thinking about how to get this master soul. So there was the scene where he resisted the Korean group with a sure blow. First, Yi Ran has an innate Taoist body and is not afraid of being corroded by rules-based skills. Second, based on the fight, Yi Ran was confident that he would be able to withstand the force of the blow. The result is also obvious. Han Kun's blow successfully ignited the anger of all the students in Class 2. It also succeeded in making Yi Ran's class become monolithic. Class cohesion has also successfully reached 75%. And now, what Yi Ran needs to do is to ignite the whole audience and push the cohesion of the entire class to the highest point. And the gunpowder primer that ignited the audience. Yi Ran looked at Han Kun. He said to Wang Dachuan, the dog training class isn't over yet, how can it end now? Yi Ran waved his hand, turned around, and stood in front of the students. He moved his neck. He stretched out a hand and hooked towards Han Kun. Keep shouting. This posture, it is very similar to the gestures of an animal tamer when dealing with wild beasts that have not yet been tamed. To be honest, I really admire your courage. Han Kun saw Yi Ran being so provocative and laughed angrily. Looking at your fate, I still plan to spare your life. It seems that I am being sentimental. Killing once is killing twice is killing. Just based on Yi Ran's performance, Han Kun now felt that even if Yi Ran was cut into pieces by 5 horses, he still wouldn't understand his anger. The Snow White Lion's head appears again. The familiar white light once again condensed around Han Kun. Teacher Yi, be careful. Wang Dachuan exclaimed. Wang Dachuan's voice has not yet fallen. Han Kun has already arrived. Boom. Yi Ran and Han Kun's fists collided. The aftermath of the huge impact knocked away the students who were closer. The response is pretty quick. But how should you deal with this jade? With the help of dog luck, you have defused your jade ability once. Do you really think you can challenge me? How many treasures do you have left to consume? Han Kun smiled disdainfully. He exerted all his strength to activate the ability of Yuhua. Although Yi Ran's removal of jade transformation shocked Han Kun, he did not think that this was something Yi Ran could achieve with his own abilities.
It must have been resolved with some treasures. However, treasures are limited after all, and when they are used up, Yi Ran's death will naturally come. Everything was as Han Kun expected. With the contact of fists, Yi Ran's fist began to glow white. Han Kun's expression was ferocious, his eyes fixed on Yi Ran's facial expression. He wanted so much to capture the panic on Yi Ran's facial expression to satisfy his perverted pleasure. But instead of seeing panic on Yi Ran's face, he saw a hint of sarcasm. You don't think that your jade transformation ability is unsolvable, do you? As soon as Yi Ran finished speaking, the white luster on Yi Ran's fist began to fade, flesh color appeared on Yi Ran's fist again. In an instant, the jade transformation directly dissipated into nothingness. How is this possible? Han Kun's pupils narrowed slightly, and the changes in front of him caught him off guard. Next time, learn more about how people speak. Don't just learn one sentence and keep shouting back and forth until your ears are almost calloused. Yi Ran's mouth is unforgiving. Then, Yi Ran turned his hand with a knife, and cut Han Kun's elbow directly. Click! There was a sound. Han Kun's right arm was broken directly by the powerful force. Han Kun covered his arm in pain and hurriedly retreated. As a result, Yi Ran came to Han Kun like a ghost, rolling up the power of the Ink Dragon. It stabbed Han Kun's right shoulder. Long-term dependence on superpowers makes the body function weak and unqualified. As soon as Yi Ran finished speaking, the power of the Ink Dragon bit Han Kun's shoulder. Click! With a sound, the joint of Han Kun's right shoulder was removed. The practice of the exercises is sparse, the energy quality is poor, and it is unqualified. Yi Ran raised his fingers and stabbed Han Kun's Tanjong point. Put! The power of the Ink Dragon pierced Han Kun's belly like a sharp thorn. Han Kun felt that all his strength was gone and his body became weak. Misbehavior leads students astray and is seriously unqualified. Yi Ran turned his left fist into a palm and slapped Han Kun heavily on the left side of his head. Boom! Han Kun was hit hard with a palm on the left side of his head, and the huge impact made his whole body fly up. Han Kun, who was in the air, could no longer hear Yi Ran's scolding clearly. Yi Ran's every move and style were extremely precise in his hidden wounds and vital points. In front of Yi Ran, he was like a doll full of loopholes, ready to be manipulated. In addition to feeling severe pain, Han Kun's eyes were already filled with panic. Right elbow, right shoulder, Tanjong point and the left side of your brain. I have never told anyone about these weaknesses and hidden wounds. How could Yi Ran know everything? Strong confusion in this cruel reality constantly hit Han Kun. Could it be said that there are really geniuses in the world? Can you instantly understand all of the opponent's weaknesses with just a few fights? What kind of evil talent is this? There was a trace of bitterness in the corner of Han Kun's mouth. Why did he want to provoke the monster Yi Ran? You are not qualified in any way. How are you qualified to be a teacher? Yi Ran's movements did not stop. At the moment when Han Kun was floating in the air, the power of the Ink Dragon gathered on Yi Ran's elbow instantly, carrying a huge force, directly into Han Kun's chest. Smash it down hard. Han Kun, who was supposed to fly backwards, was directly changed in direction by this huge force. Bang! The powerful force directly smashed Han Kun into the ground. The floor cracked instantly, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust dissipates, Yi Ran was the only one left standing proudly among the disciples. At this time, Han Kun was lying in the cracked pit unable to move. Like a dead dog, Yi Ran looked down at the half-dead Han Kun. The golden posture kills platinum. At this moment, the whole place was silent. C-37 Furious Lawani. I will kill Han Kun on the spot. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? Is this really a battle between platinum and gold? Did I travel through time? What on earth is going on? Can such an outrageous thing really happen in the world? Teacher Yi actually defeated platinum with a golden body? It's not as simple as victory, it's complete abuse. Can't you see the complete abuse? Evil doer. At this moment, all the students looked at this scene in shock and did not recover for a long time. Yi Ran's smooth operation was like a master training a dog. Simple, rough. I don't take Han Kun as an individual at all. But no matter what, Han Kun is also a platinum powerhouse. And it is still the strongest type among the platinum experts. Being tortured to pieces by such a golden person like Yi Ran. For a moment, all the students in Class 2 felt strange when they saw Yi Ran's back. Can this be called a salted fish mentor? Can this be called a lying tutor? Wang Dachuan was the only one who clenched his fists with excitement. During the first instruction, he identified Yi Ran as an unborn expert. As a result, every time I discussed it with others, they would only think that Wang Dachuan was ill. But what now? This incredible achievement, who dares to question his judgment? Wang Dachuan has a refreshing feeling of being drunk while everyone else is awake. He shouted happily,
What are you looking at? I've never seen anyone succeed in a leapfrog challenge. At this moment, Wang Dachuan is Yi Ran's #1 fan. Everyone looked at Wang Dachuan speechlessly. I've seen leapfrog challenges before, but I've never seen someone so easily tortured. Especially when it comes to gold versus platinum, which I have never even heard of. After seeing this scene, the pot-bellied Wang Changhai was no less shocked than the students present. His eyes narrowed slightly, thinking in his heart, being experienced, he sees much further than the students. Yi Ran was able to leapfrog the platinum level and completely defeat the strong men with gold. This is something that has never happened in eternity. Once something like this breaks out, it will cause an uproar. After this battle, countless celebrities and masters will come to visit Yi Ran. After all, judging from this record, Yi Ran's talent may far exceed that of ordinary level awakeners. It has even surpassed Zheng Hedong, the monster who is said to have dominated the generation of aristocratic families. Let me ask, who wouldn't want to be friends with such a talent? It is even very possible that someone extraordinary will come and accept Yi Ran as his personal disciple. No, ordinary and extraordinary levels are not enough. Perhaps even their principal, the 3 pillars of the Magic City, may be involved in the scramble to recruit disciples. When the time comes, Yi Ran. After thinking for a while, Wang Changhai looked at Yi Ran's back and swallowed. Will truly become the star of tomorrow who will be held in high esteem by all the stars. No, you must change your image in Yi Ran's heart. With that said, Wang Changhai walked directly to the side of the pit and spat fiercely at Han Kun, who was lying in the middle. Scum, how come there is a teacher with such bad conduct like you in our school? Just because you still want to teach and educate people, disgusting. Disgusting. Wang Changhai suddenly rebuked Han Kun's behavior righteously, then turned his head, smiled at Yi Ran and said, Teacher Yi, my eyesight is dim and I was deceived by a traitor, so I misunderstood Teacher Yi. I apologize to Teacher Yi. After saying that, Director Wang made a 90-degree bow in front of everyone. He looked up at Yi Ran and praised, they are not afraid of power and have the courage to fight to protect the dignity of students. In today's society, teachers with such excellent qualities are rare. Then he patted his chest and vowed, I will definitely give you full marks in this final assessment. Listening to Wang Changhai's words, the students were all stunned. They have seen shameless people, but they have never seen such shameless people. Director Wang's speed and execution ability are simply breathtaking. And facing everyone's astonished eyes, Wang Changhai's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. The sincerity in the eyes is more real than real money. Shame? Is it important? I, Wang Changhai, have been in school all my life, relying on my ability to bend and stretch my hands. Outside the hall, 2 figures passed quickly, one behind the other. Master, please slow down, I can't keep up. Wang Xiaoman looked at Luwani, who was running forward with a bitter look on her face. Ever since the students in Yi Ran's class told Luwani that Yi Ran had a fight with Han Kun in the restaurant, Luwani stopped even participating in the school board meeting. He sprinted towards the restaurant with all his strength. At this time, Luwani's anxiety and anger were written on her face. Slow down? Slow down and collect Yi Ran's body? Luwani's evil spirit was so strong that Wang Xiaoman's mouth showed a wry smile. Master, you must calm down. After arriving at the scene. Calm down, how do you want me to calm down? Seeing that Luwani could no longer listen to her own words of advice, Wang Xiaoman asked tentatively, if Teacher Yi is really seriously injured, will you? I will kill Han Kun on the spot. Lu Wenjing narrowed her eyes slightly. The body is filled with murderous aura. Wang Xiaoman on the side had goosebumps. But master, this is at school, do I care? Listening to Luwani's answer, Wang Xiaoman looked bitter. She opened her mouth to say something more, but when I saw Luwani's eyes that looked like she was killing someone, she was still lost and chose to shut up. She could only follow Luwani obediently and run towards the hall. In short, as long as everything involves Yi Ran, his master seems to have lost his mind. Forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and they had already arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria in just a few words of exchange. There was a loud noise of bang. The violent force blasted open the door of the canteen. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look. Luwani walked toward the center of the cafeteria with an angry look on her face. Wang Xiaoman, who was following behind him, started frantically looking for Yi Ran as soon as he entered the scene. When she saw Yi Ran standing safe and sound, she often breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If you're not injured, then it's okay, then it's okay. Director Lu is here. Run, why are you running? Do you think you can run like this? As if they had encountered a natural enemy, the students lowered their heads one by one. The first thing I thought about was running away. Snort! No one present is allowed to leave. Luwani snorted coldly,
and an invisible ripple spread out with her as the center. In an instant, the invisible realm directly enveloped the center of the restaurant. Everyone present suddenly felt that their legs were not in control, and they could not move even half a step. Lejia, pure and determined, can interfere with people's six senses from the soul level. Lowani interfered with the student's presence control over her legs. "Where's Han Kun? Ask him to come out to see me." Lowani's voice was cold and her tone was so strong that no one dared to refuse. "But all the teachers and students looked at me, and I looked at you, but none of them responded to Lowani." Seeing no action, Lowani shouted impatiently, "Han Kun, do you have the guts to hit someone, but don't have the guts to face me? Get out of here." As soon as these words came out, all the students present looked even weirder. Among the crowd, someone said cautiously that Director Lo, "It may not be convenient for Teacher Han to see you now." C38 Lowani is shocked. Inconvenient? What is inconvenient? Lowani shouted coldly, "Since you don't dare to see me, then I will go see him and tell me where he is." At this time, Lowani's aura was fully activated. He has an attitude of wanting to kill Han Kun. All the students listened to Lowani's words, and their expressions became even weirder. Still, no one said where Han Kun was. Seeing this scene, Lowani narrowed her eyes slightly. "You don't even dare to say yes? Are you so afraid of Han Kun's retaliation? Everyone is so greedy for life and afraid of death? Are my students so brave? If anyone doesn't point out where Han Kun is today, the final assessment will be treated as failed." Lowani's domineering attitude is revealed. After hearing what the dean said, all the students retreated in unison. "Make way for a way, this road leads directly to the deep pit created by Yiran." Lowani frowned, but still walked towards the pit. "Director Lu, Teacher Han, here." When Lowani saw the scene inside the pit, "I couldn't say a word for a long time." The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence once again. "So, this guy lying in the pit is Han Kun?" Lowani asked in disbelief. At this time, Lowani still has the aura of the previous leader who launched an army to accuse her. She looked at Yiran standing by the pit, and then at Han Kun lying in the pit. "My brain is a little down. What's the situation? Why is Han Kun lying in the pit? Why was Yiran standing by the pit intact? Did I misremember who was Platinum?" Lowani's mind is full of question marks now. Upon hearing Lowani's inquiry, Deputy Director Wang on the side ran over in a hurry. He wiped his sweat and said with a flattering smile, "Director Lu, the person in the trap is Han Kun." Wang Chenghai glanced at the pit with disgust. Who would have thought that there would be such a morally corrupt teacher in our school? When Wang Chenghai said this, he wiped the corners of his eyes sadly. Han Kun told me at the time that there were conflicts among students in the cafeteria. He also said that a teacher deliberately favored the students in his class and asked me to bring justice. Think about it, I can tolerate my bad temper, so I followed Han Kun to the cafeteria and couldn't help but talk about Teacher Yi. Wang Chenghai patted his thigh. "To be honest, I really deserve to die. I didn't even understand the cause of the matter, so I misunderstood Teacher Yi like this." This paragraph of Wang Chenghai's words is very artistic. In just a few words, he explains his problems in one stroke. Although he admitted his problem, it didn't seem very serious. Later, Wang Chenghai excitedly pulled Yiran over. Yiran ducked slightly and easily avoided Wang Chenghai's hand. Wang Chenghai jumped away, slightly embarrassed, but he still boasted, "Fortunately, Mr. Yi is an upright person. In order to protect the interests of students, he is willing to fight against evil regardless of his own safety." Wang Cheng was eloquent and boasted so much that he wished he could use what he had learned throughout his life on Yiran. Lowani frowned slightly impatiently. "Let's get to the point." Oh, okay. Wang Chenghai nodded obediently. He organized his words and continued, "Actually, it was Han Kun, the bastard, who incited the students to deliberately bully Teacher Yi's students. Teacher Yi is here to seek justice. Later on, Teacher Yi and Han Kun had a conflict. Let's forget about the fight in the school. Who would have thought that Han Kun, a bastard with no martial ethics, would actually activate his Jade transformation ability?" After hearing this, Lowani's heart tightened slightly. As the Dean of Students, she naturally understands the difficulties of Han Kun's Jade transformation ability. For a moment, she glanced at Yiran inadvertently, fearing that somewhere on Yiran's body was suffering from an irreversible disease. Seemingly noticing Lowani's eyes, Wang Chenghai continued to speak with understanding, but fortunately, Teacher Yi is extremely talented and invincible. He actually defeated Han Kun with gold and no injuries. Teacher Lu, Teacher Yi is really unparalleled. We can have such a teacher in our freshman year. This is what a happy event. Wang Chenghai was flattering her crazily, but Lowani couldn't listen to a word at this time. Gold defeats platinum without injury? If someone told her such a thing normally, she would just sneer and smile. After all, the iron rule that you can't challenge platinum by leapfrogging is deeply rooted in people's hearts. But now this situation is happening in front of me. Han Kun couldn't have beaten himself into such a state, lying in a deep pit, right? The strong sense of unreality made Lowani feel dizzy. She looked at Yi Ran deeply. Ever since he learned that Yi Ran had broken through the golden barrier, she could already imagine that Yi Ran would become a blockbuster with his genius. But he never expected that Yi Ran's shocking first battle would be so earth-shattering. For a moment, Lowani recalled what her aunt Luanjing told her. Yi Ran's potential, not to mention the fighting skills of 3 aristocratic families, is worth fighting for despite the pressure of the melee of the 3 kingdoms. Lowani took a deep breath. Chao Fan's vision was really sharp. Before, she thought that this sentence was exaggerated. Luanjing said it deliberately to match them up. But now, she not only did not think that her aunt did not exaggerate, but even underestimated Yi Ran a little bit. It was unprecedented to be able to break the platinum iron rule with a golden appearance. Once this matter spread, Lowani knew without thinking. Yi Ran will become a favorite of all major superpowers. Those who want to accept disciples, marry, and recognize relatives will come to visit one after another. Wait for marriage? Thinking of this, Lowani's heart tightened and her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Seeing that Lowani frowned and seemed to be in a bad mood, the smart Wang Chenghai mistakenly thought that Lowani was disgusted with Yi Ran's public fighting. So he immediately said, "Director Lo, this has nothing to do with Teacher Yi. This is all my fault." Wang Chenghai said while pounding his chest in grief, "It's all my fault that I met the wrong person, my old eyes are blurry, and I can't see the true face of Han Kun, the hypocrite. I was bewitched by this hypocrite and caused the deterioration of this matter." Then Wang Chenghai deliberately stood in front of Yi Ran. He straightened his chest, raised his head and closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to die. "Director Lo wants to punish you, so punish me. Everything about you has nothing to do with Teacher Yi. We can't let our genius mentor down in our freshman year." After that, Wang Chenghai deliberately put his hands behind his back and made a gesture to Yi Ran, which meant, "Don't worry, I'm here." The students who saw this scene were all speechless. What does it mean to change your face? What does it mean to be thick-skinned? What does it mean to be able to take it and let it go? Deputy Director Wang's series of operations vividly gave students a lesson on workplace survival. C39. The verdict is very satisfying. Naturally, Lowani would not explain her inner thoughts. She silently walked to the edge of the pit and looked at Han Kun, then at Yi Ran. "Teacher Yi, do you know that fighting in private is not allowed in school?" Yi Ran nodded. "As a mentor, not only did I fail to lead by example, but I also took the lead in violating discipline. I am guilty of an additional crime. Teacher Yi, are you convinced?" Hearing that Lowani seemed to be preparing to punish Yi Ran, Wang Chenghai lost face. "It's not Director Lo. I already said that all this has nothing to do with Teacher Yi. It's all my problem." "Shut up, don't think I don't know that you and Han Xuanhong work together to bully students. I will send your matter to the school discipline team for handling." Lowani scolded impatiently. "Director Lu, this is not necessary." Wang Chenghai felt a little guilty because of Lowani's sudden rage. He wanted to explain but still couldn't say anything. Lowani squinted her eyes and looked at Wang Chenghai. "Director Wang's mouth is really powerful, even black can be said to be white. Director Lu, don't talk nonsense." Wang Chenghai felt a little guilty and did not dare to look into Lowani's eyes, but he still stiffened his neck and said, looking at Wang Chenghai who refused to admit it. Lowani continued, "I have here 12 anonymous letters reporting that you and Han Kun colluded to defraud students of bursaries, and there are 10 reporting letters that Han Kun assaulted students but you, Director Wang, chose to protect them. But you two do have some tricks, the accounts are clean, and no one dares to provide evidence, which makes me unable to catch any valid evidence for so long." Lowani looked at Wang Chenghai, her aura rising. "Now it's okay, I can finally send you to the school discipline committee with justifiable authority. I believe that with the methods of the school discipline committee, everything will be made public." After hearing this, Wang Chenghai broke into a cold sweat and his legs trembled slightly. In a place like the school discipline committee, unless you really have a clear conscience, as long as there is a problem with the teacher, you will have to skin him even if you don't die there. And he can't stand the investigation. Once someone like him gets into a place like the school discipline committee, his life will be over. Director Lu, you can't send me into a place like this. You have no right to send me in." Wang Chenghai roared madly. "No power?" "Yes, I have no power, but they do." Lowani pointed to the group of second-class students behind her. "With their testimony, Wang Chenghai will definitely be sent to prison this time." Thinking of this, Wang Chenghai began to tremble all over, and a puddle of yellow soup unconsciously appeared at his feet. Lowani glanced at Wang Chenghai with some disgust. "You alone are worthy of being a teacher?
This sentence is exactly the same as what Yiran said. Then, Luwani turned her head and looked at Yiran. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cafeteria became tense again. Teacher Yi, do you know the rules in our school code? Yiran looked at Luwani and nodded. Since he chose to take action, he decided to bear the consequences. Director Lu, Teacher Yi is a passive counterattack. Yes, Director Lu, it was Han Kun who beat the students in our class first, and then Teacher Yi did it. Director Lu, Teacher Yi is not wrong. Even though Luwani had just crushed Wang Changhai with just 3 sentences, her momentum was so frightening, but the students in Class 2 still defended Yiran despite this amazing sense of oppression. Luwani pressed her hand to signal the students to be quiet. Everyone present fell silent, waiting for Luwani to make the final decision on this matter. Luwani took a sip and said her final decision. In view of the fact that the cause of this fight was all caused by Han Kun, the instructor Han Kun was mainly responsible. Half of the class's assessment score was deducted, and the remaining punishments were handed over to the school discipline committee. The instructor Yiran, Luwani paused for a moment. Instructor Yiran takes secondary responsibility and will deduct 5 points from the class assessment. If it is the first offense, he will only be given a verbal warning. If there is a next time, he will be severely punished. For Yiran, this punishment was loud and light, so it was not painful at all. As soon as Luwani's decision came out, the whole audience cheered. Director Lu is wise. Director Lu is Bao Qingtian alive. Long live Director Lu. Everyone was very happy that Yiran didn't have to be punished. Only Yiran's mouth twitched slightly. No, will class assessment points be deducted? The system task is to get first place in grade. Director Lu, let's not deduct credits. If not, you can send me to the school discipline committee. In order to complete the system tasks, Yiran was really anxious. Luwani was a little confused. She had never seen anyone make such a request, but after thinking about it, she felt it was reasonable. After all, Yiran really doesn't have many class credits left. If 5 more points are really deducted, then maybe it is really possible that he will be ranked last for re-election in this assessment and be expelled from the school. It turns out that Yiran is afraid of being expelled from school. Luwani thought to herself, looking at Yiran with a trace of joy in her eyes. If you didn't listen to my advice before and insisted on taking the assessment to save face, you would be anxious now. But naturally these cannot be expressed. Luwani still pretended to think deeply for a moment. He said to Yiran, it's not convenient to talk here. Come to the office with me. Afterwards, Yiran and Luwani left the scene. After seeing Yiran and Luwani leaving, the students were also preparing to leave the cafeteria one after another. Wang Dachuan picked up his dropped school bag and was about to leave. But someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, silly guy. Where are you going? Wang Dachuan turned around and looked around, but he didn't find the person who was photographing him. Silly man, where are you looking? Look down. Wang Dachuan looked down and realized that the person speaking was Huang Dongdong. After seeing that it was Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan smiled and touched his head. Is it you? I haven't had time to thank you yet. If you hadn't acted righteously, I might have been sent to the hospital by then. Huang Dongdong waved his hand. It's just a piece of cake. By the way, I'm asking you, silly guy, where are you going? Wang Dachuan pointed at himself. Me? Of course I have to go back to our class. After Huang Dongdong heard this, he looked away slightly, as if he didn't want others to see his thoughts. Then, can I go to your class to audit? You? Wang Dachuan was stunned for a moment. What are you doing in our class? Just ask me if I can go. Oh, why are you so nagging? Huang Dongdong said impatiently. Forget it if you don't let me go, I still don't hesitate to go. Wang Dachuan chuckled. Let go, let go. Let me tell you, our teacher Yi is very good. Okay, I'm not blind, I can see. Huang Dongdong held his head behind his hands and muttered. This idiot fanboy, Wang Dachuan, who was interrupted by Huang Dongdong, was not annoyed. He still looked honest. Then you come with me. I will help you pack up the tables and chairs. You go first. I know the way. I'll go there in a minute. Huang Dongdong waved his hand like a brat. After Wang Dachuan left, Huang Dongdong stared at the pit for a long time without saying a word. His mind also started to wander, thinking back to Yiran's last few neat moves. The whole person couldn't help feeling that he was shuddering. It was beaten so hard. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself, only gold can crush platinum. What kind of monster is this? Master is right, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Compared with that Yiran, I am indeed far behind. Then he snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared out of thin air in his hand. Huang Dongdong said to the flame, Master, my disciple has found the class you mentioned that can teach me. The teachers in this class are very strong. There will be no problem in giving me guidance. This should be the strongest class in the entire freshman year. I guess my junior brother must be in this class. So I won't go home for the time being. After a while, I will take my junior brother to the sect together. Don't miss me, I love you Dong Dong.
After saying that, Huang Dongdong rubbed his fingers slightly, the flame disappeared smoothly, and a wisp of smoke floated towards the sky. Watch the green smoke slowly drift away. In the fire gate, Huo Wen, who was closing his eyes to relax, suddenly felt something in his mind. Then, he grabbed it out of thin air, using the same technique as Huang Dongdong. Rub your fingers together, a wisp of green smoke instantly turned into flames. What Huang Dongdong said before came out completely from the flames. After listening, Huo Wen stroked the beard on his chin and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This brat is still so clever. When Huang Dongdong went out, he never told Huang Dongdong, I wanted to take the opportunity to let Huang Dongdong find the hidden super genius. The disciple is really grown up. Not only can I save myself worries, but I can also help my master turn around and help his disciples. Humph, I'm still smart. Those old guys are still trying to pick on the principal, but I've already got there first. Thinking of this, Huo Wen couldn't help laughing. The beard on his chin stood up. C40R class will definitely take first place. Director Lu, really, you should send me to the school disciplinary committee. I am willing to be punished and will never complain. In Lu Wani's office, Yi Ran paced back and forth and assured Lu Wani. Lu Wani waved her hand and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. No, Teacher Yi, the matter is very clear. My punishment for you is absolutely objective and fair. According to your question, I absolutely cannot send you to the school discipline committee. But I hit the teacher, and I even seriously injured him. As if afraid that Lu Wani wouldn't believe it, Yi Ran pinched his fingers and kept pulling. You see, I broke Han Kun's elbow, dislocated Han Kun's right shoulder, and gave Han Kun a concussion on the left side of his head. The last blow broke at least 5 to 6 of Han Kun's ribs. Director Lu is shocked. My behavior is simply unforgivable. Yi Ran said righteously to Lu Wani, really, Director Lu, I can't even describe it. As a freshman tutor, I am so ashamed that I would do such a thing. In order to maintain fairness and justice for our freshman class, Director Lu, I sincerely beg you to send me to the school discipline committee. After hearing the various crimes Yi Ran mentioned, Lu Wani still looked at Yi Ran with a smile on her face, unmoved. No, Teacher Yi, although you hit someone, it was also out of subjective factors such as loving your disciples. As the teaching director, I naturally have to take it into consideration, so I don't think there is any problem with my handling. Teacher Yi, just deduct some points from the class assessment. You really don't need to join the school discipline committee. Looking at Lu Wani, who was not getting enough food, Yi Ran was anxious. Wang Xiaoman, who was standing at the side of the office, couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth as he watched the two men singing unparalleled wonders. It was the first time in her life that she saw a teacher desperately accepting punishment, and it was also the first time in her life that she saw a dean refusing to let the teacher accept punishment. Director Lu, aren't you afraid that after your verdict, it will be difficult for you to carry out your future work? What should the students think of you, and what should the teachers think of you? Yi Ran said eagerly. Not afraid. Lu Wani remained unmoved with a smile on her face. She didn't know why, looking at Yi Ran running around anxiously, she felt a little secretly happy in her heart. I made you not listen to my advice, seeing that she couldn't help Lu Wani at all. Yi Ran was completely convinced. He sat down on the sofa and smashed the jar. Then I don't care. You can fine me as much as you want, but you can't deduct our class's assessment scores anyway. Seeing Yi Ran stop, Lu Wani raised her head and motioned to Wang Xiaoman to bring the tea that had been made long ago, and said slowly, I understand how you feel, and I also know what you think. The final exam is around the corner, and your class is still counting down to make a comeback. Every point is extremely important. Yi Ran took a sip of tea and glanced at Lu Wani angrily. Knowing that you still do this, aren't you just making it clear that you are in trouble with our class too? Don't be impatient to listen. I'll analyze it for you slowly. Lu Wani still said slowly, actually, after our argument in the nightclub, I carefully calculated the scores of your class. Based on the current scores of your class, in the final assessment, if your class can get the first place in the grade in the individual battle assessment and the top 8 in the team battle assessment, you will definitely be able to successfully advance to our entire freshman class. Midstream stage. I saw Wang Dachuan in your class today, and I feel that the improvement in strength is quite amazing. Coupled with Jiang Xiaoru's words, there is great hope that both individual and team battles will reach the standard. Even if your class has deducted a few points now, with these results, you will definitely pass the final assessment indicators by then. Don't worry, you won't be expelled. Hearing Lu Wani's words,
Yiran put down the teacup and shook his head. It's really not possible, Director Lu doesn't get enough. Luwani looked at Yiran in confusion. How could it be not enough? I calculated these points one by one. It's absolutely impossible. Yiran looked at Luwani and said seriously, if we are just striving for the middle of the pack, this point is definitely enough, but our class wants to be the first in the grade. Originally, the previous points have dropped so much, and now if we have to deduct a few more points, this first place it's really suspenseful. Put. After hearing this, Luwani spit out the tea she just drank. What did you say? Get first place? What's the problem? Director Lu? Facing Yiran's inquiry, Luwani's eyes widened. You sure? Of course I am sure. Not only am I sure, I am also extremely confident that our class is definitely capable of winning this first place, so Director Lu really can't deduct this point in other aspects. Seeing Yiran who was so decisive, Luwani rubbed her temples. I really don't know if I'm hallucinating or if Yiran is crazy. Luwani hesitated to speak, but finally couldn't help but said, Yiran, do you know that there are quite a lot of monsters in our freshman year? Luwani counted them carefully. You should have seen the 4 students in Han Kun's class. In addition, our class has 3 level awakeners and 5 children from aristocratic families in our freshman year, not to mention the 2 exchange students from the sect organization. Almost every student has reached the late golden stage. Yiran listened to what Luwani said and said nonchalantly, I know, what does this have to do with me? These are all competitors of your class. According to your class's current results, if you want to get the first place in the final exam, your class cannot lose to any of these people. Then just knock them all down. Yiran's matter-of-fact words made Luwani speechless for a long time. She didn't know where Yiran got such strong confidence. Is it just relying on Zhang Xiaoru alone? Luwani had a complicated expression, but she couldn't help but say, let me tell you another piece of information. Recently, a student with talent comparable to Zhang Hedong appeared in our freshman year. Even if Zhang Xiaoru can defeat the students I mentioned above, what about this one? Is she really 100% sure? Zhang Hedong? Although Yiran was a nobody before, he had heard of the name of Zhang Hedong, who dominated the aristocratic family. For a moment, Yiran's face became serious. He really didn't know if Zhang Xiaoru could face Zhang Hedong Heaton. After all, Zhang Xiaoru only had a few months left from her training to the final exam. Even if she was a monster, her improvement would be limited. Which class is Zhang Hedong 2 in? Yiran asked seriously. Luwani rolled her eyes at Yiran. If I really knew which class he was in, I wouldn't be unable to call out his name. Then, Luwani took out the previous photo from the drawer. You are also a teacher, so you can understand. What do the marks in the photo mean? Such a demon genius is simply unimaginable. After taking the photo, Yiran remained silent for a long time. After all, he was too familiar with the cracks on the test robot. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the Sarah or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. C41 Zhang Hedong 2 Director Lu, this must be what you call Zhang Hedong 2. He must have typed it. Yiran was speechless while holding the photo. The value of 1012, the broken robot, the familiar training room. Isn't this what Wang Dachuan typed? Luwani nodded seriously. As a mentor, I believe you can see that with only a value of 1012, you can achieve such an effect. The energy efficiency must be at least 70%. Seeing that Yiran was silent, Luwani continued, I'm shocked. To be honest, when I first watched it, I was just like you now. I couldn't say a word for a long time. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in our freshman year. Yes, monster, indeed monster. Yiran echoed absent-mindedly, with the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. I don't know which class this evildoer belongs to. He still hasn't revealed anything. To be honest, Wang Xiaoman and I have been investigating for almost half a month and there is still no news at all. Wani took a sip of water and continued, it's like disappearing out of thin air. Since that amazing move in the practice room, I can't see any other moves by this evil genius. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. After all, it's still difficult for a genius to cover up his own brilliance. Luwani said in confusion. Yiran looked at Luwani with a complicated expression on his face. Are you sure you have really checked carefully for half a month? Why are you lying to me? Wang Xiaoman and I check the entry and exit records and monitoring data during practice every day, especially the top-ranked classes. We even do daily checks on the status of students, but this genius it's like he disappeared and can't be found at all. That's it, Yiran responded to Luwani somewhat perfunctorily, you deserve not to be found, the direction was wrong from the beginning. Since that instruction in the practice room, Wang Dachuan has never been to the practice room again, and sticks to his 30 pounds of raw meat plan in extreme pain every day. If you don't look for it in the cafeteria, you can look for it in the practice room. Of course you won't find it. Seeing Yi Ran absent-mindedly, he was not shocked at all. Lo Wani was a little unconvinced, and then made some shocking news. Do you still remember the time when the masters all came to the supplies department a month ago? Yi Ran nodded. Of course I remember, it caused quite a stir that day. I heard that even our principal took action. Lo Wani smiled mysteriously. Then do you know why these masters gathered at our supplies department for? Is it for that Zhang Hedong too? Luanjing nodded. Yes, just for that genius. After all, a super genius who has no masters at all, what diamond-level master wouldn't want to accept him as his direct disciple? If the principal hadn't stopped him at that time, I guess the group at the door of the materials department would have the old man is about to start a fight. Listening to Lo Wani's words, Yi Ran's mood was a little complicated. A group of diamond-level masters fought for Wang Dachuan, and the fight was bloody. But Wang Dachuan was a waste that no one wanted at the Gaowu Academy in the previous Demon City. This kind of thing sounds really magical. Seeing Yi Ran's complex expression, Luanjing thought Yi Ran was stunned by this incident, so she said proudly, how about it? I told you not to aim too high. Do you still want to get first place? Just follow my plan and get a mid-range result. It will be considered a blockbuster. Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani and said with certainty, originally, I didn't have a clue in my mind, but after hearing what you said, having said this, Yi Ran paused, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed an extremely confident smile. I am even more convinced that our class will take first place in this final assessment. Yi Ran's words completely stunned Lo Wani. She frowned. Why is it that every time I talk to Yi Ran, the script is not right? Yi Ran ignored it, and Lo Wani continued, so, Director Lo, we must not let our class bear the penalty points for this assessment. If you want to punish me, just punish me. Looking at Yi Ran, who was still as persistent as ever, Lo Wani felt a little angry for no reason. He whispered softly, idiot. Finally, Lo Wani sat down and said to Yi Ran angrily, okay, I understand, but this time the punishment has been made public, and I can't take it back. Lo Wani crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and continued to Yi Ran, well, during this final assessment, I will specially set up a Best Improvement Award. As long as you can get the first place in the class, how about it just makes up for the credits you have deducted this time? After listening to Lo Wani's words, Yi Ran nodded with satisfaction. Yi Ran, who was in a happy mood, couldn't help but hug Lo Wani. It's a deal, don't go back on it, Director Lu, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Ran left Lo Wani's office in an instant like a gust of wind. It was as if she was afraid that Lo Wani would regret it and call her out. After Wang Xiaoman saw Yi Ran leaving, then he quietly walked in from the outer room of the office suite and said to Lo Wani, Master, is everything settled? However, Lo Wani couldn't hear Wang Xiaoman's question at this time. Her face flushed slightly, and she murmured to herself, he hugged me, he hugged me, he hugged me. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaoman instantly guessed what happened. Wang Xiaoman silently stepped back a few steps, inadvertently took out a small notebook, and silently recorded this matter in her own notebook. On May 24th, Yi Ran took the initiative to hug Lo Wani in Lo Wani's office. Lo Wani did not resist, and became crazy after leaving. The two of them progressed extremely smoothly. After writing it down, in less than a moment, a few words suddenly appeared in the small notebook. Did you kiss? Did you ask me clearly? Did you kiss? Sister, this is not a voice message. You agreed not to interfere. Whatever you want. I don't care about you. If you can't make a pair with me, I'll deal with you. After a while, the sentences in the small notebook suddenly disappeared, and finally a sentence appeared. You don't need to read the first few sentences. You did a good job. Please report again. Also, I have got the autographed photo of the singer Wang Lifei for you. I will ask someone to send it to you another day. After seeing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman closed the notebook with satisfaction. Sorry, Master, for your beautiful life, I have chosen to betray you temporarily. Also, I definitely didn't betray you because I wanted the autographed photo of some diva. Wang Xiaoman raised her head proudly while thinking. Love spy, Wang Xiaoman, here I come. C42 you can come to class, but you can't be an auditor, Xiaoman, what are you doing? After coming back to her senses, Lo Wani has returned to normal, still as cold as ice. He looks like a nymphomaniac from before, and he looks like the same person. Ah, nothing, I like writing diaries recently. After speaking, Wang Xiaoman shook his notebook symbolically and put it away with a smile. Lo Wani looked at Wang Xiaoman and frowned slightly. Who the serious person keeps a diary? But after all, it was a personal hobby, and she didn't delve into it. She looked towards the window, watching Yi Ran's leaving figure, and murmured to herself, Xiaoman, do you think the hidden genius is in Yi Ran's class? Lo Wani was talented and intelligent after all, although she was a bit irrational in front of Yi Ran, but from Yi Ran's tone of voice, she had already guessed some clues. Listening to Lo Wani's inquiry, Wang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then said, What? It's impossible, Teacher Yi. Judging from the source of students in their class, it should be impossible for such a genius to appear. Looking at Yi Ran's disappearing back, Lo Wani also sat down and turned her pen thoughtfully. But in the past few months, we have eliminated all possibilities, haven't we? When all possibilities have been eliminated, the only impossibility is the fact. After listening to Lo Wani's words, Wang Xiaoman thought for a long time and couldn't find a reason to refute. But this conclusion still made her unbelievable. She opened her mouth and said, Probably, it's impossible. Lo Wani's eyes brightened slightly, and she raised her head to look at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, starting from today, there is no need to monitor the other classes. Focus on Yi Ran and his class and tell me immediately if there is any new situation. Wang Xiaoman nodded after hearing Lo Wani's order. Okay, master, I'll do it now. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 1 and Class 2, Yi Ran and Huang Dongdong, who was sitting in the last row, looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. After a moment of silence, Huang Dongdong still couldn't hold his breath and couldn't help but say, What's wrong, Teacher Yi? If you don't welcome me, I can leave now. Children of the rivers and lakes, happy and grudges, Huang Dongdong, don't get angry. Okay, you can leave. Yi Ran said calmly. After Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's words, he was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Ran to answer so simply. For a moment, Huang Dongdong's bad temper came out again. Humph, I really misjudged you. Thanks to me, I sacrificed my life and blood for your class. I will repay a kindness with hatred. I'm leaving. As he spoke, Huang Dongdong reached into the drawer and prepared to pack his things and leave. Although there are only a few comic books, Wang Dachuan just gave them to him. Time passed minute by minute. Huang Dongdong looked at the few comic books in the drawer and packed them away more and more slowly. Yi Ran just watched Huang Dongdong pack his things quietly without saying a word. Well, I'm really leaving. Please. I'm really leaving. Seeing Yi Ran's attitude, Huang Dongdong lost his temper. He looked at Yi Ran angrily. I said, Why are you so stingy? What happened to me sitting in on a few of your classes? After saying that, Huang Dongdong sat on the bench with his jaw broken. You want me to leave? Hey, I won't leave. Your school doesn't stipulate that teachers are qualified to drive auditors away. I'm so mad at you. Yi Ran looked at the shameless Huang Dongdong, smiled and shook his head. When Wang Dachuan on the side saw this, he hurriedly walked to Yi Ran and said with his ear, Teacher Yi, Huang Dongdong saved me before and spoke up for our class. He is really a good person. Yi Ran waved his hand. I know it without having to explain it. Then he squinted at Huang Dongdong and said with a smile, Of course you are welcome to come here to listen to the class, but I have a request. Huang Dongdong's face softened slightly when he heard that Yi Ran agreed to his request to take classes here. However, he still pretended to say to Yi Ran, Just say whatever you want. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, Of course you can come here to take classes, but I don't want you to come here as an auditor. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran in confusion. Besides being an auditor, how else can I come to this class? Yi Ran sat opposite Huang Dongdong, tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically, of course, as an exchange student from the sect. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dachuan on the side was stunned for a moment. He looked at Huang Dongdong in disbelief. Dongdong, it turns out you are from the sect organization? I always thought you were a person with awakened fire powers. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran, his eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, Did you admit your mistake? I don't have any sect. Before Huang Dongdong came out, Huan had warned him not to use the name of the sect everywhere. But he never expected that Yi Ran would see through it at a glance as soon as he arrived here. Seeing that Huang Dongdong didn't admit it, Yi Ran was not in a hurry. Everyone in the world says that firefighting skills are unparalleled. The only way to achieve this is to control fire with one hand and burn the heart furnace. It's a pity. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's hand. The fire element technique uses anger as the trigger. Anger hurts the liver and the anger rushes into the three burners. All fire element practitioners will twitch the ring finger of their right hand more or less unconsciously. As soon as Yi Ran finished speaking, everyone present looked directly at Huang Dongdong's right ring finger. Just then I saw Huang Dongdong's ring finger twitching unconsciously. Huang Dongdong quickly retracted his palm and looked at Yi Ran like a monster. What kind of monster are you? Although their fire sect is famous, but this reputation was all achieved by the sect leader Huowen Ai, who caused trouble alone. In fact, there is only one lineage of the fire sect,
and there are only 2 people in total, namely him and his master.
Otherwise, the fire sect wouldn't be located in the Demon City Academy.
Therefore, outsiders have no way of knowing the operating characteristics and secrets of fire-based combat techniques. But this Yi Ran in front of me, he may not look very young, but he can accurately tell the secrets of fire fighting skills. It's really incredible. Yi Ran listened to Huang Dongdong's question and smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter which evildoer I am, what matters is that I can help you.
What can you help me with?
After hearing this, Huang Dongdong sneered. Although their fire technique is passed down from a single line, it is still a top-notch technique that has been passed down for thousands of years. At such a young age, Yi Ran wanted to give him guidance on the exercises.
Huang Dongdong felt that Yi Ran was overestimating his capabilities.
Looking at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face, Yi Ran naturally knew what he was thinking.
Really? Who is that? His heart is burned by the flames every night, and he can't sleep for a long time?
As soon as Yi Ran said this, Huang Dongdong was completely stunned, and his ring finger, which was under control, began to twitch unconsciously.
C43 tempering the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. This is not a problem. This is the tempering that our fire sect must go through.
Huang Dongdong rubbed his neck and said stubbornly. However, Wang Dachuan beside this tone could feel Huang Dongdong's guilty conscience. Looking at Huang Dongdong, who refused to admit it, Yi Ran did not choose to expose it.
He just turned around and left a sentence. Whether it is experience or a flaw, you know it in your heart, Dongdong. I believe your master had a certain meaning when he gave you this name.
Finally, Yi Ran turned his head and walked towards the door. If you want to solve the problem, come with me to apply for the sex exchange student status, otherwise you are not allowed to observe.
After Yi Ran finished speaking, he began to count silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3.
Then a small figure appeared next to him. It was Huang Dongdong with a stubborn look on his face. At this time, Huang Dongdong's mouth was raised high and his neck was hunched, but he didn't look at Yi Ran. There was still grievance in his eyes. I am talented and articulate. His master had never coerced him since he was a child. As a result, today he was forced to submit by a little teacher who was not much older than him. Looking at Huang Dongdong, who was still aggrieved and stubborn, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth slightly raised, and he comforted. Don't droop your face, be happy, study here, and I will help you refine the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with some fear, and was speechless for a long time. Samadhi True Fire Golden Body is the most ideal cultivation qualification among fire cultivators, and it is also the goal pursued by fire sect members in the past generations. If you want to complete the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, as the name suggests, you need to burn the whole body until the entire body and the true fire are assimilated, forming a state of harmony and perfection of the fire attribute. Once the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body is formed, then this person will become a real flame controller. Practicing the fire technique will get twice the result with half the effort, and it is very possible to reach the extraordinary. Even ordinary extraordinary beings can't stop it, and their power is at least above the city-destroying level. In history, the only world-destroying extraordinary person in their Huoxing sect for thousands of years is the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. Of course, the prospect of this physique is so bright, which means that this physique is extremely difficult to cultivate. At least in the thousands of years that the Huoxing sect has been inherited, only a handful of people have achieved it. Especially in the past 100 years, no one from the fire sect has achieved this achievement.
When he was in the sect, Huowen thought about Huang Dongdong's tempering of the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body day and night.
It is said in Huang Dongdong's ears every day, Dongdong, you are the most qualified disciple that our fire sect has received in the past 100 years. In winter and winter, it is our duty to rebuild the glory of the fire element.
Dongdong, I am an old teacher. I want to see you before I die.
To achieve the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body is considered to be a clear sight. Huang Dongdong's ears almost became calluses when he heard these words. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body. Even if Huang Dongdong tried his best, he still could not fulfill Huowen's long-cherished wish.
Teacher Yi, do you know what you are talking about? Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, even my master can't think of a way.
Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran seriously. Yi Ran smiled. If others can't do it, it may not be that I can't do it. Huang Dongdong narrowed his eyes. Are you so confident that you are better than my master? Hearing this, Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong. You can also choose not to believe me.
You only have one chance.
Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran's eyes. Thinking back to all the shocks Yi Ran had brought to him before, he finally let out a long sigh. You win, but how the hell do you know everything?
You are not my master's illegitimate son, are you?
Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression.
Bang! A clear voice sounded in Huang Dongdong's head. The speed was so fast that Huang Dongdong didn't even react. It feels good, I won't do it again. Yiran squinted his eyes and looked at Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong covered his forehead in pain and looked up at Yiran aggrievedly. Then I become an exchange student in the sect. Can you really help me refine my golden body? Go ahead. Huang Dongdong pouted. People in the world of martial arts always keep their word. Listening to Huang Dongdong's old-fashioned words, Yiran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a man of his words. Hearing Yiran's assurance, Huang Dongdong became a little more excited. Teacher Yi, please prepare your lessons carefully. I won't bother you with the procedures for exchange students. I can just go by myself. After speaking, Huang Dongdong turned into a ball of flame and rushed towards the academic affairs office. A long afterimage was left behind. Looking at Huang Dongdong's excited departure, Yiran muttered, help temper the golden body, I am not kidnapping a child. Logically speaking, Huang Dongdong would take action against Ban Zhongyi. Just asking for the status of an auditor, Yiran should agree both emotionally and rationally. It's not that Yiran wants to embarrass Huang Dongdong, he can only blame Huang Dongdong for being a bit too fragrant. At a young age, with a golden appearance, he is still the inheritor of a 1,000-year-old sect. What's this? Isn't this appropriate for the gold medal player in the final assessment? I want to get first place in the final assessment. Yiran also calculated carefully. According to the current situation of their class, if you want to get first place in class points in the final assessment, Yiran needs to get first place in both the individual and group competitions in the final assessment, and also needs to get the points from the top 2 in the individual competition. Now according to Yiran's idea, with Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru, they are 99% sure to hit the first place. However, 99% is not 100% after all. It seems that Yiran is still not safe enough. There was absolutely no room for error left for oneself. So Yiran needs 3 people to hit the top 2 in grade. When Yiran saw Huang Dongdong for the first time in class, Yiran decided, this is the last piece of territory for my final assessment of the Galaxy Battleship. That's why the following dramas came about. Speaking of which, there are only a few days left for the final exam, Yiran said to himself. Yiran raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Indeed, the day was getting closer. I don't know how Wang Dachuan is practicing now. At this moment, in the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan looked at the flesh and blood in front of him with a painful expression. This is already the 42nd day he has eaten raw meat. I really can't eat anymore. But it's strange to say, ordinary people will basically suffer from epileptic seizures if they eat bloody monster meat for a few days. Affected by the power of monsters, severe cases may become unconscious and admitted to the hospital. But I prefer myself, after eating raw meat for more than 40 years, not only did nothing happen, my strength is much stronger than before. Now if I let myself go to the training room to play test robots, Wang Dachuan felt that he could at least break the robot's head with one punch. Not only that, my spirit is extremely normal. There are no auditory hallucinations or confusion at all. Despite these benefits, Wang Dachuan is still a little worried. There is no other reason, this raw meat is so damn unpalatable. It's thick, astringent, and has a disgusting fishy smell. Wang Dachuan now, I miss donuts, I miss twice-cooked pork, I miss big plate chicken, I miss mutton skewers. He misses all the crystallization of human food culture. While Wang Dachuan was thinking about it, tears flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. What are you thinking about? So devoted. Just when Wang Dachuan entered the fantasy time, a voice came from behind. Yi, teacher Yi. Wang Dachuan stood up hurriedly. Don't be so formal, Dachuan, sit down. Yiran sat opposite Wang Dachuan. He looked at the pile of flesh and blood in front of Dachuan. He looked at Wang Dachuan again, feeling a little distressed. It's really hard on you, Dachuan. Dachuan didn't know what to say when he heard Yiran's words. He just touched the back of his head out of habit. He smiled. Through the system, Yiran could naturally see clearly that Wang Dachuan was not lazy at all. This progress is definitely based on the 30 pounds of raw meat from the bloody monsters that I eat every day. You know, this is 30 pounds of raw meat with blood every day. It's been more than 40 days, even a real beast would probably eat it and vomit it. But Wang Dachuan strictly implemented it day after day. It is estimated that only Wang Dachuan's honest character can endure this kind of torture. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, does the food feel a little disgusting and uncomfortable? When Wang Dachuan heard Yiran's inquiry, he didn't hide it. He nodded. Teacher, this raw meat is indeed a bit unpalatable. As he said this, Wang Dachuan glanced at the raw meat, and the disgust in his eyes almost overflowed. Yiran saw it in his eyes. No matter how honest Wang Dachuan is now, he is probably on the verge of collapse. In this case, let's take some strong medicine to speed up the process. Dachuan, come with me. Wang Dachuan heard Yiran's words and hurriedly followed him. Teacher, where are we going? Find a way to end the pain as soon as possible. C44 Teacher Yi, is this your way? Material Department, warehouse, the fat-bellied Su Yukai called on his men to unload the goods. Be careful. Be careful. How many times have I told you, glass, porcelain and gold should be handled with care? Oh, come on. How can you hold the painting of Wan Chun in your bare hands? This is a painting by an extraordinary painting saint. If you damage it, you have to pay for it. I am Curry. If you break the scabbard of this sword, I will report your casualty insurance tomorrow. Don't worry about this doll. You can put it in my office later. Su Yukai shouted while doing it, although I was so tired that I was sweating profusely, but he worked very hard. With a miser-like personality, he really likes the feeling of moving things to his warehouse. To be honest, Su Yukai sometimes felt that he was a hamster in his previous life. Director Su, what to do with these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood? The moving worker walked up to Su Yukai and asked Su Yukai. Su Yukai looked at the big box behind the mover. There was an expression of physical pain on his face. This is the material he promised Lo Wani in the Academic Affairs Office to give to freshmen. The flesh and blood of 3,000 ink dragons. I guess I can only park it in my warehouse for one day before shipping it out. Thinking of this, Su Yotsai's heart was bleeding. What can I do? Just leave it here and send it directly to Director Le tomorrow. You still have to ask me, street boy. But it's so valuable, doesn't it need to be kept cold in a vault? It's so expensive. Things that are going to be sent away tomorrow should be put in Mao's vault. Su Yukai turned his head angrily, deliberately no longer looking at the big box. The farewell in his eyes was like a lover who had broken up cruelly. By the way, please don't turn on the indoor surveillance, otherwise I won't damage these paintings. However, Director Su follows the regulations. You idiot, am I the director or are you the director? Oh, okay, Director Su. After all moving work is completed, only then did Su Yukai look at the filled warehouse with satisfaction. He closed the door and left the warehouse. After Su Yukai left, two black figures appeared outside the warehouse door. One big and one small, the two were dressed in black uniforms and even had hoods on their faces. Quietly approaching the warehouse door. Teacher Yi, isn't this bad? The big man glanced at Yiran who was walking in front of him awkwardly. Bang! Wang Dachuan covered his forehead in pain. Shut up. How many times have I told you, when you work, you have to do your job? Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan angrily. He rubbed his fingers. It was hard, and indeed there was no aura from Huang Dongdong. But, Teacher Yi, Brother Thief Saint, this is illegal. Yiran looked at the stupid Wang Dachuan behind him angrily. Just tell me, do you want to continue eating raw meat? Hearing this, Wang Dachuan shook his head vigorously, with some fear in his eyes. Eating raw meat is a PDST offense. Then it's your choice, do it tonight, or keep eating it for a few months. Yiran pointed to the warehouse and then to Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan was silent for a moment. Brother Thief Saint, let me lead the way? Yiran nodded with satisfaction, which was fine. Wang Dachuan walked in front, pointing at Yiran and turning around. Brother Thief Saint, there is a detection hidden line here, you need to jump. Brother Thief Saint, come here, this is a surveillance blind spot. Brother Thief Saint, walk along the wall. There will be a search here every minute. Brother Thief Saint, Yiran followed behind, with shock in his eyes. With this professionalism and superb evasion skills, every step can effectively avoid the monitoring equipment at the material department. In front of Wang Dachuan, why do you feel that you are the chick? Dachuan? Are you worthy enough to tell me that it's illegal? Brother Thief Saint, have you forgotten your promise? You must address your duties when working. Yiran was caught off guard. Wang Dachuan, aren't you a little too professional? Looking at Yiran's shocked eyes, he smiled sheepishly. Before, in order to save money to buy spiritual stones, I like to find part-time jobs. The materials department often hired people to work as coolies. In the past 2 years, I have been here for almost a year. After hearing what Wang Dachuan said, Yiran put away his shock and felt a little sour inside. As a teacher, Yiran knew exactly what Wang Dachuan's situation was at that time. In this way, Wang Dachuan did not choose to give up. This persistence is truly remarkable. With Wang Dachuan's command, without the slightest warning, the two people walked into the warehouse with ease. Brother Thief Saint, the warehouse has arrived. What are we looking for? Wang Dachuan asked. Yiran looked at the dazzling warehouse and curled his lips. The supplies department is really a big deal. Then, he approached each box and began to rummage through them. Look,
find the raw meat of Warcraft they have stored. There must be the top Warcraft here. If you are lucky, eating it once will end the pain. Wang Dachuan does eat the raw meat of World of Warcraft according to the standard every day. But we are students after all, the quality of the Warcraft raw meat you can buy is not very high. It's either a soft bone rabbit or a wind wolf. Although it can meet the standard, it is really just barely meeting the standard. If you can find some A-level monster meat in the supplies department, that would be much better than eating 100 meals of soft bone rabbit. After hearing what Yi Ran said, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up. I also started to rummage through the boxes diligently. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan anxiously and couldn't help but remind, don't be impatient. Although this is an outer warehouse of the warehouse, there is a high probability that there will be raw meat from monsters above B level. If you are lucky, you may even find A-level meat. Look slowly, don't damage the calligraphy and paintings in the supplies department. Remember, we are a band of thieves, not a band of bandits. I know, brother thief saint. At this time, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn red, and his arms were flailing. What does it mean to be motivated only when you are under pressure? Seeing that one night can resolve dozens of days of pain, Wang Dachuan is now more diligent than the oxen plowing the fields. After a while, Wang Dachuan stared blankly at the huge wooden box. Yi, teacher Yi, how many times have I told you that you should show your duties when you work? Brother thief saint, come here and take a look at this. Yi Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's cry, walking towards Wang Dachuan. If you don't hurry up and find raw meat, why are you staring at a big box? Why, can such a big box hold raw meat for you? When Yi Ran walked to Wang Dachuan's side, when looking at the huge wooden box, his eyes were completely dull. Supply department, do you have this much money? C45 welcome well, the glory that belongs to you. Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan stood in front of the huge wooden box in a daze. Inside the wooden box, it was the 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood that Su Yukai promised to Luwani before. These flesh and blood are bright red, the occasional ink-colored light contains unimaginable power. The knotted muscles all demonstrate the power of the flesh and blood owner. Regardless of practitioners, just ordinary people standing here, you can also know that these flesh and blood are absolutely extraordinary. Wang Dachuan looked at the flesh and blood in the box and swallowed. Teacher Yi, do you know what kind of meat this is? Yi Ran was also a little distracted looking at the flesh and blood. I completely forgot about calling my job title. As a descendant of the Yi family, how could he not know what kind of flesh and blood this is? He carefully stepped forward and touched the flesh and blood, felt it silently for a moment, and then said, this is the flesh and blood of Molom, a true class monster, one of the overlords among monsters. Slevel, hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan found it difficult to breathe. I originally thought that I would make a lot of money just by getting A-level Warcraft flesh and blood. Who would have thought that I would be so lucky today? I actually found the flesh and blood of S-class monsters in an ordinary warehouse. While shocked, Wang Dachuan's eyes were full of confusion, and he said to himself, it shouldn't be. This is an S-class monster. Even if the value of its flesh and blood is not high, it shouldn't be placed in an ordinary warehouse for no reason. Yi Ran also shook his head. Who knows, but it doesn't matter, it just gives us an advantage. Come here. Oh, okay, teacher. Listening to Yi Ran's call, Wang Dachuan ran over in a hurry. Yi Ran pointed to the huge wooden box. Eat it. Oh. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, and then at about 20 wooden boxes of his own size. He pointed at himself with his middle finger. Me? Wang Dachuan's eyes revealed clear stupidity. The facial features on his face were almost twisted together, and his desire to force others to do something difficult was almost overflowing. Let yourself eat the flesh and blood of an ink dragon that is nearly 20 times bigger than yourself. Isn't this just letting the small horses pull the carts, letting the ants climb on the elephants, and letting the running bastards kill Tang Monk and his disciples? However, Yi Ran seemed not to notice Wang Dachuan's embarrassment, still nodded seriously. Isn't it nonsense? It's not like I'm going to awaken for the second time. Hurry up. If it's too late, we'll both have to go to the school discipline team when the patrol comes. But, I really can't eat this, Wang Dachuan cried anxiously. Eating 30 pounds of raw meat a day is enough to make him sick. Now let him eat such a big box. Even if he can eat it, his stomach won't agree. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. Dachuan, after eating raw meat for so long, haven't you noticed any changes in yourself? Wang Dachuan was still confused after listening to Yi Ran's words. Looking at the confused Wang Dachuan, Yi Ran said encouragingly, think hard and feel the feelings carefully. Wang Dachuan recalled, since eating for so many days, my stomach has grown bigger, I have grown taller, and I have gained a lot of strength. Anything else? Looking at Yi Ran's expectant eyes, Wang Dachuan hesitated for a moment. Also, I have started to snore while sleeping recently, and my farts are much louder than before.
Well, there's no need to talk about this. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan speechlessly. Have you felt any other changes in your abilities? Ability? You haven't tried transformation for so long, right? When you fought with those students in Han Kun's class, you didn't feel anything at all? Wang Dachuan thought carefully. I seem to have some feelings. I feel that although I am still at the silver level, I feel that if I were to fight unknown with those few, except for the one named Zhang, no one else would be my opponent, and what? Feel it and say it. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and touched his head in confusion. I don't know if it was an illusion. After the Yin Si transformed into a superpower, I had an illusion that I wanted to bite off his neck and eat him. After speaking, Wang Dachuan quickly shook his head. It must be an illusion. I must be out of breath and thinking wildly. How could I eat people? But the movement of his Adam's apple still gave him away. Yi Ran glanced at Wang Dachuan and said seriously, don't shy away from the feeling. There's nothing wrong with what you're feeling. You just want to eat it. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan was stunned, and then he shook his head in horror. But, I'm really not a perverted murderer. Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder and told him to calm down. Calm down, no one is calling you a perverted murderer. But, Master, didn't you just say that I feel right? Master, is there something wrong with me? Wang Dachuan was so anxious that he wanted to cry. Yi Ran continued, do you remember what I said when I taught you before? I told you at that time that the devouring fierce pig you awakened contained some higher level blood. The suppression of that blood made it difficult for the devouring fierce pig's ability to be exerted. Speaking, Yi Ran pointed at Wang Dachuan's mouth, and now, after so many days of flesh and blood nourishment, the superpower blood in your body is evolving towards that higher level beast. It is this evolution that makes you want to bite off your neck. But Master, I can't have this impulse even if I evolve again. Yi Ran waved his hand and continued, listen, your superpower evolution guides you not to want you to eat Yin Hai, but to want you to eat the mutated beast on Yin Hai. Think about it carefully. In addition to Yin Hai giving you this impulse, did that Zhang family kid or anyone else give you this impulse? Hearing this, Wang Dachuan also slowly calmed down. He recalled carefully, except for Yin Hai, it seems that other students did not give me this feeling. Oh, there is another person. Wang Dachuan laughed innocently, and that bastard Han Kun. Speaking of this, even if Wang Dachuan's brain was not very bright, he basically turned around. He also had feelings for Han Kun. It must be because Han Kun had the ability of an alienated beast. Seeing Wang Dachuan's enlightenment, Yi Ran pointed to the huge wooden box. So, Dachuan, try to open your ability with all your strength, and the beast in your body will naturally feel the charm of this level flesh and blood. The second awakening is just around the corner. Welcome it well, the glory that belongs to you alone. After hearing this, Wang Dachuan silently began to gather his luck and concentrate his mind. In an instant, the fierce red pig head appeared again, but this time, the red energy was more enchanting, and it looked as bright as blood, and began to spread like blood mist. C46 Perfect's level, the strength of both master and apprentice soars roar. Wang Dachuan's huge pig head let out a low roar. Teacher Yi, I seem a little hungry, Wang Dachuan said with difficulty, his eyes fixed on the ink dragon's flesh and blood without moving. Before Wang Dachuan could finish speaking, the clarity in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, Wang Dachuan's pupils were red, his eyes were blood red, his mouth was slightly open, and in his deep breathing, a kind of primitive wildness could be felt. Roar, with Wang Dachuan's low roar, the appearance of the red devouring pig began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The ferocious beast in Wang Dachuan's body was finally fully aroused by the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. At this time, Wang Dachuan's body had grown a few times bigger. The purple scales that originally covered Wang Dachuan's body had begun to turn red. Each piece is as hard as iron, as bright as jade, and reflects the light of blood. Wang Dachuan's forehead was broad, and his eyes were like burning coals, staring intently at the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. The hot air emitted from the nostrils is enough to form a small whirlwind, like the vent of a furnace. The most eye-catching thing is Wang Dachuan's mouth. What was exposed when opened did not look like human teeth, but a row of sharp teeth, each one like a sharp sword, shining with cold light. Flesh, Dachuan murmured to himself, relying on instinct to move towards the wooden box. Every step made the entire warehouse tremble. Yi Ran looked at the monster transformed by Wang Dachuan in front of him, his eyes revealed, have you finally awakened? This degree of completion is unexpectedly high. Through the system, Yi Ran could already see all the changes in Wang Dachuan male, 20 years old. Person with awakened power, Taodai, incomplete level, current skill, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, revised version. Advantages, S-level physical attributes, S-level combat talent, S-level anti-hit ability.
divine power, bloodthirsty and violent, devouring heaven and earth, physical body regeneration shortcoming. The secondary evolution is not complete enough, causing the subject to become confused and unable to distinguish between friend and foe.
Guidance plan: eat a lot of raw meat from monsters and completely perfect Taoya's second evolution. The bloodline of the devouring ferocious pig that Wang Dachuan awakened contains the bloodline of the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, Tao Tai.
The 10 most ferocious beasts, Tao Tai, in ancient times, it dominated one area and fed on all things.
It is also the absolute overlord amongst class ferocious beasts. According to legend, Tao Tai eats on a large scale every 100 years.
Use your innate magical power to devour the world, and can devour all living things within 100 miles. Therefore, places with gluttonous food are also called forbidden areas of life.
Its strength is so strong, even many level creatures are on Tao Tai's eating list.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan's attributes and marveled. In Wang Dachuan's current state, if we were to fight those golden students, none of them would be able to defeat Wang Dachuan alone.
Roar! With a low roar, Wang Dachuan came to the side of the wooden box.
The whole person just lay down on the corner of the open wooden box and started to eat. The Molong flesh and blood, which was like steel and iron bones, was torn off by Wang Dachuan's teeth. This bite force, this sharpness, it's not something that a silver-level superpower can achieve at all. At this time, although Wang Dachuan was biting hard, but I never thought about tearing open the wooden box completely and eating it.
Just holding the only corner and picking it bit by bit. Looks clumsy and anxious.
Sure enough, my mind is not completely clear yet. Yi Ran shook his head slightly. Subsequently, Yi Ran tapped the wooden box lightly. All the nails on the front of the wooden box just fell off.
There was a sound of boom.
The flesh and blood of this black dragon appeared completely before Wang Dachuan's eyes.
Roar!
Wang Dachuan glanced at Yi Ran with his bright red eyes. It seems to be expressing gratitude. Subsequently, he jumped into the wooden box. Looking at the piles of flesh and blood, his eyes became even redder.
Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth like a beast.
Buzz! A strange sound sounded. Wang Dachuan's mouth opened. A space like a black hole suddenly appeared in front of the mouth.
Buzz!
As Wang Dachuan's thoughts moved, the black hole began to emit an amazing suction force. All the flesh and blood of the ink dragon, it was directly separated from the bones by this terrifying suction force, and was sucked into Wang Dachuan's mouth.
This is the flesh and blood of its class monster.
Its muscles, bones, flesh and bones have long been polished to a terrifying state. As a result, Wang Dachuan, who had not yet reached the golden age, used his natal magical power to suck him straight to the bone.
Tao Tai's innate magical power, devouring the world.
Have you used all your talents and magical powers? Yi Ran looked at this scene and said to himself, you can even tear off slubble flesh and blood. What a heaven-defying talent. Yi Ran looked at how much Wang Dachuan was eating and thought slightly, you eat really fast. It looks like the battle can be resolved within 3 hours. Ever since, Yi Ran simply moved a chair and sat directly in the middle of the warehouse. While watching Wang Dachuan's evolution progress, he kept a whistle.
Time passed minute by minute. Most of the entire Molong flesh and blood has been eaten by Wang Dachuan.
At this time, the aura in Wang Dachuan's body began to soar. Silver late stage, gold early stage, gold mid stage, gold late stage.
Wang Dachuan passed through 4 stages in a row.
In just one night, Wang Dachuan achieved a goal that others might not be able to achieve in 3 years.
This is comparable to the effect of Jiang Xiaoru's perfect inheritance. Level talent, extremely evil.
At the same time, as Wang Dachuan's craziness escalated, the power in Yi Ran, who was bound to Wang Dachuan as his personal master, also began to increase crazily.
Roar!
The power of the ink dragon in Yi Ran's body seems to have been greatly improved. It made a loud dragon roar, the golden middle period, the golden period, golden perfection. The increase in power did not stop growing until Yi Ran reached golden perfection. Yi Ran at this time, feeling the distance between myself and platinum, thinner than a layer of window paper. Cool. In less than a few dozen days, Yi Ran has gone from being a silver-tongued boy who has been fighting for 10,000 years to breaking through to platinum and embarking on his own path of understanding. This speed of progress, even worse than Jiang Xiaoru and Wang Dachuan. Hiccup as Wang Dachuan swallowed the last piece of Molong flesh and blood into his mouth. After Wang Dachuan burped comfortably, his eyes have returned to clarity. He turned his head, as if he was drunk, and greeted Yi Ran with a smile. Teacher Yi, hiccup I've finished eating, hiccup I'm a little sleepy boom. Before Wang Dachuan could finish speaking, he suddenly fell down. Hoo. The moment he fell to the ground, Wang Dachuan's breathing has begun to sound. Yi Ran walked forward angrily and kicked Wang Dachuan. As a result, Wang Dachuan slept like a dead dog, unable to move even an inch no matter how hard he kicked. I fell down to sleep after I was full. No wonder gluttonous eating is the same as eating ferocious pigs. Later, Yi Ran used the system to check Wang Dachuan's attributes. Wang Dachuan male, 20 years old. Awakened person, Taotai, S level, current skill, Magic City Gaowu Academy Physical Training 2.0, revised version. Advantages, S-level physical attributes, S-level combat talent, S-level anti-hit ability. Divine power, bloodthirsty and violent, devouring heaven and earth. Body regeneration disadvantages, coma, evolution too fast, body in urgent need of recovery and adjustment. Guidance plan, none success. Yi Ran's eyes lit up. It seems that Wang Dachuan has recovered from his state of mental confusion. This means, Wang Dachuan is already a perfect class superpower without any flaws. At this moment, that is, the monster that Luwani said before was as talented as Zheng Hadong. The corners of Yi Ran's mouth raised slightly. The next time Wang Dachuan publicly displays his talent as in class, I don't know how many people's intestines are about to turn green. At this time, Yi Ran was also full of pride. It can be said that he brought Wang Dachuan back on track from the edge of being unwanted. He was also the one who created the miracle of an class monster with his own hands. Thinking of this, Yi Ran felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Yi Ran was full of pride, while Wang Dachuan was sleeping soundly. Looking at Wang Dachuan sleeping, Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. This is no place to sleep, silly Dachuan. If you eat and sleep, you still have to wipe your butt. As a teacher, Yi Ran complained a few words, carrying Wang Dachuan on his back. I left the warehouse immediately. C-47 collapsed Su Yukai the next morning. It's just dawn. Su Yukai was still sleeping soundly with his new baby in his arms when someone knocked on the door eagerly. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent. Su Yukai finally couldn't pretend anymore. He threw away the two-dimensional eye mask, cursed and walked out of bed. Street boy. What bastard disturbed my dreams this morning? After saying that, Su Yukai walked towards the door angrily. After Su Yukai opened the door, staring at his men in the supplies department, he said word by word, give you 2 sentences, and you'd better give me a reason that satisfies me, otherwise I will really deduct your salary. At this time, the men in the material department were panting. A look of horror. Su, Director Su, there is something wrong with the warehouse. The Molong flesh and blood placed in the warehouse hall is gone. After hearing this sentence, Su Yukai disappeared directly on the spot. Wearing slippers, he ran towards the warehouse. The subordinates who reacted behind him also hurriedly chased after him. Director Su, why don't you change your clothes and go over? Street boy, you don't have time to change your clothes. Do you know how expensive that Molong flesh and blood is? Su Yukai cursed and said, he was wearing pajamas and big slippers. Ignoring the gazes of everyone passing by, I sprinted towards the warehouse with all my strength. When Su Yukai entered the warehouse, he stared at the big wooden box and took a deep breath. A wooden box that is nearly the size of more than 10 people. There are huge ink dragon bones. The bones were clean, with no trace of flesh and blood at all. Monitoring. Go to the monitoring room. It's near the north. How could he take away such a big piece of meat without anyone noticing? Su Yukai shouted and cursed as he walked into the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Su Yukai looked at the screen in a daze. Are you sure it's just these 2 people? Yes, Director Su, we have watched the video no less than 10 times, and we have never seen anyone else. Su Yukai pointed at the empty wooden box outside the control room, his eyes almost bulging out. Then tell me, where is the meat? Where did they put the meat? Could it be possible that they could still eat all that meat here? After all, these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood are nearly as large as 10 people. The weight is also as high as 16 or 17 dens. Now you tell me, 2 thieves, a big one and a small one, went in and came out. Not only was the meat gone, but when it came out, it was empty-handed? If it weren't for the last moment, it would be the warehouse I inspected and the door I locked. Su Yukai had some suspicions that his subordinates had pocketed the meat secretly. Tell me, how did they do it? Tell me. Su Yukai yelled at his subordinates crazily, using his unique southern accent. All the subordinates were silent. Su Yukai suddenly spoke again. Where are the indoor cameras? Why is there no indoor surveillance? The subordinate looked at Su Yukai tremblingly and responded, Director Su, you asked us not to turn on indoor cameras to prevent those precious calligraphy and paintings from being damaged. Su Yotsai's eyes widened and he said tremblingly, so, do we have no other clues? Yes, Director Su. Hearing his subordinate's reply, Su Yukai choked up. You can do evil if God does it, but you can't live if you do evil yourself. Now Su Yotsai's intestines are about to turn green. The strong blow made it difficult for him to breathe, and his face turned red. Director Su, are you okay? Seeing this, the subordinate stepped forward to help Su Yukai up.
Su Yukai shook off his subordinate's hand and finally managed to squeeze some air out of his throat and said, call the police. I must catch these bastards. Okay, I'll do it right now. Wait, come back. Don't call the police. Su Yukai thought that he had violated the rules in this matter. Wouldn't calling the police mean throwing himself into a trap? If you go and investigate privately, you will definitely find these two people, the older one and the younger one. No publicity is allowed. Oh, all right. The subordinate agreed and ran out quickly. Looking at the back of his subordinates leaving, Su Yukai was completely decadent. He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the empty wooden box, muttering to himself, it's over, it's all over. How should I explain this to Lubapi? Su Yukai suddenly felt so bad that he regretted why he didn't promise his subordinates last night. Send these 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood into an insurance-grade warehouse. Su Yukai at this moment, when he thought of Lowani, he couldn't help but shudder. He suffered a big loss from Lowani last time. I can't imagine how Lowani will kill herself this time. For a long time, in Lowani's office, Su Yukai told his hard work and sadness with runny nose and tears. Lowani was a little tired and handed the 1146th tissue to Su Yukai. In just a few hours, she had almost heard all the misfortunes in Su Yotsai's life. I am a friend of Curry. Lin Bei's life is miserable. When I was in kindergarten, my female classmate wouldn't hold hands with me to cross the street. Seeing that Su Yukai had already begun to talk about her kindergarten experience, Lowani finally couldn't bear it anymore. So Director Su, what do you want to say when you come here? She stared at Su Yukai, tapping the pen in her hand and making a clanging sound. Hearing that Lowani finally got to the point of her question, Su Yukai put away his tearful expression and said to Lowani, Director Lo, another unfortunate incident happened recently because our warehouse was stolen. That's it. Lowani nodded slightly after listening to Su Yotsai's words. Director Lu, don't you feel sorry for me? Su Yukai was a little anxious and played his cards right. Talking about my misfortunes for hours with a dry mouth, I originally wanted to take the opportunity to let Lowani pity her, and then lay the groundwork for losing Molong's flesh and blood. As a result, the woman in front of me seemed to have a heart of stone and was not moved at all. I'm deeply sorry for this accident in the supplies department. By the way, what did the thief steal? Are my 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood okay? Listening to Lowani's words, Su Yukai felt like he was about to suffocate. Which pot should not be opened, right? There is still a hammer to pave the way for, but there is still a hammer to pave the way for? What's the difference between playing the emotional card with Lowani and playing the piano against a cow? Seeing that his emotional offensive was ineffective, Su Yukai completely chose to break the pot. Director Lo, let me tell you the truth. All the supplies in the warehouse have not been lost. The only thing missing is your 3,000 black dragon flesh and blood. As he spoke, Su Yukai threw a stack of pictures of the crime scene towards Lowani. He straightened his chest and raised his head, with the attitude of generously preparing to die for justice. Director Lo, if you want to kill or behead me, it's up to you. We at the materials department want money without risking your life. No, you can sell me Su Yukai to the White Horse Mansion to atone for my sins. C-48 slaughter Su Yukai again. Lowani looked at this photo silently, slightly dazed. This figure, big and small, why does it look so familiar? Lowani is very smart. After looking through a few pictures, she discovered the clue. Director Su, where are the indoor surveillance photos? Why are there only outdoor ones? Su Yukai, who was still immersed in the feeling of dying generously, after hearing what Lowani said, she looked a little embarrassed. Of course he would not tell anyone about the illegal operations of the materials department. I could only say strange to say, it was probably too hot last night, and the indoor monitoring system in our materials department warehouse was broken. Listening to Su Yotsai's explanation, Lowani took a deep look at Su Yukai. The monitoring equipment in your supplies department is really easy to break. Who says it's not the case? Su Yukai touched his forehead. His voice was a little weak. Later, Lowani put down the photo, looking at Su Yukai. As far as I know, according to the regulations of your material department, treasures of this level should be placed in the material insurance level warehouse. The monitoring inside was designed by the principal himself and blessed with extraordinary level formations. That one is also broken. Listening to Lowani's questions, many wealthy people almost peed. At this time, his worried eyebrows almost drooped to the corners of his mouth. I opened my mouth and really didn't know how to round it. Seeing Su Yotsai's performance, Lowani felt the same as Ming Jing. This bastard must have thought that this flesh and blood would be given to the teaching office sooner or later, so he didn't put it in at all. Thinking of this, Lowani squinted her eyes and tapped her 4 slender fingers rhythmically on the table. Sorry, Director Su, since you broke the rules first, you can't blame me for being cruel. Saying that, Lawani stood up immediately. Director Su, this is a serious matter. The loss of this treasure is not only a loss for our two families, it is a loss for the entire school. I think the matter should be reported to the principal. I heard Lawani say that she wanted to go to the principal. Su Yukai almost peed. Dear ancestors, the principal was dissatisfied last time, and now he has to face the principal again in just a few days? Do you really think that I have been the director of the materials department for too long? However, Su Yukai, who knew that he was operating illegally, did not dare to refuse directly and could only squeeze out an extremely embarrassed smile. Director Su, you don't need to bother the principal with this trivial matter. Lawani shook her head. How can this be done, Director Su? We are all Mo'u people. What kind of trouble can we talk about? And this is business, how can we call it trouble? Saying, Lawani stood up directly and went to get her coat. Listening to Lawani's words, Su Yukai had difficulty breathing. Finally, he raised the white flag again in front of Lawani. Director Lo, I'm convinced. I'm convinced, but that's not enough. Tell me, what are the conditions? Lawani also stopped when she heard Su Yotsai's words. She looked at Su Yukai with a smile. He stretched out 4 fingers. Su Yukai looked at Lawani's movements and couldn't help shouting, impossible, I can't get so much Molong flesh and blood even with all my private money. Director Lo, you'd better take me to see the principal. Lawani shook her head. Director Su is overly worried. How could I force others into trouble? Speaking, Lawani shook her finger. I want 4 interspatial rings, the kind made by the principal. Director Su, you really can't get them, right? Listening to Lawani's words, Su Yukai was a little hesitant. Although the space ring is a super treasure to the outside world, only extraordinary people who follow the path of time and space can make it. Anyone can also cause competition among various forces. But for Gawo Academy in their magical capital, they do still have some space rings in stock. There is no way, after all, my principal stands at the top of the space department. There are 5 or 6 defective products made by the principal alone every year. Of course, although these things are defective products to buy Su, but for the rest of them, it is already a rare treasure. Su Yukai looked at Lawani and said with some distress, Director Lo, we do have them in the materials department, but Director Lo, why do you need so many space rings? After hearing Su Yotsai's inquiry, Lawani stood up directly and walked towards the clothes rack. We'd better go see the principal. Ouch. Su Yukai said hurriedly, Director Lo, it's not necessary, I'm going to find it now, and I will definitely deliver it to Director Lo tomorrow. Lawani looked at Su Yukai with a smile. Easy to say, Director Su, I'm not in a hurry. Looking at Lawani who looked like a fox, Su Yukai wiped the sweat from his head. If you're not anxious, I'm still anxious. Every time I come to the teaching office, my flesh will be cut. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Yukai stood up to leave. Director Lo, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Director Su, what's the rush? Sit down and drink some more. This is the newly picked giant rock tea. Su Yukai looked at the fragrant tea with a bitter smile on his face. He was in no mood at all. No more tea, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Su Yukai opened the door and left. He left Lawani's office as if he was running away. Director Su, welcome back next time. Su Yukai, who had already run halfway, stumbled when he heard Lawani's words. He waved his hand without looking back and disappeared into the corridor, as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him. As Su Yukai left, Wang Xiaoman poked her head out playfully. Master, Director Su left? Lawani nodded. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lawani. Master, why do you need so many space rings? Lawani rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoman. It's adult's business, little brat, don't ask about it. Although she said so, Lawani did not shy away from discussing with Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, what do you think about setting the reward for the top 2 students in the final exam of this grade as space rings? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman rolled her eyes slightly. Master, are you sure that Teacher Ye's class can take the top 2 places in the individual competition? Lawani looked at Wang Xiaoman and said unreasonably, don't worry about it, I just believe in Yi Ran. Okay, no matter what, Teacher Yi is the best. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lawani with a smile. Since Yi Ran's sudden rise, Lawani seems to be more cheerful than before, and her feelings for Yi Ran are not so hidden anymore, especially since Yi Ran hugged Lawani last time. Now when Lawani and Wang Xiaoman are together, they can joke about this openly. The overall relationship is good. I will record it in my little notebook later. Master, what about the remaining 2? Are you going to give them to your good disciple, me? Wang Xiaoman rubbed her hands, smiling. Lawani rolled her eyes at her. What are you thinking about? The remaining 2 are for Yi Ran and me. Master, be reserved. What are you being reserved about? We have been engaged since childhood, don't you know? Hearing Lawani's frank words, Wang Xiaoman was completely stunned. Just so straightforward, right? You don't even avoid people, right? When did it happen, and it progressed so quickly? Okay, you have a lover and forget about your disciple, right? I won't give your dear disciple a space ring, right? I'll record you in my little notebook. C49 I will never play the Nyo battle. Wang Xiaoman was crazy about how to read his master's book in the little book given to him by Zhang Zhe. Stop talking about this, let's talk about something serious. Lawani interrupted Wang Xiaoman's obscenity. She looked at Wang Xiaoman with some confusion. Xiaoman, what's your expression? What are you posting lately, and you keep laughing every now and then? Wang Xiaoman then retracted his exaggerated smile and lowered his head. Master, I'm fine. Do you have any instructions? Lawani looked at Wang Xiaoman and shook her head helplessly. I asked you to pay close attention to Yi Ran and his class. How is the situation? Wang Xiaoman recalled for a moment. Not much has happened recently. It seems that our class just accepted an exchange student from the sect, the genius from the fire sect, Huang Dongdong. The one you saw, the one standing next to Yi Ran in the restaurant before. Lawani recalled for a moment. What else? Wang Xiaoman touched his forehead. Anything else? Also, Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan disappeared after eating in the cafeteria at noon yesterday. I don't know why they went there. After hearing this, Lawani was slightly startled. No way. Xiaoman, do you have a photo of Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan? Yes, haven't you been paying attention to their class recently? They spend a lot of time under the same lens. Send me a copy. After hearing Lawani's order, Wang Xiaoman looked for it directly and sent a copy to Lawani. Okay, you go down. Oh, okay, master. After Wang Xiaoman left, Lawani took out the photo of the masked robber that Su Yukai had just given to her from the drawer. Later, Lawani took the two photos and began to compare them carefully. This height difference, this width gap, this walking style. Instantly, Lawani's pupils began to dilate and shrink. It's really Yi Ran and the others. Lawani knocked on the table, with a helpless smile on her lips. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Ran who stole his things. But what does he need these things for? Lawani was puzzled. It's just a mirror. The instigator of the riot in the warehouse of the materials department was currently lying on the bed, fast asleep. The loud snoring sound is comparable to that of a lumberjack's chainsaw. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan on the bed speechlessly. My ears were already stuffed with cotton, but my eardrums still hurt from the shock. No wonder there are rumors that there is no living creature within 10 miles of the ferocious beast Tao Tai. Which creature can stand it? Fortunately, Magic City Gaowu Academy attaches great importance to protecting the privacy of its employees. The soundproofing materials in the dormitories are all of the highest quality. Otherwise, the entire building would be uninhabitable. Bang! 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 Yi Ran heard the knock on the door amidst the loud snoring. Yi Ran opened the door and looked around. Teacher, don't look, it's down there. Hearing the sound, Yi Ran lowered his head. The person who came was none other than Huang Dongdong, the treasure of the leader of the Fire Element sect. Huang Dongdong was stunned by the huge snoring the moment Yi Ran opened the door. He covered his ears with a painful expression. Teacher, our practice room has a blast testing room. There is no need to do it in the dormitory. Hearing Huang Dongdong say this, Yi Ran is also not in a good state of consciousness. Then he pulled Huang Dongdong in and closed the door. The corridor was quiet again. Is everything done? Yi Ran asked Huang Dongdong despite his snoring. Huang Dongdong nodded, just staring at the bedroom door. Teacher Yi, the sound is too loud. What is in the bedroom? Yi Ran patted Huang Dongdong's forehead. Don't worry about anything else, I'll make you some tea. With that said, Yi Ran walked towards the kitchen. But what a coincidence, just after Yi Ran left, the bedroom door was not closed tightly and was blown away by the wind. Jia Yi Ran's bedroom door opened. Huang Dongdong couldn't help but be curious and looked directly. At this moment, he saw the figure sleeping soundly on the big bed. The loud snoring almost made his bones numb. This moment, Huang Dongdong was completely confused. I wonder, this exploding sound is actually human snoring? Then Huang Dongdong looked carefully. When he saw that the sleeping person was Wang Dachuan, my eyes almost popped out of my head. Why is Wang Dachuan asleep in Teacher Ye's bedroom this early in the morning? What's the situation? Could it be that Wang Dachuan spent the night at Teacher Ye's house last night? Can you still sleep in Teacher Ye's big bed? But looking left and right, this staff dormitory has one bedroom and one living room, and only one bedroom. Huang Dongdong peeled off the cocoon, and his imagination became wider and wider. His eyes became a little shocked. Could it be that Wang Dachuan and Yi Ran slept together last night? Wait, Huang Dachuan, Teacher Yi, did you sleep together last night? Boom, Huang Dongdong's brain seemed to have been exploded. He seems to have discovered a great secret. No wonder, I heard from the students in class 2 that Teacher Yi was very good to Huang Dachuan and often gave Huang Dachuan own private tutoring. With the guidance of a monster genius like Yi Ran, Huang Dachuan's progress will naturally be rapid. So during the fight in the restaurant, Huang Dachuan, who only had silver, was able to carry 4 golds by himself. Okay, everything makes sense. No wonder Teacher Yi, a salty fish instructor who was famous for not caring about anything, now just because Huang Dachuan got into a fight at school, he was so furious that he tortured a strong platinum-level man to death. Emotions are like a beauty that suddenly becomes a beauty. Okay, where does the teacher-student relationship come from? This is such a fucking deep comradeship. Dirty adult PY deal. This is how people are. Once they believe in their own settings, all known plots will be applied crazily towards this setting. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but shuddered. Did you never expect that at such a young age, you would already be exposed to the dark side of adulthood? Wait. Huang Dongdong suddenly thought of something. If all this is true, then Teacher Yi's feelings towards himself. Huang Dongdong suddenly recalled, obviously, auditors can also attend classes here, but Yi Ran insists on forcing himself to be an exchange student in his class. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong's forehead started to shed cold sweat unconsciously. Masaka. Could it be that when Teacher Yi saw it for the first time, have you already fallen in love with yourself? Thinking of this, the spine behind Huang Dongdong's back felt sore. A burst of cold air rushed from the tailbone to the sky. Huang Dongdong's face has turned ugly. Although I am Fengshen and handsome, my appearance is better than that of Panin, but I am straight, young man. It's impossible for me to play Nyo battle in this life. See 50 Huang Dachuan, late golden age? What are you thinking about? Yi Ran also made tea at this time. When I walked out, I saw Huang Dongdong staring at the bedroom with an ugly look on his face. Hearing Yi Ran's call, Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yi Ran with a wary look on his face, but said nothing. Yi Ran ignored the crazy little kid. He handed the cup directly to Huang Dongdong. Be careful. Seeing that Huang Dongdong didn't hold the bottom of the cup steady, Yi Ran let go of his hand and prepared to hold it again. As a result, Yi Ran just touched Huang Dongdong's hand. Whoosh! Huang Dongdong pulled his hand back with lightning speed, as if he was afraid that Yi Ran would touch him. He looked at Yi Ran with guarded eyes. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong inexplicably. What's wrong with you? Huang Dongdong shook his head and pointed to the bedroom. Teacher Yi, the person sleeping inside is Huang Dachuan? Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry. He nodded naturally. Yeah, who else can snore so loudly? Listening to Yi Ran's answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes widened. Just put it that bluntly? Aren't you even covering it up? But it's morning, so Huang Dachuan fell asleep here last night? Huang Dongdong still holds on to the last trace of fantasy. Yi Ran Gang wanted to answer no, but then I thought about the affair between the two of them last night. It was not appropriate for Huang Dongdong to know. So I typed yes, Huang Dachuan came to my place to play last night. He was too tired and fell asleep here. Too tired from playing? What are you tired of playing? How can 2 grown men play in the same room until they are too tired to go back to the dormitory? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran, stunned. The young mind was greatly impacted. It's over, what kind of dirty talk is this? My ears are dirty. I'm sorry, master, my disciple is still too shallow and has not seen clearly the filth and evil in the world. I actually fell into this binary den. Huang Dongdong is thinking silently in his heart. Yi Ran didn't want to delve into this matter, so he changed the topic. Now that you have completed your status as an exchange student in the sect, I will be your teacher from today on. Come and let me check you out. Examine? What to check for? Body check? Do you usually like to play medical cosplay? Is this stage progressing so quickly? Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock. Is this the beginning? Dirty PY deal. Dirty adults. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Yi Ran sat on the sofa and waited for Huang Dongdong's performance. Huang Dongdong himself has a bad temper. How can I bear this? In an instant, Huang Dongdong's aura was fully activated. Flames sprouted from all over his body to protect him. He stared at Yi Ran angrily. A golden red musket appeared in his hand. I don't know why, but the musket transformed this time as more direct than ever before. And the protective flames on the body, it is specially arranged in Huang Dongdong. The butt area looks extra thick. What nonsense, Yi Ran frowned. Although he didn't know what the little guy in front of him was thinking in his mind, it didn't stop Yi Ran from using the system to start scanning Huang Dongdong. In an instant, Yi Ran had Huang Dongdong's personal information in his mind. Huang Dongdong male, 12 years old. Inherited sect, fire sect current skill,
firefighting skill advantages, extremely solid basic skills, top flame affinity shortcoming. If the skill is defective, the anger attacks the heart, and the heart veins are burned and damaged to a certain extent.
Guidance plan: 1. Modify the movement path and specific optimization plan. 2. Practicing Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, specific optimization plan.
Yiran clicked his tongue in surprise, although I have seen Huang Dongdong's personal attributes once before, but every time I see Huang Dongdong at the age of 12, I still feel shocked. The top flame affinity is perfectly adapted to the fire movement sect technique. The fire movement sect has really found a treasure.
Okay, I'm done reading, put it away.
Yiran waved his hand, indicating to Huang Dongdong to take back the technique.
Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran suspiciously, wondering what Yiran was playing. What's the situation? Isn't a fight about to begin?
At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt as if he was drawing a sword and looking around at a loss. He has solid basic skills, fire attributes, and perfect affinity. He is such a good prospect.
To be honest, I am a little envious of your master.
Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong with admiration. Huang Dongdong looked wary.
Don't look at me like that.
Yiran was stunned for a moment when he heard Huang Dongdong's words.
Isn't that right? Don't think you can deceive me because I'm young. Don't you just want to hide the rules for me?
I'll put it bluntly, there's no way, sir, I'm a straight man. After finishing speaking, Huang Dongdong glanced at Wang Dachuan in the bedroom intentionally or unintentionally. After hearing this, Yiran also understood the reason why Huang Dongdong did all this. For a moment, Yiran was dumbfounded.
The little guy in front of me is more interesting than imagined. Don't laugh, what's so funny?
Seeing Yiran's childlike appearance, Huang Dongdong became even more angry.
He roared angrily at Yiran.
Okay, I won't laugh if I don't laugh. Yiran said he was not smiling, but the smile on his face could no longer be hidden. Yiran's expression made Huang Dongdong stand there and stamp his feet in anger. Squeak, just as Huang Dongdong was stamping his feet angrily, the bedroom door was opened. Wang Dachuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, looked at the bustling living room, and smiled silly. Huang Dongdong, why did you come to Teacher Ye's apartment too? After Huang Dongdong saw Wang Dachuan, he said sadly, look at what you've done to Wang Dachuan. It's almost noon and you're still so tired. I, Huang Dongdong, have really misjudged the wrong person. This is a dirty PY deal.
Didn't you just see Wang Dachuan's practice being frustrated and take advantage of it, isn't that right?
Huang Dongdong, who just wanted to continue to accuse, now looked at Wang Dachuan in shock. He looked Wang Dachuan up and down, and couldn't help but rub his eyes again, as if he didn't dare to recognize the reality clearly.
Dachuan, you have a breakthrough?
When Wang Dachuan heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, he nodded honestly. Yeah, I broke through gold when I woke up, hee.
Huang Dongdong's eyes widened when he heard Wang Dachuan's affirmative reply. What's going on? In my impression, wasn't Wang Dachuan barely in the late silver stage when he was in the restaurant? It's still far from breaking through gold.
After only 2 days of separation, I went through the formalities myself.
Wang Dachuan has already broken through from silver to gold? Even if you practice magic skills, you won't be able to do it so quickly, right?
Yiran looked at the shocked Huang Dongdong with a smile.
He even didn't forget to add another fire.
Dachuan, release all your strength and let our sex exchange students take a good look at your current strength.
Oh, okay, master.
After saying that, Wang Dachuan's eyes tightened slightly, and the aura on his body expanded crazily. Golden early stage, golden middle stage, golden late stage.
After reaching the golden stage, Wang Dachuan's swollen energy slowed down.
After Wang Dachuan's breath stabilized, Huang Dongdong's eyes almost bulged out.
Huang, the late golden stage?
Huang Dongdong exclaimed. For a moment, he looked at Wang Dachuan and then at Yiran.
He swallowed. Who I am? What am I doing?
What kind of outrageous ghost stories are these?
See 5116 Extraordinary People, what a big battle. Hey, it's all Teacher Yi who gave me guidance. I told you, Teacher Yi is really awesome. Wang Dachuan touched his head in his signature way, regained his momentum, and smiled innocently. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with complicated eyes.
In his mind, he had already begun to think wildly.
How much did Wang Dachuan pay for Yiran in order to obtain such a huge promotion? For a moment, he looked at Wang Dachuan with some distress. Dachuan, can you catch shit every day?
Wang Dachuan listened to Huang Dongdong's outrageous speech, with clear confusion in his big eyes. What are you talking about?
We martial arts practitioners lift the anus every day, how can we not clap it? Do you think you have this problem?
Huang Dongdong waved his hand. Of course I didn't. Seeing Wang Dachuan's appearance, he was a little anxious. Dachuan, don't pretend to be stupid and don't understand.
I'm telling you, I know everything. You, bang. Before Huang Dongdong could finish speaking, there was a crisp click directly on his forehead. Huang Dongdong covered his forehead in pain and looked at Yi Ran angrily with his big eyes. It feels good, and my brain is really bright, but it's a pity that it's all crooked. Yi Ran rubbed his fingers. You. Huang Dongdong covered his head, stared at Yi Ran and wanted to say something else. Yi Ran ignored him, turned to Wang Dachuan and asked, "How do you feel?" Wang Dachuan grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth. "Master, I feel like I have endless strength now and am stronger than ever before." He patted his chest. There was a bang-bang sound, like hitting an alloy. Yi Ran turned around and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he clicked his tongue and said in wonder, "Even if others can eat those flesh and blood, they will probably be burst by the energy in the flesh and blood. Not only did you eat it, you can completely absorb and digest it in one night. With this physical quality, you are worthy of being in class superpower." Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's praise. "I don't know why, but I just kept smiling stupidly." "Slevel?" Huang Dongdong discovered the blind spot. He looked at Wang Dachuan with deep disbelief in his eyes. "Dachuan, are you in class superpower?" He, it's all Teacher Ye's suggestion. Without Teacher Yi, I would still be a loser." Wang Dachuan smiled sheepishly and looked at Yi Ran gratefully. Huang Dongdong shook his head in disbelief. If Wang Dachuan's strength has improved rapidly, he can still accept it. But class superpowers are really beyond Huang Dongdong's understanding. Don't blame Huang Dongdong for making such a fuss, he had also learned about Wang Dachuan's background before. It's just a problematic level awakened person. But now it is said that Wang Dachuan is in class superpower? Or was he promoted to S level under Yi Ran's advice? This is too magical. S-levels are already as rare as national treasures, not to mention the superpowers who have successfully advanced to S-level through their second awakening. This is already one of thousands, no, billions of existences. Wang Dachuan's experience is enough that people can't believe it. In the end, Wang Dachuan said that it was all accomplished with Yi Ran's guidance? What kind of international joke is this? In order to help Andrew's second awakening, the People's Superpower Alliance had took the death of 3 diamond-level flower cards to accomplish this great feat. Now it can be easily completed with Yi Ran's instructions? And if Yi Ran has the ability to perform such a miracle, instead of becoming famous all over the world, just stay in a small class and be a tutor? There was suspicion in Huang Dongdong's eyes. He felt that Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan were jointly deceiving him. "Dachuan, I still think it's impossible to be in class. How can it be so easy for a second awakened class?" Huang Dongdong has a straight temper and says whatever comes to mind. Listening to Huang Dongdong's question, Wang Dachuan smiled. "I don't know who I am now, but if Teacher Yi says yes, then I am." Looking at Wang Dachuan's indifferent attitude, Huang Dongdong said angrily, "Silly man, do you even know what in class superpower stands for? Is this the attitude you have?" Wang Dachuan said indifferently, "I know, but so what?" Huang Dongdong rolled his eyes. "Silly man, do you really think he is a god who can forcefully elevate you to the level of an class superpower? He must have used some evil trick to force you to improve your strength. It may not be good for your body." Good. After all, Huang Dongdong is from a famous family, and his knowledge is much broader than ordinary people. He is still aware of the evil and evil ways that can improve personal strength in a short period of time. Wang Dachuan shook his head and said seriously, "Dongdong, you can't say that to Teacher Yi." Huang Dongdong pouted. "I'll tell you. Dachuan, think about it carefully, that is in class superpower." "If it is really," Wang Dachuan interrupted Huang Dongdong. "Dongdong, stop talking. It doesn't matter whether you are S-level or not. It's enough that I can follow Teacher Yi." Huang Dongdong took a deep breath and looked at Wang Dachuan with a hopeless expression. He shook Wang Dachuan's shoulders. "Silly man, wake up, your brain has been wiped out." "Huang Dongdong, it seems you don't believe that Wang Dachuan is in class superpower?" Just as Huang Dongdong was shaking Wang Dachuan crazily, Yi Ran's voice came from behind. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and said unconvinced, "That's for sure. How rare it is to be in class superpower. If Dachuan doesn't know, how can you still know?" Yi Ran didn't care about Huang Dongdong's doubts. He stood up and looked at Wang Dachuan. "It's just right. Anyway, I want to see how strong in class superpower can be. Come with me." Saying, Yi Ran packed up a coat and walked towards the door. "Okay, master." Wang Dachuan followed Yi Ran directly without asking where he was going. Huang Dongdong watched the two of them leaving and asked, "Where are you going?" Yi Ran glanced at Huang Dongdong. "Of course we're going to the practice room. Where else can we go?" "Are you going?" "Go, of course go. I will expose you myself. I will save you from brainwashing Dachuan again." Huang Dongdong was also preparing to leave with that. Yiran looked at the bigger kid with a smile in his eyes. This little kid has a strong sense of justice and a really hot temper. He is the kind of character who is straight-talking but not evil-minded and can say whatever he wants. To be honest, I am quite angry with Yiran. In short, the more Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong, the more interesting he became. For a moment, Yiran became playful and deliberately said to Huang Dongdong, "Then what if Dachuan is really in class superpower?" Huang Dongdong scratched his neck. "If Dachuan is really in class superpower, I will jump off this floor." Dance without using any skills? Yiran added fuel to the fire. Huang Dongdong's bad temper could not withstand such stimulation. He immediately choked when he followed Yiran's words, "If you don't need it, don't use it. If you do, I'll be your grandson. I'm not that old, and I don't want to have a disobedient grandson like you. Wow, you pissed me off." In front of Yiran, Huang Dongdong was always on the verge of collapse. When Wang Dachuan heard that Huang Dongdong was about to jump off the building, he hurriedly covered Huang Dongdong's mouth. "Dongdong, I can't do it, I can't do it." Huang Dongdong broke away from Wang Dachuan's hand. He stared at Yiran and said unconvinced, "I'm going to make a bet today. If Wang Dachuan is class, then I will jump down. If not, you jump down." Listening to Huang Dongdong's wild words, the smile on Yiran's face became even brighter. A gentleman's word? It's hard to catch up with 8 horses, let alone 4 horses. Huang Dongdong said decisively. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile, "Looking forward to your performance." Just when the three of them were quarreling with each other, directly above the Magic City Gaowu Academy, thousands of meters high, deep in the clouds where no one can notice, suddenly a figure appeared. This man is thin and has white hair. Especially the long white beard that almost reaches his waist. If Su Yukai had been there, he would have bowed his head. This person is the principal of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City. One of the 3 pillars of the Magic City, the recognized King of Space, Lord Baisu of the Void. Baisu lowered his head and looked indifferently at the campus that was as big as a biscuit. He squinted his eyes and said to himself, 16 extraordinary, such a huge formation, I don't even say hello. Do you really think that this old man like me is nothing? See 52 mysterious Tugwa level extraordinary person snort. With a cold snort from Baisu, the surrounding space began to become distorted, and even the clouds changed into strange shapes. In an instant, about a dozen figures appeared in the distorted space. When I first appeared, I was a little stunned. But they all used their own abilities to float above the 1,000-meter altitude. Just as everyone stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Want to know what this is all about? Baishu's cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, you barged in without invitation and deceived everyone in our demonic martial arts academy, high in the sky. Baisu's momentum expanded infinitely. Everyone present silently mobilized their strength to resist Baisu. Those who can compete with the extraordinary must be extraordinary. Okay. Baisu sneered and said hello 3 times. He looked around. Who would have thought that our Magic City Gaowu Academy would be able to welcome more than 10 extraordinary people at the same time on the same day? I think this is the first time such a grand event has happened since our school was founded. Among the more than 3 billion people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only less than 30 extraordinary beings. According to this ratio, most of them may never encounter the extraordinary once in their lifetime. As a result, those extraordinary people who usually see the dragon but never see the end, they actually gathered at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City at the same time. If outsiders knew about this kind of thing, the popularity would have already exploded. All the extraordinary ones present, listening to Baisu's words, everyone remained silent. Seeing this, Baisu narrowed his eyes. Since you dare to come here, why don't you dare to see people with their true colors? Baisu looked around and shouted domineeringly, if you want to visit the academy and take off your disguise, we will welcome you on the couch. If you want to do something else here, you can go back to where you came from. As soon as Baisu finished speaking, a transcendent person suddenly said to Baisu, Baisu, are you trying to stop all of us by yourself? Baisu narrowed his eyes, and his momentum suddenly began to surge, and distorted spaces began to appear around him. The white robe rustled fiercely in the wind, and Baisu said murderously, I haven't done anything for many years. It seems that everyone has almost forgotten about me. Baisu's surging momentum pressed towards Yu Chaofan. Many Chaofan who are slightly weaker have begun to resist with luck. Baisu fought against more than a dozen extraordinary beings alone, and he didn't lose at all. The war is about to break out. At this moment, a transcendent took off his disguise. In an instant, the originally thin figure began to swell. As if growing, a giant man with 5 big and 3 thick bodies was suspended in the clouds. His tall body is like a mountain, the solid muscles shimmered like metal under the reflection of the sun. At this time, he looked at Bai Su and gave a serious military salute. Junior Li Wancheng has met Senior Bai Su. After Bai Su saw the person clearly, he said calmly, I didn't expect that even people from the military department came to join in the fun. It seems that the talent was really fragrant that day. Is the military department trying to steal something again? Li Changwan, and class superpower known as Imperial Shield, Steel Wall, and Absolute Defense. The youngest extraordinary person trained by the military, the absolute backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's military, he is a rising future general in the Dragon Kingdom's military department. Hearing Bai Su's words, Li Wancheng replied with a smile, Senior is joking, we all belong to the national system, how could we do such a thing? Really? How is Zhang Hedong doing in your military headquarters? Bai Su mentioned Zhang Hedong's name. After Li Wancheng heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hedong, as a super genius at the Magic City Gaowu Academy, it was his boss, Yu Shaogua, who he was deceived and tricked into the military headquarters. When Bai Su said this now, he was obviously reminding him, your military department has a criminal record, so don't pretend to be a White Lotus here. Li Wancheng concealed his embarrassment with a smile, and then said seriously, Senior, now is not the time to talk about this. Although our military department loves talents very much, we can also distinguish priorities. General Yi asked me to give you a message. Li Wancheng paused for a moment and said solemnly, everything is based on national interests. Talents can belong to any family in the Dragon Kingdom, but not outside the country. After Bai Su heard this, he frowned slightly, is the news accurate? Li Wancheng nodded, yesterday, the military monitored 3 Chao fans who entered the country secretly. There are a few others that the military probably didn't detect. Then, Li Wancheng squinted his eyes and looked around. But no matter what is detected or not, I believe they are all here at this moment. Li Wancheng's meaning is obvious, their military department sent Xiaofan here with the intention of recruiting that super genius. But the more important task is, we must not allow this super genius to be recruited by foreign forces. The fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields, it's easy for us Longhua people to rob talents behind closed doors, no matter what. But if it is taken away by foreign forces, I will never agree. The most urgent task now is to drive away the extraordinary people abroad. Bai Su was silent for a moment, then nodded. Seeing Bai Su nod, Li Wancheng silently came behind Bai Su. The situation on the field changed from Bai Su fighting against all the extraordinary ones to Bai Su and Li Wancheng fighting against each other. For a moment, some extraordinary eyes that were still thoughtful suddenly flickered with fear. It's not because of how strong I am after joining Li Wan. Just because Li Wancheng represents the Long Kingdom Military Department, Dragon Kingdom Military Headquarters, these 4 words, as heavy as Mount Tai. With the support of the military, the confrontation between the 2 parties reached a strange balance. At this time, Bai Su didn't pay too much attention to others. He squinted his eyes and kept staring at an ordinary-looking man. In fact, Bai Su didn't care about other extraordinary beings from the beginning. If it weren't for the extraordinary person in front of him who made him a little wary, he had already started. There is no other reason, it's because other extraordinary beings were swept up by his space movement. And only this one not only easily destroyed his own spatial movement, he also accurately found the location where he teleported and flew up. This kind of strength can only be achieved by extraordinary beings who are at the same level as himself or even stronger. In other words, this ordinary-looking extraordinary person in front of me, his strength is definitely comparable to the 3 pillars of their demon city, and he is a genuine nation-killing transcendent. A nation-killing extraordinary person, as the name suggests, it's the existence that can truly slaughter a country by one person. It can be called a humanoid nuclear bomb. No big country will allow foreigners to enter the country at will. It's unclear at the moment whether this thing is a domestic or foreign super-killing nation. I don't know whether this person is an enemy or a friend. Naturally, one cannot act rashly. Bai Su carefully observed this extraordinary person who slaughtered the country. If you want to guess the origin of this nation-killing transcendent from those clues, but it's a pity that Bai Su was disappointed. With my careful attention, this extraordinary person didn't show any unusual behavior. Just like a stone, it is not disturbed by all external factors. Not even the breath was exposed. If it were not suspended 1,000 meters in the sky at this moment, standing among the crowd with such aura and such appearance, just like a passerby. Bai Su, who couldn't see through this person's identity, had slightly stern eyes and said loudly to this mysterious extraordinary person, with your strength, don't you dare to show your true colors? C-53 attack heavy weapon. Lan Moyan. This Xiaofan looked at Bai Su without saying much. Buzz. This ordinary-looking extraordinary man took off his disguise. After the disguise disappears, a picture of an extremely handsome young man appeared. This man has flowing hair, eyes like stars, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and is handsome and handsome. Her whole face is so beautiful that even women would envy her. Only, after such a beautiful young man took off his disguise, all the extraordinary ones invariably moved a few meters away from this young man. Everyone looked at this young man as if facing a formidable enemy. There was no concealed fear in his eyes. The way they looked at the young man, it's like looking at the demon god that existed in ancient times. When Baisu saw the person clearly, he was so angry that his white beard was flying. However, Baisu, who was facing a formidable enemy, at this time, the whole person became much more relaxed. After all, this is the only extraordinary person present who has a strength similar to his own. TM is one of our own. He squinted his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. Forget about the people coming from the military department. Does our education department also want to poach? Could it be that my magic martial arts academy has established its own business and no longer belongs to the education department? The young man looked at Baisu, his face still cold. I won't dig it, but that day is mine. The language is concise, yet extremely domineering. Didn't give Baisu any face at all. As a result, Baisu was not angry, but looked at the young man angrily. Are you too lazy to hide it? No wonder people say you are not popular, Baisu complained. After listening to Baisu's words, the young man just said 3 words lightly, not give a damn about. Then, the young man turned around, and he didn't know when he had already held a sword in his hand. He turned his back to Baisu and Li Wancheng. Look at all the extraordinary people around you. Those who are extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom should get rid of their disguises. Those who are not extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom should retreat. A few simple words came out of this young man's mouth, like a sharp sword. It pierces into the ears of every extraordinary person who is still pretending. At first, Zhong Chaofan was still hesitant. Seeing these extraordinary people not taking off their disguises for a long time, the young man snorted coldly. In an instant, the sword in the young man's hand disappeared. But the moment it disappeared, all the extraordinary ones acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and one by one they used their energy to resist. Ding! 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 No offensive moves can be seen. The sharp sword sounds were directly on the chest of every extraordinary person. Many extraordinary beings were knocked back several meters. What's more, he didn't even guard against the young man's sword, leaving clear sword marks on his arm. With the power of one person, he killed more than 10 extraordinary beings with one sword, and even injured a few. The strength is terrifying. For the last time, take off your disguise. Lan Moyan's 8 short words, his murderous intent turned into a sharp sword and stabbed directly between the eyebrows of all the extraordinary people. All the extraordinary ones fell silent. Although Baisu was a nation-killing extraordinary person, however, their overall concern for the overall situation made them disbelief that Baisu dared to go on a killing spree. But the Lord in front of me, but if you can really do what you say, when you say kill, you mean a real killer. After a while, many extraordinary beings reluctantly took off their disguises. It is indeed an important offensive weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. I am convinced. It's so amazing. I've practiced so much that my voice sounds like a divine weapon. Lan Moyan, your understanding of swords is much better than before. Lan Ju, how on earth did you do it? Cultivate to the level of slaughtering a country at such a young age. It's really the world of young people. For a time, all the extraordinary beings in the Dragon Kingdom who had taken off their disguises complimented the young man one after another. But even with this compliment, no one dared to come within 3 meters of this young man. It was as if there was a life-limited area within 3 meters of this young man. A young man named Lan Moyan, the nation-slaying extraordinary person who was known as the most powerful offensive weapon, the one who seals the throat with one sword, the sword god of the Dragon Kingdom, the most amazing genius in the sword god sect's history in thousands of years. His life experience can be called a reprint of Wang Tang. Lan Moyan has been with the sword since he was a child, and the sword becomes one with him. Gold at 3 years old, platinum at 9 years old, diamond at 12 years old. At the age of 18, he received the sword from the founder of the sword god sect. The divine weapon without a sharp edge let out bursts of sword sounds. Finally gained the recognition of Xin Bing Wufeng. In one fell swoop, he entered the sword mirror and became extraordinary when he reached adulthood. When there is no one to teach the sword god religion, he goes out to practice and practice. Came to work in the education department of Longhua. And the reason why Lan Moyan is called a heavy attack weapon is because that was when the 3 extraordinary sword sects of the Foot Basin Kingdom came together to challenge the swordsmanship of the Dragon Kingdom. After frustrating many sword sects, Lan Moyan has 1 person and 1 sword, battled with Chaofan, the 3 major sword sects of the Foot Basin Kingdom. In the end, Lan Moyan brutally killed 3 major sword sects without any injuries. Since then, Lan Moyan has also been publicly recognized as an extraordinary person at the level of massacre.
Above the clouds, there was no end to the extraordinary compliments. Moment, the originally stalemate situation became clear when Lan Moyen slashed it with one sword. Lan Moyen ignored the compliments of the extraordinary people present, but only pointed his sword at the other extraordinary people who had not removed their disguises. 3 seconds, go. When being pointed at by Lan Moyen's sword, these extraordinary people felt as if they were on edge, and there was a tremor from the soul. Wait a minute, a foreign extraordinary person was about to say something in the poor dragon language, when he heard Lan Moyen's cold voice. 3, 2. Before he counted to 1, buzz, the other extraordinary people who had not removed their disguises, each showed their magical powers and disappeared directly on the spot. Baisu saw it in his eyes and admired it in his heart. One man and one sword directly made the complex situation of more than a dozen extraordinary people become clear and bright. Lan Moyen's behavior and his sword, clean and neat. Although Lan Moyen speaks directly and does not care about the ways of the world, who has the strength to make this peerless young man care about the ways of the world? Now that the foreign forces have been driven away, then it will be easy to deal with the domestic ones. Baisu looked around at the remaining extraordinary people. Wow, they are from the sects, the aristocratic families, and even from other schools. Basically, everyone who should come and shouldn't come has come. Seeing this, Baisu's face was a little deep, because most of those who chose not to take off their disguises and oppose him, Baisu, were from the sects and aristocratic families. Although the dragon country is strong at present, it still has its own drawbacks, that is, the sects and aristocratic families are in power. There are also many people from the sects and aristocratic families in official institutions. Some of the sects and aristocratic families are okay, but some of the sects and aristocratic families, taking advantage of their positions, began to absorb talents and suppress dissidents, completely ignoring the development of the country, and only knowing how to strengthen their own sects and aristocratic families, especially using their power to force major colleges to serve them. They send talents to them and become retainers of their sects and families. It makes it difficult for many ordinary people with extraordinary talents to make a breakthrough. And many of those who came today are from these sects and families. Of course, these problems did not form in one day, and it is not easy to eradicate them in one day. It is impossible for him, a principal, to eradicate these forces. Although Baisu was dissatisfied, he did not say it. He cleared his throat and did not say, "Why are you here? I believe you must have heard that there is a genius in our school who crushes platinum with gold." Baisu's words made everyone present quiet down. Baisu paused and continued, "Here, I want to make a statement to everyone. This matter is true. C-54 I am notifying, not discussing." As soon as these words came out, all the extraordinary people present looked at each other. There was a vague excitement in his eyes and a hint of confusion at the same time. What's exciting is that since Baisu can say it, it proves that this genius does exist. Confused, they didn't know what Baisu meant when he said this honestly. Everyone present is extraordinary. Naturally, it is clear that a platinum who has come into contact with the law and entered the Tao. How big is the gap between a golden person who has not walked out of his own way? But there are some people who can break this iron law by relying on their own talent and strength. If this kind of monster belongs to my own family, I wish any other force didn't know a little bit of information, but why would Baisu tell them this matter so openly and honestly? They all know how precious this genius is. Does Baisu not know? Baisu's move really confused everyone. But confusion is confusion. Now that Baisu was so frank, the extraordinary people present also choose the pole to continue climbing, showing off their tricks as they see them. Principal Bai, is this really the case? Congratulations to Principal Bai. It is indeed the Magic City's Gaowu Academy. There was Zhang Hedong who dominated the generation before. In the past few years, such a great talent has appeared again. The Magic City Gaowu Academy is a place of outstanding people. Principal Bai, why don't you take us to see this genius? The extraordinary beings were all human beings, and they began to praise Baisu. The topic also got round to asking Baisu to take them to meet Yiran. Baisu looked at all this. Suddenly things changed, and he looked around at everyone present. If the purpose of your trip is to recruit this genius, I would advise you to give up your thoughts. This moment, the extraordinary beings are no longer willing. Why? Principal Bai? Principal Bai, everyone has their own strengths. How do you know which area this genius is most suitable for? Yes, Principal Bai, we can't delay his development, right? Principal Bai, isn't it appropriate? When did the Magic City Gaowu Academy become so stubborn? The great talent in the world, Principal Bai, as a pillar, are you really willing to watch him not find the best development direction? When did the Magic City Gaowu Academy become a place to restrain geniuses? Everyone spoke their own reasons to refute Baisu. Baisu calmly waved his hand and said to all the extraordinary people, "Everyone, stop for a moment. I know that this person is not an unreasonable person, but this genius is not a student, but a mentor." "Teacher?" All the extraordinary people were stunned. Baisu nodded. "I know you all have the means to find this genius privately. But I'm sorry, he is the instructor of our Magic City Gaowu Academy and he has a contract. None of you can take him away before the contract expires. Everyone, please come back." There was an attitude of refusal in Baisu's tone, and his momentum soared. After all, tutors are different from students. Students can be favored by other forces and try to poach them away, and the school can't do anything about it. But tutors are different. All tutors have signed contracts. The contract is the legal rule given by the Dragon Kingdom. No force can arbitrarily compete for someone who already has a contract. For official organizations like universities, all those who have signed a contract, it is equivalent to becoming a disciple of the sect. I wonder which force would be able to take advantage of other sect disciples when they see that they have good talents. Just wait for the ancestor of the sect to follow you and go all out. Of course, there is no such thing as expiry of the contract. In normal times, what does it mean to them to be extraordinary? But Baisu said the stipulation of the contract in front of all the extraordinary people. To make it clear, we need to find a reasonable rule to stop all the extraordinary mouths. In this matter, it is legal and reasonable for the Demon City Gaowu Academy not to release the person. Some rules are worth a feather when they are not used. But once it is placed on the table, it is worth $1,000. That's the truth. Baisu did this to tell these extraordinary people clearly, "I'll give you a step down, and you'll stop when you're ready." Everyone should be harmonious and don't cause any disagreements in the end. Baisu, as the pillar of the Demon City and one of the staunch guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, taking the overall situation into consideration has become his first choice in behavior. For a moment, the extraordinary people were silent. Suddenly a discordant voice appeared in the crowd. "But Principal Bai, if it's a big deal, can we go on secondment? Our department happens to need such talents. Let him report to our department tomorrow." Even though Baisu had already said this, there was still Chaofan who didn't know how to live or die speaking on the side. This tone even sounds like an order. This person is an extraordinary person from a certain sect, one of the extraordinary people who was keen on forming small groups. After the operation of the forces behind it, he took the leadership position in the functional department of Longhua. His high position and authority, and his long-term leadership gave him a mysterious self-confidence. After all, their department often borrows tutors from major universities. This kind of thing is something they are familiar with. This guy looked at the silent crowd and felt a little complacent. "I feel like I was the first to think of a solution." Little did he know that other people looked at him like a dead person. Baisu looked at this extraordinary person indifferently. "Are you talking to me? Is there any problem, Principal Bai?" The secondment does not violate. Before this Chaofan could finish speaking, in an instant, countless twisted spaces appeared around this extraordinary person. Click. A crisp sound sounded. This extraordinary forearm rotates 180 degrees directly, steel and iron bones tempered with extraordinary strength. It was actually broken by this terrifying space distortion force. Before everyone could react, there were a few more clicks. This extraordinary person didn't even have a chance to resist. The knee was also broken directly. Unable to support his body, he knelt directly in front of Baisu. The intense pain made the extraordinary person in front of him turn pale. Cold sweat broke out. Baisu walked forward silently, lowered his head and looked down. "It seems like everyone has really forgotten about me after I haven't been out doing anything for so long." After all the extraordinary people present saw this scene, the fear in his eyes is fully visible. Baisu didn't make any offensive moves, simply relying on his understanding of the law, he directly crushed an extraordinary person. At this moment, everyone finally recalled this always kind old man. But a true nation-killing transcendent. I originally thought of a contract as the reason. Give the major forces in the country a respectable appearance. It turns out that there really is a stupid young man who wants to challenge the extraordinary authority of Tu Gua. Baisu ignored the paralyzed extraordinary person and said to the other extraordinary people behind him, "Listen carefully, I am informing, not discussing. Everyone, is there anything you don't understand about what I said?" Baisu looked around and spoke in a strong tone. Wherever his eyes passed, no one dared to look at him. All the extraordinary fell silent. Everybody knows, if you say one more word, you will be the next one to collapse to the ground. The originally exciting atmosphere was extinguished by Baisu's words. "Old Bai, what if that guy's contract expires and he is no longer a member of your MOA team?" Suddenly among the crowd, an older extraordinary person asked. This person belongs to the top aristocratic family in Kyoto. One of the three ancestors of the Zhu family, the ancestor of Qingfeng, Luanio Taoist, Zhu Qingguan, obviously, regardless of their friendship, Zhu Changqing is at least an old acquaintance with Bai Su. Bai Su glanced at the old woman. When the contract expires, everyone depends on their ability. Once it's settled, I won't bother you too much. The old woman cupped her hands, turned into nothingness, and disappeared. When one leaves, the other extraordinary ones see no hope. They all got up and chose to leave. This farce has come to an end. Watching these extraordinary departures, Bai Su was still thinking about the last words of Luanio Taoist Zhu Qingguan. He murmured to himself, "Have you discovered this kid's identity?" Then, Bai Su shook his head helplessly. Zhu family. Unexpectedly, I would be involved in the dispute between dragon and bird. See 55 Two strange flowers among the extraordinary senior Bai. What are you thinking about? Just as Bai Su was thinking, a thick voice came from behind him. Bai Su turned around and looked. Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan are still staying where they are and have no plans to leave. Bai Su looked at the two people who were refusing to leave. First he glared at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng seemed to be slow to react and pretended not to see. Principal Bai, the food at our Gaowu school in the Magic City is really good. I haven't been able to come back since I ate it last time. How about this? I'll do odd jobs for you here, and you care about my meal? Li Wancheng looked at Bai Su with a smile. His eyes were full of sincerity, and no trace of fraud could be seen. Since I'm not allowed to look for geniuses, then I won't look for them. I'm a transcendent who comes to your place to do odd jobs. You wouldn't refuse me, right? Bai Su looked at Li Wancheng with some helplessness. You, an extraordinary person, come to school to do odd jobs. What about anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes? The drunkard's intention is not to drink. Who can't tell what he is thinking? This is not the first time he has come into contact with Li Wancheng. It can be said that he has developed a thick skin to the extreme. He can pull off the face that other extraordinary beings can't put down, and throw away the baggage that other extraordinary beings can't let go of. Coupled with the order from the military department, it is estimated that this dogskin plaster cannot be shaken off. Go and apply for induction tomorrow. You will be considered the most amateur tutor in our college from now on. Bai Su couldn't drive him away, he could only feel disgusted with this thing. Okay, Principal Bai, to be honest, it is my biggest dream in life to be able to work at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. Not only was Li Wancheng not angry, but he also smiled and thanked him. Bai Su shook his head when he saw it. Even if you slap this kind of guy, you will only be afraid that he will scream. But it doesn't matter. After all, with Li Wancheng's strength and the quality of the military, all this is still within his control, and there is another person on the side who refuses to leave. Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan's handsome face. My head hurts a little. What about you? Director Lan, you're not going to come to our school to be a part-time tutor, are you? Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan speechlessly. After all, Lan Moyan belongs to the Department of Education. Strictly speaking, he is his immediate superior in official positions. In terms of strength, Lan Moyan and himself are both nation-slayer level extraordinary beings, and Lan Moyan's path is even the most offensive path of swordsmanship. Maybe they are slightly better than themselves in terms of attack. Lan Moyan, who can't say anything but can't win a fight, this is what gives Bai Su the most headache. Listening to Bai Su's question, Lan Moyan turned her head. Under the sunlight, this handsome face exudes a charming luster, need not. Listening to Lan Moyan's concise reply, Bai Su let out a long sigh of relief. What class is he in? I'm going to be a student. Bai Su hadn't been happy for too long. Lan Moyan's words immediately staggered him. He almost lost control and fell from the sky. Even Li Wancheng on the side was choked by Lan Moyan's speech and kept coughing. The two people stared at Lan Moyan, who was calm on the side. Are you kidding me? You, a nation-killing transcendent, choose to be an auditor? At this moment, Li Wancheng felt that his choice was still a bit too conservative. Are you serious? Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Lan Moyan looked at Bai Su calmly and pointed at her face. What, is it against the rules? For a time, Bai Su and the other two fell silent while looking at Lan Moyan's youthful look. Although Lan Moyan is a boss among extraordinary bosses, but according to his age, he is indeed only at the age of going to college. If Lan Moyan applied for admission, he wouldn't even have to fake his age. It's really not illegal. For a moment, Bai Su opened his mouth and was speechless. Because he couldn't find any reason to refute Lan Moyan. Lan Moyan, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Su couldn't help but ask directly. Lan Moyan watched Bai Su think for a moment and replied, I want to go to school. Listening to Lan Moyan's concise and straightforward answer, Bai Su was immediately silenced. For a while, the scene reached a deadlock.
Lan Moyan saw Bai Su and stopped talking. So he waved his hand, I want to see my student ID tomorrow. Lan Moyan spoke concisely, and after finishing speaking, he turned into a lightsaber and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Looking at Lan Moyan's disappearing point of light, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He looked at Li Wanyan on the side again. Two extraordinary beings, one wants to be the most amateur tutor, and the other wants to go directly to the salted fish class as a student. Crazy, fucking crazy. Why are you two weirdos in Chaofan? Bai Su, who was usually very well-mannered, couldn't help but swear at this moment. Principal Bai, I'm still here, Li Wancheng said awkwardly. Bai Su glared at Li Wancheng angrily. In the end, it turned into a burst of distortion and disappeared. Li Wancheng stared blankly at the empty sky. Shouted to Principal, where can I do the induction process? The extraordinary storm has come to an end for the time being, and at this moment in the practice room, Yiran, Wang Dachuan and Huang Dongdong have already reserved a practice room. It's just that this time they didn't choose an ordinary silver-level training room like before. Instead, Huang Dongdong used his Fire Element sect permission, a specially open training room unique to the Fire Element sect. It is filled with fire-attributed gems. As soon as you enter, you will feel a steaming sensation. The test robots are made of extremely high-quality fire-resistant and high-strength materials. Besides, there are also various fire attribute treasures brought back by their predecessors from the fire sect. As soon as Wang Dachuan came in, just like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, look left, look right, sometimes I touch this, sometimes I touch that. After Huang Dongdong saw this scene, he smiled proudly. Silly man, you have never seen such a high-end practice room. You worked hard today. If you break it, it's mine. Wang Dachuan looked at Huang Dongdong and patted his chest. He touched his head in embarrassment. No way, I broke the school's test robot before. Seeing that Wang Dachuan didn't believe him, Huang Dongdong pointed at the test robot anxiously. Did you see it? This is the polar ice material that my master specially bought from the West. It is full of spark resistance and strength. Not only that, my master also specially set up a diamond-level defensive formation on it. If you can destroy this robot today, I can call you Dad. Hearing that Huang Dongdong was so serious, Wang Dachuan waved his hand. It's not necessary, after all, I accidentally broke a test robot before. After hearing about that incident, the teacher from the materials department conducted a strict investigation for a period of time. Wang Dachuan had a guilty conscience, and he also had to eat 30 kilograms of raw meat every day. From that moment on, Wang Dachuan never went to the practice room again. Seeing that Wang Dachuan was still refusing, Huang Dongdong anxiously grabbed Wang Dachuan's arm and walked towards the test robot. If you can't, you can fight. If you don't want to fight today, you have to fight. Huang Dongdong looked anxious. It's like those kids showing off their toys only to be questioned. Master, Wang Dachuan couldn't resist Huang Dongdong and looked at Yi Ran with a troubled expression. Yi Ran raised his head and said to Wang Dachuan, since it's hard to refuse Dongdong's hospitality, then you should give it a try. It just so happens that S-level strength is not something that ordinary training rooms can withstand. See 56. Huang Dongdong, who was seen through Yiran, just finished speaking. Wang Dachuan hasn't nodded yet. Huang Dongdong made a face at Yiran. Still dreaming about your spring and autumn dream, Teacher Yi. Looking at the weird Huang Dongdong, Yiran was not annoyed and just said with a smile, don't break your guard and cry later. Who are you talking about? Whoever you think is who you are. You? Huang Dongdong, who couldn't be compared to Yiran, jumped up and down with anger. Wait and see. Huang Dongdong said angrily, I'm so angry. Just wait until your building jumps off today. After speaking, Huang Dongdong took Wang Dachuan's hand. Silly guy, come with me. Two people came to the test robot one after another. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, you should be careful. According to my strength, there is still some gap between me and S-class superpowers. If you can't even match the strength of my punch, don't mention it as in S-class superpower. After saying that, Huang Dongdong's whole body began to burst into flames. The originally fair and pure child, now it has become as red as coal fire. Huang Dongdong's thoughts moved. The flame energy on his body quickly gathered towards his right fist. The intense high temperature actually caused the air to distort. Hey! As Huang Dongdong shouted forcefully, Huang Dongdong's right fist flew out instantly. The flame energy on his right fist transformed into a golden red fire dragon. With the loud roar of the dragon, he bombarded the test robot. In an instant, golden red flames hit the test robot. The formation on the test robot glowed with a faint blue light, resisting the high temperature of the flame. But even so, the test robot was slowly burned red. After a moment, Huang Dongdong retracted his fist and looked at the screen above the robot.
The huge screen began to rotate numbers crazily. Destruction value, 19,250. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong nodded with satisfaction. After reaching gold, the particularities of various supernatural powers have begun to appear. Damage cannot be calculated simply by force. Therefore, after the test robot has undergone many iterations and innovations, the test robots above gold are all made of regenerative monster materials with formation characteristics. Suffered damage, provided that the limit is not exceeded, the formation will be activated and the original state will be restored directly. Even if the test robot in front of me is specially made by Huowen, but the basic principles are pretty much the same. It's just that the preciousness of the materials and the strength of the formation are different. As for the test standards for gold-level experts, then it changes from a simple strength test to a comprehensive consideration of damage value. This is used to quantify the paper strength of the strong players after gold. Damage value, 19,250. Huang Dongdong pointed towards the huge screen and looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud look on his face. Did you see it, Dachuan? 19,250. The damage value of a full blow at the Golden Perfection realm is between 15,000,020,000. Huang Dongdong's blow, already infinitely close to 20,000, this destructive power, it can be said that in the realm of Golden Perfection, it is also the top existence. Silly man, did you see that this is called strength? After saying that, Huang Dongdong did not forget to turn his head to look at Yi Ran, and shook his head with a little pride. Teacher Yi, are these grades okay? That proud expression seemed to be telling Yi Ran, this floor, you are determined to jump. Faced with Huang Dongdong's provocation, Yi Ran nodded with a smile on his face. Wonderful, the strength of luck is just right. One more point is a waste, and one less point is useless. It seems that you have been working hard. You have perfected this fire fighting skill. The attack you performed was the most powerful of the 36 fire elemental strategies. The dragon fights in the wild. Its damage and destructive power is one of the few top skills even among all fire-attributed offensive methods. Listening to Yi Ran's comments, although Huang Dongdong wanted to pretend to be humble and profound, but after all, he is too young and has too little experience. I can't suppress the raised corners of my mouth. There is no way. How lonely it is to be invincible. Brother, you were so good. Hey, this charm that has no place to be placed can't be stopped. While Huang Dongdong was proud, I also have to admire Yi Ran's vicious eyes. It seems that Yi Ran is really good at teaching and educating people and being knowledgeable. Yi Ran actually didn't need to observe closely. You can directly see the strength of your punches and the smoothness of your movements. Not only that, you can also see at a glance which fire-based combat skill you are using. This kind of vision and knowledge is definitely not something that ordinary tutors can achieve. Yi Ran's voice suddenly came again, but even if you can perfectly use dragon fighting in the wild, with your current strength, the damage value should not be as high as 19250. After Huang Dongdong heard this sentence, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at Yi Ran with incredible eyes. Yi Ran groped his chin, his eyes seemed to be able to see through Huang Dongdong. A genius idea is to completely concentrate the outlet of the skill on the triple burner of the ring finger when performing firefighting skills, so that the power can be condensed into one point to form a qualitative change, and the destructive power will be greatly increased. The Ming Gate of your Huoxing sect has been on the Sanjiao point connected to the heart. I didn't expect that you would dare to do the opposite and use the Ming Gate as a springboard to achieve a leap-forward change in output methods. You dared to try this place that your master wouldn't dare touch. Wonderful, genius and adventurous. I have to say that the Fire sect really found a treasure when they picked you up. Yi Ran analyzed it carefully. Every word in these sentences is like an arrow, piercing deeply into the most secret corner of Huang Dongdong's heart. At this time, there was no pride or complacency on Huang Dongdong's face. He can't even close his mouth now. The whole person was completely stunned. How did he know? Since he successfully developed this unique skill, he has not told anyone about it. Even his master Huowen doesn't know. And Yi Ran, just relying on the moment he used his skills, just clicked on it? At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt like he was standing naked in front of Yi Ran. There are no secrets at all. What kind of ghost story is this? How vicious is this look? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a hint of fear in his eyes. After Wang Dachuan saw Huang Dongdong's expression, one book satisfies. Finally, I was not the only one who was so shocked that my cognition was destroyed in front of Teacher Yi. Yi Ran was still calm and composed, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. What's going on? Where has our little Neza, who is not afraid of anything, gone? Listening to Yi Ran's teasing, Huang Dongdong thought for a long time and didn't know what to say.
He let out a long sigh and looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression. Are you a human or a ghost? After Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's words, he smiled. It doesn't matter whether I'm a human or a ghost. What's important is that I know some people are going to jump off the building today. Later, Yi Ran continued, your perception is correct. Although you are skilled in combat skills and have genius ideas, in terms of destructive power, it is indeed a step behind class superpowers. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong. Don't you really want to see if Wang Dachuan is in class superpower? Yi Ran turned his head to Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, after all, it's a rare opportunity to come to this kind of training room. Give it your all and feel your own strength. Oh, okay master. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan nodded, then he smiled and said to Huang Dongdong, then I'll start. Saying, Wang Dachuan walked to the test robot that had returned to its original state. C-57 I asked you to use all your strength, didn't you understand? Seeing Wang Dachuan standing still, Huang Dongdong also held his breath and looked at Wang Dachuan attentively. Although he was extremely shocked by Yi Ran's words, but from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't believe that Wang Dachuan could successfully undergo a second awakening under Yi Ran's guidance, becoming its class superpower in one fell swoop. After all, because this second awakening is so difficult, other forces want to achieve a second awakening, which doesn't require paying a heavy price. Now just relying on Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan, can they quietly complete a second awakening? So many years of knowledge told Huang Dongdong that this was absolutely impossible to do. Huang Dongdong glanced at Yi Ran slightly. Forget it, let's get rid of the absolute. Huang Dongdong was beating a drum in his heart. Even if I don't believe it at all, I seem to be a little unsure inside. Although Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan who walked in front of the test robot, but in his peripheral vision, he also noticed the changes in Huang Dongdong's expression. Looking at this somewhat troubled young genius, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly unnoticeably. What he wants is this effect. Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan, and Zhang Xiaoru are different. Huang Dongdong, who became famous at a young age and is extremely smart, a talented young man who was accepted as a direct disciple of the fire sect since he was a child. Whether in life or practice, nature is taken care of in every possible way. Coupled with abilities far beyond ordinary people, he naturally developed an unruly and arrogant character. And being unruly and arrogant is Huang Dongdong's biggest drawback. Because if you want to truly refine and succeed in the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, Huang Dongdong's mentality must be truly peaceful, so that he can withstand the fire in his heart. Otherwise, using Huang Dongdong's current unruly temper to temper his golden body, it will only cause anger and sadness, and will eventually be burned away by the true fire of Samadhi. And another important reason is, Huang Dongdong is now like the monkey head who just came out of practice in Xianyue Sanqing Cave. Even when the Jade Emperor came, he didn't take it lightly. The Jade Emperor issued several imperial edicts, but finally he gave them to the Monkey King. Isn't it true that Horitium is also unwilling to do this? It can also be seen from Huang Dongdong's previous behavior. Even if Yi Ran can help Huang Dongdong cultivate the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, with Huang Dongdong's loyalty, he will regard Yi Ran as a very good friend, but if he can respect his teacher and respect his teachings, he will be admired. Disaster. Of course, this does not mean that Monkey Sun or Huang Dongdong have bad characters. I can only say, life is so smooth that I can't tell what is duty and what is love. Such a temperament, if you don't correct it now, you will grow up to be like Monkey Sunday cause big trouble. Since Yi Ran asked Huang Dongdong to become an exchange student for the sect, became Huang Dongdong's teacher. Every day you are a teacher, you have to be responsible for your students every day. So Yi Ran felt that he still had an obligation to help Huang Dongdong. Let him stop being unruly and take back his true heart. Otherwise, just ignore everything. Even if it helps him successfully create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, let powerful strength not be controlled by a strong personality. This is what really hurt Huang Dongdong. Therefore, from the moment Yi Ran was about to take Huang Dongdong to see if Wang Dachuan was in class superpower, Yi Ran has been breaking Huang Dongdong's knowledge inadvertently. Let the seeds of confusion penetrate into Huang Dongdong's heart. Let Huang Dongdong taste frustration. Let Huang Dongdong know what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Wang Dachuan stood in front of the test robot and was exercising his strength. Yi Ran said, Dachuan, don't hold back your hands, throw your arms away, and fight with all your strength. It seemed that Yi Ran had seen through his little intention to spare any effort. Wang Dachuan touched his head in embarrassment. Hey, master, don't worry, I will never spare any effort. After saying this, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn blood red. Ouch, sound. Wang Dachuan's whole body was directly covered by jade-like red scales. The eyes like coal fire burst with wild power, the nostrils rolled up a fiery whirlwind between breaths, the surrounding blood mist followed Wang Dachuan's breathing. Constantly gushing and contracting,
It gave this evil god a more terrifying aura. The vicious beast Tao Tai is back in the world. Since Wang Dachuan completed his alienation, all the living creatures in the entire practice room were trembling. Some small monsters stored in the practice room by Huowen, many of them were so frightened that they rolled their eyes and became paralyzed. Even Huang Dongdong felt a tremor coming from the depths of his soul. It seems to be a fear that comes from genes. Tao Tai is one of the ferocious beasts that destroyed the most lives in ancient times. It has indeed left a deep imprint of fear on the genes of countless creatures. What kind of magical beast is this? Huang Dongdong exercised his skills to resist the trembling from the depths of his soul. The disbelief in his eyes almost overflowed. As a young genius, the contemporaries he interacted with since childhood were also geniuses. I haven't seen any alienated powers of his. But the Wang Dachuan in front of him really opened his eyes again. He couldn't even name the ferocious beast in front of him. However, none of the alienated ferocious beasts I faced before were as oppressive as the Wang Dachuan in front of me. Could it be that? Is Wang Dachuan really the legendary class superpower now? For a moment, Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yi Ran, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Was Wang Dachuan's second awakening really successful under the guidance of a young teacher who was not yet 30 years old? When Huang Dongdong's thoughts were racing, Wang Dachuan is ready to go, his right fist condensed with blood-red energy and blasted directly towards the test robot. The surging power even distorts the space it passes through. Boom! As a huge bombardment sounded, half of the test robot's body had completely disappeared without a trace. The wound was flat and smooth, without any adhesion or sloppiness. Glass power is so terrifying. Me? Huang Dongdong blurted out. With this punch, he was completely shocked. The slightly open mouth never closed again. He has never seen a gold-level person who can make this test robot look like this. The test robot is slowly recovering. The display screen began to jump crazily with values. At this moment, the three of them were all paying attention to the numbers jumping on the screen. No one said a word. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. After the numbers have completely stopped, the little bit of knowledge that Huang Dongdong still had in his heart was completely shattered. 21200. This value has exceeded the limit that Golden Dzogchen can achieve. Moreover, Wang Dachuan has not yet reached the state of golden perfection. It's just the strength of the late golden stage. Regardless of whether Wang Dachuan is this level superpower or not, the damage value of this attack alone had completely shattered his cognition. Huang Dongdong swallowed, looked at Wang Dachuan, and then at Yi Ran. My heart is full of mixed feelings. For a moment, he recalled his arrogant and domineering appearance in front of Yi Ran. There are some burns on my face. What is a frog in a well? At this moment, Huang Dongdong, who was standing between Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan, I finally understood the true meaning of this idiom concretely. Wang Dachuan saw the numerical value. He also nodded with satisfaction, then he turned around and smiled at Yi Ran. Master, is this strength enough to survive? Huang Dongdong looked complicated after hearing this. This is called working together, right? In the late golden stage, you hit a damage value that exceeded the limit of golden perfection. Tell me, is this okay? As a result, Yi Ran didn't praise Wang Dachuan when he saw him. Instead, he shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Dachuan, I asked you to use your full strength, don't you understand? After hearing this sentence, Huang Dongdong seemed to be choked. A pair of big eyes stared at Yi Ran. His eyes were full of shock. C58 No, Dongdong, don't cry. Yi Ran's words, in Huang Dongdong's ears, it sounded as scary as a ghost story. Huang Dongdong rubbed his eyes, confirmed the value again, not blind, that's more than 20,000. What does it mean to not use your best? Huang Dongdong felt dizzy. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether the world was crazy or whether I was crazy. In the late golden stage, he achieved more than 20,000 damage points. I was told by my instructor that I didn't try my best? What about me? I had to use all my fucking strength to suck the milk, so I only hit 19,000. Huang Dongdong fell into deep self-doubt. For a moment, he was a little unsure whether he was a genius. No, Teacher Yi must be still lying to me. This is definitely not true. Wang Dachuan's ability to produce such damage value is already the limit. It is absolutely impossible not to use all his strength. That's how people are. Once they don't want to believe something, he will think of all the reasons to deny this matter. No matter how outrageous the reason is, he is still willing to believe it. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Wang Dachuan with eyes full of expectation. The expression that was about to come out seemed to tell Wang Dachuan, come on, tell Teacher Yi, you have tried your best, this is your limit. Wang Dachuan touched his head after hearing Yi Ran's scolding. Master, do you really want that? After all, this is still the training room of the Fire Element sect. Isn't this bad? As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's heart was broken.
Dachuan, you have also become bad. If someone gives you a ladder, do you actually climb up it? Huang Dongdong's breathing was a little rapid.
The whole person behaves like a gambler who is desperate to lose.
No, you must still be teasing me. It must be like this, it must be like this.
As a genius, you naturally have the pride of being a genius. He could accept that Huang Dachuan's strength slightly exceeded his own in the late golden stage.
At least I still have a chance to chase and compete.
But he couldn't accept it. Huang Dachuan actually achieved such results without exerting all his strength. It's like lifting weights. People who think they are geniuses discover their ultimate weight, their own white moonlight, being used as a toy by others, being weighed and played with.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
They are still lying to me. I just finished it with you guys.
We must expose your lies.
Huang Dongdong, who was unwilling to give up, gritted his teeth and said, "Fight, Dachuan, you fight. If it breaks, I will never cause you any trouble."
Seeing Huang Dongdong's appearance, Huang Dachuan asked with concern, "Huang Dongdong, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?"
Huang Dongdong's eyes were red, and he tried his best to calm his heart. "What can happen to me?
Huang Dachuan, fight quickly, even if you break it, I won't let you pay a dime."
Yi Ran saw the scene in his eyes. It seems that my stimulation therapy has worked.
What he has to do now is to add another dose of strong medicine to completely destroy the pride in Huang Dongdong's heart. Yi Ran said to Huang Dachuan, "Did you hear that?" Huang Dongdong said so. "Dachuan, what are you still worried about?
Use all your natal magical powers and let Dongdong see what class strength is like."
After hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dachuan touched his head, with a little expectation in his eyes. "After all, I also want to see what level my strength is at when I try my best, then master, I will do it."
After saying that, Huang Dachuan transformed into Tao Tai. The pressure of the ferocious beast Tao Tai once again made the little monsters tremble.
Roar!
Huang Dachuan did not punch directly this time. Instead, he roared like a ferocious beast. In an instant, the blood mist around Huang Dachuan began to shrink rapidly into the body. The whole body expanded rapidly. In less than a moment, Huang Dachuan was already 3 heads taller than before. Innate magical power, bloodthirsty rage. The gluttonous superpower can burn his own blood to increase his strength. After a bloodthirsty rage, his strength is increased by 300%, his recovery ability is increased by 300%, and his defense ability is increased by 300%.
Plop, plop, plop. Huang Dachuan's heartbeat sounded clearly in the ears of the two people. Very rhythmic and powerful, it starts running at full speed like the engine of a top-end supercar. Huang Dongdong looked at Huang Dachuan with fear in his eyes.
At this time, the sense of oppression Huang Dachuan brought to him was obviously more than twice as strong.
How is this possible?
Just when Huang Dongdong muttered to himself and couldn't believe it, Huang Dachuan directly used his second natal magical power. In an instant, Huang Dachuan opened his mouth, and the front of his mouth turned into a bottomless black hole. This is the innate magical power that Huang Dachuan used when he devoured Molong's flesh and blood.
Devour Earth, go!
As Huang Dachuan gave a soft drink, the bottomless black hole rushed directly towards the test robot. No sound was made, no obstruction was made, the entire test robot was completely destroyed by the black hole and turned into nothingness. After the display was completed, Huang Dachuan directly shrank to his own size. He looked up at the red test screen. This time, the red test screen did not start scrolling numbers as usual. But it keeps flickering, flickering, flickering. In the end, there was still no value reported on the red test screen. Just a passage appeared, error, error, test robot not detected, error, error, test robot not detected. At this moment, there was total silence. Huang Dongdong swallowed and turned to look at the position of the test robot. It was empty, as if nothing had been left behind. Huang Dachuan's blow, it actually completely annihilated the test robot with the formation into nothingness.
There is no way to recover in a short time.
As a result, the machine has no way to measure Huang Dachuan's damage value.
After seeing this scene, Huang Dachuan touched his head in embarrassment.
Then he quickly said to Huang Dongdong, "It's really not my fault, but you asked me to fight with all my strength." Huang Dachuan was still worried about Huang Dongdong seeking compensation from him. At this time, Huang Dongdong still had the mood to care about Huang Dachuan's little thoughts. He stiffened his waist. After Huang Dachuan completed this blow, it was completely broken. For a moment, Huang Dongdong felt a little sad in his heart. What kind of bullshit is the most genius descendant of the fire sect in thousands of years? What kind of bullshit is a 10-year-old golden-level super genius? Compared with Huang Dachuan in front of me, he is like a frog in a well who sees the sun and the moon. This moment, Huang Dongdong's pride was completely shattered. Unconsciously, Huang Dongdong only felt that his cheeks were a little moist.
Hey, Dongdong, why are you crying?
No, Dongdong, don't cry. C59 Those who are too hard are easily broken, those who are gentle are invincible. Nonsense. Why am I crying?
I'm not crying. Huang Dongdong denied it. But when I spoke, I couldn't help but sob twice.
Perhaps because he felt embarrassed, Huang Dongdong quickly turned his head away.
He walked to the corner, holding back his sobs.
But the back still has shoulders shrugging. After seeing this scene, Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and scratched his head helplessly.
One blow made Huang Dongdong cry. How can this be done?
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's back and smiled helplessly. I have always wanted to help Huang Dongdong get rid of his arrogance. They all forgot that Huang Dongdong was actually a teenager.
Naturally, the mind is far less mature than that of college students in their 20s. Then, Yi Ran waved his hand and signaled Wang Dachuan to leave. Wang Dachuan nodded understandingly. He quietly left the practice room. Huang Dongdong in the corner was still secretly wiping tears.
At this time, his mood was extremely complicated.
He asked himself, are you angry with Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan? Was it because Wang Dachuan's strength far exceeded his own? Are you ashamed of yourself for crying?
Huang Dongdong felt that there was, but he also felt that there was not. He didn't know why he shed tears.
All in all, I feel uncomfortable all over today.
It seems that things that used to go smoothly in the past are not going smoothly no matter what I do today. Depressed, embarrassed, abused, wronged, all kinds of emotions are mixed together. It was the first time in Huang Dongdong's life that things were going smoothly for him. The more Huang Dongdong thought about it, the more irritated he became, and tears flowed down again unconsciously. Just when Huang Dongdong was crying, suddenly, a tissue appeared in front of his eyes. Children of the Jianghu, they bleed in sweat. Where is the point in shedding tears? Huang Dongdong looked up when he heard the sound.
At this time, Yi Ran was standing next to him. Yi Ran stretched out the tissue in his hand again. Just wipe it, Mr. Huang. Snort! Huang Dongdong ignored Yi Ran's teasing.
He took the tissue away and blew his nose hard. Angrily, he threw the snot paper into the trash can and said without raising his head, "Why don't you leave?
Do you like to see others embarrassed so much?" Embarrassed? Who is embarrassed?
Yi Ran asked softly. Huang Dongdong responded angrily, "You must be satisfied only if I admit that I am embarrassed, right?" Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with confusion. "You are embarrassed?
Where are you embarrassed? Is it really embarrassing to lose to N's class superpower?"
After hearing what Yi Ran said, Huang Dongdong was suddenly a little stunned. He has been immersed in his own knowledge and cannot extricate himself. Suddenly Yi Ran reminded me that it seemed to be the truth. N's level superpower's freshman talent in the entire Dragon Kingdom is only in single digits. The level of strength of every level superpower is beyond compare.
All of them are invincible beings of the same level.
It doesn't seem like it's that hard to accept losing to N's class superpower. Don't say it's you. Even his master Huowen, the leader of the fire sect, would directly choose to run away when he encountered N's class superpower of the same level.
Then why should I feel ashamed because of such a thing? Huang Dongdong felt a little dull for a while.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said calmly, "Dongdong, the reason why you are sad is because your proud talent was lost to a useless student like Wang Dachuan, and because your knowledge is lost to a salty tutor like me. You think that with your profound knowledge, profound background, and outstanding talent, it is impossible to lose to us. The reason why you are sad is because we pulled you down from the altar. The reason why you are sad is because all your pride has been stepped on today." Yi Ran's expression was indifferent, but his sharp words went straight to Huang Dongdong's true intentions.
One sentence pierced Huang Dongdong's heart like an arrow. I didn't. Huang Dongdong was a little panicked after hearing Yi Ran's words, and he quickly denied it. Huang Dongdong, don't you even dare to look directly into your heart?
Yi Ran's eyes sparkled, as if he could see directly through Huang Dongdong, as if he had a guilty conscience. Huang Dongdong didn't dare to look directly into Yi Ran's eyes. Under Yi Ran's strong momentum, Huang Dongdong looked around and struggled for a moment. Finally, he lowered his head and stopped talking.
It was as if he acquiesced to what Yi Ran said. At this moment, Huang Dongdong no longer had that unruly attitude.
Standing in front of Yi Ran, he looked like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Looking at the silent Huang Dongdong, Yi Ran simply sat down. "Huang Dongdong, I know that you are the proud son of heaven. You have been trained as a direct descendant by the sect since you were a child. You have been going smoothly all the way, so naturally you don't know what setbacks are. You have been in Jilan's room for a long time without smelling its fragrance. Your master has protected you so well that you feel that everything is as it should be. It's natural to have others treat you well. It's natural to have resources that far exceed those of others.
You take it for granted that you are always better and stronger than others. Yiran paused and looked at Huang Dongdong with a serious look. Dongdong, you are like a sword now, showing your sharpness and not knowing how to restrain yourself. But you have to understand that one day, you will meet someone more talented than you, a sword sharper than you. What will you do then? Go head-to-head with him? Cry after being crushed like today? Be extremely depressed and unable to get out of the haze? Dongdong, those who are too hard are easily broken, those who are good at being gentle are undefeated, and only by being humble can you reach the top. Huang Dongdong seemed to understand right and wrong after listening to Yiran's words. I felt that although I didn't understand it very well, I seemed to have grasped something. But after changing her mind, she pouted, what's the use of being modest? In the end, it still can't make up for the gap in talent. Yiran looked at the somewhat frustrated Huang Dongdong and touched his head. Huang Dongdong, you have your talent, he has his talent. What we need to do is not to compare the level of talent, what we need to do is to maximize the use of our talents to bring ourselves to the top. Some people are born closer to Rome, some are born farther away from Rome, but there is a way to get to Rome. Besides, Yiran tapped Huang Dongdong's ring finger. Who told you that a fire cultivator who has tempered the Samadhi true fire golden body will be better than S-level psychic? After saying this, Huang Dongdong raised his head suddenly, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Teacher Yi, what do you mean? Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong deeply. Whether you can forge the Samadhi true fire golden body, the most important reason is not me but you. If you really understand what happened today, then your Samadhi true fire golden body will have hope. If you can't understand, Yiran shook his head and stood up to leave. If you can't understand, you will have no hope for the rest of your life. After saying this, Yiran left the practice room directly, leaving Huang Dongdong squatting in the corner alone. Huang Dongdong is an extremely smart child, and Yiran believes that he will definitely be able to get out of this dilemma in his heart. Huang Dongdong was thoughtful as he watched Yiran leave. After a moment, he stood up gently. Children of the rivers and lakes shed blood and sweat, so why should they shed tears? Huang Dongdong repeated Yiran's words to himself. He took a tissue and wiped the tears from his face carefully. Then, he rubbed his hands together silently, and the blue flame used for voice transmission appeared. Master, you have always told me that there are people better than you, and I should be modest and calm. I can't listen to you because I have never seen anyone who is far superior to me. My own genius. But today I not only saw it, I also saw too, Master, you are right. My knowledge is as shallow as a frog in a well. I don't know the vastness of the sun and the moon without leaving the well. I often sit in the well and look at the sky, arrogant and complacent. Master, from today on I will study hard. I may not be able to take care of it in the near future, and I will not contact you again. Don't worry, love you Dongdong. After saying that, Huang Dongdong rubbed his fingers slightly, the flame disappeared, and a wisp of green smoke floated towards the sky. After Huang Dongdong did all this, he also left the practice room one after another. But this time his steps were no longer running and jumping like usual, but every step was steady, extremely down to earth. C60 Space Transfer, by Su and Yiran in the Firegate. Huowen was staring at the dissipating wisp of smoke in a daze. Is this still the Huang Dongdong I know? At this time, Huowen's face was full of confusion. He took a deep breath and shook his head. What on earth did this kid go through when he went out? As Huang Dongdong's master, he knows Huang Dongdong very well. With Huang Dongdong's character, to be able to say such words from his own mouth, then these two people are definitely not even a little bit better than Huang Dongdong. Only after being completely crushed can Huang Dongdong be so convinced to say such words. When did the quality of teachers and students at Magic City Gaowu Academy reach this high level? Such an amazing talent, such a huge transformation. Huowen was worried for a moment whether his precious apprentice had encountered something unexpected. But after Huowen thought about it, this was also a good thing. Who would have thought that Huang Dongdong, who usually dominates the sect and even wants to kick the dogs passing by, in just a few days, my tone of voice became more humble. This is something that I have taught Huang Dongdong for nearly several years, but I have not taught him anything yet. This freshman year at the Magic City Gaowu Academy is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Huowen murmured to himself. With such a level, I guess I went to Li Shuozong's class. You brat, you have a good eye. An old man like Huowen naturally doesn't understand the young mentor. Throughout his freshman year, he only knew Li Shuozong, who was almost the same age as him. Although his personal cultivation talent was not strong, his teaching level was extremely high. There were no fewer than 5 diamond experts brought out by Li Shuozong. Therefore, Li Shuozong is also called the master's teacher. It is also very famous in the industry. Seeing such a change in his disciple, Huowen himself, as a master, was naturally very happy. Huowen, who wanted to understand, simply lay down on the rocking chair and fanned himself leisurely again. If I have the chance, I really want to come and say thank you in person. Above the corridor, Yi Ran, who was still pacing towards his class, suddenly I felt a wave of energy behind me, then Yi Ran's whole body began to become distorted. Is there a trap? No, it's magic. Yi Ran's eyes tightened slightly after being attacked. Then he was about to use his skills to resist the distortion from space. As a result, I never expected that the shadow of the ink dragon on my body had not yet been seen just after I had used my technique. The distorted space directly interrupted his skills. There was no room for Yi Ran to resist at all. He directly took Yi Ran away completely. It was quiet in the corridor. It was as if Yi Ran had never been here. Plop! With a thick impact sound, Yi Ran reappeared from the distortion of space and fell solidly on his butt. Yi Ran, who had just regained control of his body, there was no time to take care of his own butt. He turned over directly and surrounded himself with vigilance. The power of the ink dragon on his body rose in response, surrounding Yi Ran to protect him. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. At this time, he was in an antique room. The entire room is dominated by white. The four walls are covered with bookshelves. The bookshelves are crowded with all kinds of old books. The edges of the pages are yellowed, revealing the traces of time. In the center of the room, a huge solid wood table occupies the main space. The tabletop is covered with all kinds of strange materials. Where is this? Why have you brought me to this place? At this time, Yi Ran had a question mark on his head. Even my own innate Tao body was unable to counteract the previous space movement. It is obvious that the person who controls this space movement, his strength is definitely far beyond his own, and he is not an opponent in the same dimension at all. If this person wanted to kill him, he might have died at that moment. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that this person does not want his own life. So what exactly is he doing? The response is pretty quick. Suddenly, an old voice came from behind Yi Ran. Okay, stop guessing, I brought you here. Just when Yi Ran was confused, I don't know when, someone was already sitting on the tall seat behind the solid wood table. After Yi Ran turned around and looked around, he was shocked. Headmaster? This person is Bai Su. Bai Su was currently supporting his chin with half of his elbow, the other hand kept tapping the table back and forth with 4 fingers. There was a clicking sound. Bai Su's eyes never left Yi Ran from beginning to end. His eyes are clear and deep, the light that occasionally emitted seemed to want to see through Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, and when his eyes met, I just feel like what I'm seeing is not a pair of eyes, but the vastness of the stars. You may even feel dizzy after watching it for a long time. To be honest, you are the first young man who makes me feel invisible in all the years I have been in charge of Gaowu Academy in the Demon City. After a while, Bai Su slowly spoke. Hearing Bai Su's speech, Yi Ran smiled bitterly. This sentence seems to have been said to me by a Chao fan before. It's just that people were more direct at that time and wanted to start research directly. Why, Principal, do you want to do it too? However, facing one of the 3 pillars of the Demon City, the nation-slaying extraordinary, his supreme leader, Yi Ran naturally couldn't tell such a joke, so he immediately responded, thanks to the principal's love, I am very lucky to have such a comment. Bai Su heard Yi Ran's polite words and immediately waved his hand. There's no such thing as deep love. Ever since your father arranged for you to go to our school, we have never seen each other again. Bai Su sat up slightly and leaned forward. To be honest, I was really deceived by your father at that time, and I really regarded you as a relative. Who would have thought that you would become the first person in history to break the iron rule of platinum? Unexpectedly, I have been coaching all my life, but I didn't expect that I would still make mistakes. After hearing what Bai Su said, Yi Ran responded respectfully, Principal, you have many things to do every day. Not only are you the principal of our Magic City Gaowu Academy, you are also one of the 3 pillars of Magic City. The entire 2 districts and 13 counties of the Demon City are all borne by you alone. Things like these that a junior has done are really not worthy of your attention, Principal. Thousands of wares, no flattery, no wares, although I don't know why the principal brought me here, but since the principal did not notify him through formal channels, instead, he used Space Magicto sent himself here so violently, that proves that the principal's current temper may not be particularly good. Yi Ran's survival experience told him, when faced with a nation-killing transcendent who was in a bad mood, it is always right to flatter him a bit. Okay, your mouth is very sharp. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Don't you want to know why I asked you to come here? Yi Ran responded, as the principal, your actions must be based on the interests of the Demon City Gaowu Academy. As the instructor of the Demon City Gaowu Academy, all I have to do is obey. Yi Ran's attitude was correct and he couldn't find any fault at all. Can't handle Yi Ran's Bai Su, I could only blow my snow-white beard helplessly. Baisu snapped his fingers. A document appeared out of thin air in Yi Ran's hand. This is for Han Kun's treatment after your incident. Please take a careful look at it. Yi Ran took the plan and read it carefully. After a moment, Yi Ran frowned. See 61 outrageous results. The document clearly states, since that incident, Han Kun and Wang Chenghai were both taken away by the school discipline team for investigation. If you don't check, you won't know. If you check, you will be shocked. Han Kun and Wang Chenghai were colluding. The various violations of school rules and regulations that were committed were not just one or two at all. Embezzling student scholarships, modifying students' grades, unspoken rules for female college students, maliciously destroying students' talents. It can be said that all things related to violations of regulations and disciplines, there's nothing you can't think of, nothing they dare to do. And this series of things, under the cover and protection of a deputy director and a star mentor, it was actually not revealed for several years. If not for this incident, Han Kun and Wang Chenghai were brought into the school discipline team for a comprehensive investigation. Maybe these injustices will still be covered up in the dust. Such crimes were documented in the School Disciplinary Committee's report. The school discipline team's handling plan is also extremely strict. Humanitarian euthanasia has been planned for Han Kun and Wang Chenghai. So far in this report, everything is relatively normal and reasonable. But it happened to be on the next page of this closed case, added a document issued by the Penalties Division. There is a sentence clearly written on it. In view of the fact that instructor Han Kun won the third-class merit award in 3 teaching competitions in the world competition, the case is closed and the merits and demerits of instructor Han Kun are balanced, and he will be pardoned. Official seal, signature, everything is complete. Below is the signature of the principal person in charge of the school. The punishment department serves as the last link in the judicial resolution of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Has the power to sentence all criminals, therefore. The conclusion of the case by the penal division is usually the final disposition of the criminal. Generally speaking, the penalties department will not interfere too much with each department's own punishment. But this time the punishment department took action. Not only did he take action, he also produced such outrageous results. Han Kun has done so many unscrupulous things, it can be said that euthanasia is a bit advantageous to him. Among the results issued by the penalties division, Han Kun offset these mistakes because he had obtained third-class merit 3 times. Although there have been precedents in the Dragon Kingdom where the merits and demerits were equal to each other, but Han Kun's idea of balancing merits and demerits is really far-fetched. All we can say is that this kind of judgment may be legal, but it is unpopular. Yi Ran looked at this plan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Especially after seeing the photos of female college students who were violated and the current living conditions of those students who were destroyed. With a trace of inexplicable anger in my heart, as a mentor, Yi Ran, although I only had a silver level before and had no ability to teach students anything, but the love and respect for students is obvious to all. Otherwise, Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru would not have trusted him so much before. In Yi Ran's opinion, the things Han Kun did were too late. But the punishment department wants to protect this beast. For a moment, Yi Ran's hand holding the document tightened unconsciously, and the paper became a little wrinkled. You think it's unreasonable? Baisu's voice came again. Yi Ran looked at Baisu, put the documents on the table with both hands, and remained silent. As if in a silent struggle, Baisu took the document and smoothed the wrinkles pinched by Yi Ran. The recent sentences handed down by the penalties division are more and more outrageous, and I don't know how these sentences were handed down. Baisu put on his reading glasses and looked at the decision of the punishment department with disgust. Then, he threw it aside. Afterwards, Baisu stood up and said to Yi Ran, I'm going to sign this, what do you think? Hearing Baisu's words, Yi Ran remained calm. After a long time, he stared into Baisu's eyes. He opened his mouth and said to Baisu, what do I need to do? After hearing what Yi Ran said, Baisu, who had always taken the initiative, was suddenly stunned. What are you saying? Yi Ran remained calm and composed. With your character and strength, principle, according to common sense, it is impossible for you to sign an unreasonable document, and they do not have the qualifications to force you to sign it. Besides, you don't need to ask my opinion on whether to sign these documents or not. You don't even need to call me here. But you not only have to sign it, but you also have to bring me to you and ask my opinion before signing it. Yi Ran raised his head, looked at Baisu, and said seriously, when things go wrong, there must be a monster. You must have other considerations when you choose to sign this document. And the reason why you asked for my opinion before signing is that I am obviously a factor in your consideration, and it is an unavoidable factor. Since you have an idea, principle. As I said before, as the instructor of the Magic City Gaowu Academy, all I have to do is obey. Bai Su was stunned when he heard Yi Ran's words. He didn't expect Yi Ran to be able to peel off the cocoon in such a short time. So many stakes have been analyzed. Aren't you afraid that I'm trying to trick you? Yi Ran looked at Bai Su without giving in at all. For others, it is possible, but for a nation-killing transcendent, it is not necessary. If you really want me to die, the first time you use it on me is not to move space, but to cut space. After hearing what Yi Ran said, Bai Su was stunned for a long time. Then he burst out laughing. He clapped happily. You are to be feared in the future, and you are to be feared in the future. Bai Su applauded and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. It seems that your father really lied to me. Such an outstanding person was actually said by your father to be inferior to a ball of paper in the trash. The more Bai Su looks at Yi Ran, the more curious he becomes. I originally thought that Yi Ran was just awakening because of his talent, and the spiritual genius who created the miracle of gold versus platinum in one fell swoop, but who would have thought? Yi Ran is not only extremely talented in cultivation, in terms of insight, character, and even human sophistication, he is the ultimate monster. Facing himself, a nation-killing extraordinary person, not only am I not nervous, how could he analyze such a thing so thoroughly? For a time, Bai Su responded to his previous decision to fight against 16 extraordinary beings for Yi Ran. It feels very right. Such a monster, if someone really robbed him, his beard would turn black. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. He sat back across the table again. There is no longer any scrutiny in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Yi Ran seriously. At this moment, Yi Ran truly gained the respect of this extraordinary person who killed the nation. Bai Su picked up the file and looked at Yi Ran appreciatively. My guess is pretty close, but there's one thing that's not quite right. I choose you not because I want to choose you, but because this matter is about your life. Subsequently, Bai Su picked up the documents from the punishment department, handed to Yi Ran again. Take a careful look at this document and see who signed it in the penalties department. Yi Ran took the document and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Dechang, such a familiar name. Bai Su continued to add, Deputy Director of the Penalties Department, member of the leadership team of the Penalties Department, he also has another identity. Bai Su squinted his eyes and said, Kyoto, Zhu family, the only son of Luanio Taoist Zhu Qingguan. Hearing this, Yi Ran's heart trembled slightly. C62 The layout of the grass snake, the plan of the Zhu family. Kyoto, Zhu family, Yi Ran murmured to himself, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems that he recalled some bad things. Speaking of which, I have offended a lot of people recently because of you. Bai Su stroked his beard. 16 extraordinary people came to our school the day before yesterday. Guess what they came for? After hearing this, Yi Ran had a rough guess in his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Looking at Yi Ran's expression, Bai Su blew his beard angrily. 16 extraordinary and 16 top forces are all here for you. You are really grand. Speaking of which, you are really a hot commodity. If I hadn't still had some strength, I might have been snatched away by other forces. Hearing this, Yi Ran cupped his hands. Thank you, Principal, for your love. Bai Su said half-jokingly. Why, don't you blame me for restricting your outlet? Yi Ran continued. Being able to teach here is my biggest wish at this moment. Yi Ran's words were not flattering, they came from the heart. Before he took the final exam and got first place, he really didn't want to go anywhere. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran with a sincere face and was stunned. As an extraordinary person who kills the country, he can naturally feel that Yi Ran is telling the truth. Bai Su was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Ran to answer like this. Naturally, he didn't know that Yi Ran had a system mission. In Bai Su's eyes, the kid in front of me would rather give up these olive branches and stay in school as a teacher. This persistence, this quality, in today's impetuous society, seems extremely precious. For a moment, Bai Su was in a daze. At this time, Yi Ran actually gave him a feeling that he was not alone in his path. Perhaps because of his admiration for Yi Ran, Bai Su no longer hid it, and directly revealed everything. To tell you the truth, this time, the 16 extraordinary people gathered together. It is true that most of them want to steal your genius, but there is one family who probably wants you to die. Yi Ran heard Bai Su's words. He looked at the penalties department's documents on the table again. Suddenly he said, Kyoto, Zhu family. The response is not slow. Bai Su nodded. You also know the grievances between your Yi family and Zhu family. These old men won't go into details. Since we know that this genius is you, it is impossible for the Zhu family to do nothing and let you grow up. Bai Su paused for a moment, leaning on the back of his chair, recalling something. When I refused all forces to approach you, Luanio Taoist Master Zhu Qingguan specifically asked me what to do if your contract expires. I told her that when the contract expires, everyone will depend on their abilities. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. At that time, I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what was wrong. It wasn't until I saw this document that I found out the clues. Bai Su pointed at the file. During the contract period, if the Zhu family takes action, in addition to the pressure from the Yi family, they will also have to bear the additional pressure from Mo. They feel it is not worth it. But if there is no contract, according to the rules, if the Zhu family takes action again, the Magic Martial Arts Academy has no reason to stand up for you. So, they have planned to strip me of my identity as the instructor of the Demonic Martial Arts Academy from the beginning. Yiran took over the conversation and suddenly realized, theoretically, I can continue to sign the contract, but due to the freshman reform, there is an elimination mechanism in the assessment. Bai Su nodded. Yes, they plan to make a fuss about the final assessment. It seems that the Zhu family has been paying attention to you from the beginning. They actually know that the class you teach has poor grades and is about to be eliminated in the final assessment. So in order to deal with you, the Zhu family atones for an unforgivable bastard and wants to use his help to force the school to eliminate you. At that time, even if the Zhu family kills you, I have no reason to stand up for you. As for your Yi family, the Zhu family probably no longer cares about taking another life of the Yi family. Bai Su said, unable to help but marvel. As expected of the Zhu family, the layout is so messy that it's really a headache. Bai Su looked at Yiran. The Zhu family wants to kill you, so they have naturally made complete preparations. By then, the Yi family will also be restrained by the Zhu family and will have no time to care about you. Bai Su has already explained it very thoroughly. Since the Zhu family has made so many moves, they must have taken the Yi family into consideration. When the time comes for the Zhu family to surround and kill Yiran, they will definitely find a way to contain the Yi family. Until then, no matter how talented Yiran is, you still haven't grown up after all. Faced with a top-notch family's deliberate and all-out killing, life is in danger. Yiran listened to Bai Su's words and nodded without any reaction. It feels like knowing that the old man next door beat the old ant in a chess game last night, and there is no reaction. Looking at Yiran's calm expression, Bai Su became interested. Aren't you afraid? In my memory, as long as the killing arranged by the Zhu family has never failed. Yiran said calmly, afraid. Bai Su looked at Yiran and couldn't help blowing his beard. Afraid you look like this? Yiran continued, whether I am afraid or not, the Zhu family will attack me, so fear is meaningless, and besides, Yiran looked at Bai Su and said confidently, before the Zhu family wants to take action, you will definitely stand up for me. Bai Su listened to Yiran's words and laughed. Are you so confident that I will stand up for you? Do you know that since the Zhu family began to arrange for you, many families have stopped inquiring about you? The hostility between a talented genius and a behemoth is something that all forces will seek to gain and avoid. Yiran shook his head. I am not confident that you will stand up for my talent, I am confident that you will stand up for a mentor of the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy. Bai Su narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Do you think they can't eliminate you? Yiran looked at Bai Su and said seriously, in this assessment, my class must be the first, this is a fact that no one can change. Bai Su smiled when he heard Yiran's words. Good boy, you are ambitious. Then, Bai Su knocked on the table and looked at Yiran and said, it is good to be ambitious, but don't underestimate the strength of any top family, especially the Zhu family. In order to achieve the goal, he will do anything. You can believe that your students are capable, but how do you know that your students can enter the examination room safely? After all, Bai Su is a Tugwo level extraordinary, and he has experienced much more than Yiran. This sentence directly awakened Yiran. He is confident that his students can be invincible in the examination room. But, what if the Zhu family chooses to destroy his students before the exam? Yiran frowned slightly. Bai Su looked at the frowning Yiran and asked calmly, why, are you starting to worry about being eliminated? Yiran shook his head. No, then why are you frowning? I'm worried about my students. After hearing this, Bai Su was slightly stunned, and his eyes could not hide his admiration. Even at this point, he still took students into consideration first. Bai Su looked at Yiran, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. It seems that he did not make a mistake in choosing him. C63 Since the punishment procedure can't solve it, I don't mind doing it myself. Yiran raised his hands to Bai Su. The principal can tell me in advance, I am very grateful. Yiran could see clearly, and in this matter, the Zhu family chose to do this because they obviously did not want to offend Bai Su too much. Therefore, he used means to terminate Yiran's contract and let Bai Su stand by and watch as a matter of course. In short, the Zhu family has already handed Bai Su the steps. After the contract was terminated, Bai Su didn't have any moral problem even if he didn't help. It can be said that it gave Bai Su enough face. I believe that Bai Su can naturally understand the Zhu family's behavior. Logically speaking, Bai Su and Yiran are neither relatives nor friends. The best thing to do now is to remain neutral and not help each other. This is the best choice for him and the school. But Baisu could inform Yi Ran in advance, it is indeed considered as the most benevolent and righteous thing. Seeing that Yi Ran seemed to have made up his mind, Baisu asked, "What are your plans?" Yi Ran looked at Baisu and said frankly, "I'm going to go out and find some help." "Do you think the helper you are looking for can fight against the Zhu family?" Baisu asked. Listening to Baisu's question, Yi Ran had a wry smile on his face. "You can't sit still and wait for death, right?" "Indeed, as Baisu said, who can I turn to? My own family, the Yi family?" Being pitted against two aristocratic families, the Yi family itself was a bit stretched. Where could they find manpower? Free tavern? He has no legal status in the Dragon Kingdom. Once a conflict arises, it may be better not to come. Yi Ran's mind sank slightly. With his current connections and strength, facing such a top family, it's really too small. Baisu looked at Yi Ran and tapped on the table. After a while, Baisu said to Yi Ran, "How about the Magic Martial Arts Academy be your backing?" After hearing Baisu's words, Yi Ran's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Baisu in disbelief. Yi Ran really didn't expect Baisu to make such a choice. As a top-notch family, the Shu family, the energy possessed in the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. Under the Shu family's dedicated management over the years, the children of the clan have already occupied important positions in various departments of the Dragon Kingdom. Its power is so huge, he has vaguely secured the throne of the first three families in the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the Yi family would not have been so low-key these years. Even the family head's youngest son was cut off from his cultivation path, but he didn't take any violent revenge. But now, Baisu not only informed Yi Ran in advance, and he said something like this. Baisu is an extraordinary person who kills the nation. Although he is not afraid of it personally, but what about the Magic Martial Arts Academy? The college will inevitably be attacked and retaliated by the Shu family. Such behavior, for the leader of a force, this is too irrational. Especially with Baisu's calm and steady temperament, who advocates Deju as the most important thing in everything, to be able to say something like this is simply unbelievable. Principal, Yi Ran was stunned for a long time, a little speechless. Yi Ran looked at Baisu without saying anything. He naturally knew that Baisu did this with the intention of recruiting him. But for myself, an unknown who has not yet achieved anything extraordinary, just choose to fight against a top family, the price is really too high. Looking at the principal's deep eyes, Yi Ran couldn't guess Baisu's thoughts for a while. Why, do you think what I do is not in line with your interests? Do you think I have other agendas? Baisu's words revealed Yi Ran's thoughts. Yi Ran didn't speak, which was regarded as acquiescence. Baisu looked at Yi Ran, shook his head, lowered his head and wrote something. Today's people, opening their mouths is a benefit, shutting up is a reason, then let me ask you. Baisu looked at Yi Ran, as a principal, do you need a reason to protect an excellent teacher? Yi Ran raised his head and was stunned for a long time, unable to answer. Do you need? It doesn't seem like it's really needed. After Baisu finished writing, he took the paper in his hand and admired it with satisfaction through the sunlight. This is a transfer order. Starting from today, I will assign a platinum-level expert to protect your class as an assistant teacher. With him here, at least the lives of the students in your class will be safe. After Baisu finished speaking, he patted it lightly with one hand. This transfer order simply disappeared out of thin air. Thanks. Yi Ran was silent for a moment, then said two words seriously. The words were short but the sound was long. Baisu waved his hand. He said to Yi Ran, "Don't thank me. I'm not doing this all for you. The reason why I asked you to come is that I really need you to do something. Be obedient and listen to the sound." When Yi Ran heard what Baisu said, he remembered that Baisu had planned to sign before. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked, "Principal, do you want the Zhu family to continue to push this matter forward?" Baisu nodded, "I have this plan." Why? Yi Ran was a little confused. Baisu glanced at Yi Ran, then pondered, "If you want to let it perish, let it swell first. If you are not in my position, naturally you cannot see something. Some small groups have done this to Han Kun more than once. These people have hurt the foundation of this country. It's time to prune the branches." Baisu said it with the murderous aura of heads rolling in and power falling. Hearing Baisu's words, Yi Ran's heart trembled. Although Baisu is a college principal on the surface, but everyone knows his resume. During the chaos of war, he threw his pen into the army and joined the army. The defenders of the country who survived the 13 defense battles of the Dragon Kingdom, large and small, one of the 3 pillars of Shanghai, a staunch patriot, he is also the most arrogant and considerate of the overall situation among all the nation-slaying extraordinary beings in the Dragon Kingdom. And what could make this normally most harmonious nation-killing transcendent so murderous?
It must have touched Baishu's reverse scale, national interest. The principal wants to use this incident to start a war with certain interest groups. Yuran looked at Baisu, and his heart surged. So, principal, you want me to fire the first shot? Baisu looked at Yuran and nodded. Try to pressure Han Kun and force them to use these buggy methods. Principal, our class is well known as a salty fish class. Without your support in terms of strength, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do the job. Baisu listened to Yuran's question. He glared at Yuran. You kid, you really think I'm blind? I still signed Huang Dongdong's procedures. Also, you took Wang Dachuan and secretly ate the flesh and blood of 3,000 ink dragons, and I still haven't settled the account with you. Hearing this, Yuran smiled sarcastically and said, the principal knew all about their relationship. Principal, after all, our class is at the forefront of the storm. We took such a big risk and fired the first shot. If there is no credit, it is at least a bit of hard work. Baisu looked at Yuran and said helplessly, smelly boy, tell me, what do you want? Yuran thought for a moment and said, I need the blood essence of an class ferocious beast, a fire crystal core of extraordinary quality, and some extraordinary attributes. Stop it. Seeing Yuran's little mouth babbling with no intention of stopping, Baisu stopped immediately and looked at Yuran angrily. There are so many things that are either of extraordinary quality or level. Do you think I've got the goods? Baisu blew his beard habitually and stretched out a finger. You only get one chance, or don't want one at all. Yuran listened to Baisu's words and said with some regret, that's it, then the extraordinary quality fire crystal core will be fine, but I hope to get it before the game. Here you go. Shut your mouth. After saying that, Baisu snapped his fingers, and a gem appeared directly in Yuran's hand. Okay, principal. After saying that, Yuran put the gem directly into his pocket, as if he was afraid that Baisu would regret it. Seeing Yuran readily agreeing and quickly putting it in his pocket, Baisu was stunned. Talking about time, Baisu even suspected that this kid just wanted this one after talking so much. Thinking of this, Baisu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Later, Yuran said to Baisu, Principal, I have one more request. Young man, don't be greedy. Baisu frowned. Yuran looked at Baisu and shook his head. Principal, that's not what I want to say. Baisu raised his head and looked at Yuran with some confusion. If you have any requirements, tell me. Yuran said seriously, during the assessment process, if I have the opportunity to fight Han Kun alone, by then, I hope the principal can stop all those who interfere. Baisu looked at Yuran. What do you want to do? Yuran grinned, with murderous intent in his eyes. Since the criminal process can't deal with this beast, I don't mind doing it myself. C64 When the stars of mankind shine. Hearing this, Baisu looked at Yuran and said nothing for a long time. After a moment, Baisu nodded slightly. You want me to help you kill someone on the spot? Baisu squinted his eyes. Yuran's request made it difficult for him to agree. Maintaining the authority of public power and maintaining procedural justice are the keys to maintaining the basic stability of a country. Even if Han Kun really deserves to die, but in Baisu's eyes, the country must be judged. This is also what Baisu has always insisted on. Even if there are problems in the penalties department now, lynching cannot be used to disrupt the order. Baisu stared at Yuran with deep eyes. After a long time, Baisu said, Boy, I hope you remember that the Dragon Kingdom belongs to justice and the people after all. Even if there are villains in the punishment department, I hope you can trust the country and that we old guys are still here. Yuran looked at Baisu and said softly, I believed it before, but now? Who let Han Kun out? Yuran stood there as if he were a pine tree, facing a nation-killing transcendent. He didn't give in even a single step. Looking at Yuran's stubborn attitude, Baisu opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but no reason was given for a long time. After all, the public power of the penal division has been used in this way. Such facts are before us. What reason did he have to refute Yuran? For a moment, Baisu felt a trace of unknown anger in his heart. This group of bastards, they have nothing to eat but form cliques for personal gain. Every unfair judgment they make, every unpopular decision they make, they are all draining the trust of Dragon Kingdom geniuses like Yuran in Dragon Kingdom. This is simply digging your own grave. Yuran's performance intensified Baisu's inner determination to clean up these silverfish. Looking at Yuran, Baisu sighed helplessly. Children, there are some chronic diseases in any large country. Don't lose faith in the light just because you face the darkness. Yuran looked at Baisu and spoke slowly. Where are those girls? Where are those students who were abandoned? Can they still see the light? Can their pain and their lives be easily explained with just a sentence of chronic illness and chronic illness? Yuran's question was calm and powerful. His eyes were clear and firm, just looking straight at this nation-killing extraordinary person. At this moment, Yuran's eyes, in Baisu's eyes, it is like the scorching sun, burning. No, it's even more heartbreaking. After a long time, Baisu let out a long sigh. Sorry, I cannot support lynching, but I will stop the Shu family's forces from interfering with the examination room. As for other people's attempts to stop it, I will not stop it. Yiran looked at Baisu, nodded, and said softly, that's enough, thanks. For me and for them. Afterwards, Yiran walked out of the principal's office without looking back. Baisu looked at Yiran's leaving figure. My heart is full of mixed feelings. Faced with the threat from the aristocratic family, Yiran didn't say anything. Faced with his plan, Yiran didn't say anything. It seems that from beginning to end, in addition to cheating and asking for a gem, Yiran also it seems that I only made this request. It turns out that such a request was not made for myself. Full of passion, speak out for injustice, take action against injustice. At this time, Yiran is more pure than he was back then. Baisu took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he seemed to have made a big decision. Yiran. Baisu opened his mouth and stopped Yiran, who was about to leave. Yiran turned his head. Principal, what else can I do? Baisu looked at Yiran and moved his fingers slightly. Then an extremely exquisite pagoda floated in front of Yiran. After this incident is over, come to me with this small tower. Yiran looked at the small tower carefully for a while. This Lingtong pagoda has a total of 18 floors. The carvings are extremely delicate and beautiful, although it's only about the height of your index finger, but the doors and windows on each floor can even be closed and opened. It's as if it's not a carved tower at all, but a real tower reduced to this size. The whole tower is like a living thing. The mysterious and old atmosphere periodically escapes. At first glance, it seems to be nothing ordinary. Although I don't know exactly what Baisu means, however, Yiran still put away the pagoda and said to Baisu, okay, principal. After speaking, Yiran turned around and left the principal's office. After Yiran leaves, Baisu sat on the chair and pondered for a long time. After a while, Baisu said angrily to Void, now that you're here, how long do you plan to hide? It seems that he heard Baisu's response. In an instant, the position in the void that Baisu was staring at, as if being split open by a sword, a neat crack appeared. Lan Moyan appeared naturally from it. Lan Moyan looked at Baisu. Huangta gave it to him? Baisu glanced at Lan Moyan. I have the Huangta here. It seems you don't need to decide who I give it to. Lan Moyan shook her head. Of course not. After a while, Lan Moyan, who had always been taciturn, couldn't help but say, the original rule was that members of Huang must be extraordinary people. You are violating the rules. Baisu rolled his eyes at Lan Moyan. Have you forgotten that as a temporary wilderness lord, you are qualified to select people with the potential to become extraordinary beings as reserves? Lan Moyan looked at Baisu and pointed to the place where Yiran left. In the late golden stage, can you have such a long-term vision? In the later stage of diamond, you said that if you can come out, you will definitely become a transcendent. Then Lan Moyan has nothing to say. But Yiran is only in the late golden stage, how can you see extraordinary things in vain? Baisu pondered for a moment, shook his head, smiled and said to Lan Moyan, you know, strength has never been the first criterion for me to select people. Yiran. I just like this guy. I have chosen him. The worst is that if you report me now, you guys will kill me. This old man has changed his acting role. Lan Moyan looked at Baisu, then at the place where Yiran left. He opened his mouth and asked, aren't you afraid that the 8th floor master will cause trouble for you? Baisu squinted his eyes as he listened to Lan Moyan's words. When we first established Huang, everyone made an oath with their souls. I didn't violate the contract, so why does it matter if he comes to me? Baisu turned his head and looked at Lan Moyan. What? Do you have any more questions? Lan Moyan listened to Baisu's question, and a smile appeared on her handsome face. As stunning as a snow lotus blooming, it's gone. Then, Lan Moyan stretched out her hand, student ID card and documents. Baisu looked at Lan Moyan angrily. Why, Huangta is suddenly unimportant again. Lan Moyan looked at Baisu. It's important. Then why are you suddenly not worried anymore? Lan Moyan looked at Baisu with a puzzled expression. He's mine soon, why should I struggle? Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Baisu passed the student card to Lan Moyan's hand angrily. Get out, get out, get out, get out of here, don't let me see you. After Lan Moyan got the certificate, she ignored the old man who kept complaining. He waved his hand directly and split the space. Disappeared from Baisu's office. When Lan Moyan leaves, Baisu fell into deep thought again. For me, and for them, you little brat, please click on me. Baisu murmured to himself, repeating Yiran's words. Although Yiran's words were not directed towards him, but how could Baisu, who had been around for almost 100 years, fail to hear Yiran's voiceover? What to do for them? What frivolous explanation? It's just that he doesn't recognize his own actions. What Baisu wants to protect is the stability and harmony of the entire country. What Yi Ran wants to redeem is anyone who is visible and tangible in the world. Although neither is wrong, but there will eventually be cognitive conflicts. This kid hasn't grown up yet. Bai Su thought about Yi Ran's words, leaned on the seat and began to recall. In a trance, Bai Su also thought of himself back then. Once upon a time, I was just like Yi Ran today, happy grudges, regardless of the consequences, a passionate gesture of anger and peace. That time and that moment was exactly like this moment, but now, for the sake of the overall situation, for balance, for harmony, for the entire Dragon Kingdom, it seems that I haven't considered individual feelings for a long time. Ha ha. Bai Su shook his head as if mocking himself. You are indeed old. Your blood is so cold. Bai Su laughed at himself. While looking at the office door, he muttered to himself, just a classmate, a young man in his prime. Bai Su touched a book on his desk. He has many thoughts, there is hope and relief in his eyes. This book is a miscellaneous book, the old ones are a little yellowed, and each soft page seems to be broken if you turn it again. And the name of this book, called, When Humanity's Stars Shine. C65. The goods are not the same as the pictures. The assistant teacher's level is a bit too high. Yi Ran left the principal's office, without saying a word. His steps were a little heavy. Part of it was indignation at what Han Kun and Wang Chenghai had done before. Part of it was because the punishment was outrageous. Another part is because of Principal Bai Su's attitude. The overall situation is important. The overall situation is important. Be careful and maintain everything. In the end, what did you get in exchange? In exchange for these silverfish that harm students? In exchange for the punishment of a traitor? Yi Ran, who has been a man for 2 generations, naturally understands what Bai Su thinks. However, he did not agree. Why should the situation of world harmony be propped up by the grievances of good people? Those girls who were violated, those students who were crippled, their blossoming age and their just beginning life, who will pay for them? Thinking of this, Yi Ran kicked away the paper balls on the roadside angrily. Walked towards his class. Han Kun, Zhu Jia. Yi Ran walked into the classroom while thinking. As a result, no student in the classroom paid attention to his arrival. At this time, the classroom was full of people. All the students gathered around a table and looked at something. Stronger, harder, Wang Dachuan. Hurry up and work harder. Didn't you eat today? Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan, you are the last glory of the boys in our class. If you lose, our whole class will be really shameless. Dachuan works hard. Dachuan. The students were chattering. Everyone cheered Wang Dachuan excitedly. He didn't notice at all that Yi Ran had quietly squeezed in among the crowd at this moment. After squeezing in, Yi Ran naturally saw what happened to this table. At this moment, Wang Dachuan was sitting on one side of the table, and opposite him was sitting another giant man. However, Wang Dachuan's physique is already tall and strong enough. But he never expected that the tall man on the other side was 3 heads taller than Wang Dachuan. Those strong and swollen muscles are definitely capable of covering Wang Dachuan completely. Wang Dachuan and this burly man were leaning against the table with their elbows, engaging in the most primitive 1v1 confrontation between men. Arm wrestling. At this time, Wang Dachuan's face was already red, his teeth were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling, as if he had put all his strength on his right hand. However, looking at the burly man opposite, the old god is still looking at Wang Dachuan. I turned a deaf ear to the cheers from the students around me. You can't even see this sturdy man exerting any effort at all. Not only was this big man very relaxed, he also had time to smile and said to Wang Dachuan, "Young man, you have good strength. It is really rare to have such strength at your age. Are you interested in joining the military?" Wang Dachuan looked at the big man panting, especially when I saw this big man talking and laughing with me without any effort at all. My eyes turned red. Wang Dachuan grinned at the big man and said, "Don't talk too much, uncle." As he spoke, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn blood red, and his whole aura began to change slightly. You could even vaguely feel the blood mist seeping out of Wang Dachuan's pores. Ha! The tall man saw the changes in Wang Dachuan's body and momentum, and said his eyes were slightly bright, as if he had seen an incredible treasure. As a result, before Wang Dachuan was completely alienated into Taotai, suddenly a hand was placed on the shoulder. Wang Dachuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the owner of the hand. When he saw it was Yi Ran, he was frightened. Finally, he put away his hand in an instant, stood up respectfully, and stammered, "Teacher Yi, hello, Teacher Yi." The students who were originally gathered around this arm wrestling match, after seeing Yi Ran, everyone sat down in their seats as if running away. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yi Ran at all. At this moment, only Wang Dachuan, Yi Ran and the burly man in front of him were left around the table. The burly man frowned slightly after seeing this scene. It seems a little regretful that I didn't see Wang Dachuan's performance after alienation.
However, he also had a hint of surprise in addition to regret. This class, as soon as the teacher comes, all the students quickly sat in their seats. The discipline is so strict, it doesn't look like the rumored Shenyu class at all. Sir, which class are you a teacher in? Just when the burly man was still confused, Yi Ran's voice came over. Hearing Yi Ran's inquiry, the sturdy man stood up gracefully. He touched his pocket, took out a certificate, and said to Yi Ran, "You must be the teacher of this class, Teacher Yi. I am the new assistant teacher of our class. My name is Li Wancheng. Please give me your advice." Yi Ran took the certificate, looked at the photos on the certificate, then looked at Li Wancheng himself, and compared them carefully. He murmured to himself, "Are you the teaching assistant the principal is talking about?" Li Wancheng said with a carefree smile, "You're talking about a teaching assistant. The previous assistant seems to have something to do with his family and can't come. I just happened to be there." Then Li Wancheng quietly put his head into Yi Ran's ear and said, "As a teaching assistant, I only got it because of my connections." Yi Ran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he listened to Li Wancheng's outrageous speech. The principal said, they need to assign a platinum-level teaching assistant to their class to prevent the Zhu family's insidious methods. But who can imagine, the assistant teacher who volunteered in front of me, is TM a transcendent? Yi Ran, who has a system, when everyone uses their abilities, they can naturally see their panel attributes. And the moment Li Wancheng exerted his strength in the arm wrestling, Yi Ran has clearly seen Li Wancheng's data. Especially when he saw the level column, Yi Ran choked up. Is the assistant teacher who just takes over the class an extraordinary person? Is the Magic City Gaowu Academy already so rich? With this kind of power, the Shu family is nothing. No, all the forces in the world are nothing. Principal, you said the class is well protected, but this is too thorough. Yi Ran was a little suspicious for a moment. I just bought a fire crystal core of extraordinary quality, will I lose money? I don't know whether the principal is crazy or I am crazy. He took a deep breath, calmed down a bit. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng with a complicated expression at this time. Of course he knew that the Magic Martial Arts Academy would never be able to appoint extraordinary people as assistant teachers. So this extraordinary person must have other reasons for coming here. But a transcendent person sits in his own class as a teaching assistant, how can I go to class? Thinking that every word and every line of his words was under the surveillance of this transcendent being, Yi Ran felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. No, the product is not the right version, the grade is too high, I have to ask the principal to return it. However, there must be a reason for return. I want to return a teaching assistant. Naturally, we need to find out where this extraordinary person is unqualified as a teaching assistant. Yi Ran followed Li Wancheng's words and asked, so when you come to our class as a teaching assistant, the first thing you do is make a scene in class? After Li Wancheng heard this, he spread his fingers helplessly. Finally, he looked around the students. He said with an indifferent expression, Teacher Yi, it really wasn't me who started this. Why don't you ask the students in our class? To digress, I saw comments recently. A large number of people are talking about Yi Ran's family problems. How should I put it? The plot of the Yi family will soon come in, so everyone, please be patient. Moreover, a person has actually appeared in the Yi family, although it is quite special. I don't know if you have noticed it. I believe that everyone who reads this is still interested in this book. Usually, you may not have time to read the comments, and you can't get feedback just by writing alone. Save it, save it, save it. If you have any confusion, we can discuss it together. Thank you all. If you really like this book, please rate it more and send some small gifts. Thank you. C66 A beautiful boy came to the class as soon as these words came out. The students all spoke, one after another. Teacher Yi, it's none of this assistant teacher's business, it's us who insist on competing with him. Let this assistant teacher see how awesome our class is. Teacher Yi, just leave him alone, he is just weak. We can definitely beat him. Teacher Yi, if you hadn't come just now, Wang Dachuan would have definitely won. If Teacher Yi asks them to continue competing, we will definitely win. Yi Ran listened to the speeches of these students and looked at the extraordinary person. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although I don't know why these monkey cubs are so proactive, but the freshman wants to use the power of the whole class to defeat the extraordinary one. You really dare to think. Is it the hedgehog who gives you courage? Just when Yi Ran was thinking, Li Wancheng's voice came again. Teacher Yi, look, I didn't take the initiative, right? Why don't you let the classmate named Wang Dachuan continue to fight with me? Li Wancheng looked at Wang Dachuan, eager to try. Wang Dachuan, didn't you say you can definitely beat me? Wang Dachuan felt Li Wanchuan's provocation, and he became more competitive. He stood up directly and rolled up his sleeves. Showing those arms with exploding muscles, it didn't feel any better just now. Let me show you my true strength. With that said, Wang Daxuan walked towards Li Wancheng, prepared to find Li Wancheng for another contest. All the students slapped the table excitedly and made a whining sound. It adds to the atmosphere for this 1v1 men's battle. Daxuan, sit down for me. Oh, good teacher. Yiran scolded. Wang Daxuan, who was still eager to try, he quickly responded to Yiran's words, then he stepped back extremely obediently and sat in his seat obediently. Keep your back straight. It looks like a primary school student who just went to school and was taught sitting posture. Other students, no more hesitation. One by one they lowered their heads and began to study hard. There was silence once again. Li Wancheng looked at this scene and sighed angrily. Inwardly, I marveled secretly. It seems that the rumors outside are not accurate at all. What kind of salted fish class? What kind of lying teacher? They can all enforce orders and prohibitions. Is there anyone who can lie down like this? For a time, Li Wancheng's impression of Yi Ran deepened a lot again. Assistant Li, I can call you that. Yi Ran asked politely. Li Wancheng nodded. Teacher Yi, I am very familiar with the job of teaching assistant. If you need anything, just ask me. Listening to Li Wancheng's words, Yi Ran Rao was mentally prepared. But he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A transcendent person said to a gold-level person like, I have something to give you. Yi Ran felt weird no matter how he heard it. If you don't have anything else to do, please sit in the last row of the classroom every day. This will also make it easier to watch all the learning conditions of our students and manage them better. What Yi Ran said was exactly like what he said to a real assistant teacher. He just wanted to see how long this extraordinary person could keep pretending. If this extraordinary person pretends to be impatient, he will have a reason to go to the principal to return the goods. As a result, Yi Ran's plan didn't work at all. After Li Wancheng heard Yi Ran's arrangement, he stood up straight and said to Yi Ran very respectfully, No problem, Teacher Yi. After saying that, Li Wancheng walked directly to the last row, sitting by the wall. The back is straight. Pay careful attention to all the situations in the class, that expression, that posture. He is even more meticulous than a real assistant teacher. Yi Ran, who was still expecting Li Wancheng to be unable to bear it, there is nothing else I can say at this moment. An extraordinary person can do this. He really can't find any other reason to say it's inappropriate. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng with a complicated expression. Where is your majesty as a transcendent being? Do you really not feel a little bit uncomfortable being commanded like this by a golden mentor? At this moment when Yi Ran was complaining in his heart, seeing Yi Ran paying attention to Li Wancheng, he also took out his little notebook with a proud look on his face and shook it at Yi Ran. With Yi Ran's eyes, naturally, I can clearly see what is written in the small notebook. In row 1, column 2, if you get distracted and take a nap, 1 point will be deducted. In row 4, column 5, if you steal snacks, 1 point will be deducted. Row 8, column 7, peeking at the comics, 1 point deducted. At this moment, Yi Ran was completely confused. He just verbally arranged for Li Wancheng to sit in the last row on the grounds of paying attention to the students. Who would have thought that Li Wancheng was actually sitting in the last row? Not only did I sit in the last row, he also took the initiative to pay attention to the students' learning situation. Even a disciplinary behavior score sheet? Do you want to be so professional? Tired, destroy it. For a time, Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng, who was active, conscientious, and dedicated to being a teaching assistant. He sighed helplessly. When he meets an extraordinary person who has such no bottom line, what else can he say? What other reasons do you have to go to the principal to return the goods? Accept your defeat, principal, you are so kind. Subsequently, Yi Ran no longer thought about how to return Li Wancheng's goods. Instead, he stood on the podium openly. Get ready for class. Students, please turn to page 36 of the Taijutsu textbook. Today we will learn the 36 postures of Taijutsu Kunshin Kao. Bang! 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 Just when Yi Ran was preparing to go to class, suddenly the classroom door rang. Come in. Yi Ran said to the door. Squeak! After a voice passed, there was a young man standing at the door. Excuse me, is this the freshman and second class? The cold voice attracted everyone present to look at the door. At this moment, all the students were excited. Holy shit, this is a man or a woman? This face is too beautiful, isn't it? The skin is too smooth, isn't the facial features too straight? The golden ratio, what is the golden ratio? I used to think it was the ideal ratio mentioned in textbooks, but today I actually saw it alive. Beautiful beyond measure. One more look and I might pass out. Stop talking, there's a nosebleed. It's over, my brother is excited. Calm down, buddy, what if it's a man? Ah, a man? It's not impossible, whether it's 36D or 2D, there's always one that will satisfy you. You are invincible. The students were busy discussing, even Yiran didn't go to maintain order in the classroom. It's really because the young man in front of me is so beautiful. The four words "function" and "handsome" are it was concretely reflected on the young man's face. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young man's face, and they couldn't pull it out at all. While everyone was discussing the young man in front of them, no one found it. Li Wancheng, sitting in the last row, he has quietly moved his seat to the far corner of the classroom. Bury your head deeply, as if he was afraid of being seen. C67 A gentleman's word is Huang Dongdong. The young man at the door is still cold, don't care about other people's eyes at all, calmly walked to Yiran. I handed over my student ID card. This is my student ID and transfer certificate. Yiran looked at the young man. This young man has no luck, so naturally he cannot see his attribute panel. Apart from the fact that this young man was extremely good looking, he didn't see anything wrong with this young man. I just took the student ID card and transfer documents and checked their authenticity. Nodded, no problem. This classmate, you are considered a member of our class. Please come up and introduce yourself. After hearing Yiran's request, the young man nodded, then he stood on the podium generously and said to all the students present, "Hello everyone, my name is Lan Moyan. From today on, we are all classmates. Please give me your advice." As soon as he finished speaking, the students applauded and welcomed him. Yiran said to Lan Moyan amidst the applause, "Okay, Moyan, just sit in that seat first." Yiran pointed to the empty table at the back of the classroom. That table was moved by Wang Dachuan to Huang Dongdong. There just happened to be a spot available. Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong sat at the same table. Boom! Before Lan Moyan could finish speaking, there was suddenly a loud noise outside the classroom window. It was like the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground from high altitude. Everyone looked towards the window, some good people even stretched their necks and looked out the window to see what was going on. No, someone jumped off the building. A sharp exclamation came from the window. At this moment, all the students stood up and left their seats. Everyone rushed towards the window, squeezing their heads and looking under the window. At this time, no one was seen on the lawn below the teaching building. Only a large pool of blood was left. Let me wipe, there is such a big pool of blood, it seems like someone really jumped off the building? Who can't think of it so hard that they jumped off the building? I just said that the high-pressure study policy for freshman year is unacceptable. Look, something is wrong. No, what age is it, and there are still people who choose to jump off buildings? Will that kill people? That's right. There is only a pool of blood left. Where are the people? Where are the people who jumped from the building? I guess he didn't jump to death, he ran away, poor child, he has forgotten that he has cultivated himself. And now he can't kill anyone by jumping off a building. The students were busy discussing. When Yiran heard the students' discussion, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Is this brat serious? Clang. Before the students could sit back from the window, suddenly the classroom door was knocked open. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned from the window to the door. At this time, a young man stood at the door, panting. This young man's head was covered in blood. I felt dizzy and seemed a little unsteady on my feet. When everyone took a closer look at the appearance of the bloody boy, Wang Dachuan exclaimed, Huang Dongdong? It seemed that Wang Dachuan's exclamation brought the dazed young man back to his senses. He looked at Wang Dachuan and grinned. Finally, he wiped the blood from his face, looking at Yiran on the podium. With a very arrogant tone, he said arrogantly, Teacher Yi, as a gentleman says, a horse cannot be chased. I, Huang Dongdong, will fulfill my bet. Looking at Huang Dongdong's head covered with blood, Yiran put a helpless hand on his face and raised his head, not knowing what to say. This brat, I didn't expect to actually jump off the building. Not only did he jump off the building, and it really is as stated in the bet, no protective techniques were used. He took his own body and smashed it down. Huang Dongdong, come here. Listening to Yiran's call, Huang Dongdong limped up to Yiran. Yiran took out a tissue and wiped Huang Dongdong's wound that was still bleeding. You brat, you usually look pretty smart. Why did you do something so stupid this time? Huang Dongdong let Yiran use a tissue to wipe the blood for him. It seems that he can feel Yiran's concern for him. He smiled and said seriously, I want to say goodbye to my past. Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, Yiran stopped wiping the bloody hand. He looked at Huang Dongdong seriously. At this time, Huang Dongdong still had a smile on his face. But at this moment, he looked at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face. It felt like I had seen Wang Dachuan, a little silly, but also a little serious, although he still looks very clever, but the unruly and arrogant feeling before seems to have disappeared a lot. Seeing this, the corners of Yiran's mouth raised slightly. He felt a little relieved in his heart. It seems that this brat really listened to what he said. Although it's a bit stupid, what does it mean?
This leap, Huang Dongdong said goodbye to his past. This leap, Huang Dongdong seems to be reborn.
Well, I'm a little dizzy. While Yiran was thinking, the wound on Huang Dongdong's forehead was still bleeding. It may be due to excessive anemia. Huang Dongdong is now a little unsteady on his feet and stumbles a bit when speaking. Seeing that Huang Dongdong was about to fall, Yiran grabbed him and smiled helplessly. They are all careless students. In the end, they don't have to wipe their own butts. Then, Yiran held it with one hand. Suddenly a burst of light flashed, and a scepter appeared in Yiran's hand. This is the exclusive weapon that the system copied from Zhang Xiaoru before. The Scepter of Life and Death. When Yiran manifested this exclusive weapon, students may not feel much. Lan Moyan and Li Wancheng, who were present, narrowed their eyes slightly.
How did you do it?
You didn't feel the slightest energy fluctuation at all, Li Wancheng muttered to himself. Before the two of them could figure it out, Yiran's mind moved slightly. In an instant, the head of the Scepter of Life and Death, the huge gem, began to condense green energy. Green energy is full of vitality and vitality. Even just a glance makes people feel more energetic. Skill, gift of the goddess of life. Following Yiran's thoughts, the condensed green energy enveloped Huang Dongdong.
The moment I came into contact with Huang Dongdong, the energy penetrated directly into Huang Dongdong's wound. Huang Dongdong's wounds began to appear at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Stop bleeding and scab until it returns to normal.
After Huang Dongdong's breath calmed down, Yiran looked at the Scepter of Life and Death for a while. Contains skills, gift of the goddess of life, 0 to 1, cooldown countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It seems that the two skills of the Scepter of Life and Death have a cooldown time of 1 hour. Yiran looked at the scepter with satisfaction. A curse skill, a healing skill, I can put it on once every hour, and the effect is good. Then, with a thought, Yiran retracted the scepter directly. Others had no reaction. At this time, the eyes of Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan were shining brightly.
That's right, Yiran used it. It's an artifact that comes with skills. C68 take him back to the military. It's not wrong, although the Yi family's Molong Xiangong is remarkable in killing, but he had never heard that the Yi family's Molong Xiangong had therapeutic effects.
So this healing energy definitely comes from the scepter itself.
And you can clearly feel that the level of the healing energy is definitely not low.
Li Wancheng touched his chin. This level is so high, in my impression, what I have seen, it seems that the Archangel of the Holy Court has such a handle in his hand.
Holy relics of the Holy Court, Archangel's sword. That's the Archangel of the Holy Court.
The face of the top Western powers, even in the whole world, he is extremely capable of fighting.
The person who truly stands at the top of the pyramid. Li Wancheng shook his head. Who would have thought of the second artifact they had seen? It actually came from the hands of an unknown little guy from Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. And, what was Yiran's method of conjuring this scepter? Why can't I see a little bit of energy fluctuation? Li Wancheng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He looked at Yiran.
At this moment, Yiran's mystery in his eyes deepened. Lan Moyan is much calmer than Li Wancheng, although he was also surprised by the artifact Yiran possessed, but he was more happy than surprised. Break the iron rule of platinum, in 3 words. Bai Su asked him to give him the Desolate Tower. Now another mysterious artifact has popped up. Isn't this the Son of Fate, Long Outyan, in the novels I often read?
Think of this. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. He is indeed the person he likes.
With the release of Yiran's skills, Huang Dongdong also slowly woke up from his coma. He touched the location of his wound with a surprised look on his face. Smooth and delicate, not even a scar. He tried to stand up again and jumped up and down, but his body didn't feel any discomfort at all. If it weren't for the trace of blood on his face, he even suspected that what he had just experienced was a dream.
Okay, don't try it, go back to your seat quickly.
Oh, okay, teacher. Yiran's voice came. Huang Dongdong walked towards his seat obediently. When he walked to his seat, he stopped immediately, staring at Lan Moyan's face and unable to pull it out.
Let me introduce to you. This is Lan Moyan, the new auditor in our class.
From today on, he will be a part of our class. Yiran's voice came again. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yiran. So I'm not the last student to arrive in our class?
Yiran nodded. You can say that.
After hearing this, Huang Dongdong smiled. In other words, isn't this my little junior brother? After saying that, Huang Dongdong sat down very naturally.
Stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Huang Dongdong.
According to seniority, you have to call me senior brother. After hearing this sentence, others seemed to have no reaction.
Only Li Wancheng choked violently. The ignorant are fearless. Let a nation-killing extraordinary person call you little senior brother, extremely crazy.
Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong's face, then looked down at Huang Dongdong's hands.
He showed a very beautiful smile. He stretched out his hand, which was slender and smoother than that of a woman, and said with a smile, "Hello, little senior brother." Puff! Before anyone else could say anything, Li Wancheng couldn't help but squirted. Everyone looked at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng quickly raised his hand. It's okay. I'm fine. I accidentally choked on my drink just now. Keep going, this kettle is a bit disobedient today." Then Li Wancheng hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to repair his kettle, not looking at Lan Moyen at all. After Li Wancheng finished speaking, no one paid attention to him anymore. Huang Dongdong turned his head to Lan Moyen and patted Lan Moyen's shoulder happily. He seemed very happy to have a little brother. Then the loyalty of the children of the world ignited. He patted his chest again. "Don't worry, little junior brother. If you have any grievances in the future, tell your senior brother. Senior brother will protect you." Lan Moyen looked at the child with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother." What a picture of brotherhood and unity. Li Wancheng had a strange expression. What the fuck is this messed up direction? Yi Ran coughed lightly, signaling Huang Dongdong to sit down. "Okay, now let's continue class. Students, please turn to page 36 of the Taijutsu textbook. Today we will learn the 36 postures of Taijutsu Kunshin Kao. Koan Shanyao comes from the Koan sect, a school created by an ancient great power. According to legend, this ancient great master came from a place called Olian. He was extremely talented. In just 2.5 years, he directly realized Taoism. He became a master of the Koan fist and was invincible in his class. He finally defeated a person in a place called Shi. Sora was born. After this great power was born, he directly swept through the world and stood at the pinnacle of that era. Not only that, he did not hesitate in his own magical skills, opened up a wide range of doors, and taught millions of people in the world to learn Koan fist. Boxing is all the rage. Among them, Kunshin Kyu is the most iconic move and has also become the representative move of Kunquan. It's a pity that the good times did not last long. This great master died for some reason, leaving only this sect to be passed down. Later, in order to remember this great man, people in the world started to mold clay tires on the coal mountain where he fell, to restore his heroic appearance. Since this powerful man is named Ji alone, the coal produced on this coal mountain is also called Ji mud coal. Yi Ran explained the origin of Kunshin Mountain. With the addition of the teacher's soul, the students present were mesmerized by what they heard. Even Li Wancheng listened in for a brief moment. Li Wancheng came back to his senses and looked at Yi Ran deeply. Unexpectedly, as an extraordinary person, I actually listened to it. He sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Yi Ran not only knew so much history, we can also use historical origins as a guide, attract students' attention, in order to deepen students' understanding of skills and moves. This ingenuity in teaching, this accumulation of history, have to say, this guy's teaching level, amazing. For a time, Li Wancheng has a different understanding of Yi Ran. If Yi Ran followed him to the military headquarters, regardless of Yi Ran's personal strength, this teaching ability alone, it can definitely improve the personal strength of ordinary warriors by a large margin. To know, the military headquarters fights in a regimental manner. The improvement of an ordinary warrior may not show much. But if all ordinary warriors are improved, this effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Quantitative changes will definitely lead to qualitative changes. Thinking of this, Li Wancheng narrowed his eyes slightly. We must take this kid back to the military headquarters. C69 Take Huang Dongdong to have a special training. While Li Wancheng was thinking silently, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. As an extraordinary person, my sensitivity to chi movement is naturally at its peak. The source of the murderous aura was instantly identified. He looked up. What caught his sight at this moment was Lan Moyen's peerless face. Lan Moyen narrowed her eyes slightly. There is a chill on his face, staring at Li Wancheng with an expression like a cat guarding its food. It was as if he was threatening Li Wancheng not to think anything wrong about Yi Ran. Li Wancheng quickly lowered his head, not looking at Lan Moyen. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. As a teaching assistant, if I can't beat you, why can't I write you down in a small notebook? As he spoke, Li Wancheng quickly wrote down in his notebook, Lan Moyen, row 10, column 9, was distracted in class, 1 point will be deducted. Li Wancheng just finished writing this sentence. I was just planning to admire it and satisfy my little desire for revenge. As a result, as soon as I lifted it up, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the small notebook. Cross out Lan Moyen's line very accurately. Is this even fucking okay? Li Wancheng looked at the very neat sword marks on his notebook in astonishment. He raised his head and looked at Lan Moyen again. At this time, Lan Moyen was also staring at herself. He is holding an ordinary carbon pen in his hand. He gestured lightly to the air. The threat in his eyes made Li Wancheng feel a little cold behind his back. Although he is called the Shield of the Empire, the Great Wall of Steel, absolute defense, but facing Lan Moyan's sword, he still felt a little bit frightened. Although I don't know how Lan Moyan discovered her little moves, Li Wancheng still lowered his head. I respectfully wrote something in my notebook, sorry. Being able to bend and stretch is what a man does. There is no shame in apologizing to a nation-killing extraordinary person. As an extraordinary person with a very flexible moral bottom line, this didn't bother him at all. Okay, that's it for today's class. I hope the students will review the historical origins and power-generating techniques of Kunshan reliance after class. See you in the next class. Just as the two extraordinary beings were secretly confronting each other, Yi Ran's class gradually came to an end. With the blessing of the teacher's soul, Yi Ran's class let no one of the students present feel tired. On the contrary, the expressions of each of the classmates still seemed to be unfinished. Some students even took the initiative to walk to the podium. Teacher Yi, I don't understand a little bit here. Can you explain it to me a little bit more? Teacher Yi, let me show you the Kuan Shan Ko. You can see if my technique of exerting force is correct. Teacher Yi, please don't leave yet. I would like to ask you something. What if you add the quick feet after Kunshan's support? In actual combat, the effect will be doubled? Teacher Yi, why does Kunshan get a bonus by wearing overalls? Teacher Yi, the students gathered around Yi Ran, asking questions in all directions. All the questions asked were related to this course. This studious diligence and enthusiasm, if I were in class 2 of the first grade half a year ago, this would have been something I wouldn't have dared to think about. Yi Ran took great pleasure in explaining each student's problems seriously. Every issue is answered in an incisive and insightful way. Let the students suddenly understand after hearing it. It's really awesome. If you come to the military headquarters, those ordinary soldiers will be really lucky. Li Wancheng sat in the last row and looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran's explanation is also very efficient and accurate from an extraordinary perspective. With such a teacher, 100% the ability of the entire group will be greatly improved. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran greedily, and at Lan Moyan resentfully. Cheng Yaojin, who came out halfway, it seemed that he felt Li Wancheng's gaze. Lan Moyan didn't have to go back at all. I took out my carbon pen again. The moment he opened the cap of his pen, Li Wancheng lowered his head again. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Ran solved all the students' problems and confusions one by one. The students all returned to their seats with satisfied faces. They looked at Yi Ran with an inexplicable admiration. Indeed, during this period of time, with Yi Ran's guidance and help, they each one has made a qualitative leap in success. Yi Ran's prestige in Class 1 and Class 2 has reached a level that can be called terrifying. It is precisely because of this prestige that's why there was the scene of prohibitions that Li Wancheng saw before. Huang Dongdong, you don't have to attend the next class. Come with me. After making sure that all the classmates were fine, Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong. Oh, okay, Teacher Yi. Uncharacteristically, Huang Dongdong did not ask any questions this time. Instead, he stood up very quickly and followed Yi Ran out of the classroom. But Huang Dongdong left with his new junior brother, Lan Moyan. Originally, Li Wancheng saw Lan Moyan and followed him. Also prepared to follow. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he felt a slight chill in his crotch. Ding! After a crisp metal collision sound, Li Wancheng clearly saw the chair he had just sat on. There was a carbon pen that was bounced off by him. What a vicious Lan Moyan! He came up to cut off his family line. Li Wancheng pulled the carbon pen out of the chair and sat down again helplessly. If you don't let me go, then don't go. Why are you so angry? On the other side, Yi Ran and the other three walked side by side in the corridor. Looking at each other in silence, after a while, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but look at Lan Moyan. Junior brother, the toilet is not in this direction. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong in confusion. I know, I'm not going to the toilet. Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan and asked in confusion, if you're not going to the toilet, what are you going to do? I'm going with you. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong was a little amused. No, why are you following us? Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong, then at Yi Ran. I'm afraid of school bullying. Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong was a little confused. School bullying? What kind of reason is this? Lan Moyan said to Yi Ran, I'm new here and I'm not familiar with anything. I'll follow you, okay? Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan. Although Lan Moyan had never used any moves in front of him, he couldn't see his attribute panel, but as a congenital Taoist body, he could very keenly feel that Lan Moyan was particularly in line with the Tao. He was sure that Lan Moyan was definitely a genius. How could Yiran refuse such a genius who was so active in following him? Yiran looked at Lan Moyen and said with a smile, "Of course, C70, what else can I refine?" "Of course, I refine you in a short while." Yiran and the others have arrived at the school's forging building. This is a building specially built by the school for some teachers and students with blacksmithing talents and abilities. Used for the forging and practice of this type of teachers and students, the whole building looks like a huge furnace. Even if you get a little closer, you can feel the hot air rushing towards your face. Occasionally, the whole building will flash red light slightly. A slightly sparkling plume of soot spewed from the top of the building. "Teacher Yi, what are we doing here?" Huang Dongdong looked at the huge furnace building and asked curiously. "Of course, I came here to practice something." Yiran answered naturally, staring closely at the furnace building. Looking at the soot ejected from the furnace, I thought thoughtfully, he murmured to himself, "This temperature should be enough." The three people walked into the interior of the building. At this time, a fat man was lying at the reception desk of the building. This person is the freshman person in charge of the materials department and Su Yotsai's former follower. Xiang Yaoqian, due to the disappearance of the flesh and blood of the 3,000 ink dragons, he was demoted here by Su Yukai as a receptionist. Since not many people come to the forging building on weekdays, so now Xiang Yaoqian is lying on the front desk and soundly asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Yiran gently knocked on the table at the front desk. Xiang Yaoqian, who was sleeping soundly, was frightened and trembled. Suddenly, a smart guy fell off the chair. Pop! After a loud noise, a layer of dust kicked up. When the dust disperses, Xiang Yaoqian stood up from the ground awkwardly. He patted the dust on his pants. He opened his small eyes that were almost filled with flesh and looked at the three people in front of him. "You three are planning to rent the forging room, right?" Yiran nodded. After seeing Yiran's confirmation, Xiang Yaoqian skillfully said to Yiran, "Currently, our school's forging room is divided into 4 levels, namely the ordinary forging room, the fine forging room, the master's forging room and the grandmaster's forging room. The price of renting an ordinary forging room for a day is 4 credits. The price of renting a boutique forging room for a day is 10 credits. The price of renting a master forging room for a day is 20 credits. As for the master-level forging," Xiang Yaoqian looked at the three people in front of him and shook his head, "we won't consider the grandmaster-level forging room. After all, it still needs qualification verification." Listening to Xiang Yaoqian's introduction, Yiran pointed upward. "Then the whole building was covered in smoke that I saw outside. Which forging room can do that?" Xiang Yaoqian thought for a while and said, "You're talking about that. Only a grandmaster-level forging room can do that. After all, the furnace in the grandmaster-level forging room was personally forged by our principal, who invited fire extraordinary people. The temperature and quality are simply unimaginable." I heard Xiang Yaoqian say this. Yiran nodded and said to Xiang Yaoqian, "We need to rent the grandmaster forge." Hearing Yiran's words, Xiang Yaoqian tried his best to widen his small mung bean-sized eyes. "Didn't I make it clear just now? You can get into grandmaster-level forging by paying money. We need qualifications." Xiang Yaoqian rejected Yiran's request righteously. However, Yiran was not in a hurry, and just waved to Xiang Yaoqian quietly. Quietly, he put a dragon coin into Xiang Yaoqian's hand. "Brother, I see you work hard here every day. Take it and reward yourself." Xiang Yaoqian took the money and touched it, but still shook his head. "Dude, this is my job after all." Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish his words, Yiran quietly handed another one to Xiang Yaoqian. He was still asking for money uprightly, but now his face softened a little. The whole fat face became kind. "Hey, after all, we are all from the same school. Let me quietly release the permission and let us use it for 10 minutes. Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish speaking, Yiran quietly gave Xiang Yao the first 2 sheets. This time, the corners of Xiang Yaoqian's mouth began to rise slightly. "Brother, stop talking. I will release this permission. You can use it as you like, but if anyone comes to rent it again, you have to come out in advance." Before Xiang Yaoqian could finish speaking, Yiran quietly handed the first 3 pictures to Xiang Yao. Xiang Yao took the money and held Yiran's hand firmly. He patted his chest hard. "Brother, you can use it freely today. If anyone dares to disturb you, my name, Xiang Yaoqian, is written backwards." Yiran looked at Xiang Yaoqian and said with a smile, "That's hard work, brother." "Brothers, what's the point of talking about whether it's hard work or not?" As Xiang Yaoqian spoke, he took Yiran and rushed straight to the forging room of the extraordinary world. It was as if it was his fault that he delayed Yiran for even 1 second. This series of operations made the inexperienced Huang Dongdong look stupid. Behind her, Lan Moyen looked at Yiran and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. As if sensing Huang Dongdong's confusion, Yiran said lightly, "Master Huang, remember, the world is not about fighting and killing,
it's about human relations. Seeing Yi Ran still teasing his dream of being a martial arts hero, Huang Dongdong curled his mouth and quietly made a face behind Yin Yan. After a while, Yi Ran and the others have arrived at the master-level forging room. The master-level forging style is simpler than those of other forging rooms. There are no other hammering tools around. There is only a huge furnace in the center. The furnace is also covered with various mysterious and powerful runes. With the flickering energy of the rune, the flames in the entire furnace continue to surge. The heat brought by each surge, it all makes people feel the burning pain on their face. Yi Ran stepped forward and observed the huge furnace. The heat of the furnace has almost doubled. As soon as Yi Ran got close to the furnace, the burning sensation that came over his face was like the jet of a fire dragon, piercing Yi Ran's face. Yi Ran also had to activate his own Malong Xian Gong to protect his body. This temperature should be enough. Yi Ran looked at the fire dragon surging in the furnace with satisfaction and murmured to himself. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran curiously. Teacher, what are you planning to practice for such a big battle? After Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, he turned his head and stared at Huang Dongdong. His eyes made Huang Dongdong feel a little hairy. What else can I practice? Of course I should practice you. C71 The Will of Fire. Endless looking at Yi Ran's natural look, Huang Dongdong looked left and right, pointing at himself with his finger. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding? This is a master-level furnace. It will kill people. Yi Ran took out a steel bar from somewhere and gently threw it into the furnace. Laugh. A sound of gasification sounded. The steel bar was instantly swallowed up by the flames in the furnace. Yi Ran nodded with satisfaction. The temperature is okay. Take off your clothes quickly. Temperature, okay? When Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's words, he smiled in panic and embarrassment. Teacher, are you kidding? Yi Ran turned back and looked at Huang Dongdong. Do you think I'm joking? Looking at Yi Ran's serious expression, Huang Dongdong's originally worried heart completely died. Yi Ran looked at his watch and urged, take it off quickly. If you don't hurry up, you will waste time. You can't let Lan Moyan help you. Lan Moyan stood aside, confusion flashing in his eyes at this time. From his perspective, he couldn't even imagine what Yi Ran wanted to do. After all, Bai Su likes to tinker with some space magic weapons on weekdays. He can also be considered a forging master. Therefore, Bai Su has definitely worked hard to build this furnace. Moa may cut corners elsewhere, but this place in the forging room is absolutely impossible. Such a melting pot, if even those materials with relatively high fire resistance are thrown in, they will probably melt in a few minutes. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong beside her. Doesn't this kid Yi Ran really want to throw him in? Lan Moyan secretly shook her head. Judging from the strength of Huang Dongdong in front of him, there is only one result if he goes in. Direct vaporization. And the operation of throwing people into a furnace, no matter how you look at it, it feels like you are destroying corpses and wiping out traces. At this moment, Lan Moyan was a little suspicious. Could this kid have a grudge against Yi Ran? Yi Ran turned his head. I found that neither of them moved, so he walked over helplessly. Yi Ran came to Huang Dongdong, half squatting down. He looked straight at Huang Dongdong. Dongdong, did my master promise to help you create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body? Huang Dongdong nodded. Yi Ran continued, today I am going to fulfill my promise as a teacher, so you have to cooperate. Listening to Yi Ran's words, cooperate? Cooperate with jumping into the furnace? The corner of Huang Dongdong's mouth twitched. Brother, jumping off a building is really my limit. Huang Dongdong looked at the fire dragon spouting out of the huge furnace and swallowed. I want to cast the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, but I don't want to cast the Samadhi True Fire Golden Corpse. There was already a hint of panic in Huang Dongdong's eyes. He stammered and said to Yi Ran, old teacher, aren't we being a little too aggressive in doing this? Yi Ran waved his hand. If you don't rush in, why rush in? The temperature is just right. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The temperature is just right. Is the temperature just right for cooking? When his master Huowen helped him try to create the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, they are just using their own fire energy very carefully. Continuous and slight attempts to increase the dosage. If there is a slight reaction of scorching or body collapse, Huowen will cut off the firepower immediately. Even though there is a diamond-level fire master carefully controlling it, the few times I tried, I almost got seriously injured. It's better now. Yi Ran took one step directly, brought himself to the master-level furnace, and let himself jump. Teacher, I am a human being, not some weapon refining material. Besides, even a lot of refining materials can't withstand this temperature.
Looking at Huang Dongdong's expression of sadness and anger, but also some fear, Yi Ran naturally knew what he was thinking. Yi Ran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said to Huang Dongdong, "Dongdong, do you still remember how those seniors of your Huixing sect who created the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body succeeded?" Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's question. He started to clasp his fingers like a treasure. There are a total of 5 successful seniors, 3 of whom were created naturally, and the remaining 2, one broke through while fighting a fire-type beast, and the last one broke through while fighting against a fire-type supernatural being. Yi Ran nodded. 3 of the 5 seniors were born naturally because of their extraordinary talents. Let's leave it aside for now. Think about the other 2 carefully. What do they have in common? Huang Dongdong followed Yi Ran's topic in thought. Fight? Push the limits? Yi Ran shook his head. You're right, but not entirely right. The other 2 did break through themselves in the battle and became golden bodies, but if you think about it carefully, who are their opponents? Huang Dongdong thought, a fire-based beast, a fire-based superpower. Huang Dongdong suddenly realized, they both achieved breakthroughs by fighting against strong fire-based people. The focus is on fire. Tai. Yi Ran nodded. Good understanding. He patted Huang Dongdong's head and continued, the key to building a golden body is not to fight, but to break through the limits of life in the blazing heat. Dongdong, in terms of the limit of your talent, it is difficult to compare with those 3 naturally formed seniors, so you have to take another path. Like the other 2 seniors, you can refine your skills under the scorching flames, transform your own impurities and create a golden body between life and death. After hearing what Yi Ran said, Huang Dongdong, who was still a little panicked before, also calmed down. What Yi Ran said opened his mind. He now understood why Yi Ran was so persistent that he wanted to jump into the furnace by himself. Although there is some truth in saying this, but Huang Dongdong felt the heat rushing towards his face. I couldn't help but ask, but teacher, is the temperature of this furnace too high? If I jump in, I might be dead before I can feel the difference between life and death. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and shook his head. Dongdong, you underestimate the firefighting skills of your fire sect. Yi Ran stood up and looked at the bright red flames that were constantly surging in the furnace. Asked softly, tell me, what is the last move of your firefighting technique called? Hearing Yi Ran's question, Huang Dongdong blurted out, the will of fire. You're right. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, this will of fire has another name among the earliest fire-based combat skills. It's called endless life. C72. If you didn't pass down much, don't blame me for making it up. Life goes on forever. Huang Dongdong recited what Yi Ran said. His big eyes were full of confusion. He looked up at Yi Ran. Teacher, are you sure? My master doesn't seem to know that the last move is called endless life, huh? I don't know. Yi Ran smiled awkwardly. It seems that the information provided by the system is too detailed, and it actually exceeds the inside information held by the Huixing sect itself. Yi Ran couldn't help but shook his head. This is the disadvantage of a single lineage. What people accept and recognize is ultimately biased and focused. There is something missing from the generational inheritance. The next generation's inheritance lacks something. Once you meet a few more bad-tempered heirs who only like to fight and don't like to study, that would be a disaster for the inheritance of the Fire Element sect. It is estimated that many secrets of the Fire Element sect have been lost in the long river of history from generation to generation. What else did your master teach you about the Fire sect? Yi Ran asked. Huang Dongdong touched his forehead in thought for a while, then said to Yi Ran, except for master being very familiar with firefighting techniques, other fire history and other things seem to be vague. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong frowned. Master always tells me that children don't need to know these things. He will tell me when I grow up. After hearing this, Yi Ran probably understood a lot about the current situation of the fire sect. It is said that the disciples of the Fire Element sect all have hot tempers and are as vulgar as warriors. Now it seems that the reputation is well deserved. It seems that the Huixing sect has been able to pass down the techniques completely and has not completely disappeared, which can be considered a blessing from God. Thinking of this, Yi Ran felt relieved. Since you didn't pass down much, don't blame me for making it up. Cough, cough. Yi Ran coughed twice and said to Huang Dongdong, the reason why your master told you this may really be true. I can only tell you that the reason why I know this is because I saw your fire in an ancient book called Naruto. The Relevant History of Shingzone. The predecessor of your fire sect was also very prosperous for a while. There were tens of millions of followers at that time, and they even formed an extremely powerful tribe in ancient times. The name is Konoha. The leader of your fire sect is also called Hokage in this country. Each generation of Hokage takes the protection of Konoha as their own duty, relies on firefighting skills to conquer all directions, and devotes his life to the people of the tribe. The ultimate secret skill of each generation of Hokage is also called the Will of Fire.
In this way, the unique skills of each generation of Hokage are accumulated bit by bit, and slowly the last move of the fire movement's record is the Will of Fire. And throughout the Konoha tribe, there is a widely circulated saying about the Will of Fire. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, "Wherever the leaves dance, the fire grows." After hearing what Yiran said, Huang Dongdong was stunned. He did not expect that his fire sect had such a history in ancient times. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. Huang Dongdong was stunned for a moment and murmured to himself. Yiran's voice came again, "Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire will surely burn, and the blazing fire will illuminate the entire tribe. After the fire is extinguished, the leaves will sprout again." As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's brain exploded. Yes, the leaves will be burned by the flames. The ashes after burning will become nutrients for the leaves to sprout again next time. The vitality is exhausted in the flames, and will be reborn in the flames. Could it be said that endless life is really the secret of the Will of Fire? At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed to feel a bright light in front of him. And he seemed to have caught this light. "Dongdong, wildfires never burn out, but the spring breeze blows again." Yiran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said seriously, "Although I don't know why, your fire sect didn't pass down the secrets of those two seniors, but I can tell you clearly that the most critical thing to break through the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body lies in your firefighting skills, the last resort." Huang Dongdong retracted his thoughts and looked at Yiran with bright eyes. "Teacher, tell me what to do, and I will listen to you." Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong's serious and enthusiastic expression, that eager attitude. I guess if Huang Dongdong is asked to jump now, he will do it. Sure enough, a boy of this age has no resistance to hot-blooded comics. Yiran didn't talk nonsense and said to Huang Dongdong, "Now use your Will of Fire and let me see." After hearing this, Huang Dongdong's eyes froze and his whole body was on fire. Bass. After a clear sound, the flames around Huang Dongdong were already burning brightly. The energy enveloped Huang Dongdong inside. At this time, Huang Dongdong's eyebrows turned into flames, the hair also stood up, it started to sway like a flame. This is the last form of the firefighting technique, the Will of Fire. It is a form-changing skill, able to stretch one's own affinity for flames to the extreme that one's own talent can achieve. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong's Will of Fire and nodded with satisfaction. With such a high flame affinity, his talent is really good. Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran with a wry smile on his lips. "But teacher, in this form, master, and I have also tried, but in the end we failed." Yiran nodded. "Of course it was all in vain. The attempts you mentioned must have been only superficial attempts. None of them have truly faced the test of life and death. Am I right?" Listening to what Yiran said, Huang Dongdong nodded. "Indeed, every time I try to output bit by bit under the special protection of Huowen. I would never consider the risk to my life." Yiran shook his head and said to Huang Dongdong, "Multiple attempts not only bring about multiple failures, but also make you completely fearful of flames. Coupled with your previously unruly character, it's difficult to temper your heart. How can a person who can't bear the fire in his heart and is afraid of flames create a golden body of Samadhi True Fire?" After hearing these words, Huang Dongdong lowered his head unconsciously. Teacher Yi analyzed that there was no problem at all. In a situation like his, if you can still create a golden body of Samadhi True Fire, that would be called unreasonable. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong recalled Yiran's previous experiences with him. With a smart mind, he gradually understood Yiran's previous behavior. "So, teacher, your previous deliberate suppression and lectures were just to get rid of my arrogant temperament?" Yiran nodded and pointed at the hot furnace. "Dongdong, now that your inner demon has been eliminated, as long as you dare to face life and death, put yourself into the situation, and go to the gate of hell for a real experience. The golden body of Samadhi True Fire will surely reappear in the world today." See 73 Endless Excitement. Yiran's words, Huang Dongdong's words, were filled with passion. After all, the fire sect has not seen a practitioner of Samadhi True Fire Golden Body for nearly 100 years. To be honest, the sect has lost its former glory. And today, Huang Dongdong is about to save the building from falling. It is our duty to rebuild the glory of the fire element. Huang Dongdong's middle-class soul is burning brightly. "Teacher, I'm going then," Huang Dongdong said and strode towards the entrance of the furnace. There was determination in his eyes. "If you don't die, you will become benevolent." Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yiran with a passionate expression. "Wherever the wooden leaves are flying, fire is endless, and the Will of Fire will be passed down by me." After saying that, Huang Dongdong jumped into the high-temperature furnace without hesitation, and his whole body was instantly swallowed up by the fire dragon. After Huang Dongdong jumped in, Yiran and Lan Moyan quickly arrived at the mouth of the furnace. Looking down, after all, Lan Moyan is a Tugwa-level transcendent.
His eyes shone slightly with sharpness like sharp blades. It seems to be able to split the layers of flames. At a glance, he saw Huang Dongdong's figure in the hot furnace fire. At this time, Huang Dongdong was not completely vaporized by the furnace as expected. The fiery red light around him tightly protected Huang Dongdong's body. All the lava that wants to invade Huang Dongdong is under the fiery red flames. It was transformed into pure fire element and poured into Huang Dongdong's body. Just like this, Huang Dongdong, in the blending of the two flames, go with the flow. Lan Moyan was also slightly surprised when she saw this. Unexpectedly, the fire will of the fire sect could really allow Huang Dongdong to survive in this ultra-high temperature furnace. Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran aside. The secret of the fire sect that Yi Ran told Huang Dongdong before, he has never heard of it, and he can't tell the difference between true and false. But Huang Dongdong's current state, this completely proves what Yi Ran said before. Lan Moyan's expression was a little complicated. These secrets have not been passed down even by the fire element sect. Why does this kid Yi Ran know everything? Teacher Yi, where did you find the ancient book on Naruto you mentioned? I also want to browse, Lan Moyan asked. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Lan Moyan. You were talking about that ancient book. I accidentally found that book in the principal's collection. It is indeed not very easy to borrow. Yi Ran thought for a while and made up a reason. It would be best to blame this matter on the principal. After all, as a student, you are too embarrassed to go to the principal to borrow books. Is it in vain? Lan Moyan nodded slightly when he heard Yi Ran's words. Based on Bai Su's age and experience, it is indeed reasonable and reasonable. I didn't expect this old guy to hide so many treasures. If you have a chance in the future, you must borrow it from Bai Su and take a look. Time passed minute by minute. The will of fire that Huang Dongdong maintained reached a wonderful balance with the hot molten flames. Huang Dongdong's body has gradually lost its original color. The whole body is golden red. It was as if the Buddha was plated with gold. But just when everything was going well, changes occur suddenly. Huang Dongdong is in the melting pot. His brows began to frown, and he made an extremely painful expression on his face. As Huang Dongdong's expression changed, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong also began to sway back and forth unsteadily. The wonderful balance was broken instantly. In the melting pot, the fiery energy is like a raging dragon, tossing back and forth. Even the whole furnace began to shake. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran. How is this going? Lan Moyan at this time, one hand has begun to gather energy slightly. Once Yi Ran says something is wrong, he was planning to come to the rescue. Yi Ran, who was paying full attention to Huang Dongdong, did not see Lan Moyan's movements. He looked at Huang Dongdong attentively and said, "It's time to temper the inner fire." Now Huang Dongdong is in the most critical step of tempering the Samadhi true fire golden body. Once he steps through, he will have unlimited future. If he fails to step through, he will be shattered into pieces and burned to ashes. Lan Moyan looked down and frowned slightly, but it seems that Huang Dongdong can't hold it anymore. At this time, Huang Dongdong's whole body began to tremble painfully. The golden red energy around him was as thin as a piece of tissue paper, as if in a furnace. Any next surge, there is a chance to pierce Huang Dongdong's film. Huang Dongdong at this time, the whole person is like a lonely boat floating in the turbulent sea. Any storm could knock him into the sea, and he would never recover. Why do you think that in the thousands of years of Huosheng sect's history, only 5 people have successfully tempered the Samadhi true fire golden body? Yi Ran was still looking at Huang Dongdong in the furnace attentively, and responded to Lan Moyan's words. Question: the world can only see the glorious postures of the 5 successful people, but they can't see the thousands of failed people behind them. Any road to the top is not that easy. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, but also lost in danger. 1 out of 10 times we seek it, and 9 out of 10 times we lose it. What Huang Dongdong has experienced is just a repeat of the history of his fire sect and the geniuses of past generations for thousands of years. Seeing Yi Ran's calm posture, Lan Moyan also gently relaxed her fingers. All this seems to be within Yi Ran's expectation. Yi Ran looked at the painful Huang Dongdong in the furnace. At this time, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong had begun to appear broken in some places. His golden body, which was already in bad shape, began to burn and turn black under the erosion of the hot flames. Yi Ran looked at the painful Huang Dongdong. His eyes became calmer and calmer. He looked up at his watch, then looked at the sky, muttering to himself, "Keep on holding on, we're almost there." Time is passing by in this silence. Minute by minute, Huang Dongdong's 2 arms have become completely burnt black. At this time, Huang Dongdong no longer even struggled. The vital signs have almost dropped to the point of being unobservable. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yi Ran looked at his watch, and when he counted to 1, Yi Ran suddenly took out a fire crystal core from his pocket. Lan Moyen could tell at a glance that this was an extraordinary fire crystal core. Very valuable. As a result, Yi Ran didn't even look at it. Throw the fire crystal core directly into the furnace. The crystal nuclei are stimulated by the high temperatures of these furnaces, directly detonating the huge fire energy in his crystal core. The molten flames in the furnace were like a shot in the arm. The red ones have started to turn a little purple, in an instant. The golden red energy around Huang Dongdong that was still struggling to support was shattered by the violent fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong faced the blazing heat with his body. Crazy. Lan Moyen, who was still waiting for Yi Ran's move, shook her head after seeing this scene. He couldn't wait any longer. Lan Moyen flexed his fingers slightly. His sword intention began to gather, and he planned to go directly to save people. But Yi Ran's voice sounded in his ears at this moment. Wildfire, in spring. Huang Dongdong, give me a life. When Yi Ran shouted angrily, the sun is directly overhead. The dazzling sunlight penetrated the furnace along the sky. The blazing flames, the scorching sun, and the violent fire elements complement each other. The intensity of the flames in the furnace reached its peak at this moment. The extreme heat destroys all life, and on Huang Dongdong's withered body, but there was endless agitation. C-74 Huang Dongdong is walking his own path. The extreme flames destroyed all Huang Dongdong's vitality. Huang Dongdong's body was charred black, and not a single intact skin could be seen on his body. But the strange thing is, such high temperature did not completely vaporize Huang Dongdong. Not only that, Huang Dongdong, who had lost all consciousness and vitality, was lying flat on his back and was actually dragged out by the flames. The whole person is suspended above the mouth of the furnace. This is. Lan Moyen had already dissipated the energy in her hands. He looked at Huang Dongdong, who was lifted up by the flames, feeling a little stunned. Even though he is a nation-killing extraordinary person, but he has never seen this situation before. Plop, plop, plop. In the silent space, the sound of the heartbeat clearly reached the ears of Lan Moyen and Yi Ran. At this moment, Lan Moyen's pupils shrank slightly, looking at the charred body in disbelief. Heartbeat. No, it's life. Buzz on Huang Dongdong's charred body. Wave after wave of invisible ripples swayed, the vitality that rushes towards you, clear and distinct. Click. With a shattering sound, traces of cracks began to appear on Huang Dongdong's charred body. Bata, bata. The charred shell began to fall off. Inside the blackened shell, Huang Dongdong's skin was exposed, white, smooth and delicate, rich in elasticity visible to the naked eye, like a newborn. After a while, the charred black shell on Huang Dongdong's body completely fell off. Huang Dongdong is intact as ever, appeared in front of the two of them again. Huang Dongdong is alive? Miracle. This scene made Lan Moyen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After all, he had already concluded that Huang Dongdong was devoured by this violent fire element. But he didn't expect Yi Ran to perform a miracle in front of him. The next second, Huang Dongdong slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist in disbelief. He looked at Yi Ran again. Teacher, I'm still alive? Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, who had gained a new life, and nodded. You are not only alive, you are alive and well. Put on your clothes first. Only then did Huang Dongdong realize that he didn't have any clothes on him. Embarrassed, he instantly raised a flame, covering his body. Then at lightning speed, I found a piece of clothing used for forging next to the forging room and put it on. There was no way. My previous clothes had been burned in the furnace. Not even the dregs were left. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. How do you feel? Huang Dongdong felt his body slightly and grinned. It's great. I've never felt better than right now. Yi Ran nodded and said to Huang Dongdong, try now, use your will of fire again. Okay, teacher. After Huang Dongdong responded, he began to hold his breath and concentrate. Oops, sound. The golden red energy around Huang Dongdong appeared again, but this time, not only were golden red flames appearing all around, Huang Dongdong's body actually began to glow with a golden red light. Teacher, this is. At this time, Huang Dongdong looked at the changes in his body and felt the surging energy. He looked a little excited. He guessed that he might have succeeded in creating it, but he didn't dare to completely believe in himself. At this time, Yi Ran did not answer Huang Dongdong directly. He just turned around and pointed at the huge furnace. Try jumping down again this time. Huang Dongdong nodded vigorously with excitement. It instantly turned into a meteor and rushed into the furnace. This time Huang Dongdong didn't feel any heat or burning after entering. He swam in the flames. Even Huang Dongdong could feel those fierce flames pestering him like puppies. Chasing Huang Dongdong, rubbing Huang Dongdong affectionately, Huang Dongdong's thoughts moved. The huge flames were like surging waves, directly lifting themselves up. And I stood on the top of the waves composed of flames, like the emperor of this red ocean. Seeing Huang Dongdong's performance, Lan Moyen's calm eyes finally showed a look of shock. Ignoring any high-temperature erosion, use the flame energy like your arms.
This kind of flame affinity is the ultimate. And he had only seen this happen to one person. That is another one of the three pillars of the Demon City. The slaughtering of the nation is extraordinary. Flame Devourer, Flame King, Fire God, I wish you the best. Lan Moyan looked deeply at Huang Dongdong above the flame waves. Is this the so-called Samadhi True Fire Golden Body? Vladimir Golden Boy, with his affinity for flames, directly promoted to a level comparable to a nation-killing fire-type extraordinary. For a time, Lan Moyan's eyes were fixed on Yi Ran. It can be said that Huang Dongdong's current achievements were all made possible by Yi Ran. I originally thought that Yi Ran's teaching ability in class was already top-notch. But compared with such miracles, they are just like a peacock flying in the sky. This trip was not in vain. Yi Ran's level of evil is far beyond his imagination. For a moment, Lan Moyan thought of Li Wancheng sitting at the back of the classroom. No, Li Wancheng cannot know this. Lan Moyan thought for a moment, we have to find a way to send Li Wancheng to the hospital first. Huang Dongdong thought in his mind, those flames that supported themselves were very obedient and returned to the furnace again. The furnace seemed extremely calm at this time. There is no trace of the irritability that was constantly surging before. It feels like an obedient pet. Huang Dongdong came to Yi Ran's side like flying. There was unprecedented excitement in his expression. I was so excited that I couldn't even speak coherently. Teacher, I really succeeded? Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile and nodded. Congratulations, the glory of the fire sect will be built again from you. After getting Yi Ran's affirmative answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes began to turn red slightly. Teacher. Maybe it's because he has completed the great achievements of the fire sect over the past 100 years. Maybe it was because he was grateful for Yi Ran's help to him. All in all kinds of complicated emotions came to my mind. After all, the young Huang Dongdong lacked the composure of an adult. There was already moisture in the eyes. Just when Huang Dongdong was extremely excited, Yi Ran's voice came again. Don't be too excited now. Try your best to feel your strength now. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes, and his whole body began to silently perform the fire exercise. In an instant, golden-red flames swept through Huang Dongdong's body again. Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, open. As Huang Dongdong's eyes suddenly opened, golden-red energy filled his pupils. The surface of the skin also began to glow with a golden-red light. Dongdong, silently feel the movement of energy around you. Silently appreciate the element of fire around you. As Yi Ran's voice came again, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and began to seriously feel the flow of fire elements around him. It's still pitch black. In an instant, Huang Dongdong felt flames rising one after another around him. These flames are all kinds of strange and have different shapes. It seemed that he felt Huang Dongdong's importance to them. These flames flew towards Huang Dongdong very well, continuously blending into Huang Dongdong's golden red energy. Huang Dongdong only felt warm and extremely comfortable around him. From Lan Moyan's perspective, he could keenly feel that all the fire elements around him began to condense towards Huang Dongdong. Some strange rhythmic changes have occurred in the entire space. This is a change in the rules of the deepest realm. As a nation-killing transcendent, he can naturally clearly feel what Huang Dongdong is doing at this moment. The kid in front of me is actually forming his own domain rules. In other words, Huang Dongdong is walking his own path. C75 The path of the upper third grade, the direct disciple Huang Dongdong. Lan Moyan was a little surprised. Huang Dongdong before had only barely reached the state of golden perfection. There is still a long way to go before we can walk out of our own way. In Lan Moyan's view, without 3 or 4 years of accumulation, Huang Dongdong would never have been able to embark on the road to enlightenment. But I never expected that. Just today, in less than half a day, Huang Dongdong, under Yi Ran's guidance, not only did he create a golden body, he even skipped the 3 to 4 years that other geniuses would have to go in one step. Moreover, the intensity of this law that Huang Dongdong has condensed, the grade doesn't seem to be very low. Lan Moyan's eyes sparkled, as if she wanted to see through Huang Dongdong at a glance. The leap from gold to platinum, the most important thing is to gain enlightenment. And enlightenment is also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. Everyone generally divides the levels of enlightenment into grades 1 to 9. Among them, the first rank is the most respected, and the 9th rank is the least. Ranks 6 to 9 are the small way, grades 4 to 5 are the middle way, and grades 3 to 1 are the great way. The level of enlightenment also determines whether the person's road ahead will be easy and whether the person's combat effectiveness will be strong. For example, some people have realized the secrets of 8th and 9th grades. Then the limit of his life is the diamond level. Just like the Korean group, relying on his own special power, the White Jade Lion, the way of Jade transformation evolved from the innate magical power. For the 8th and 9th grade paths, among the paths taken by the strong platinum men, it is the path that is relatively easy to understand. Although it is strange and difficult to deal with, it is not enough to trigger the laws of heaven and earth. Potential for future growth is limited. And those who have realized the third level of the Great Way, most of them are based on the most basic laws of nature. To form a certain degree of resonance between oneself and the whole world, it leads to changes in the heaven and earth, causing strange phenomena in the heaven and earth. The difficulty of this can be imagined, but the potential is also unlimited. Whether it is the progress of practice or personal strength, it is far beyond the reach of a platinum expert who has understood the lower third grade path. Lan Moyan carefully observed the flame elements condensed around Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong at this time, it is based on the law of fire element and condenses its own avenue. Although there is currently only the rudiment of Tao, it has not yet fully formed, and it has not caused any strange phenomena in heaven and earth. So it's hard for him to make a judgment. Just look at the quality and strength of this prototype. It's definitely not as simple as lowering the third grade. It should be at least the level of the middle third grade. If you are lucky, you may reach the third level. Just when Lan Moyan was still thinking about the changes in Huang Dongdong, the golden red flames around Huang Dongdong began to dissipate. Huang Dongdong touched his head in embarrassment and looked up at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, I'm sorry. I seem to have caught something, but I didn't catch it completely and let it slip away. Yi Ran nodded and said calmly, what's there to be sorry for? It's normal. If you could take the road to the third level so easily, all the heroes in the world would die. After hearing this, Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran again. It is obvious that Huang Dongdong did not cause any strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Why was Yi Ran so sure that Huang Dongdong understood the path to the third level? Even I can't see this for the time being. Up to the third level? Huang Dongdong repeated Yi Ran's words in shock. He is not some ignorant village man from the countryside. As the only successor of the sect, he naturally knew these things about Bai Jin's enlightenment in advance. At that time, Huowen also took him to visit powerful people to help him predict what level of Tao he could realize based on his level. After seeing Huang Dongdong's qualifications, most of them the conclusion is that it is most likely that the enlightenment is at the 5th to 4th level. The future potential may be stronger than Hoving, but it's not much better. But now Yi Ran told him, the Tao that I have realized is at least the 3rd level Tao. This made Huang Dongdong a little stunned and excited for a while. This is the 3rd grade. I never dared to think of reaching the 3rd level before. I had just created the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, and now I told myself that I was about to embark on the path to the 3rd level. The successive shocks of happiness made him feel a little unreal. But teacher, I obviously didn't cause any strange phenomenon in the world, Huang Dongdong said uncertainly. Yi Ran waved his hand and looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. Be confident. If I say there is, then there must be. It is a truly small probability event that a person with Samadhi True Fire Golden Body can walk through the 4th and 5th levels of the Tao. Then Yi Ran continued, I just observed that you have basically formed the rudiment of Tao, but it will still take some time before you can truly walk out of your own Tao. Starting from today, you need to concentrate on retreat and practice, and seriously feel every element related to fire in the space. Keep going like this, and in less than half a month, you will achieve platinum status and walk your own path. Listening to Yi Ran's teaching to Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little confused. Why is this kid so confident? He has never seen any teacher dare to tell another person with such certainty how many days it will take to successfully achieve enlightenment. Tao, this kind of thing, mysterious and mysterious, some people may spend their entire lives unable to follow their own path. Even if it's just a last resort, some people will be stuck here for 2 to 3 years or even 10 years. There are countless young heroes who are stuck here. That's why, the reason why platinum is a watershed on the path of spiritual practice. If before, some people told themselves that they could accurately predict how many days it would take for others to realize the Tao, Lan Moyan would definitely sneer at it. But after experiencing Yi Ran's miraculous operation on Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little shaken. Even when Yi Ran said such words, in his heart, he could not help but believe Yi Ran's words. This is true for Lan Moyan, not to mention Huang Dongdong. At this time, Huang Dongdong had already regarded what Yi Ran said as a guideline. Teacher Yi said it was half a month, so it must be half a month. If you are absent from work for more than 1 day, it is God's fault and it is definitely not Teacher Yi's problem. When I think that I am about to realize the way to the 3rd level, Huang Dongdong became excited. At this moment, he was extremely lucky that when he saw an injustice in the cafeteria, he drew his sword to help. If it hadn't been for that time, how could his fate have intersected with Yi Ran's? If I hadn't met Teacher Yi, how can I complete the great deeds that the fire sect has not accomplished in hundreds of years? If I hadn't met Teacher Yi, how could I find a way to reach the 3rd level in just a few days?
It can be said that my future has been completely rewritten by Teacher Yi. It is precisely because of Teacher Ye's support that I have grown from an ordinary genius who lives in a corner to evolve into a monster who is qualified to ascend to the top stage of the world. Teacher Yi did not break his promise. Now I really have the potential to be on par with class superpowers. Thinking of this, the tears in Huang Dongdong's eyes began to roll again. Yi Ran helplessly wiped the tears on Huang Dongdong's face. Didn't I say it before? Children of the world should bleed in sweat, but not shed tears. It's okay if Yi Ran doesn't comfort him. This comfort, Huang Dongdong could not control his inner emotions at all. The tears that were holding on fell down directly. Teacher Yi, from today on, you are my second master. Your Majesty, my disciple, please bow to me. Huang Dongdong took a step back as he spoke. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Yi Ran. At this time, the system's cool and pleasant sound sounded. It started to ring in Yi Ran's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and tutoring a student. The rewards for this tutoring are being distributed. Ding, it is detected that the teaching subject has high respect for the host. Should he be bound as a direct disciple? See 76 The Curse of a Python and a Bird. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong kneeling on the ground. I looked at the system again. Personal disciple? This is not good. After all, I just wanted Huang Dongdong to be an exchange student in the sect. Provide insurance for your class's final assessment. It's good now, I haven't had time to get insurance yet. Everyone is now running away from the Fire Element sect. This is so embarrassing. How embarrassing it would be if we really met the leader of the Fire Element sect in the future. Too uncouth. Yi Ran silently clicked yes on the system with tears in her eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a direct disciple. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving this system reward, 5-clawed Golden Dragon Emperor Soul *1. Before Yi Ran could check the rewards from the system, the training bonus from being bound to Huang Dongdong has been received. Yi Ran only felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. The whole popularity machine is buzzing, the breath begins to rise, the power of the ink dragon appeared and disappeared, and began to circle around the body. Lan Moyan is extremely sensitive to qi. He noticed the changes in Yi Ran at a glance. What's going on with this kid? I just got a disciple, why did my strength start to soar? Yi Ran's eyes were slightly closed at this time. Carefully feel the changes in your body. At this time, the power of the ink dragon, under his inner vision, he had materialized into a real black ink dragon. This ink dragon is huge, with majestic eyes. The breath he exhaled between breaths rolled up a cloud of mist. In inside consciousness, Yi Ran gently stretched out his hand. Molong also slowly lowered his head at this time. Touch Yi Ran's palm with the huge dragon head. The moment my palm touched the dragon's head, Yi Ran and Mo Long began to feel like they were in harmony. Yi Ran turned over and stood on the dragon's head. Roar! As the loud roar of the dragon sounded, Mo Long understood and carried Yi Ran directly towards the sky. Between the rolling clouds and mist, Yi Ran and his own Molong power were completely integrated. Yi Ran's energy is also in this wonderful spiritual journey. Crazy surge. When the breath surges to its peak, Molong suddenly stopped. It's like being pulled by something. Yi Ran felt frustrated during the inner meditation. Looking back, the huge ink dragon showed its full appearance, and at the bottom of this ink dragon, there were actually 2 claws firmly attached to Mo Long's lower body. The hooks and claws are filled with coldness, pulling hard at the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. Those 2 hooks, and extremely cold, like huge snake head bites Molong's body, and the other one is extremely sharp, like a huge phoenix claw, clasping the other side of the ink dragon. The moment Molong wants to take off, the claws will tighten even more. Roar! Molong roared in pain. I tried desperately to break free, but my flesh and blood was pulled out. Yi Ran looked at all this, his eyes darkened slightly. This is the curse of their Yi family, a curse placed on the Yi family from the other 2 aristocratic families. Every member of the Yi family is carrying a curse on their shoulders on the road to spiritual practice. Destroying one's spiritual practice is like killing one's parents. Based on this alone, the conflict between the Yi family and the other 2 major families can be said to be a fight to the death. For a moment he recalled his memory again, the head of the Yi family, his father in this world, what he said when he was working at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City. Sometimes spending your life in an ordinary way is a rare happiness. This sentence seemed to comfort Yi Ran, who had already solidified his silver. But at this moment, he had a new understanding of this sentence. Maybe at first, my cheap father may really want to keep himself out of the turmoil of this 3-party struggle. Live your life in peace. That's why I sent myself to Gaowu Academy in this magical city to be an ordinary teacher. He also often warned himself not to use the name of the Yi family to cause trouble. All this may be done for protection rather than disgust. However, he still chose to take a path that was against his wishes. Yi Ran looked at the two extremely vicious hook chains on his Molong indifferently. If it is an ordinary member of the Yi family, I might drag on these two curses, go forward with a heavy load. Although progress is difficult, it is still possible after all. But, at this moment, Yi Ran is unwilling. Yi Ran's eyes flashed fiercely, the energy all over my body began to surge, innate Tao body, open. As Yi Ran's thoughts moved, the ink dragon in Vipassana looked up to the sky and roared, and the entire ink dragon began to emit an ink-colored light. The scales on his body became shiny, the two hook chains formed by the curse were washed away by the innate Tao body. There are beginning to be signs of breaking free, buzz. It seems that he sensed that the chains were about to be broken off. Instantly, the lines on the chain glowed with light, a python and a sparrow appeared directly. They all have cold eyes, staring at Molong who wanted to take off. Chirp. As a sharp phoenix cry sounded, the transformed vermilion bird and tan snake attacked directly towards Molong. I want to pull this soaring ink dragon into the abyss again. Yi Ran saw this, he snorted coldly. The ink dragon also flew with Yi Ran's thoughts. In a limited space, it was extremely easy to dodge attacks from both sides. Hook and Claw are among the three parties fighting, getting looser and looser. It seems as if it will fall at any time. Buzz as if he felt that the hook was about to loosen. The two cursed and transformed chains seemed to have spirituality. Disappeared directly, all the energy on the cursed chain was directly integrated into the bird and the python. Chirp. The phoenix chirps, the figures of the transformed Suzaku and Tang snake increased several times. One is full of flames, the other is as gloomy as the sea, the light that shines in the eyes. It seemed that he would not give up until he completely devoured Yi Ran, the ink dragon. Whoosh sound, the huge red bird is burning with endless flames like a shooting star, dragging a long tail flame, stabbed towards Molong's head, and Yi Ran just controlled Molong to avoid it. But suddenly I felt my body stagnant. Looking down, I don't know when I found out, the vicious snake had already tightly wrapped around Molong's lower body. One control, one headshot, an absolute surefire situation. Once the trip is made, these two curses will completely swallow up Yi Ran's entire cultivation. Yi Ran will also be completely reduced to a useless person. In more severe cases, the world of consciousness will directly collapse and turn into dementia. Yi Ran looked at Suzaku running towards him, shaking his head slightly. No wonder ordinary Yi family members would choose to carry forward the burden instead of completely breaking the curse. The risk is really high. But if it only goes to this extent, it's not enough to see. Yi Ran looked at the approaching Suzaku, calm and calm. The rhythm of the innate Taoist body has spread to the extreme. The body surface of the snake beneath the ink dragon made a melting sound of shishi. The snake roared in pain, but still wrapped around Molong and wouldn't let go. Beast, Yi Ran whispered. He tapped his fingers lightly and planned to continue to increase the intensity. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in front of Yi Ran. In the light and shadow, a majestic golden dragon hovers. This is the soul of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Yi Ran was a little surprised. The reward from the system just flew out on its own. Before Yi Ran could react, the golden dragon's soul sank directly into Molong's body. In Molong's eyes, a golden light began to glow. Behind Molong, a golden shadow several times the size of the ink dragon flickers in and out. Above the shadow, a pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. For the sake of me writing one more C, I hope you can send more small gifts and give more ratings. Thank you all, thank you. Also, don't say I'm short. C77 The Strangulation Curse. The evolution of the black dragon as the dragon's eyes unfold. The shadow gradually solidified. A golden dragon appeared in Yi Ran's inner vision. The golden dragon stretches across the sky with its huge body. Its length stretches for miles, as if it can cover the entire sky. The scales are shining with golden light, each one exuding a dazzling light. The most crucial point is, compared with the Molong, this golden dragon is there is an extra claw. The true emperor among the dragon clan, five-clawed golden dragon emperor. The huge head of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor was slightly raised, roared out a loud dragon roar. Its voice is so vast, far superior to the previous Molong. The majestic momentum, accompanied by thunder and lightning, shook the heaven and earth. It has an aura that makes all things surrender. Chirp! The cursed Suzaku seemed to feel threatened. The surrounding flames followed a phoenix cry, burning to the extreme. The offensive momentum intensified a bit more. The flames all over the sky converge on the phoenix's beak, stabbed straight into the trapped ink dragon head. It seems that it sensed the attack of Suzaku. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor behind Molong lowered his head and looked at the flames that were shooting towards him. Vaguely, a trace of disdain flashed in his huge eyes. Roar! Faced with Suzaku's attack, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor didn't even make any unnecessary physical movements. He just raised his dragon claw at the moment Suzaku attacked. The movements of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor seem slow, but there is an illusion that it is inevitable. In an instant, the golden claws directly collided with the roaring flames. Ding! 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 The red bird's transformed flame uses its own phoenix beak, crazy impact on the golden giant claw. The collision between the two actually made a sonorous sound like the collision of gold and stone. But no matter how roused Suzaku charges and attacks, even this giant golden claw can't be penetrated at all. The sky is full of flames. In front of the giant golden claws, I couldn't make any further progress. As the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's dragon claws exerted force, chirp! A shrill phoenix cry sounded. The previously arrogant Suzaku was caught by the five-clawed golden dragon emperor like a chicken at this moment. Without the source of energy, the flames that filled the sky instantly dissipated into nothingness. Roar! Following the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's low roar, the golden light on the dragon's claws flashes. The Suzaku nestled in his hand didn't have time to make another move. It was directly crushed into little energy fragments by that huge force. Dissipated between heaven and earth. Curse Suzaku, fall. With the death of Suzaku, the hook chain hooking one side of Emolon's body also completely disappeared. Subsequently, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor once again looked at the tan snake wrapped around the body of the ink dragon. Tisk, tsk, tisk, the tan snake wrapped around the body of the ink dragon, accompanied by the sinister blue light, staring at the huge golden dragon head. There seemed to be fear in his eyes. Before Tan Snake could make any move, the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, with lightning speed, he directly grabbed the snake 7 inches. The huge force directly tore the soaring snake from Emolong's body. TSK! 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 Soaring snake spit out the letter, and its body kept rolling, as if it wanted to break free from the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. As the snake's body continues to surge, the huge body turned the world upside down. Roar! Also accompanied by the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's life of vulgarity, a golden light glowed on the dragon's claws. The strong force directly pinched 7 inches of the snake's body. In an instant, the snake's head drooped, and its entire body became paralyzed and straight. Standing in the sky, slowly, the snake became like the Suzaku before. It turned into bits and pieces of energy fragments and dissipated in the heaven and earth. Curse the snake, fall. With the death of Tang Snake, the hook chain hooking the other side of Emolong's body also completely disappeared. The 1,000-year curse imposed on the Yi family's bloodline by the two great families, in Yi Ran's body, shattered to pieces by the claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul. Roar! It seems that he feels that the restraints on his body have completely disappeared. Molong let out an excited roar. The dragon head looks up. It seems to be charging towards the horizon again. When Molong is about to soar into the sky, the huge body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor directly blocked Molong's path. The five-clawed golden dragon king looked down at Yi Ran's ink dragon. The huge dragon eyes twinkled. For a time, Yi Ran had the illusion of seeing emotions in the dragon eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. It seems like confusion, and he seemed puzzled. Finally, there was a trace of relief. Such a look made Yi Ran feel as if he was looking at a junior he hadn't seen for a long time. Roar! With the low roar of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, the body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor began to slowly dissipate, turned into golden spots all over the sky. These golden light spots seemed to be conscious, floating around Emolong. Slowly golden light spots merged into every scale of Molong. With the baptism of these golden light spots, Yi Ran's ink dragon let out a comfortable dragon roar. After the golden light spots merged into the body, which was as dark as ink, it slowly began to glow with golden light. The most amazing thing is, it turns out that the four-clawed ink dragon, at this moment, the fifth dragon claw began to slowly grow. In looking inside, Yi Ran closed his eyes silently, feeling the changes in his own energy. He could clearly feel that without the constraints of those two curses, my road to platinum is now clear. Not only that, he can feel his Molong Shen Gong, even his own bloodline. After undergoing the baptism of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor's soul, there has been a qualitative change. The energy that was originally dark green has turned into gold at this moment, and compared with before, the energy level is at several levels higher. The power in the meridians, if it was a small river flowing before, now it is as turbulent as the sea. The surging power made Yi Ran unable to hold back and wanted to look up to the sky and scream. It seems that he sensed Yi Ran's excitement. The Molong also started to look up to the sky and let out a dragon roar as he rushed towards the sky. This time the speed is much faster than before. It seems that I will break through this inner world in the next second. Soaring between heaven and earth. All these changes lie in Yi Ran's inner world. It seems like a lot has happened, but in fact, to the outside world, it only happened in a moment. At this moment, looking at Yi Ran's soaring aura, Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock and confusion. Just as he was about to get up and show some concern for his newly recognized master, but Lan Moyan stretched out her hand to block it. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Huang Dongdong just wanted to avoid Lan Moyan's arm, but he was frightened by a sharp sword intent and trembled. Even the soul is trembling, don't come forward. Lan Moyan's words were concise, but with an aura that could not be rejected. At this time, he's staring at Yi Ran, his eyes flickered. C78 The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, the Dragon King descends, and the dragons bow their heads. Under the gazes of Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong, Yi Ran's whole body was filled with qi, suspended in the air extremely slowly. Molong Xiangong transformed into another form, flying around Yi Ran's body. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Molong Xiangong? It's a little different, weird. As an extraordinary person of the massacre level, he could feel the energy of this ink dragon growing at an alarming rate. Not only that, there are also different changes in momentum. The previous Molong gave people the feeling of a hidden dragon hidden in the abyss. Now this Molong has great momentum. Looking at the 8 wastelands, it even made Lan Moyan feel like he didn't look like Molong at all. As time goes by, the hovering ink dragon began to glow with golden light. Roar. With a dragon roar, the whole Molong seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. Transformation starts from scratch. The dragon's head, which was originally as black as jade, now has golden whiskers. As the golden color continues to spread, from the dragon head to the dragon body, then to the dragon claws, and finally to the dragon tail, Yi Ran was surrounded by golden light. Against the backdrop of golden light, Yi Ran seemed to be an emperor from ancient times. It's so majestic that you can't look directly at it. This is... Feeling the golden energy escaping from Yi Ran's body, there was a hint of surprise in Lan Moyan's eyes. This kind of breath, ancient in vicissitudes of life, timeless and timeless. Unexpectedly, the indestructible sword that was pulling him was swaying a little. At this moment, Huang Dongdong, who also felt Yi Ran's escaping breath, the whole person has difficulty breathing. There was a tremor coming from his soul that made him want to kneel down and surrender. The aura surrounding Yi Ran's body is still soaring, until the critical point. The golden dragon raised its head and roared, directly integrated into Yi Ran's body. The golden light transformed into the emperor's crown and robe, added to Yi Ran's body, the imperial robe woven with golden light. It contains the power of heaven and earth, shines brightly, and gathers the essence of the stars. In an instant, the space around Yi Ran began to change. Roar! Dragon roars rise and fall one after another, and thunder rolls across the 9 heavens. In the void, countless dragon phantoms flickered and appeared, a vision of heaven and earth. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong, who was resisting with difficulty, said, "My jaw dropped in shock." As the world around Yi Ran changes, the aura from eternity became a little stronger. This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Huang Dongdong's hard-working support. The whole person fell into a coma. Lan Moyan glanced slightly at Huang Dongdong, who fell to the ground. After confirming that there is no life-threatening danger, he also focused all his attention on Yi Ran. The phenomenon of heaven and earth is the way to the 3rd level, Lan Moyan murmured to himself. When is it so easy to reach the 3rd level? Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran. I just don't know which level of the upper 3rd level Yi Ran can reach. But don't let others disturb you at such an important stage. Lan Moyan waved her hand gently, a buzz sound, the entire space around the forging room. It seemed as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, self-contained, completely disconnected from the outside world. Yi Ran, who was in the midst of the vision, was completely unaware of Lan Moyan's manipulations. Yi Ran, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, majestic and domineering, looking down on all living beings. As the golden imperial robe becomes more and more solid, the giant dragons that were flying in the void all revealed their true bodies one by one. Silver dragon, 9 nether poison dragon, fire dragon, earth dragon, abyss black dragon. Lan Moyan counted the figures of these giant dragons in detail. The more I look at it, the more surprised I become. The giant dragons surrounding Yi Ran, without exception, all of them are true dragons above S level, and there is no low-level hybrid dragon. These real dragons roared softly. All dragons are paying attention to Yi Ran, who is standing at the core of the space. Suddenly, Yi Ran's eyes opened, his eyes were filled with golden light. This moment, the dragon robe and crown on Yi Ran's body completely condensed into substance. A huge shadow appeared behind Yi Ran. This is the Molong that took off in Yi Ran's inner meditation before. It's not so much the shadow of the ink dragon. Looking at it now, I might as well call it a golden dragon. That shadow, all golden, the huge body stretches across the sky. Roar. A loud dragon roar sounded behind Yi Ran. A breath from eternity dominates the world, magnificent and atmospheric. The aura that covers the sky cuts across the past and present, making the avenues vibrate. All the giant dragons in the void lowered their proud heads. He knelt down, worship Yi Ran. This moment, Yi Ran stood in the center of the vision, like an emperor, except the kneeling worship of all true dragons. Lan Moyan looked at these strange phenomena of heaven and earth. I was speechless for a long time. The Dragon King comes to the world, and all the dragons bow their heads.
Such visions of heaven and earth, it does not belong to any of the previously known visions of heaven and earth. But when you stand at the top of the sword sect with yourself and step out on your own path, the vision of the heaven and earth where thousands of swords roared in unison, slashing through the eternal night, in comparison, it's not much better. That is to say, the path Yi Ran took was the second grade. It is the second grade path that can only be walked by the most powerful people in the world. Lan Moyan stared at Yi Ran, stunned. The Tao of the third level can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But there are also differences between the three grades. The gap between each of the above three grades is huge. Even far more than the other 6 grades combined, can reach the second level of Tao. At least it means that Yi Ran's extraordinary road is now smooth. It also means that Yi Ran has the potential to achieve the extraordinary level of massacre. As for the first grade, it has almost disappeared. Many powerful people even begin to believe that Ipin only exists in the most ideal state. No one can get out of reality at all. Watching a brand new second grade road being born under his nose, this made Lan Moyan, who had always been stoic, a little excited. As time goes by, the visions of heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Yi Ran walked through the air and slowly landed on the ground. He silently felt the breath on his body, powerful and majestic. It has the power of mountains and rivers that can penetrate the sun and the moon. This is completely different from my previous stage of golden perfection. There is an illusion of a different dimension. Not only that, Yi Ran could still clearly feel the roar of his own blood. Without the shackles of the curse of the python and the bird, Yi Ran's Molong Xiangong has never been running as smoothly as it is today. Strictly speaking, it can no longer be called Molong Xiangong. This golden power of the Dragon King, no matter in terms of momentum or quality, it completely crushes the previous power of the Ink Dragon. If we talk about the previous fight against the Korean group, it also requires the assistance of the system and the blessing of the innate Taoist body to catch Han Kun off guard in order to win. So now if Yi Ran meets Han Kun again, Yi Ran felt that it was almost as difficult as crushing an ant. The path of the second grade, the path of the most powerful, it really lives up to its reputation. However, is this enough? Are you really satisfied with this second grade way? Yi Ran closed his eyes silently. There seems to be some struggle. After a while, Yi Ran opened his eyes again, his eyes shining with determination and determination. C-79 Lan Moyan is exposed, a supernatural being who slaughters the country? Moment, the breath on Yi Ran's body was stirring, roar, accompanied by a dragon roar. The golden Dragon King's shadow emerged. As Yi Ran's thoughts moved, the Dragon King's shadow seemed to be reluctant to circle around Yi Ran. It went out directly and turned into a golden rain, dissipating between the sky and the earth. The whole space started to roar with thousands of dragons, the voice whimpers, like pain, like mourning. And Yi Ran's aura began to plummet. The realm also slowly fell from the top of platinum. The second grade way, the Dragon King comes to the world, and the heaven and earth vision of dragons bowing their heads, it was crushed by Yi Ran himself. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan was a little stunned. What happened? The advancement failed? Lan Moyan squinted her eyes. No, it's not that the advancement failed. It was me who took the initiative to break up this vision of heaven and earth and gave up platinum. Why? Yi Ran, what exactly does he want to do? This scene, even Lan Moyan, who had a heart as strong as a magic weapon, saw her blood pressure soar. What a waste of natural resources, what a waste of natural resources. Yi Ran at this time, silently feeling his own situation. Since I have already entered the realm of platinum, therefore, my own aura is much stronger than that of golden perfection. It's not much different from an ordinary platinum-level powerhouse. The curse on his bloodline has completely dissipated. Not only that, the nourishment of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor is still there. The power running inside the body is still the golden power of the Dragon King. The quality of the power of the Ink Dragon is much stronger than that of his previous one. Overall, the strength has been greatly improved. Yi Ran recalled the previous vision of heaven and earth where thousands of dragons worshipped. Is it a pity? It's a pity indeed. It's just that the second grade vision of heaven and earth, for myself, not enough. Yi Ran has a groove in his chest and his eyes are deep and far-sighted. Since I don't plan to make salted fish anymore, then you have to walk the path of the strongest. To do, I want to be the only one among hundreds of millions of people. The Dragon King who came into the world is not called Huang. The emperor who swept across the wilderness and used the souls of his enemies to tell the world, he is the real emperor. Just when Yi Ranshu was determined, suddenly I felt a fierce murderous aura coming from behind me. Why? Lan Moyan's cold voice came from behind Yi Ran. Yi Ran turned around and glanced at Lan Moyan. The whole person was completely stunned. At this moment, Lan Moyan's blind box has been opened by the system. Lan Moyan male, 20 years old, nation killing extraordinary person, inherited sect, sword god sect, current skill, 9 Heaven Star Sword Technique Advantages: Perfect Sword Heart, Natural Sword Embryo, Top Kendo Understanding, Top Destructive Power, Top Speed, Top Strength, Absolute Intuition. Disadvantages: Insufficient level, unable to view, advice, don't mess with it. Yiran rubbed his eyes. 2. Tuagwa level extraordinary? Then Yiran repeatedly turned the system on again, and off again. After countless times, I finally had to face this fact. Yiran looked at Lan Moyan, but his mind still hadn't turned around. This sudden critical attack, Yiran's worldview began to waver. Yiran looked at Lan Moyan with a complicated expression. Before you ask me why, I really want to ask you why. A majestic and extraordinary figure who slaughters a nation, don't you want to become famous and come to be a student in your salty fish class? And he also became Huang Dongdong's younger brother? I always thought that Li Wancheng's behavior was already the underpinnings of extraordinary dignity. Who would have thought that, big brother, you don't even need underwear anymore? Brother, what are you planning? This crazy world. Dian, all Dian, Jen Dian is better. Of course, as an adult who takes full responsibility for the safety of his or her own actions, I still very much follow the advice of don't mess with given by the system. Although there are countless grass and mud horses galloping in my heart, Yiran's face was calm. There is no reason, this way is not suitable for me. One sentence immediately choked Lan Moyan. The second grade way is not suitable for you? Do you know that hundreds of millions of golden boys can't get out of this second grade path even if they beg their grandpa and sue their grandma? Do you know that in a certain big province, as long as you walk out of the second level way, you can be the first to worship ancestors? Does the family tree start from you? Are you still not satisfied with the second grade way? Do you still want to walk out on that first level road and reach heaven? Lan Moyan shook her head and looked at Yiran with some confusion. But he didn't ask any more questions. Although Yiran voluntarily gave up this time, but since I was able to walk out of the second level this time, this proves Yiran's potential. The next time he advances to platinum, Yiran's probability of being able to reach the second level is much higher than others. Although he was a little angry at Yiran's wasteful behavior, but this does not affect Lan Moyan's desire to recruit Yiran. Lan Moyan, who had regained her mood, also realized that her behavior just now was a little off track. Just when he was thinking about how to fool him, Yiran spoke. Well, classmate Lan, I think, so keen, have you discovered it yet? Lan Moyan frowned slightly. Before truly gaining Yiran's trust, now is not a good time for a showdown. It seems that this is the only way to use it. Lan Moyan's eyes tightened, suddenly interrupted Yiran's speech. A little dizzy moment, Lan Moyan held her forehead with one hand, the whole person began to stagger and became unsteady. There was a clang sound. Lan Moyan fell directly next to Huang Dongdong. The sudden behavior and poor acting skills made Yiran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is the philosophy of life that Lan Moyan realized from the way of swordsmanship. When you encounter something that you can't explain at all, the best way is not to explain. There is nothing. It's more straightforward than falling to the ground. Cut the mess with a sharp knife. Always do only the most effective actions, simple and crude, reasonable and efficient. As for image dignity? Sorry, there are only targets and swords in Lan Moyan's dictionary. Facing Lan Moyan, who had fallen to the ground unconscious, Yiran had thousands of words gathering in his mouth, but he just couldn't say them out. What can I do? Faced with such a supreme being who slaughters a nation, I can't beat him, I can't scold him, but I dare not scold him. I want to give him a few words to persuade him to leave. As a result, the other party refused to communicate with you and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Yiran felt so tired at this time, the magical days when I ran the class well and took care of the students easily. Now I not only have to act with an extraordinary assistant, I also have to accompany a cosplay teacher and student of a country-killing boss. Do you extraordinary beings really have nothing to do? Just catch yourself and cause trouble? Yiran felt a little sad and angry. However, the great Marxist philosophy and the fundamental law of materialist dialectics once said, contradiction is the unity of opposites. Everything has its good side and its bad side. At least, with these two living dads in my class, my students no longer have to be afraid of the little tricks of the Zhu family's forces. Yiran comforted himself. Ouch, maybe he was shocked when Lan Moyan fell to the ground. Huang Dongdong, who was still in a coma, rubbed his painful forehead and sat up. His whole expression was as if he had experienced a hangover. Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan, who was lying on the ground and fainted next to him. Smiled a little proudly, pretending to be an adult. He emphasized and shook his head. Hey, I'm still too young. Without the 2 or 3 of your senior brother, if you insist on following me, you'll be unlucky. Hiss. Weird, why is it so cold all of a sudden? Can I still catch a cold? Huang Dongdong shivered violently as soon as he finished speaking, and his heart palpitated for no reason.
Seeing this scene, Yi Ran couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. The style of the fire sect members is truly worthy of its reputation. C80 You know nothing, Wang Dachuan. In order to prevent Huang Dongdong from making any more outrageous remarks, Yi Ran asked directly, Dongdong, are you awake? Huang Dongdong looked up and saw Yi Ran and said excitedly, Master, have you broken through to platinum? I just saw a vision of heaven and earth. Yi Ran shook his head and did not explain too much. Not yet, it should be about the same as you now. Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's answer. He muttered, that's not right, I clearly saw visions and it turned into an illusion. However, Huang Dongdong's doubts were fleeting. Since my master said so, this must be the case. Huang Dongdong is eccentric, imitated Yi Ran's posture and said in Yi Ran's tone, normally, if the road to the third level can be taken so easily, all the heroes in the world will die. Yi Ran smiled and looked at Huang Dongdong, who was imitating his own words. It seemed that Huang Dongdong wanted to liven up the atmosphere and comfort himself. Okay, don't be shy, everything is done, pack up and leave. Okay, master. Seeing that Yi Ran was not depressed, Huang Dongdong also responded extremely obediently. Later, Lan Moyan, who was pretending to be faint with one hand raised, followed Yi Ran and left the forging room. Dongdong, if you go back, you may have to adapt. Ah, why master? Didn't you notice that your hair and eyebrows were all burned away? Omega? After a while, the three of them have arrived at the corridor of the teaching building. Dongdong, you carry him to the classroom, I won't go there. Yi Ran said to Huang Dongdong at the entrance of the corridor. Huang Dongdong nodded moodily, be happy. If the old ones don't go away and the new ones don't come in, your eyebrows and hair will grow back in 2 days. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. He even touched Huang Dongdong's smooth head. It feels good. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran helplessly. Master, where are you going? I'm going to ask for mental damages. Yi Ran waved his hand and left the two of them. Judging from the direction of departure, it seemed that he was going straight to the principal's office. And just after Yi Ran left, Lan Moyan slowly opened her eyes. Are you awake? Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan. Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran's leaning back and nodded. You woke up at the right time. I woke up right after Teacher Yi left. Huang Dongdong shook his head, seeming a little uncomfortable with the feeling of being without hair. Senior brother told you in advance not to follow. Look at you, you have to suffer. If you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer the consequences. Huang Dongdong, an old and arrogant man, warned his so-called junior brother. Instead, Lan Moyan smiled and touched Huang Dongdong's head. It feels really good. After watching Huang Dongdong's process of creating the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, Lan Moyan also listed Huang Dongdong as a key target of attention. He was in a good mood at this time. After all, who would have thought that this trip would lead to double happiness? Huang Dongdong avoided Lan Moyan angrily. Does anyone treat a senior brother like this? No matter how big or small, Huang Dongdong symbolically wiped his bare forehead and said to Lan Moyan, Junior brother, if we can't do it today, let's not go to class. Just skipping class, how much can you do in one afternoon? Huang Dongdong hesitated and persuaded Lan Moyan. In fact, it is because he has not done a good job in psychological construction and shows himself as a bald man. Huang Dongdong was between embarrassment and escape, ready to choose escape. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong. He shook his head. Know what's wrong? There are a lot of students skipping classes. How can we be called college students if we don't skip classes? Huang Dongdong said anxiously. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong. Teacher Yi, do you want you to skip class? Lan Moyan's words, like his person, were always concise and to the point. One sentence goes straight to Huang Dongdong's destiny. Huang Dongdong, who originally wanted to escape, was like a defeated rooster. Despondently, she followed Lan Moyan towards the classroom. Ha, Dongdong, your look is so unique. The development of things was exactly as Huang Dongdong expected. Huang Dongdong's bald look, as soon as he entered the class, he became the hotspot of the whole class. Due to the loss of hair and eyebrows, in addition, I am relatively young. Huang Dongdong looks like a big-head doll without hair, looking extremely festive. However, everyone was relatively unfamiliar with Huang Dongdong, so everyone could only chuckle. But Wang Dachuan is different. The first time I came in from Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan's raised corners of his mouth never came down. I have been laughing for half an hour. Wang Dongdong stared at Wang Dachuan, who was laughing loudly. Then his mind turned around and he said to Wang Dachuan, what do you know, silly guy? This is what Teacher Yi taught me when he opened a small stove for me. After hearing these words, Wang Dachuan's smile faded a lot. Yi Ran's guidance, the weight in Wang Dachuan's heart is too heavy. You said this was taught to you by Teacher Yi? Huang Dongdong shook his head and said, Teacher Yi said that hair is an extension of the body, which consumes the energy of the heart.
Only after completely removing the hair and sealing one's pores can one truly feel the power of the heart. From then on, the cultivation level will advance by leaps and bounds. What Huang Dongdong said is clear and logical. Wang Dachuan was stunned for a while. But at this time, Wang Dachuan was wiser. He looked at Huang Dongdong with some doubts. Dongdong, are you lying to me? Huang Dongdong was a kid, and looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud look on his face. Why did I lie to you? If you don't believe it, let's try it and you will know. As he spoke, Huang Dongdong stretched out his arm and looked at Wang Dachuan provocatively. Come, just come, I'm afraid of you. Wang Dachuan stretched out his hand doubtfully and held Huang Dongdong's little hand. The moment he touched Wang Dachuan's palm, Huang Dongdong exerted force on his palm instantly. Wang Dachuan's palms were directly pinched and twisted. Of course, Wang Dachuan was not a vegetarian. He directly concentrated his huge power on his palms. The deformed palm returned to normal again. In an instant, the forces of the two parties reached a balance. Dongdong, you are a lot stronger, but this is not enough. Wang Dachuan praised Huang Dongdong's improvement in strength, but it's still within his psychological tolerance. Listening to Wang Dachuan's speech, the corners of Huang Dongdong's mouth raised slightly. Really? Then be careful. In an instant, Huang Dongdong's little hand glowed with golden red light from the inside out. The strength seems to be much stronger. Soaring power. He squeezed Wang Dachuan's palm out of shape again. TSK. Huang Dongdong was not only powerful, but the unique high temperature on his palms made Wang Dachuan's palms make a burning sound. The explosive power and extreme high temperature caught Wang Dachuan off guard. I could only retract my palm in pain. Wang Dachuan looked at his palm in shock. At this time, the sides of my palms were already turning black, and they were recovering extremely slowly. He has clearly used the power of Tao Tai to partially strengthen his palms. Although somewhat unprepared, however, with Tao Tai's top-notch defense capabilities and top-notch strength, it was more than enough to deal with Huang Dongdong before. For a moment, Wang Dachuan's eyes changed when he looked at Huang Dongdong. Logically speaking, Huang Dongdong definitely does not have such strength. Could it be said that this act of shaving really came from Teacher Ye's instructions? At this moment, Wang Dachuan's heart was completely shaken. The smile on his face also disappeared. Silly brother, do you believe it this time? Huang Dongdong raised his hand and waved it in front of Wang Dachuan, looking at Wang Dachuan's complacency. Let you laugh at me, you silly guy. Wang Dachuan looked at Huang Dongdong deeply. After a moment, he turned around and left the classroom without saying a word. It's windy when I walk, and I even feel a little rushed. Dachuan, what are you going to do? Huang Dongdong asked. Barbershop, C81 Jinling, Yi family. Wang Dachuan didn't even look back and responded angrily. He is very fast, disappeared directly at the classroom door. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong sighed softly. Regardless of the stupid guy's IQ, just in terms of execution ability, there is absolutely nothing to say. Speaking of which, I was expecting the stupid big guy to look like when he came back with a hairless head. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong chuckled. But just when Huang Dongdong was gloating about his misfortune, suddenly, someone in the class stood up. Hey, why have I been feeling the urge to urinate lately and can't hold it in? I really need to stop, the student said to himself and walked slowly to the door. The next second after leaving the classroom, this classmate immediately started running, leaving in exactly the same direction as Wang Dachuan. After this classmate left, another classmate stood up. As he walked, he touched his hair and said to himself, my hair has grown too. It's time for Hu Delu to give me a fashionable hairstyle. Similarly, the next second he left the classroom, he ran directly in the direction of Wang Dachuan, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, even the students in the entire class, everyone rushed out of the classroom and rushed after Wang Dachuan. Even the door frame was squeezed and slightly deformed. In an instant, the originally noisy classroom suddenly, only Huang Dongdong and Lan Moyan were left. What did they have done? Huang Dongdong was a little dull. Lan Moyan still spoke concisely and to the point. What do you think? It's not that bad, Huang Dongdong murmured to himself. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. I just wanted to deceive Wang Dachuan. Lan Moyan looked at her nominal junior brother with a smile. You're going to be in trouble. Huang Dongdong trembled when he heard Lan Moyan's words. In just one sentence, the whole class got rid of their baldness. After Teacher Yi comes back, how should I explain to Teacher Yi? At this moment, Yi ran. How could he care about the fact that he was about to take charge of the Shaolin Temple? He was now walking quickly on his way to the principal's office, while polishing the script over and over again. Principal, this has really affected me a lot. Yi Ran shook his head. It's not good, it's too simple, it's not miserable enough, and the old man doesn't resonate with it. Principal, my soul has been greatly impacted by this incident, and it has made my skills go a little crazy. Yi Ran shook his head again. No, it's miserable and emotionless. The old man may not like it. Principal, think about it carefully. I am willing to sacrifice my life and blood for the school, but who has ever been stabbed in the middle by one of my own people and died? In the principal's office, Baisu looked at the glowing magic ball in front of him. His expression is a little complicated, because inside this magic ball, it was the scene of Yi Ran practicing his speaking skills and walking towards the office. Baisu blew his beard angrily. It's only been a few days, brat, are you here to hit the autumn wind again? However, Baisu also knew that he was somewhat wrong. After all, two extraordinary people can sneak into the same class and pretend to be teachers and students. How could it be possible without him nodding in vain at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City? So there is always a wrongdoer and a debtor, so Yi Ran really has nothing wrong with him. When he thought of this, Baisu rubbed his temples helplessly. What kind of nonsense is this? If you have time, you should go to the education department and the military department to ask for mental damage compensation. But now, it's better to hide in advance. It just so happened that my previous idea of a space magic weapon had not yet been completed. Then go to the forge room. Baishu has extremely strong mobility, just snap his fingers lightly, disappeared in place. Yi Ran came to the door of the principal's office. Adjust your breathing, he thought for a moment. He deliberately ruffled his hair, and his whole expression looked as if he had been hit and depressed. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Bang, 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 bang. After Yi Ran knocked on the door 3 or 4 times in a row, a wave of ripples began to appear above the door of the principal's office. A huge turtle head stretched out from the void. This turtle's head is all black, glowing under the sunlight. This turtle is very humane and looked at Yi Ran in front of him impatiently. Actually uttering human words, knock, 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 he went out and ran wild somewhere else. Yi Ran looked at the turtle's head sticking out of the void. I'm a little surprised inside, because the system has already listed this old bastard's information. Duobao Shion, 10,002 years old diamond void black turtle, S level, innate magical power, the power of space advantages, top space law affinity, top escape ability, ignores any restrictions, top treasure exploration ability. Disadvantages, not good at fighting, doesn't like to practice, likes to sleep, obsessed with ancient monastic history, likes to listen to flattery, suffers unbearable pain from void barnacles attached to the turtle shell. Optimization suggestions. Good guy, S-level talent, more than 10,000 years, only diamond level? This bastard of a relationship really doesn't practice anything at all, he just relies on spending time to gain experience. And what's the flaw in being obsessed with ancient monastic legends? Although there are many shortcomings, but the advantages and attributes of this bastard. Looking at the advantages and attributes of the void black turtle, Yi Ran's eyes were already shining. What a perfect treasure hunting tool. With this precious monster, why should I ask the principal for mental damages? Could it be that the principal knew in advance that he was coming, so this is the compensation the principal gave himself? It is better to teach people to fish than to teach them how to fish. Principal, you are so kind. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth raised slightly. This is the void turtle called Duobao. Looking at Yi Ran's smile, Wei Wei felt furious and was about to turn around and leave on the spot. As a result, before he could cancel the ripples in the void, suddenly a voice came from behind. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Jinling, in the dark and simple ancestral hall, a middle-aged man was sitting on the Taisher chair, closing his eyes and meditating. This person is the current head of the Yi family. That is, Yi Ran's father, Yi Tiancheng. Suddenly, an ink-colored pattern appeared on the floor of the ancestral hall. From the texture, a figure emerged. The figure is solid. It is an old man. Yi Tiancheng looked up at the old man and asked, "Fourth uncle, where are the 3 elders?" There was a wry smile on the corner of the old man's mouth. Master, the 3rd child has deceived us all. He ran away before you put him under house arrest. Then, he handed a letter to Yi Tiancheng. This is a letter he left behind before he left home. Yi Tiancheng remained silent and opened the letter silently. The writing on it is like dragons and phoenixes. Brother, you are too cowardly. You say every day that you should hide your capabilities and bide your time and don't do anything. Now people are ready to take our Yaoer's life. You are still preaching. Do you really expect outsiders? You won't save Yaoer, I'm going to save you. Can't write anymore, turn to the back. Yi Tiancheng looked at the letter with a frosty face and turned the paper over. You can do whatever you want. How can you be the head of the house without any opinion? If you don't know how to be the head of the house, just give it to me when I come back. This moment, Yi Tiancheng's veins popped out, and the letter was crushed to pieces. Those who can read this probably have a good impression of this book. It is indeed a bit boring to write a book alone. If you don't mind it, let's discuss and exchange it together. Maybe there are some good ideas that I can incorporate into it.
I love you C82 Dao you have great luck. Master, please don't be impatient. The third child has a bad temper. The old man on the side quickly comforted him. He didn't need to think twice to know that the third child didn't hold his shit in the letter at all. I'm fine. Yi Tiancheng's expression remained as usual, but looking at the broken floor under his feet, it seemed that it was not as easy as he said. Master, the third child is also in the first echelon among diamonds. With him here, I think I have a guarantee. The old man continued to comfort the master. Yi Tiancheng shook his head. Things are a little more complicated than expected. As Yi Tiancheng spoke, he twisted the broken letter paper with his fingers. Seems to be thinking about something. Then, Yi Tiancheng seemed to have made up his mind and said, inform the young man. He will need to tell the truth when the time comes. After hearing this, the old man felt a slight shiver in his heart. Master, are you going to activate this line? Yi Tiancheng nodded, with deep eyes. Plans can't keep up with changes. That traitor is much more capable than I thought. I heard the head of the family say this. The old man also looked a little solemn. Master, I'll do it right away. After saying that, the old man's figure turned black again and disappeared into the magic circle. The hall fell into silence once again. Yi Tiancheng sat upright on the Grand Master's chair, his eyes sparkling. A python swallows a dragon, it won't happen soon. Magic City Gaowu Academy. At the door of the principal's office, the void black turtle, who was stared at by Yi Ran, felt a little hairy. After Yi Ran said, fellow Taoist, please stay. Suddenly he stopped. Under that bastard's head, it actually stretched out two thick turtle legs. He bowed his hands in a decent manner. Dare to ask my friend, why did you stop Pindao? I heard the void black turtle speak in such an ancient manner. The corners of Yi Ran's mouth raised slightly. The system sincerely does not deceive me. This bastard is actually obsessed with ancient monastic legends. This hobby is truly unique. Yi Ran also followed the appearance of the void black turtle and cupped his hands. I'm really being rude, but I saw that Taoist friend's whole body was filled with rays of light and he looked extraordinary. He is a tortoise with great luck. I wanted to admire your Taoist friend's grace, so I just blurted out. After hearing what Yi Ran said, the void black turtle was elated upon hearing this. Seeing Yi Ran's expression became much kinder, he humbly raised his tortoise paws. Fellow Taoist, this is ridiculous. Pindao is just one of the billions of innate beings, and there is no great luck. Yi Ran waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, don't belittle yourself. You are poor in Taoism and are good at reading fortune. When I look at the faces of my Taoist friends, I see that they are plump in heaven. Their faces are like crown jewels, their noses are like hanging gallbladders, their faces are radiant, and their aura is majestic. They are absolutely the things in the pond. Come to think of it, fellow Taoists' heels are extraordinary. As he spoke, Yi Ran pretended to count with his fingers. He looked at his fingers with slight surprise, and then looked at the void black turtle in surprise. Fellow Taoist, could it be that your name is Duobao? The void black turtle's Mung Bean's eyes widened. Then he nodded seriously and blurted out, fellow Taoist, how do you know? How do I know? I know it from the system. Of course, this is what Yi Ran thinks in his heart, and of course he cannot say it openly. After Yi Ran heard the words of the void black turtle, he suddenly realized and put away his fingers. No wonder, this sentence directly aroused the curiosity of the void black turtle. Fellow Taoist, what is this calculation? Yi Ran looked at the void black turtle and was about to say something, but he stopped it when he reached his lips. He shook his head helplessly. The secret must not be revealed. Yi Ran's 2 or 3 pulls directly caused the void black turtle to turn its mouth upwards. At this time, the void black turtle was extremely worried. Fellow Taoist, why not? Yi Ran looked at the void black turtle with some embarrassment. Fellow Taoist, you are blessed with great luck. If I forcefully reveal the secret, I may be punished by God and hurt my blood. After hearing this, the void black turtle blurted out, it's easy to say, fellow Taoist, it's easy to say. As he said that, ripples in the void appeared again in front of the void black turtle. A bloody lotus appeared directly. The vitality above the lotus was so rich that Yi Ran felt his blood gushing out after taking a sip. This is a 3000 DR quality essence and blood lotus. It will definitely replenish your chi and blood, fellow Taoist. Void black turtle introduced, with an anxious expression on his face as he waited for Yi Ran to tell him about his secret. Yi Ran took the blood lotus flower, feeling the surging vitality on the essence and blood lotus, shocked inside. Big dog owner, give away 3000 years of essence and blood lotus as soon as you say so. I heard that this thing is more than enough to replenish the vitality and blood of an extraordinary person. This essence and blood lotus alone is not inferior to the energy crystal core that Principal Bai Su gave him before when sold on the black market. Yi Ran hurriedly put away the essence and blood lotus and said with a slight embarrassment, since my fellow Taoist wants to hear it so much, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany you. saying, Yiran said eloquently, I don't know if my Taoist friends know that in the ancient times of cultivating immortals, the great disciple of Tong Tian called Taoist Duo Bao? Master Tong Tian? Taoist Duo Bao? When the void black turtle heard this word, his breathing became a little rapid. ND, it sounds very cool, and the name is the same as mine. Yiran looked at the void black turtle and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. There is indeed an ancient era of cultivating immortals in this world, but the history is too long. The real history of the capital has long been sunk in the long river of history. Most of the current descriptions of the age of cultivating immortals come from everyone's guesses and ideas based on the ruins. No one can tell whether it is true or false. There are also quite a few ghost novels here that describe the ancient era of cultivating immortals. It's just that in this world where everything is low-grade and only people with high cultivation, how can these ghost novels be as prosperous as Yiran's novels from his previous life? What Yiran brought to the void black turtle was a more exciting new version of the ship. Vulgar foreign turtles, please accept the influence of Huang Wangliu. Yiran said eloquently, it is also said that in the ancient times of chaos and ignorance, a generation of great gods Pango created the world. From then on, the heaven and the earth were divided into two, and the world was first formed. Yiran then told the void black turtle the general structure of the prehistoric era. It has to be said that the reason why Huang Wangliu can become a genre is it does have its unique and attractive features. Moreover, the worldview, progress, and even the degree of logical self-consistency in the prehistoric story, it has already been perfected by millions of ancient authors. This void black turtle has never eaten such fine chaff since he was a child. The ancient world in Yiran's mouth directly turned this void black turtle into a fool. In the Zixiao Palace, Taoist ancestor Hongjun preached and evolved the saints of heaven and earth. Among them, the leader of Tongtian sect realized the oneness that escaped between heaven and earth and became a saint of heaven. He founded the Jie sect in Bio Palace with the purpose of intercepting the glimmer of life. Jiejiao teaches without distinction and recruits many disciples. During its most powerful period, it was known as the 10,000 immortals coming to the DPRK. Among these Jiejiao disciples, there are naturally some who are famous. One of the most famous ones is the eldest disciple of Tongtian cult master. Yiran paused for a moment when he said this. He glanced at the void black turtle and said calmly, the name is Taoist Duobao, C83 goodbye. Lao Deng. After Yiran finished talking about the specific world structure and the origin of Duobao Taoist, the void black turtle was breathing rapidly, and the vibrations of the ripples in the void were undulating a lot. The Taoist treasure hunter is good at hunting for treasures and has an extremely keen sense of treasures. Fellow Taoist, you must be the same, right? Listening to Yiran's words, the void black turtle nodded in disbelief. Taoist Duobao is not only sensitive to treasures, he is also extremely good at breaking restrictions. I think Taoist, fellow Taoist, I am afraid he will give in too much. Yiran looked at the turtle's head exposed in the void and admired. The void black turtle was distraught after hearing this. Shouldn't. Before the void black turtle could finish thinking, Yiran continued in a very emotional tone. Did you also notice something, fellow Taoist? Duobao, what a wonderful coincidence. They are all good at breaking restrictions due to their innate sense of treasures. TSK. Apart from reincarnation, I really can't think of any other reason. This sentence directly penetrated the heart of the void black turtle. I, Duobao, am the reincarnation of an ancient power? The void black turtle just giggled like this, feeling so good for a long time that he didn't even recover. Yiran looked at the expression of the void black turtle, nodding silently. The heat is almost done, it's time to simmer down the fire. Yiran looked at his watch with regret. Hey, it was so enjoyable to sit and talk with fellow Taoists. I forgot the time for a while. Since the principal is not here, I won't bother you anymore. It's a pity that I can't work with people who have great fortune, and I can't witness the heroic return of Taoist Duobao to the world. It's really a regret in life. That's all, Toki-e. Life. Saying, Yiran turned around gracefully. Get ready to leave. 3, 2, 1. Yiran thought silently in his heart, fellow Taoist, please stay. The voice of the void black turtle came from behind Yiran. The corners of Yiran's mouth raised slightly, but he turned around and asked the void black turtle in confusion, fellow Taoist, what else can I do? The void black turtle hesitated for a long time, and then said, fellow Taoist, what you said, is all this true? Yiran looked at the void black turtle with a smile. Do you think someone can make up such a story in such a short time? After listening to Yiran's words, the void black turtle rolled his green bean-sized eyes and thought about it. Indeed, who could weave such a magnificent and self-consistent story in such a short time? Moreover, how could he see his own strengths and abilities at a glance? When he thought of this, the void black turtle's breathing quickened. So, I am really the reincarnation of Taoist Duobao? Yiran said calmly, yes or no, fellow Taoist, you have made your own decision in your heart, understand your heart, everything has its own way, and everything is guided by destiny. What Yiran said was mysterious and mysterious. But this void black turtle just wants to do this. He thought silently, their names are all called Duobao, they all have the ability to find treasures. They are all good at breaking space restrictions, and there are many treasures hidden in them. A similar place is called a coincidence. If so many coincidences come together, it is no longer a coincidence. That's called destiny. For a moment, the void black turtle's eyes changed when he looked at Yiran. Since everything is destiny, so today this kid comes to see Baisu. I didn't meet Baisu, but I met myself. Isn't it a kind of destiny? Could this be fate guiding me to understand my past life? Could it be that the boy in front of him is his guide in this life? Thinking of this, the void black turtle stretched its neck in excitement. Now reject destiny, isn't it obvious that he is going against his own destiny? A turtle who goes against fate cannot have a good ending. No, you must follow the boy in front of you closely, and you must not let down the gift of fate. Suddenly he remembered what Baisu told him before, you can't leave here until you find your own path. But screw that. The void black turtle breathed rapidly and silently made up his mind. Baisu, today I, Duobao, have found my own way. The void black turtle's eyes were firm and he asked Yiran hastily, fellow Taoist, it is God's destiny for me to meet you. If I casually ruin the fate of God, it is against heaven and disrespectful. Do you think you are right? Yiran looked at the void black turtle with a smile and nodded. The void black turtle walked out of the void ripples directly and said to Yiran, from today on, fellow Taoist, how about we go together? Yiran looked at the void black turtle, talking to a smart turtle saves trouble, and you don't even need to persuade yourself. I figured out all the reasons myself. Perfect juice collection. The void black turtle said directly and decisively, wait for me, I'll leave a message to Lao Dang and take care of it. By the way, I don't know your Taoist friend's surname? Yiran looked at the void black turtle with a smile, my surname is Yi, and the single character is Ran. The void mysterious turtle nodded, fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, the void black turtle returned to the principal's office, picked up the principal's orb. It seems to be recording. Lao Dang, every time Pindao tells you legends from ancient times, you don't like to hear them, and you always say that there is a generation gap between Pindao and you. Today Pindao Duobao has found a soulmate. Lao Dang, you said before that Pindao can leave if he finds the target of Gui Sheng. Now Pindao has found it. Starting from today, Taoist Pindao Duobao will practice together with little friend Yiran to rebuild the glory of Jijia. By the way, Lao Dang, at least 80% of your collection was found for you by me. We have agreed that if we separate, half of it will belong to me, so I will take it away. Bye, Lao Dang. After saying that, the void black turtle turned off the ball with satisfaction and placed it on Baisu's table. Subsequently, the void black turtle walked directly to Baisu's bookshelf. Ignoring the void restrictions set by Baisu, he swaggered towards the bookshelf and walked in. There were layers of void ripples on the bookshelf. The void black turtle's entire body sank directly into another space. In this space, all of them are Baisu's collection. All kinds of top-notch materials, treasures, and magical tools are listed in mountains. A dazzling array. The void black turtle looked around. The power of space began to appear on the turtle shell on its back. Each turtle shell piece is opened like a lid. The treasures and materials flew into the holes in the turtle shell one after another. The collection here is less than half. Only then did the void black turtle put away his magical powers. Satisfied, he left the empty space. Above the office door, ripples appeared again. The void black turtle walked out leisurely. Seeing this, Yiran cupped his hands. Taoist Duobao, has this been done? This sentence of Duobao Taoist accurately captured the void black turtle's flattery. He nodded proudly and cupped his hands. Okay, let's go, fellow Taoist. At this moment, the system sound suddenly sounded. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the achievement task, educated without classification, 1/1, and you will get an upgrade opportunity. Please select the upgrade item. Items are limited to attributes and props. Hearing this, Yiran was slightly startled. What an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Baisu had no idea what had happened in his office. Now Baisu, looking at the calm water-like furnace in front of me, lost in thought. C84 Baisu, who was hit by a double blow. Baisu looked at the furnace in front of him. This place no longer has the same hot and rolling appearance as before. The whole room didn't even feel any hot feeling. The molten flames in the furnace seemed to have been drained of energy. Burning quietly, not to mention surging, it is difficult to even raise a few bubbles. Bai Su silently raised his hand, and a black hole in space instantly appeared above the furnace. A refined mithril ingot fell directly from the black hole. Submerged in the furnace, after this mithril iron fell into the furnace, it didn't start to turn red and then melt like usual. This time, the mithril ingot was thrown into the furnace like mud. It didn't trigger any reaction and just sank slowly. I can't even change the color. The strength of this flame, not even as powerful as the ordinary forging room next door. Such a huge change, so much so that Bai Su looked at the sign at the door again in confusion. It's a master-level forging room, right? Bai Su looked at the magic circle above the furnace. At this time, the magic circle seemed to be almost exhausted. Above the formation, light flickered slightly, just like a dying old man. If there is even the slightest trouble, he will give you up. Who did this? Originally, being chased by Yi Ran and asking for mental damage compensation was enough to make Bai Su depressed. Come here now. He actually saw the extraordinary forging room that he regarded as a treasure, being brought to this state by man's misfortune. For a time, Bai Su now feels like someone is standing up and pedaling on a bicycle that he can't bear to use. Bai Su, who is so angry that he can't get out of nowhere, he blew his beard out of habit. He gently snapped his fingers. Plop. Xiang Yao, who was still sleeping soundly at the front desk, was directly transported to the extraordinary forging room. I fell down hard and squatted on my butt. Xiang Yao touched his buttocks with a pained expression. Then, he tried to open his eyes that were squeezed by flesh and looked around. Okay, stop looking. Bai Su's cold voice came. Only then did Xiang Yaoqian notice Bai Su standing next to the furnace. Xiang Yaoqian jumped up in fright. He quickly patted his clothes, he bowed respectfully at 90 degrees, and his whole body looked like a huge whistle. Hello, school, principal. I am a staff member of the materials department, Xiang Yaoqian. Xiang Yaoqian was stammering when he spoke and was extremely nervous. No way, even though Bai Su has a notoriously good temper, but that was also a real nation-killing transcendent. For ordinary people like them, it is a legendary existence. How can you not be nervous when you stand with a legend? Bai Su waved his hand. Stop introducing. Tell me, who has used this forging room recently? Hearing this sentence, Xiang Yaoqian's heart skipped a beat. The facial features are all crowded together in sadness. It can't be so unlucky. Ha? Seeing Xiang Yaoqian not speaking, Bai Su snorted questioningly. Xiang Yaoqian was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Principal. I was wrong. I privately lent the extraordinary forging room to a tutor in our school and his students. Tutor? Student? Hearing this, Bai Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Seems to be thinking about names. I know the tutor of my own school. The blacksmiths who can use the furnace to this extent are all masters, and they have a sense of proportion in their actions. Except for some daredevils. Could it be that whole one? It shouldn't be. Although that old boy is reckless, he is brave enough to take responsibility. If something goes wrong, he will definitely apologize and compensate for it as soon as possible. Bai Su thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable name. Slowly he said, Do you know the name of the tutor you rented? Xiang Yaoqian looked at Bai Su with a sad face, and finally surrendered and told everything. The instructor's name is Yi Ran. I haven't registered the names of the other two students. Yi Ran. Bai Su heard this name. Furue Mubua's face finally showed shock. The ghost is still there, right? Why are there traces of this brat everywhere? No, isn't this guy just golden? How could he turn a furnace of this level into such a disaster? Bai Su was puzzled. He looked at Xiang Yaoqian. Do you know what they are practicing? Xiang Yaoqian frowned and thought for a while. No, when I came out, I really didn't see anything. Not only did he not refine anything, one of his students also took away a piece of our work clothes. Bai Su looked at Xiang Yaoqian's expression, and after making sure that this person was not lying, he waved his hands helplessly. Go ahead. If Xiang Yaoqian was granted amnesty, he would stand up in a hurry and prepare to leave here as if he were running away. Go back and truthfully explain your matter to the materials department, and receive your punishment yourself. Bai Su's cold voice pierced Xiang Yaoqian's heart. Xiang Yaoqian's expression was uglier than crying, but he still said respectfully, Okay, principal, also, tell your director that your material department failed the assessment this year and the performance will be cleared. Okay, principal. Xiang Yaoqian really cried now. When I thought that I was about to go to the supplies office to tell Su Yukai the good news, it was like falling into an ice cellar, and he felt the biting cold even at the furnace. After Xiang Yaoqian left, Bai Su looked at his beloved furnace helplessly. If you want to repair it, I have to owe that stubborn old man Zhu Duanjin a favor. Yi Ran, this brat, had better give himself a reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Bai Su couldn't help but rub his temples. Today's forging tools cannot be forged, but it's been so long, I think that brat should have left by now. Bai Su's mind moved. It disappeared directly in place. After a while, in the principal's office, there was a clang sound. It seems like something glass fell to the ground. The powerful power of space rapidly expanded from the principal's office and enveloped the entire campus. The overwhelming momentum of the Tugwa level made all the creatures in the school tremble. Yiran, who was not far away, naturally felt the majestic power of space. He was still choosing system rewards, but he couldn't help but stumbled. He glanced at the void black turtle beside him with some uncertainty. "Fellow Daobao Duobao, you didn't do anything to offend the principal, right?" Duobao rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, there is no problem. Everything is agreed. He just can't accept my leaving for a while. It will be fine after a while." Hearing this, Yiran nodded, slightly relieved. The older you get, the more emotional you become. Principal Bai probably needs to take it easy. Sure enough, after a moment, the pressure of the power of space dissipated. Only then did Yiran open the system's rewards again. Upgrade project. What should be upgraded to maximize benefits? Yiran thought for a moment, and then thought of something. "Brothers, give me a dozen ratings. Kneel down and thank you, kneel down and thank you, kneel down and thank you. If it gets to 8, I will update it." C85 gang upgrade, development of new functions. Yiran counted the rewards that the system was giving him now. The innate Tao body does not belong to attributes and props and cannot be upgraded. The 5-clawed golden dragon soul has been integrated with his own bloodline and has been consumed. There is no hope of upgrading. As for an upgrade to attributes, the price/performance ratio doesn't seem to be very high. Things that can still be upgraded now. It seems that there is only one exclusive staff that is copied from Jiang Xiaoru's. And own gang tokens. Yiran hesitated for a moment between these two things. In the end, I chose to upgrade to Heavenly Court. Ding, the host's choice has been detected and the heaven is being upgraded. Ding, congratulations on the successful upgrade of the host's heaven. Yiran randomly clicked on the function of Heavenly Court. Apprenticeship ceremony. When incorporated into a sect, the sect leader can randomly select and copy the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of his direct disciples twice. Inspiration. The sect leader can temporarily improve the all-round attributes of all disciples. The current attribute improvement rate is 200%, and the time limit is 10 minutes, 3/3. The current sect's passive bonus: 1. Increase the practice speed by 30%. 2. Increase attack power by 30%. 3. The combined attack damage of sect disciples is increased by 30%. The sect's technique inheritance room has been established. It is being produced according to the host's memory. The current inheritance is Martial Tianpeng, countdown, 15 days. The next production of the inheritance of the idol requires successful completion of 3 pointings. The current completion level, 0/3. The sect chat group has been established. All members of Heavenly Court can enter the chat group through the sect leader to communicate. This chat group ignores any restrictions and ignores any distance. The chat group has opened the red envelope distribution function, and the content of the red envelope is not limited to currency, props, etc. The chat group has enabled the transmission function. The leader can summon any chat group member to come to him. March 3rd, cooling time, midnight. The rest of the content will be released after another upgrade. Seeing this series of introductions, Yiran was also a little surprised. I originally thought that this gang order only had a group strengthening effect. I didn't expect that after the upgrade, there would be so many functions. This time's upgrade, in addition to the original strengthening attributes of sect members being greatly improved, the copying function of the apprenticeship ceremony has also been changed from once to twice. But these are not the point. The focus is on this upgrade. 2 major functions have been added. There are 2 major functions: the sect's technique inheritance room and the sect's chat group. Seeing that the sect's Kung Fu inheritance room will produce the inheritance statue of Martial Tianpeng in 15 days, Yiran was amazed. If there is the first one, then there will naturally be the second one. According to this principle, what about the 4 emperors and 5 elders? What about the 28 constellations? What about the heavenly king on the pagoda? What about the 3 altars of the great god of the sea? As long as it lasts long enough, it will be produced by then. Good guy, does this relationship require you to build a real heaven? However, this function is temporarily unavailable. It still needs to be accumulated slowly. As for this sect chat group, it is really a magical function. A multifunctional chat room that integrates communication, transmission, and material delivery. And it's a chat room that ignores all restrictions. If it can be used well, Yiran and his direct disciples, no matter where they are or what kind of organization they are in, the bond between them will not dissipate because of this. It can be said, sect chat groups are the perfect tool to maintain relationships and help each other.
Yiran thought for a moment. He chose to open the sect chat group and invited all his direct disciples into it. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully created a chat group. Please give yourself a nickname. Yiran thought for a while. Finally, he silently picked up the nickname Gardener. Slowly, Wang Dachuan and others who were in various places seemed to have reacted. They all came to the chat group with nicknames.
Congratulations, the Flame Prodigal joined the group chat. Congratulations, my name is Wang Dachuan has joined the group chat. The originally quiet chat group became cheerful. My name is Wang Dachuan, is there anyone here? What is this place? Flame Prodigal, damn, are you Wang Dachuan? My name is Wang Dachuan? Who are you and how do you know my name is Wang Dachuan? What is this place? Flame Prodigal son, brother, I am not blind. My name is Wang Dachuan, so, who are you? Flame Prodigal son, who is like you, casually telling others' names in strange places. Fool! Yiran was speechless as he watched the two guys bickering. Suddenly, another reminder came from the system. Congratulations, Dark Knight Priest has joined the group chat. Flame Prodigal son, is there a newcomer? Knight Priest. Flame Prodigal, Knight Priest? Knight Priest. Flame Prodigal, do you know where this is? Knight Priest. Flame Prodigal son, I'm so angry. Why is there such a dull gourd? Knight Priest. Flame Prodigal, what is your name? Knight Priest. My name is Wang Dachuan, he is called Dark Knight Pastor, you are called Flame Prodigal son, and my name is Wang Dachuan, he. Flame Prodigal son, Dachuan, don't you think you are very humorous? Yiran watched the conversation between the three of them with a smile. It seemed like we had a good conversation. Then, he silently opened the red envelope function and silently put in 1,000 dragon coins. The red envelopes you distributed were snatched up within 1 second. Flame Prodigal son, damn it, can you really get the red envelopes you grabbed here? My name is Wang Dachuan, hey, I have money for today's haircut. Knight Priest. Flame Prodigal, Gardener, who are you? Why can you send red envelopes? Why did this red envelope arrive? Yiran thought for a moment. It feels like it will be a little difficult to explain for a while. Let it go for a while, and then explain it slowly when it's appropriate, Yiran said to himself. Little friend, what did you say? The void black turtle walking on the road looked up at Yiran. Yiran shook his head. Nothing, but Taoist Duobao, are you a little too ostentatious walking on the road like this? When Duobao heard Yiran's words, he looked down and said, indeed, I have this general pattern. One turtle almost took up the entire corridor. Duobao shook his head. What's so difficult about this? It's up to me. Subsequently, the glyphs on the turtle's back began to glow white. The entire turtle body began to float in the air, then it starts to shrink extremely. Finally, it became about the size of a thumb and lay on Yiran's shoulder. Yiran looked at the little one on his shoulder and was a little surprised. What are you looking at? Without this ability, how can Pindao break through those space restrictions? Duobao said, proudly raising his head. Yiran shook his head helplessly. There were no classes in the afternoon anyway, so I simply took Duobao to his staff dormitory. My little friend, fellow Taoist Duobao, please tell me. Can you tell me a little more about the glorious achievements of the great Taoist Duobao? Yiran, afternoon, in the principal's office, Lawani stood aside respectfully. He held the plan and said to Baisu, Principal, this is the final assessment plan for the freshman year. Please take a look. C86 who turned on the lights so brightly in broad daylight. Lawani looked at Baisu. Today's principal is no longer as calm and leisurely as he used to be. The hair is a little messy, there are still some bloodshot eyes inside. I can't even hide my mental and physical exhaustion. The principal must have worked hard, exhausted energy for the construction of the school. When she thought of this, Lawani stood up straighter unconsciously. There was reverence in his eyes. Baisu looked over the plan. Raise your head, looking at Lawani with bloodshot eyes, the voice is a little hoarse. The final assessment for your freshman year this year is still the same as before. You plan to have a team battle after the group test and then individual battles? Lawani nodded. After all, this is an old tradition of the Magic Martial Arts Academy. It is easy for everyone to operate and has a high safety factor. Baisu shook his head. Change the mode. The class team battle is cancelled, and it is changed to the actual battle of hunting the demon cave outdoors. Hearing this, Lawani was slightly startled. Principal, this is not good. They are all freshmen who have just started school. The actual hunting in the demon cave is an assessment that only starts in the sophomore year. Baisu nodded. What you said makes sense. In this freshman assessment, 2 teachers from each class will go on a hunt in the demon cave with the 4 strongest students in the class. The teachers are responsible for protecting the safety of the students and participating in the killing. Calculate. Lawani was a little hesitant, but finally spoke up and fought for it.
recently, I heard that the demon cave is extremely unstable. Once a demonic wave breaks out, and it is so rash, I'm afraid that our freshman instructors and materials are not adequately prepared, and there will be an assessment accident. Baisu waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. I will be there in person when the time comes. And it's not just me. There are many people who may be coming. Not to mention the demon tide, even the demon god coming to the world can't hold them back. After hearing what Baisu said, Luwani was slightly startled. A battle for the freshman exam, can it be as big as this? But when Principal Bai said this, Luwani didn't know how to refute. Okay, just do as I say, change the assessment plan, and then notify the freshmen in advance so that they can prepare. Luwani nodded. Okay, Principal. After saying that, he planned to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Just as Luwani was leaving, Baisu stopped her. Principal, is there anything else? Baisu's eyes were bloodshot and he said to Luwani, put Yiran and his class in the most dangerous position. Principal, this is inappropriate. After all, Yiran's class has the worst foundation, and I'm afraid of danger. Luwani explained anxiously. When Baisu heard this, his expression was a little complicated. Danger? The last thing to worry about is Yiran and his class. However, these reasons were difficult to explain to Luwani. Baisu waved his hand. That's it. After all, the scores in the most dangerous places will be higher. This is good for their class. Luwani just opened her mouth to say something, but I felt my body began to retreat uncontrollably. The next second, standing directly outside the principal's office. Looking at this closed door, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Luwani's mouth. Don't give yourself any chance to refute at all. Yiran, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Why did you even offend the principal? And in the principal's office, Baisu was still sitting on the chair and sulking. When I thought about half of my collection being taken away by that old bastard, I became extremely angry. And that brat Yiran, thinking of this, Baisu couldn't help but blow his beard. Going to the demon's cave is an advantage for him, so he should be put in the demon god's territory. Of course, these are all angry words. After all, he and Duobao had made an agreement in advance. As a nation-killing transcendent, I can't argue with that bastard. The reason for this arrangement is first, I believe that Yiran and the others can definitely handle it. If not, there will be a student who lowers the bottom line of extraordinary. Second time. Baisu squinted his eyes and murmured, the bait has been set, it's time to bite the hook. The next day, the assessment rules modified by Baisu Mo were also made public. This time, it completely detonated the entire freshman year. What? The school is crazy, outdoor assessment? Look carefully. What kind of outdoor assessment is this? This is a hunting den for demons. A den for demons. Isn't there a certain chance of hunting the demon cave only at the end of the sophomore year? Why does this start in the freshman year? I heard that there are casualty indicators for the assessment of hunting the demon cave. No, one year I was hunting a demon cave, and ended up running into a demon tide, and most of the people died. If you select top students to participate, are you really afraid that all these students will get lost? That's right, I don't have any experience. Even if I have a teacher to protect me, it may not be foolproof. Is the school crazy? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Many parents of the selected students even used their connections to put pressure on the school. As a result, they were all strongly pushed back by the school. Either you drop out of school, or you have to take the demon cave assessment. The storm of assessment also spread to the freshman and second classes. Because classes 1 and 2 not only have to take the demon cave assessment, the assigned place is still one of the most dangerous places. School, are you crazy? Why? This is a place we can go to? I don't know what teacher Yi plans to choose. Yes, except for Dachuan and Huang Dongdong, our strengths seem to be about the same. Who cares? Anyway, I think it's okay for the school to do this. After all, you have to face the devil's cave after leaving school. That's right, and although the places where we are divided are dangerous, the easier it is to hunt high-level monsters, the greater our chances of getting high scores. That's right, Teacher Ye's teachings during this period were all taught by Bai? Brother, I'm already very familiar with Koan Quan. I'm just waiting to go to the demon cave to kill the little Heizi. Don't forget, we all just underwent hair removal. Before the assessment, our strength will at least be improved. That's right. After my brother became bald, he also became a lot stronger. If you continue to destroy your prestige, don't blame my brother Monkey for being cruel and ruthless. The students were chattering. The challenge this time is so difficult. Logically speaking, the students who should be extremely frustrated are now eager to try. The original negative quagmire seemed to be slowly transformed by Yi Ran. It presents a prosperous scene. Li Wanqing sitting at the back of the classroom,
looking at these high-spirited students, they were also amazed. After this period of contact, he really didn't think this was a salted fish class. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of these students is no less than that of the young boys in their military department. Rendering of emotions, it aroused some of the enthusiasm he felt when he first entered the barracks. Only, there is one thing that Li Wancheng is puzzled by. I was just away for a day because of something. After coming back, what's going on with these big bald heads? Has the recent trend among young people become so popular that you can't understand it? Sheila, as the classroom door was opened, Yiran entered the second class of the first grade, but as soon as I came in, I was so blinded that I couldn't open my eyes. Who turns on the lights so brightly in broad daylight? C87. We have only one goal, the first. Yiran narrowed his eyes for a while. After slowly opening his eyes, he quickly closed them again. What did I see? Am I dreaming? After a long while, Yiran finally prepared himself mentally. Slowly opening his eyes, looking at the shiny bald heads, some myocardial angina. It's too harsh on the eyes. Even if all men have bald heads, why do girls also shave their heads? Yiran wanted to say something, but the words couldn't come out. But all the students in Class 1 and Class 2 looked at him proudly. Especially Wang Dachuan, putting on an I understand everything look. He smiled and said, looking at Wang Dachuan's expression. Yiran was stunned. A bad premonition came to my mind, he said somewhat helplessly. Wang Dachuan, tell me, what's going on? Wang Dachuan looked at Yiran and stood up with a proud look on his face. Teacher Yi, stop hiding. We all know the trick you told Huang Dongdong to open the stove. Hearing this sentence, Yiran understood the reason instantly. When he looked at Huang Dongdong immediately got into the desk with his head lowered. I am an ostrich in the desert. You can't see me, you can't see. Huang Dongdong, stand up for me. Yiran's sharp voice frightened Huang Dongdong. Then, with an embarrassed look on his face, he stood up awkwardly. Give me an explanation. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong. Teacher Yi, I really didn't mean it, I just lied to Dachuan. I really didn't expect everyone to believe it, Huang Dongdong said aggrievedly. After hearing what Huang Dongdong said, Wang Dachuan, who was still very proud, froze. My heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong. No, right. Didn't you say that if you completely remove your hair, you can feel the inner strength and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds? Facing Wang Dachuan's clear and stupid big eyes, Huang Dongdong chose to avoid. At this time, no matter how naive Wang Dachuan was, he understood the general idea at this time. He touched his bald head with a look of grief and anger. Huang Dongdong, give me back my beautiful hair. I was about to walk towards Huang Dongdong. Wang Dachuan, sit down for me. Wang Dachuan stopped with his bald head, but the mood still hasn't calmed down. Then, with a third part of grievance and a third part of sadness and indignation, he shouted loudly, sit down. After saying that, he sat down and at this time, the proud faces of the whole class fell. Some of them have already quietly taken out their hats from the drawer and put them on. Yiran looked at the student angrily. How should I say hello to you? After being played around by a 12-year-old child, can you have some sense of independence? It would be better not to say this. When he said that, all the students' present's faces turned red. Huang Dongdong. Teacher Yi, tell me. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong, feeling helpless. Starting today, you will be responsible for all classroom hygiene until the end of the final assessment. Okay, Teacher Yi. Huang Dongdong also knew that he was in the wrong and quietly agreed to Yiran's punishment. Yiran looked at the bald heads in the class. What the hell, in just one day, I changed my career from a school tutor to a temple abbot. Yiran looked up helplessly and took a long breath of relief. Calm down your mood, okay, let's get down to business. You have seen today's school assessment notice, right? The usual team battle has been cancelled, and has been changed to a hunt in the Demon's Cave. Each class selects 4 students and a teacher to go into the Demon's Cave together. The Demon Cave where we are hunting this time is called the Eternal Night Demon Cave. It is one of the 72 demon gods and one of the original territories of the Eternal Night Demon God. The Eternal Night Demon Cave was very prosperous in the past. There were countless gold-level demon generals, no less than 100 platinum-level demon kings, and no less than 10 diamond-level demon lords. In addition, there were also the protection of the nation-slaying transcendent Lord Eternal Night. It was also called one of the forbidden areas. It's just that later, in the battle between the Eternal Night Demon God and the Superpower Alliance, he was beheaded by the Superpower Alliance and fell. The entire Demon Cave lost its shelter. All major forces took turns to enter the scene. The demon lords and demon kings in the Eternal Night Demon Cave died. Run away, the strength of the Evernight Demon Cave has been greatly reduced.
After this period of history, the Evernight Devil's Cave has completely become a testing ground for all major forces. Most of the current Eternal Night Devil's Cave are only low-level monsters, so everyone doesn't have to bear too much psychological burden. Yiran told the students the origin and evolution of Yangye Devil's Cave. Then, the conversation changed and the tone became serious. But this time, I believe you have also seen the place where our class is divided, Yangye Mountain Ridge, one of the permanent residences of Yangye Demon God in Yangye Demon Cave. In other words, it is also the place where the evil energy of the Eternal Night Demon Cave is strongest. The monsters living here have a very high probability of evolving and upgrading. So, no one can guarantee whether there will be high-level monsters here. I hope all students can understand that after going to the Demon Cave, you can no longer hold yourself to the standards of a student. You are a warrior on the battlefield. What you have to face are threats from all directions. What you have to face is life and death. A test of death. Remember, don't underestimate any monster. Even a silver-level monster may kill you. On the battlefield, there is no luck, any negligence will cause death. Don't rush in, don't be arrogant. If there is danger, you must activate the return stone as soon as possible. Yiran looked at the students and paused. Now I will click on the list of students who participated in this Demon Cave hunting assessment. Wang Dachuan, Huang Dongdong, Jiang Xiaoru, Lan Moyan. As for the teachers who lead the team, Teacher Li Wancheng and I will lead the team. As soon as Yiran's list came out, all the students were in an uproar. What the hell? It's understandable that Dachuan and Huang Dongdong are on the list. How did Jiang Xiaoru and Lan Moyan get on the list? Yes, Jiang Xiaoru couldn't even master the lowest level of healing skills at that time, and she also stopped studying for a long time. If you don't even practice cultivation, I'm probably still the same as before. I didn't slander my classmate, so wouldn't it be a burden to let her in? Do you know the details of Lan Moyan? You have never seen him take action? Looking at him, he doesn't look like he's very good at fighting. You can't rely on your good looks to let a monster commit suicide. Teacher Yi, aren't you planning to mess it up again? It's impossible. If this continues, Teacher Yi will be fired. The classmates were chattering and couldn't understand Yiran's selection. Yiran naturally wouldn't explain anything. After all, these 4 people selected are definitely the strongest foursome that their class can put together. Regardless of Lan Moyan, just talking about the first 3 people, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be no problem to go to the Eternal Night Demon Cave without the Platinum Demon King, plus Lan Moyan. Unless the Eternal Night Demon God is reborn, there should be nothing in the Eternal Night Demon Cave that can stop him. Of course, the reason why Yiran chose Lan Moyan was because the main reason is to prevent the Zhu family from making small moves. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan and the others. This Demon Cave assessment is based on hunting monsters. Black iron is worth 1 point, brass is worth 10 points, silver is worth 100 points, gold is worth 1000 points, and so on. I hope our class will have a good turnaround. We have only one goal. Yiran raised a finger. First. And in an office opposite Yiran's classroom, a fat man silently took off his headphones. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said to himself, first? Hee, I will help. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the Sarah or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. See 88 Zhu family's actions in standing behind this fat man. Han Xuanzheng half bowed with a respectful look on his face, glancing in the direction of Yiran's classroom from the corner of his eyes, shining with a sinister light. At this time, the fat man put down his telescope. He squinted at Han Kun and said with a smile, "How's it going, Teacher Han? Have you found it?" Han Kun nodded. "Mr. Zhu, we have found them all." Among the student lists reported by Yiran this time, there is only one Huang Dongdong worth paying attention to. This is a disciple of Hua Wen, the fire sect. The other 3 are all from Yiran's class. The students inside should all be at the silver level, and one of them is a new transfer student, so we don't have any information yet. Han Kun hesitated for a moment and continued, "Mr. Zhu, if not, I will check the background of this transfer student." After hearing this, the fat man waved his hand. No more investigation. What can be done about a little-known transfer student? If he is really a treasure, which school will let him go? Han Kun heard the fat man's words and nodded cooperatively. Mr. Zhu said that we won't investigate anymore. The fat man seemed very satisfied with Han Kun's performance. He leaned back on his chair and said confidently, "It seems that Yiran's trump card is Huang Dongdong. So far, that's the case." Hearing this, the fat man smiled disdainfully. Isn't it just a sect disciple who was about to fall into despair? If he returns it as a treasure, the Yi family will really live better and better.
I thought it would be a difficult task to complete, but it ended up like this. My cousin still insists on me staring here, wasting time. Then, the fat man raised his head again and looked at Han Kun with a smile. Teacher Han, how have you been lately? Han Kun listened to the fat man's question and nodded hurriedly. Thanks to the Zhu family, I saved my life and saved my life. This kindness will be unforgettable by Han. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Thank you, Zhu family. This person called Mr. Zhu, he is a member of the Zhu family in Kyoto. Xu Wenbin, a collateral branch of the Zhu family, can be regarded as Zhu Dashang's cousin. Although he is a waste who has only achieved gold in cultivation, but still under the operation of the Zhu family, was placed in an important position. On weekdays, Xu Wenbin likes to watch some poor nobles who are stronger than him perform obedience performances on him. To satisfy my inferiority complex and complacency. Xu Wenbin stretched his waist. I feel some discomfort in my throat, so he glanced at Han Kun aside. Han Kun picked up the ashtray on the side very wisely and held it in front of the fat man with both hands. Pooh! Xu Wenbin spit a mouthful of thick phlegm into the ashtray. He pinched his collar comfortably and shook his head. Then, he smiled and patted Han Kun on the shoulder. Don't worry, Teacher Han, the Xu family will not treat you badly. Even if you break up with Mo in the end, our Xu family can let you go somewhere else, and your future will be as bright. When Han Kun heard Xu Wenbin's words, he bowed respectfully as if he had been favored by the emperor. Thank you to the Xu family. From now on, I, Han Kun, will work hard for the Xu family. Han Kun's obedience performance made Xu Wenbin very satisfied. This is the effect the Zhu family wants. Since I saved you, you will become a member of the Zhu family from now on. Any benefit must be centered on the Zhu family. Of course, the Zhu family will not forget to give you soup when it takes off. The Zhu family has used this method to control many young talents who are not very upright. Xu Wenbin listened to Han Kun's words and nodded. It's good that you have this intention. After all, you still need to handle the matter. Han Kun looked at Xu Wenbin and continued, Don't worry, Mr. Zhu, if you don't tell me, I will fight Yi Ran to the end. Han Kun said, with a hint of gritted teeth. Han Kun hated Yi Ran deeply. The wealth and image he had managed for many years were wiped out by Yi Ran at once. He almost even lost his life. Yi Ran was relatively low-key before, so Han Kun never knew Yi Ran's background. Han Kun, who is now in the game, also understands the grievances between the Zhu family and the Yi family. Of course he knew why the Zhu family saved him, although I am a chess piece, but this can not only take revenge, but also serve as a pledge of surrender to the Zhu family. Why wouldn't Han Kun be happy to achieve double success with one stone? Han Kun looked at Xu Wenbin. Mr. Zhu, Han is indeed determined to kill the thief, but his ability is limited. After all, Yi Ran's strength has been obvious to all before. Han's failure is small, but ruining the Zhu family's plan is a big sin. Xu Wenbin looked at Han Kun and waved his hand. Don't worry. This time, your mission is just to mess up his assessment. Someone will kill Yi Ran later. But what our Zhu family pays attention to in everything we do is to be foolproof. Then, Xu Wenbin threw it towards the table. A row of steel needle tubes rolled out. Through the glass surface of the needle tube, you can see the strange green liquid inside. Seeing this, Han Kun picked up one and looked at it carefully. This is. Xu Wenbin glanced at Han Kun with some contempt and said casually, Have you ever heard of the water of life? After hearing the words water of life, Han Kun's hands trembled and he almost lost his grip. Looking at Xu Wenbin in shock, Xu Wenbin nodded. Yes, that's what you have in your hand. Hearing Xu Wenbin's affirmation, Han Kun once again held the steel needle and looked at it. There is no way. The reputation of Odavai is really too great. This is not some kind of healing potion, but all those who have been injected with the water of life, the strength will increase by a stage in a short period of time. Extremely violent, even at Han Kun's level. After being injected with the water of life, it can also go directly from the initial stage of platinum to the late stage of platinum in an instant, and may even skyrocket to the level of half-step diamond. The most amazing thing is, this kind of thing, after using it, your body will feel a little overdraft, and it will be better after you rest for a while. Other than that, there are no side effects. The absolute top stimulant, and another reason why Odavai is famous, it is the making of this water of life. This is the unique life-draining skill of the monster succubus, which is used on living people. Processed by squeezing human life, therefore, the production of water of life, it was entirely a deal made between some organizations that betrayed the human race and Queen Charming, one of the 72 demon gods. Sacrificing human beings, 90% is given to the succubus, and 10% is turned into water of life. Therefore, although this thing is very effective, but it has violated the bottom line of mankind, whenever it appears, it will be destroyed.
Not only must it be destroyed, human organizations have publicly declared, any organization has the right to kill people or organizations that use, sell, and produce water of life. Water of life, it can be said that whether you own it, sell it, or make it, you will be the public enemy of mankind. Han Kun took the water of life, which was heavy. I feel a little unable to hold it. Zhu Wenbin actually waved his hand and came out with this kind of hot potato. He felt that he was evil enough, but he never expected that the Zhu family was even more terrifying than he imagined. Once people know this kind of thing, there will be absolutely no place to die. Now Zhu Wenbin gave himself nearly 5 bottles of water of life at one time. Such size, such indifference, Han Kun even suspected that the Zhu family was involved in the development of the water of life. C89 The swordsmanship is still a little rusty, please correct me, Teacher Li, since Zhu Wenbin can hand over such a thing to him so generously. It seems like there are only 2 ways for me to go now. Be obedient or die. Thinking of this, Han Kun broke into a cold sweat and his spine felt chilly. Why, does Teacher Han want to report me with this expression? Zhu Wenbin's unpleasant voice came again. Han Kun glanced at Zhu Wenbin, who was a little joking, gritted his teeth. He put the water of life directly into his inner pocket. Zhu Wenbin admired Han Kun's performance. Teacher Han, don't worry. As long as this generation's water of life is not caught and injected, it will not be detected even if the extraordinary comes. For your students, I have only one request. Zhu Wenbin glanced at it and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, deliberately clashed with Yi Ran's students, and then killed him. After Han Kun heard this, he nodded. My students have 4 golden ones. All they have to do is inject the water of life. Each one of them can be regarded as a pseudo-platinum level without enlightenment. This level of power, in Han Kun's eyes, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Ran and his class. Han Kun looked at Zhu Wenbin and nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu, I will make arrangements. After saying that, Han Kun left the room directly. Zhu Wenbin watched Han Kun leave. He touched his ring thoughtfully and squinted his eyes sinisterly. Talking to himself, one layer of insurance is not enough. The other side, Yi Ran had just finished his impassioned morale boost. That's all for today. I wish our class can win the Toad Palace this year and return triumphantly. Yi Ran on the podium looked at the students below the stage with satisfaction. After my own teaching and training during this period of time, classes 1 and 2 are no longer the same mess as usual. Both strength and mentality have undergone earth-shaking changes. The spring breeze of passion and vitality finally blew on the faces of every student in this class. This youthful scene, if not all of them were bald, the relationship would be better. When I think of this, Yi Ran glanced at Huang Dongdong speechlessly again. He seemed to feel Yi Ran's gaze. Huang Dongdong quickly lowered his head and chose to avoid it. The time for the final assessment is getting closer and closer. There is no time left for these students to grow their hair. Students in my own class may have to take exams with bald heads. That's all, the monk class will be the monk class. As long as you can get results. Yi Ran reluctantly accepted the reality and waved his hand. Get out of class is over, students. After saying that, he was ready to leave the classroom. The moment Yi Ran left, everyone's eyes turned to Huang Dongdong. If looks could kill, Huang Dongdong would have been Lingqi by now. You're going to be in trouble. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong playfully. Huang Dongdong was extremely calm and composed at this moment. Don't panic, let's watch senior brother perform. Faced with the cannibalistic cases, Huang Dongdong is calm and composed. He coughed lightly. I randomly picked up a book from my desk. He stood up and looked at the classroom door. Teacher Yi, I don't quite understand this boxing technique. Yi Ran, who had already left the classroom, looked back at Huang Dongdong. Then you come with me. Okay, teacher. In an instant, Huang Dongdong left the classroom at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that he even used the power of Samadhi True Fire. So much so that it left a trail of golden red afterimages. Before everyone could react, Huang Dongdong was completely nowhere to be found. So fast. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong running for his life and muttered to himself. Li Wancheng, who was sitting at the back of the classroom, I was slightly surprised when I saw Huang Dongdong leaving. As an extraordinary person, he could naturally see that Huang Dongdong's energy fluctuations were abnormal. It has definitely exceeded the limit that ordinary gold can reach. Could it be said that Huang Dongdong is also a good seedling? For a time, seeing that Li Wancheng was eager to hunt, he stood up and planned to go out and touch Huang Dongdong's bottom. Result, he had just walked to Lan Moyan's side, but Lan Moyan blocked his way. At this time, Lan Moyan looked at herself with a smile on her face. Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan's smile. I couldn't help but shudder, for no other reason than Lan Moyan's cold evil aura. He had already enveloped himself. The horror of evil spirit. He was so excited that his lava skin activated passively. What kind of crazy thing is this murderer god doing?
Li Wancheng complained to Lan Moyan speechlessly, but he still had a smile on his face. Student Lan, do you need help from the teaching assistant for anything? Listening to Li Wancheng's inquiry, Lan Moyan smiled brighter. He nodded seriously. The assessment is coming soon. My swordsmanship is still a bit rusty. Please ask Teacher Li for correction. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Li Wancheng felt 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping. May I correct you? Dude, if you want to kill me, just say so. No need to go through all these twists and turns. Of course, Li Wancheng naturally did not dare to say these things in his heart. For a moment, the two of them froze on the spot. Why is Teacher Li unwilling? Lan Moyan still smiled. It's just that this peerless face is more terrifying in Li Wancheng's eyes than that demon. Li Wancheng smiled awkwardly. Ahem, cough, of course the teacher is willing, but I've been feeling a little unwell recently. Next time, I'll definitely correct you carefully next time. As he said this, Li Wancheng turned sideways, intending to avoid Lan Moyan and pursue Huang Dongdong. As a result, he had just been side by side with Lan Moyan, then he felt something sharp pressing against his waist. Li Wancheng slowly lowered his head and looked. At this time, Lan Moyan's magic weapon, the treasure of the Sword God sect and one of the most powerful divine weapons in the Dragon Kingdom. No front, right on top of my waist. Li Wancheng swallowed slowly, raised his head and looked deeply at Lan Moyan. He said to Lan Moyan in a voice that could not be detected by others, Director Lan, there's no need to be so cruel. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng with a smile still on her face. The same sound that no one else could detect came out from the cracks of his mouth. Today, you have to compete. Even if you don't compete, you have to compete. After hearing Lan Moyan's threat, Li Wancheng laughed suddenly and patted Lan Moyan on the shoulder. Classmate Lan, I suddenly feel better. Let's choose a different day. Let's go to the practice room together now and let me correct you. Thank you, Teacher Li. Lan Moyan still had a smile on her face, expressing her gratitude. You're welcome, this is what a teacher should do. In this way, the two people left the classroom side by side. They are so close that they are like brothers, so intimate. Anyone who comes to see it must say that teachers and students have a deep relationship. And at this moment, Yi ran in the corridor. He was looking at Huang Dongdong in front of him with a speechless expression. Dongdong, take a comic book and ask me to teach you what? The key is still this romance comic. C90, you are very strong. It's worth my sword. Huang Dongdong also lowered his head at this moment. Teacher Yi, it's my fault that the whole class is bald. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, who was apologizing, and rubbed his head helplessly. Okay, don't be shy next time. Yi Ran was furious as he spoke. In the final analysis, they are still stupid. They can be fooled by a child, so they have the nerve to hold grudges. Seeing that Yi Ran didn't seem angry, Huang Dongdong felt relieved. If there's nothing else, go back to class quickly. Yi Ran waved his hand, signaling Huang Dongdong to leave. No, teacher, I really have something to do. Just, Huang Dongdong thought about it and hesitated for a long time, just pestering Yi Ran. Then he seemed to think of something. He hurriedly said to Yi Ran, by the way, Teacher Yi, there is one more thing. A strange thing happened in my mind recently. I can actually chat with Wang Dachuan in my mind. Not only that, but red envelopes can be given out in the chat group, and the best thing is that the red envelopes can still be paid. Later, Huang Dongdong vividly told Yi Ran everything about the chat group in his mind. When I spoke, there was still confusion and shock in my eyes. After all, this kind of thing's so weird. Even with so many years of experience in the Fire Element sect, he has never heard of such a thing. So Teacher Yi, do you know what's going on? Could I be cursed by some weird church? Listening to Huang Dongdong describing his chat group as so unbearable, Yi Ran said speechlessly, your family will give you money even if you curse? That's right. Huang Dongdong rubbed his head in embarrassment, and finally thought of another direction. Teacher Yi, do you think it is a new type of telecommunications fraud? I heard that those telecommunications fraud methods are to give you a small favor first, and then deceive you into bankruptcy. Teacher Yi, to tell you the truth, my master Huowen was once deceived into buying tea. He ended up spending millions without even seeing the hair on the tea leaves. Master doesn't allow me to tell outsiders. Teacher Yi, you must never dare to spread the word. Huang Dongdong said it vividly. Yi Ran interrupted Huang Dongdong speechlessly. Stop. Let Huang Dongdong continue to say this. My chat group will have to go to the public security department to register. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong angrily. You tell me, people with such means would engage in telecommunications fraud? Yi Ran didn't think about how to explain this to these students, so he planned to fool them for the time being. That chat group shouldn't be a bad thing, just stay in it. No, teacher, Huang Dongdong still wanted to ask, but he seemed to be looking for something to say when he had nothing to say. Yi Ran waved his hand a little tiredly, not bothering to explain so much.
so he waved his hand and interrupted Huang Dongdong's inquiry. Okay, I've been complaining for a long time and refused to leave.
You talked so much nonsense, but I still don't know that you came out to avoid Wang Dachuan?
Yiran pointed to the corner again. Wang Dachuan and the others who were squatting with you in the corner just now have left.
Now you can rest assured.
As if Yiran had exposed his thoughts, Huang Dongdong touched his head sheepishly, and then flattered, as expected of Teacher Yi. You have discovered all this? Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong angrily. If you did something wrong, you did something wrong.
Dachuan and the others are so big, can they still eat you? Prepare well for the final exam. If you really want to make amends, remember to work harder in the exam room.
When Huang Dongdong heard Yiran's words, he nodded seriously. Teacher, don't worry. As the leader of Class 2, it is my duty to protect my brothers. Dongdong, can you read less Jianghu novels?
In the practice room, Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan, who was doing warm-up exercises in front of him. I have already begun to name Lan Moyan's family tree one by one in my mind. After a while, Lan Moyan stood up, looking at Li Wancheng with a smile. Need to warm up? Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan's peerless face, which was harmless to humans and animals and couldn't find any flaws.
Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Stop joking, Director Lan. I am no match for you, Director Lan. There are no outsiders here.
Let's not go around in circles. Li Wancheng frowned. As he spoke, he waved his hands. What kind of international joke is this?
Lan Moyan's sword. When Bai Su comes, you have to stay away.
Who am I? What are you talking about, Teacher Li? I don't understand. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng and asked naturally.
Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan. It feels worse than eating shit at this time.
No one can wake up someone who was pretending to sleep, but this guy who pretended to be asleep needs to beat himself up now. But I still can't beat it. For a time, faced with a deadlock, Li Wancheng shook his head speechlessly, put his hands on his hips, and took a deep breath. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng's movements and asked, "This is your warm-up exercise, right? Then I'll start." Li Wancheng? What's the warm-up exercise? Are you still talking about the basic law?
Just finished saying. Lan Moyan's eyes lit up slightly. There is obviously no change in movement, but in Li Wancheng's eyes, he could no longer see Lan Moyan's figure. The person in front of him was no longer the beautiful young man in his 20s, but a sharp blade with unrivaled sharpness. The sharpness on the blade, just looking at it made his face feel like it was being cut apart. The ultimate sword intention, man and sword become one, that sharp sword energy, they gathered into a sharp edge and focused in front of Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng felt a tremor coming from his soul, surging determination. It stings every cell in Li Wancheng. I'm going to start. Lan Moyan still spoke concisely and to the point. As soon as I finished speaking, the person just disappeared.
No.
Li Wancheng spoke his hometown dialect anxiously, although I don't know why Lan Moyan is so crazy, but as an extraordinary person in the military department, after all, they are people who have experienced life and death battles, so naturally they cannot just sit back and wait for death.
Lava skin, hardened.
Moment, Li Wancheng's body began to swell. The whole person instantly expanded from 2 meters to 5 meters tall.
The clothes on my body fell to pieces.
Li Wancheng's skin gradually turned into the shape of lava. Those pieces of lava skin, the lights and shadows of the swords above show the owner's glorious achievements. Among the ravines of lava, the dark red energy is like magma, constantly flashing the breath of terror, between every breath and every breath, carrying a huge amount of weight.
A flash of cold light, after a crisp sound, Lan Moyan's figure appeared directly behind Li Wancheng. Lan Moyan at this time, looking at Li Wancheng, he nodded with a smile and said with slight appreciation, he is indeed a genius that the military has high hopes for. His defensive power is pretty good. Li Wancheng slowly turned his head, looking at Lan Moyan resentfully. Now, you don't pretend to be a student teacher anymore? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and was not injured.
Li Wancheng complained speechlessly. As a result, the moment Li Wancheng turned around, boom!
The 5-meter-long body fell to the ground uncontrollably.
You are strong and worthy of my sword.
Lan Moyan's voice came faintly in front of Li Wancheng.
C91 Unusual Eternal Night Demon Cave. Li Wancheng tried to control his body. As a result, I found that I couldn't use my legs at all. At this time, he looked shocked. How can it be? Although the blow just now was invincible, I still blocked it with all my strength. Why, my legs? This moment, Li Wancheng's face flashed with fear. Being injured is not scary.
What is scary is being injured and you still don't understand how the other person acted. Obviously he is also a transcendent. But Lan Moyan's sword, has it reached the point where you can't even understand it?
For a moment, Li Wancheng felt that the gap between him and Lan Moyan was like a gap in the sky.
But I have also had contact with the nation-killing transcendent from the military department before.
There is indeed a big gap, but no extraordinary person has ever allowed himself to feel so powerless. Thinking of this, Li Wancheng was sweating profusely, his eyes flashing with fear. Don't bother, I have cut off the consciousness of your legs. It should take half a month to recover. The corners of Lan Moyan's mouth raised slightly, there is still a harmless smile on his face. What a pity, I just missed the freshman exam. Li Wancheng's heart, me. At. #% Lan Moyan, huh? Call the infirmary for me, no problem. After saying that, Lan Moyan turned around and left. Wait a moment. Lan Moyan stopped and turned around. Is there anything else you want to explain? At least leave me a set of clothes. Over time, at Gaowu Academy in the Magic City, the day of freshman exams is getting closer and closer. The focus of all teachers and students is focused on this assessment. Especially after the official announcement of the prizes for this freshman exam, he is one of the three pillars of the Demon City, Venerable Void, the extraordinary person who kills the country, and the principal of the Gaowu Academy of the Demon City, Bai Su. After making the space ring with my own hands, the whole school started to get excited. After all, a space prop that is sold to the outside world costs millions of dragon coins. Still produced by a master, as soon as this news came out, the topic once reached the front page of the news. This undoubtedly adds another level of enthusiasm to this freshman assessment. Suddenly, the whole school's discussion about the favorite to win the championship began to intensify. Have you heard? Several students in teacher Li Shuezong's class have suddenly broken through to the gold level. What is a sudden breakthrough? It's just that it's been hidden all this time, and now it's revealed. It's only my freshman year, and there are nearly 10 golden students. This title of master is truly well-deserved. Haven't you seen it before? At that time, teacher Li Shuezong and his class held an internal competition in order to compete for this time's Demon Cave assessment. I watched that video. It's so scary. It's so evil. There are actually 4 of them who have reached the late golden stage. 4 golden late stages. Some sophomore classes can't even put together such a lineup. As expected of him, he is the #1 favorite to win the championship this year. Apart from Li Shuezong's class, only teacher Han's class should be eligible to compete for the championship, right? After all, they are also 4 gold-level students. Oh, that beast Han Kun? Shoo, be careful not to be overheard. Although the teacher is a beast, I have to say that my class is really capable. The students were discussing with each other. The favorites to win the entire freshman class have completely focused on Li Shuezong's class and Han Kun's class. These 2 classes are also called the freshman twins. Although Yi Ran's first grade class 2 also had students from his own family discussing the potential of winning the championship with other classmates, but every time I say it, it will be treated as a joke by other students. Laugh it off. Not only did it not create any momentum for class 1 and class 2, instead, the story of class 1 and class 2 being deceived into having their heads shaved by a 12-year-old kid spread throughout the campus. The wise saying that good things never go out and bad things spread thousands of miles has been verified once again. In short, after this round of discussion, the entire first grade and second grade students were filled with anger. And at this moment, Yi Ran dragged his suitcase, looking speechlessly at the little tortoise lying on his shoulder. Fellow Taoist Duobao, it's not that I don't want to take you there, it's just that this is against the rules. Although Yi Ran said earnestly, Duobao just lay on Yi Ran's shoulder and refused to move. Diamond-level strength is displayed here. Even if Yi Ran takes off his arm, he probably won't be able to get Duobao away. Duobao just lay there and said in a disdainful tone, you just take Pindao to the link point. Pindao has many ways to get in. They can find a hair on Pindao, and Pindao has their last name. Yi Ran looked at Duobao speechlessly. Where did you get the hair from, a bastard? It seemed that he felt Yi Ran's gaze. Duobao proudly raised his little turtle head. He said in an old-fashioned way, little friend Yi Ran, I'm going to tell you that there are great opportunities in the Evernight Devil's Cave. If you don't take this poor person with you, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Big opportunity? Hearing Duobao say this, Yi Ran suddenly felt energetic. After all, Duobao has been following Bai Su all over the world for so long. He is definitely famous for his vision and knowledge. Being told by him is a great opportunity. That's really something. That's natural. Why do you think the Alliance of Superpowers chose a weaker demon god who could complete the second awakening mission before, but in the end they chose the Eternal Night demon god who was above average in strength? Hearing this, Yi Ran became energetic. Indeed, when the Alliance of Superpowers announced that they would encircle and suppress the Evernight demon god, it shocked the whole world. After all, the original absolute power, Andrew's second awakening mission, all I need is a demon god's life magic crystal. This does not require him to be King Yangye by name. They can definitely choose a weaker demon god to encircle and suppress. As a result, they surrounded and suppressed an eternal night demon god with average strength. This cannot be justified no matter how you put it. At that time, this topic sparked quite a discussion. But as time went by, everyone gradually stopped worrying about this matter. Fellow Taoist Duobao, I would like to hear the details, Yi Ran said in a humble tone. Duobao nodded his little head very helpfully. He spoke proudly, let me tell you, the Eternal Night Demon Cave is different from other demon caves. This place is not polluted by the Eternal Night Demon God himself, but is a natural dimensional space. When the Alliance of Superpowers chose to encircle and suppress the Eternal Night Demon, part of the reason was for Andrew's second awakening, and the other reason was to find the thing called the seed in the Eternal Night Demon's cave. Seed? Yi Ran discovered Hua Dian. As for the seeds, I actually don't understand them very well. It's just that one time when Bai Su was chatting with me, he said something like this, and, before Duobao finished speaking, Duobao's voice stopped suddenly, then he seemed to realize what he had said too much. He waved his turtle claws and muttered, the secrets of heaven must not be leaked, the secrets of heaven must not be leaked, oh, too much leakage. It's hurting your body. You need to rest. Afterwards, Duobao closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. In order to pretend to be more realistic, Duobao snored intentionally or unintentionally. Why are you a bastard snoring? Watching this void turtle pretending to sleep, and he also used the excuses he made up before to excuse himself. Yi Ran felt like he was being choked. Look at this posture. I guess I won't be able to ask anything more. Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. I could only continue to pack my luggage and leave the dormitory with Duobao. When I woke up, it suddenly hit 8. Brothers, thank you for your efforts. I'll give you an extra update. Love you guys. Take a look at ratings, small gifts, etc. I will continue to add updates. C92 The test is about to begin. Jiang Xiaoru is silent suburbs. On an extremely empty lawn, there stands a huge doorframe. The material of the doorframe cannot be clearly seen, but it shines brightly in the sunlight. The extraordinary origin of this doorframe shines through. The doorframe is covered with dense mysterious lines. These lines are complex and extremely regular. If you look at it carefully, you may even get stuck in it and be unable to extricate yourself for a short period of time. At this time, the middle of the doorframe is completely transparent. Standing so quietly on this wide lawn, there are even birds walking freely in the middle. At this moment, Wang Dachuan and others looked up at the huge doorframe. There was surprise in his eyes. Is this the legendary dimensional gate? Wang Dachuan murmured to himself. Huang Dongdong on the side looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud face. Silly guy, don't you know? This is the dimensional gate. As long as you put the corresponding spatial location coordinates, this dimensional gate will push the energy and create a connection point between the two worlds. The reason why our dimensional gate is so big is that it is a national dimensional gate built by the Dragon Kingdom with all its efforts. All major forces in the Dragon Kingdom can use it as long as they provide public coordinates and energy funds. In fact, some top forces also have their own dimensional gates built within them, but they are not as big as this. Don't underestimate it. This time, after all, many cultivation resources and materials that do not belong to our world have to be collected from other worlds through the dimensional gate. It can be said that any dimensional gate plus world coordinates represents the resource vein of a world. The standard configuration of any top power is to have at least one dimensional gate. What Huang Dongdong said is clear and logical. After all, he is also a sect organization and a direct disciple, so he still has this knowledge. Wang Dachuan listened to Huang Dongdong's words and looked at Huang Dongdong with reverence. He held his bald head, blinked his big head, and looked at Huang Dongdong sincerely. Dongdong, you know so well, your fire sect must also have a dimensional gate, right? This sentence directly choked Huang Dongdong, who looked proud, and he looked at Wang Dachuan with a black line on his face. Dachuan, there are some questions you don't need to ask. Yi Ran, who was standing aside, looked at the leave note Lan Moyen gave him. I lowered my head and looked at it several times. Then he looked at Lan Moyen, who had a plain face. Finally, I couldn't help but ask, are you sure that Teacher Li accidentally broke his leg when he went downstairs, so he can't take the exam temporarily? Lan Moyen nodded calmly, then he pointed to the leave note in Yi Ran's hand. This is Teacher Li's leave note, with Teacher Li's fingerprint on it. Which good person's leave note was fingerprinted? Did you come up with this fake note from a good source? Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyen, and finally put away the leave note silently. There is indeed something wrong with the design of the stairs on the second floor. When I go back, I have to report it to the materials department. Subsequently, Yi Ran looked at Jiang Xiaoru, who just arrived at school yesterday. Jiang Xiaoru now, although she also has a lowly face paired with a simple long skirt, but now compared with before, the whole person no longer looked down without looking down. Not only that, originally, he was still slightly hunched over, but now he is much straighter than before. In short, although the appearance has not changed much, but the overall image and temperament of the person give people a feeling of extreme confidence. But the only thing that's wrong is just because Zhang Xiaoru compares with before, talk less, so much so that when Zhang Xiaoru came back on the first day, Yi Ran even thought that the Free Tavern taught her how to practice silent chanting. It wasn't until I communicated with Luanjing that I found out, Zhang Xiaoru is now very talented in the Curse of the Night Priest. Cultivation is too fast, as a result, the current power of the treatment and curse systems is extremely unbalanced. Zhang Xiaoru now, as long as you open your mouth, it's easy to lose control and curse people. It would be better if the level is higher than Zhang Xiaoru. If it were lower, the curse takes effect very easily. Some time ago, because of Zhang Xiaoru, many low-level drinkers in the Free Tavern were forced to give up drinking. The reason was that Zhang Xiaoru reminded them to be careful about liver damage caused by drinking alcohol. Then, everyone has cirrhosis of the liver at some point. In short, the Longhua branch of the Free Tavern no longer drinks any wine. A thermos cup of wolfberry nourishes the liver and protects the stomach. This disguise also set off a craze for drinking wolfberry in TACC. Currently, in TACC, now the biggest seller is wolfberry tea. The magical butterfly effect always stirs up things into chaos. Just when Yi Ran recalled Luanjing's complaints, Wang Dachuan walked to Zhang Xiaoru's side. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoru didn't speak much, Wang Dachuan touched his bald head and looked for words. Long time no see, Xiaoru. Zhang Xiaoru looked at Wang Dachuan and nodded friendly, then he looked at Wang Dachuan's bald head with some curiosity, seemingly noticing Zhang Xiaoru's gaze. Wang Dachuan touched his head in embarrassment. Xiaoru, you don't understand. The most fashionable thing in our school right now is bald heads. Many students in our class have shaved their heads. Let me tell you, I have also caught up with the fashion for once. How about this hairstyle, isn't it cool? Zhang Xiaoru still looked well behaved. Wang Dachuan looked at Wang Dachuan half understanding, then, she smiled and said, handsome, I also think you, squad leader, are very suitable for a bald head. Your bald head looks really bright. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned. His eyes were directly locked on Wang Dachuan's forehead. In an instant, Yi Ran could clearly see, Wang Dachuan's newly grown hair sprouted, all fell off. It's just that the sprouts on the head are still too small. You can't tell it unless you look carefully. At least Wang Dachuan didn't feel it. At this time, Wang Dachuan was still thinking because he heard Zhang Xiaoru praise him. Smiling cheerfully, that's natural. Why is my head suddenly so cold? As time passed slowly, more and more people came to the open space of the playground. In a short while, the entire first grade team came to the grass. All participating teams, basically, they are recuperating their energy, or they are communicating quietly within their own class. The entire lawn is relatively quiet. But it's different on the square outside the lawn. The place is full of cheering students. It's here, there is also a huge spacetime screen, can clearly see the participating team members in the waiting area. The students were chattering and discussing the participating team members with each other. For a time, the crowd is buzzing. C93 Master Hua is proud. Look. It's coming. It's all coming. Oh my god, teacher Li Shuezon's class is really awesome. Zhang Dehua, the A-level firepower user who ranks first in the grade, leads the team. There are only 3 left, Shui Linger, the A-level ice power user who ranks third in grade. The 5th grade A-level power user, Su Zhuang, and the 6th grade Qingshan sword sect, Wang Ping. This lineup, Zhou Yu, Wang Jiajun, Dian Wei, Li Bai is invincible. What a mess, I told you to do less farm work, but you just didn't listen. Li Shuezong is indeed the uncrowned king among teachers. His teaching level is truly unrivaled. Yes, we still have quite a few A-level psychics among our freshmen, and these are the only ones that stand out. Look over there. Yin Hai and the others have also come out. Zhang Haoren, Yin Hai, Luo Gua, and Li Si are also 4 gold level ones. Zhang Haoren ranks 2nd in the grade. Bad luck, don't mention this class, it sounds disgusting. There is nothing to say, I can only say what teachers teach students. If this team wins the championship, it will really tarnish the principal's space ring. After hearing these words, the students in Han Kun's class, everyone dares to be angry but dare not speak out. After what happened to Han Kun, their class has also become a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouts and beats them, followed by cowardice. However, the students in their class did follow Han Kun to bully others and fear others. I can only say that the boomerang hit me. Not unjust. The students were chattering and discussing, each one of them argued for their favorite winning team and analyzed the situation. And the one sitting in the second seat at the back, it was the Platinum and Diamond Masters who had besieged the supplies department before, as well as some highly respected old teachers.
These masters looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Still, some people couldn't help but say, "What does Mo mean by this arrangement? He actually got a second seat? What do you mean? According to our level, we can't even get on the podium? It's just a freshman exam, isn't it? The supplies department at Mo is really unlucky. I can't even figure out how to arrange the seats. There are so many seats on the rostrum, is it possible that there are so many extraordinary people who can come?" These masters of platinum and diamonds complained. After all, as usual, in a school's freshman assessment, it's already a great achievement for them to be present. We have already arranged to sit on the rostrum. As a result, this time, there were no seats available on either side of the rostrum, and a second seat was specially set up for them. It really makes these old guys lose face. Some of the outspoken masters couldn't help but complain. But these are not the main point. After all, the goal of each of them is not to compete for a seat. Each and every one of them came for the legendary genius, coupled with the influence and strength of the principal of Moa School. Therefore, these diamond and platinum masters who should have walked away just pinched their noses and accepted this arrangement. And in the middle of this table, Huowen just finished complaining about the arrangements of the material department with his good friends in the Straight Temper Alliance. Then he looked around. After seeing Li Shuozong's figure, he just walked over in a swaggering manner. He laughed loudly. "Mr. Li, long time no see." Although Li Shuozong is teaching freshmen, but because of his old age and his only strength of gold, so I didn't become the leader of the team this time. Coupled with his prestige in the teaching community, so I was arranged to sit with these masters at this banquet. After hearing someone calling me, Li Shuozong raised his head and looked up. After discovering that it was Huowen, the leader of the fire elements, he also bowed his hands politely. "Master Hua, long time no see." Huowen looked at Li Shuozong and said with a smile, "Mr. Li has always cared about students. This is a fact that is obvious to all. Everyone, don't you think so?" The masters on the side heard what Huowen said. Everyone responded with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Li's responsible attitude towards students is a role model for us. Mr. Li's ability to bring out 5 diamond-level grandmasters is not just luck. Mr. Li, after this freshman exam is over, I have to ask you to teach those silly boys in our sect." Faced with the flattery of the diamond masters, Li Shuozong also responded in a friendly manner. Then he looked at Huowen with some confusion. He and Huowen were just acquaintances, not very familiar. I wonder what Huowen meant by suddenly raising his hand like this. "Master Hua, that's ridiculous," Li Shuozong responded to Huowen's compliment. Huowen grabbed Li Shuozong's arm with both hands and helped Li Shuozong sit down. This shows that two people who are close are like brothers. "Mr. Li, you've met someone else. After all, the fate between us is quite strong." Li Shuozong was a little confused when he saw Huowen say this. "Master Hua, you have made me a little confused." Looking at Li Shuozong's performance, Huowen's mouth was even more proud. "Huang Dongdong, this kid is hiding well. He has not been discovered yet. He is indeed my chosen disciple. This meticulous mind has the style of my past." Huowen flattered himself while looking at Li Shuozong mysteriously. "Mr. Li, to be honest, one of your students is my disciple." "Ah?" This sentence shocked Li Shuozong directly. Huowen looked at Li Shuozong's shocked expression. He raised his mouth slightly and continued, "My disciple is very naughty. He secretly came to school to train without my knowledge. Who knew that he would come to your class by chance? I heard that he was selected into the freshman assessment team this time." While Huowen was speaking, he took out the gift he had prepared from his arms. With a movement that others could not notice, stuffed it into Li Shuozong's arms. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Mr. Li. You taught me well, and made me, a bad disciple, change my character. This little gift is not a respect." Li Shuozong listened to Huowen's words, and looked at the platinum-level fire crystal in his arms, and fell into deep thought. At this time, Li Shuozong's mind was a mess. What the hell? Among his participating students, there are disciples of Huowen? That's not right. The resumes of the students who represented his class in the competition this time all clearly showed that they were recruited through the college entrance examination, but seeing Huowen's confident demeanor, and he gave him such a big gift right away, his originally determined mind became a little uncertain. Could it be that Huowen had been arranging for his students to become his disciples since the college entrance examination? But what was he trying to do? Just to see his shocked look right now? It is said that Hua Xingzong is eccentric, hot-tempered and eccentric, but this is too eccentric. I can't figure it out. Li Shuozong was puzzled. After a while, he slowly asked, "May I ask, Master Hua, who is your disciple?" Looking at Li Shuozong, who has trained 5 diamond masters, Huowen was extremely happy. The disciple he taught played the best teacher at the moment. Doesn't this mean that he played the master's teacher in disguise? Huo Wen was complacent and kept it a secret. Don't worry, Master Li, you will know when the assessment starts. C94 extraordinary people are all here, the coordinates are open. Ding. When Huo Wen was selling things off, suddenly there was a clear ringtone in the air. The ringtone is not loud, but it can be clearly heard in everyone's ears. Ringtone seems to have the magic power to calm people's soul. All students' discussions stopped in an instant. When all the students fell silent, a light female voice came from the space. Students, this freshman exam is about to begin. Now let us welcome our principal, Lord Void, Mr. Baisu, with warm applause.
Damn it, the principal is here? Is our freshman exam so grand this time?
The students clapped excitedly. This legendary figure personally attended their freshman assessment, which made them feel proud. With a burst of space distortion, Baisu, who was dressed in white, sat down with a kind smile on his face. Sitting down in vain, those diamond and platinum masters who were not angry at first, my mood calmed down.
After all, if the rostrum is empty, they are really not qualified to stand side by side with Baisu.
Good fellow, we have invited all the venerables of the void here for a freshman exam. It's such a grand occasion. The white pillars are here, so I have nothing to say. Principal Bai still looks so fairy-like, and his style is still the same as before. That's what I said. But why do I feel that Principal Bai's eyes are a little bloodshot? That's for the country and the school. White Pillar Stone is worthy of being a role model for our generation.
For a time, many diamonds and platinums unconsciously raised their respect for Baisu. However, there are always people who can discover Hua Dian. That's not right. Principal Bai is the only one sitting on the rostrum? Yes, there are too many places on this rostrum. Is it possible? It made everyone's heart skip a beat.
Suddenly, the host's voice came again. Now let us welcome Mr. Zhu Tianhua, director of the penalty department of Longhua, Taoist Qingke, with warm applause. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of blue divine birds flew over and turned into a Taoist priest in front of the rostrum. This man has a hooked nose and piercing eyes. Facing Baisu, he smiled friendly and sat down.
I wipe it. Director Zhu is here?
He is a big boss in the real power department of the Dragon Kingdom, and he is also one of the core figures of the Zhu family, the top family. Before anyone could react, the host's voice sounded again. Now let us welcome Mr. Yishagua, the Left General of the Dragon Kingdom's military headquarters and the iron-blooded marshal, with warm applause. As soon as he finished speaking, the seats on the rostrum were filled with blood. When the energy dissipated, a middle-aged man with a majestic face nodded to Baisu and sat down directly. This man was wearing a uniform, well-tailored, perfectly fitting his strong body, and the star emblem on the epaulets was shining brightly, highlighting his military exploits and glory.
This, a big shot from the military department, is here too?
Before everyone had time to discuss, the host's voice sounded again. Now let us welcome you with warm applause, Flame King, and wish Mr. Duanjin. Then, on the seat next to Baisu, a raging flame began to rise. A strong man appeared on the chair. Now let us welcome with warm applause, Joyo Poison Master, Mr. Ian Shanhai.
Now let us welcome with warm applause, Vidro Walker, Mr. Shi Huaqing.
Following the host's introduction, whether they are students or those diamond and platinum masters present, completely stunned, in just a few moments, so there is always a long rostrum, full of extraordinary people. The students were so excited, extraordinary beings that you can't even see in ordinary times. Now I have watched it all at once.
Regardless of whether this assessment is exciting or not, this scene alone is worth adding to your resume in the future. After all, who can watch a game with more than a dozen extraordinary bosses on the same stage as a student?
And at this moment, the masters were also completely quiet. Those masters who couldn't help but complain before, now they don't dare to speak out anymore.
Now I beg them to sit on the rostrum, but they won't go. They discussed it privately. No, is this the assessment site for the first-year students in the Magic City? Where did this come from? Tomorrow the headlines will come out. More than a dozen extraordinary people will gather for the MOA freshman exam.
I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Today is probably the safest day in the history of the Magic City. Damn it, at the National Friendly Consultation Conference I attended last year, there were not as many Chaofan people as there are today.
Not to mention meetings, even when we were at war with the Foot Basin country, there were not as many people as there are today. The Foot Basin country is worthy of calling our extraordinary ones? Today is an eye-opener. Wait a minute, these extraordinary ones don't have the same goal as us, right? Someone's words awakened the dreamer. Immediately silenced all the diamond and platinum grandmasters in the second seat. Yes, it's not like extraordinary people are so full that they can come here to join in the fun. If you really come here to compete for geniuses like yourself, then they are still fighting over each other? On the podium, Baisu looked at the guests in a friendly manner and nodded. Now that everyone is here?
Then let's. Before Baisu finished speaking, a burst of smoke swept up, then, a figure shrouded in smoke appeared in front of everyone. It was the Free Tavern, Luwani's aunt, Lord of Grey Mist, Luanjing. After looking at the visitor, all the extraordinary people frowned slightly. Liberty Tavern? Obviously, the arrival of the Lord of Grey Mist was unexpected by everyone. The Lord of Grey Fog was shrouded in smoke, and no one could see his true appearance clearly. She didn't say anything, she just took out an invitation. Afterwards, the Lord of Grey Mist naturally sat on the rostrum. Baisu took the invitation and looked at the Lord of Grey Mist again. After all, I never thought that I would be able to invite an extraordinary person to participate in my freshman year. Don't worry, I won't mess around today. The Lord of Grey Mist's head is still covered with thick fog. The voice was so loud that I couldn't hear the man or woman clearly. After Baisu heard the Lord of Grey Mist's promise, he didn't say much. When the other extraordinary beings saw the organizer Baisu's attitude, they naturally wouldn't say much. Baisu stood up and said to everyone, "Now that everyone is here, I announce that this year's Freshman Devil's Cave assessment has officially begun." As soon as Baisu finished speaking, then he raised his left hand. In an instant, a small black hole in space appeared in front of Baisu's left hand. From the black hole of space, a gem slowly floated out. On top of this gem, colorful brilliance shines on each other. Take a closer look, it gives people a sense of space confusion. These are the spatial coordinates of the Evernight Demon Cave. C95. The spark of civilization is the energy of Baishu operates. The spatial coordinates of the Evernight Demon Cave, glowing with colorful light. He ran straight towards the dimensional gate. Crack. After a crisp sound, the spatial coordinates perfectly fit on the doorpost of the dimensional door. At the moment of coincidence, the colorful light on the space coordinates burst out even more dazzlingly, and on the doorframe of this dimensional door, those dense lines, with the spatial coordinates as the core, it begins to absorb the energy in the spatial coordinates without limit. Like a blood vessel filled with blood, it continues to spread. The dimensional gate that was originally motionless, suddenly there was a colorful light. The magnificent and majestic momentum swept the entire venue. Buzz. A sound like radio waves sounded. In the empty doorframe of the dimensional gate, the space began to become distorted. The dimensional door leading to the Eternal Night Demon Cave is officially opened. Teachers and students, whether they have met or not, at this moment, I was still shocked by the miraculous sight. The dimensional door of Eternal Night Demon Cave has been completely opened. Please take the return stone and coordinates and enter the venue as soon as possible. The light female voice sounded again. It directly awakened all the participating teachers and students who were still in shock. All the teachers and students entered one after another and submerged into the Yuan Gate. Under the rays of the sun, the backs of teachers and students were stretched into long and narrow shapes. Baisu, who was sitting on the rostrum, sighed slightly after seeing this scene. The back views of these teachers and students, it reminded him of the past, those human martyrs who opened the door to dimensions before. In this way, one after another stepped into the dimensional gate, to conquer the unknown dimensional world, fighting one after another, fighting bloody battles until death. For the prosperity of human civilization, to continue that. The fire of civilization. Baisu sighed inwardly and murmured to himself. The director of the punishment department, Taoist Qingke Zhu Tianhua, who was sitting on the other side of Baisu, looked at Baisu and smiled slightly. Baizushi, are you remembering the past? Baisu smiled when he heard Zhu Tianhua's question. It's just something I felt for a moment. Tianhua, do you remember that we were once part of the group that fought in the dimensional world and fought for human civilization? Zhu Tianhua smiled when he heard Baisu's question, raised his head slightly and said with a hint of memory, how can we not remember that you and I, and even everyone here, who didn't forcefully create the current prosperity of the human race from this dimensional gate? When I was fighting in the dimensional world, I almost died many times. Those life and death battles can be said to be fresh in my memory. Listening to Zhu Tianhua's memories, Baisu looked at Zhu Tianhua deeply. His eyes looked at the teachers and students who had entered the dimensional gate. He said lightly, as long as you haven't forgotten. In the demonic cave of eternal night, 3 dark monsters are holding a pile of fruits. They lined up and walked shakily towards a cave. Deep in this cave, a big man with a beard, lying on a bed of weeds, cross your legs, boredly eating the fruit that the 3 monsters raised above their heads. Bah, it tastes really bad. After the big man finished speaking, he kicked the monster out directly. Stop being lazy and go pick me something delicious. The remaining 2 monsters ran out directly, fearing that they would also get kicked. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of Mo blocking the link point, why would the devil be willing to live there so long in advance? The bearded man looked at the empty cave with a sad expression on his face. There is no luster in the eyes. Yaoer, how long do you have until you come here? There's no internet here, and the food is terrible. Third uncle, I'm really having a hard time. Just when the bearded uncle was complaining, a bright light appeared above the Eternal Night Demon Cave.
As the light flashes by, buzz, sound, in the sky above the eternal night demon cave, an invisible ripple spread. Moment, the heaven and earth shook. In the originally cloudless sky, a long and narrow crack appeared. From this narrow gap in time and space, countless light points flew in all directions and were located in various locations in the Evernight Demon Cave. The bearded man felt this wave of waves. He hurriedly turned over and ran out of the cave, looking at the scene of scattered light spots. There was light in his eyes. Ha ha ha, damn, your grandpa and I are finally here. But in an instant, the excited bearded man was stunned. He suddenly thought of another question, his grandma's. There are so many light spots, which one is yours? The bearded man cursed angrily and kicked the stones at his feet to vent his anger. Then he ran helplessly towards the nearest light point. Since you can't tell the difference, you have to find a stupid way to find them one by one. These scattered points of light, it was the participating teachers and students from Gaowu Academy in the demonic city who entered the dimensional gate one by one. After these light spots fall on the ground, all the teachers and students gradually appeared. Everyone mentioned their spirit of 120,000 points, one by one. They took up fighting stances in an instant. Some people defended, some observed, some set up their staffs. In short, everyone follows the previously drilled combat sequence, performs their duties, and waits for danger to come. And on the other side of the dimensional gate, on the lawn, I don't know when a huge screen made of void energy appeared out of thin air. As the screen flashed a few times, the picture slowly appeared. The huge screen was divided into 18 small screens. Each screen is a picture of a participating team. Yes, there is a picture. They went in. See it. I saw our class. The boys in our class are so handsome. Damn, this perspective of our class is a bit strange. Who wants to see these big men looking up from a perspective? He. Yuzu, everything will only harm you, goddess, my goddess. Use your whip to tie them up and whip them, quickly. The best thing about you is the competition screen. The teachers and students present were chattering and discussing. Most of the freshmen are watching battle scenes in the void dimension for the first time. So everyone is more excited. He raised his neck and frantically searched for pictures of his class. Wait, holy shit, a team has already encountered a monster? Which one? Screen 13, look at it. All the students present turned their attention to the screen. At this time in that screen, the 4 students stood with their backs to each other, looking around nervously. In the grass around them, there was a faint shaking. A pair of eyes shining with dark blue light, continuously twinkling in the grass. That look, it's like looking at prey. C96. Don't underestimate the danger of the demon cave. The rustling sound became louder and louder. Slowly, a 2-meter-tall giant wolf slowly walked out from the grass. This giant wolf is completely black, with a faint blue light shining in its eyes. You can feel a flicker of dark attributes in the giant wolf's breath. It's the Netherworld Giant Wolf, a dark attribute monster special to the Eternal Night Devil's Cave. The sharp-eyed students outside the screen have already said the name of this giant wolf. Is this the Netherworld Giant Wolf? I heard that this giant wolf has dark attribute talents, and its magical powers include stealth and silence. A natural assassin. Although it is a level ferocious beast, its combat power is at least 30% higher in the Night Demon's Cave. I don't know if these guys can do it. Don't worry, a giant ghost wolf will be fine. Who told you that the Netherworld Giant Wolf lives alone? The students' discussion has not yet finished. On the screen, in the grass behind the giant wolf, the sound came again. After the sound passed, slowly 1, 2, 3. In less than a moment, about 10 giant Netherworld wolves had already stood up. These giant wolves are very experienced in fighting. They stared at these 4 students, circling slowly. After a while, more than a dozen giant wolves stood scattered, surrounded these 4 students in the middle. All escape routes for these 4 students were cut off. After these giant wolf lineups are formed, the ghostly blue light in his eyes flourished. His bloody gaze fell unreservedly on the 4 people in front of him. The nose even moved forward unconsciously to smell something, as if appreciating the scent of meat on the prey that he is about to catch. These 4 students were led by a warrior dual-wielding swords. At this time, he looked at the movements of these giant wolves and instantly understood their intentions. So he shouted loudly, "Be careful. These beasts plan to cut off all our escape routes and then completely annihilate us here." Listening to his speech, the cute girl behind her looked at these giant wolves nervously and asked, "Then squad leader, what should we do?" Although this squad leader is also in actual combat for the first time, but the overall performance is still relatively calm. He looked at the giant wolves in front of him, analyzed and judged, instantly discovered the weak points of these giant wolves. Then he pointed his big sword in that direction and said to his teammates behind him, "Follow me closely and we charge in this direction. I believe I can break through the encirclement." As he spoke, the squad leader held swords in both hands, and white holy light emitted from the giant sword. The whole person rushed directly towards the weakest netherworld wolf. Blevel power, holy charge. The white holy light shrouded the squad leader's body, and the surging momentum carried the determination to kill. The target is pointed directly at the head of the giant ghost wolf. Roar. Following the low roar of the giant netherworld wolf, the eyes of many giant wolves flashed with blue light. The white light on this squad leader is a bit weaker. This is one of the innate magical powers of the netherworld wolf, silence. It is one of the cursed skills. Can offset or even interrupt all abilities being exerted. Seeing the white holy light on the squad leader's body about to disappear, suddenly the pretty girl opened her hand slightly. The power of the curse on this squad leader was directly eliminated. Blevel superpower, cleansing water. The white holy light rises again, boom. The white giant sword flashing with holy light hit the head of the weak netherworld wolf firmly. The giant wolf was caught off guard and was hit in the head by the giant sword. Congratulations, Grade 1, Class 7, for killing a silver-level monster and earning 100 points. The light female voice sounded again. The students outside the stadium cheered. Ah, it's so cool. This is much more exciting than the usual tests and acting battles. These giant ghost wolves look scary, but they actually don't look that hard to kill. There is still a huge gap between the intelligence of animals and humans. In the screen, these students from Class 5, Grade 1, killed the weakest netherworld wolf. The weakest point has been broken. If we continue to charge, it is 100% possible to escape from the siege. As a result, the squad leader who just rushed out stopped. Squad leader, why don't you run away? Listening to his partner's inquiry, the squad leader grinned. Why are we running away? I think our strength should be more than enough to deal with these giant ghost wolves. As he spoke, the squad leader raised his giant sword again, with holy light emitting from his body. Continue according to the formation we practiced before. We will cooperate with each other and kill all these demon wolves. This time we will take the first place in the grade. Seemingly inspired by the monitor, these students all nodded excitedly. Okay, monitor. The last 4 people fought back and once again entered the encirclement of the giant wolf. The 4 of them cooperated with ease. For a while, he was fighting back and forth with these giant wolves, never falling behind. It's just that these giant wolves took turns to come forward to test and harass, and no one of the giant wolves fought hard. Although the fighting went back and forth for a while, there were no casualties. Not only that, these giant wolves were fighting. There was a little human smile in his eyes. There is a strong sense of success of a treacherous plot. On the podium, after all Chaofan watched the scene where the 4 students fought back, some of them couldn't help but shook their heads, even by suicide slightly, still too young. Come on, hold on. Those points will be ours sooner or later. The squad leader continued to encourage his teammates. The giant wolf fought with them back and forth, without hurting him at all. This made the squad leader's self-confidence reach an explosive level. Just when all the team members were looking forward to the points with confidence, behind the squad leader, a giant black wolf appeared without warning. This giant wolf is completely black and about 4 meters tall. The entire figure is more than double the size of the previous giant ghost wolves. How can there be no leader in a group living in groups? This is the wolf king of these giant ghost wolves. Jinhong has mastered the second talent of the netherworld wolf, the hidden wolf king. Before anyone could react, the wolf king had opened his bloody mouth and bit directly on the squad leader's neck. The holy light couldn't resist this amazing biting force. He was bitten to pieces by the wolf king's mouth. Seeing that the giant wolf's teeth had touched its neck, the 2 teachers who were hiding suddenly appeared directly. I used my own abilities to fight off these giant wolves. The squad leader who realized it later was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. Looking at the departing figures of those giant wolves, he saw the hateful look in his teacher's eyes. At this time, he slowly lowered his head. You rush forward in a hurry. The teacher snorted coldly and disappeared from the spot. Class 7 of the first grade were wiped out and a total of 100 points were obtained. The cold female voice sounded again. At this moment, all the students on the lawn were silent. There was more or less a hint of fear in his eyes. This squad leader is right to be greedy for credit and rush into advancement. But the students didn't think about these low-level monsters at all. There is even a strategic idea of showing weakness to the enemy and killing them secretly. This completely shocked these students who had not yet left school. Let me ask you about that moment just now. If it were you, would you be able to survive? Most people seem to think the answer is no. And the situation that the squad leader faced, this is the danger they will face after graduation. At this moment, everyone's hearts are heavy. On this road, they had a concept of life and death for the first time. This is also the first time that I have some understanding of the cruelty inside the dimensional gate. C97 Class 1 is so strong, Class 2 should be no worse. The 6th grade class was wiped out and a total of 100 points were obtained. Class 8 of the 1st grade was wiped out, and a total of 10 points were obtained. All 10 classes in the 1st grade were wiped out, and a total of 300 points were obtained. Time passed minute by minute. The cold female voice kept transmitting assessment information reports. It seems that none of them are good news. Every piece of information hits every student's heart very heavily. In this short period of less than half an hour, nearly 8 classes have been wiped out and withdrawn from this demon cave hunting assessment. They were eliminated in various ways. There's hunting, there's stupor, there's suicide, there's bondage. The students even saw part of the class assessment team on the screen. Because the teacher didn't help in time enough, as a result, some students taking assessments were seriously injured. Several students were already killed on the spot. The scene of blood, serious injuries, and death stimulated the nerves of all the students present. Even some timid students started sobbing quietly. After all, these scenes in front of me are the journey I will embark on after graduation. At this moment, the flowers in the ivory tower finally felt the storm of the outside world. Whether it is all the masters and extraordinary masters on the rostrum or on the second floor, after seeing this scene, everyone's face was expressionless, no one was moved, because this is the meaning of the demon cave assessment. These young boys can only face the great horror between life and death. Only then can you truly temper your brave heart. Only then can they truly be qualified to become the seeds for the continuation of human civilization. Only then are they qualified to be supported and practiced by those humans who have no supernatural powers or cultivation talents and can only work hard. Early exposure to these facts is a good thing for students like them. Congratulations, Grade 1, Class 1, for killing 4 gold-level monsters and earning 4,000 points. Congratulations, Grade 1, Class 1, for killing 12 silver-level monsters and earning 1,200 points. Congratulations, Grade 1, Class 1, for killing 36 bronze-level monsters and earning 360 points. Suddenly the cold female voice sounded again. This series of information broadcast directly shocked the silent students present. Everyone's eyes were once again looking at the picture of Grade 1 and Class 1 on the screen. Class 1 of this grade, it is the class of Li Shuazong, who holds the title of Grandmaster. At this time, the assessment team of Class 1, Grade 1, standing on a meadow, on the grass, still braving the blazing fire. A few chickens that were about to be burned to ashes could be vaguely seen in the flames. These chickens are huge, about as tall as a person. Oh no! Is this the home of the Shadow Black Chicken? Shadow Black Chicken? Level monster? I heard it is extremely powerful. When the teacher gave the explanation at the beginning, he also said that if you encounter this group, you should run away quickly. I didn't expect Class 1 of Grade 1 to end up in this place. I didn't expect that they actually wiped out the Shadow Black Chicken. Awesome. At this time, Zhang Dehua, the level flame superpower who led the 1st grade team, looked at the Shadow Black Chicken that was burned to ashes. Squad leader, it's all done. Behind him, Su Zhuang, an level power user, was carrying a sack of black chicken gold. Said with a smile, it's a big harvest this time, we've got a whole bunch. Xue Linger on the side also said with a smile. Zhang Dehua looked at the two of them, and then said with some confusion, where is Wang Ping? Su Zhuang on the side pointed helplessly in the direction of the chicken coop. Wang Ping said he wanted to eradicate the weeds. Aren't they all killed? What is he doing? Zhang Dehua asked again in confusion. Su Zhuang looked at Zhang Dehua with some embarrassment and said, Wang Ping is going to shake all those black eggs away before leaving. After hearing this, Zhang Dehua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He held it back for a long time and said, Xingshan Sword Sect is famous for its ruthlessness, as it should be. On the second stage, at this time, Li Shuazong straightened his waist and raised his head quite a bit. After all, when everyone is defeated, the students he taught stood up. Not only that, he also had a beautiful injury-free battle. This achievement is truly something to be proud of. For a time, the masters who were familiar with Li Shuazong all responded, Mr. Li, your style is still the same as before. Awesome, Mr. Li, it looks like he is going to create a few more great masters. Mr. Li will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. This teaching level is simply incomparable to other classes. Mr. Li, I, the Qingshan Sword Sect, owe you a great debt of gratitude. The shouts of the masters made Li Shuazong look bright. But I still responded humbly. But Huo Wen, who was sitting next to Li Shuazong, was confused. What's going on? This is Li Shuazong's class? Where is Huang Dongdong? For a moment, Huo Wen had a bad feeling in his heart. Seemingly seeing Huo Wen's dullness, Li Shuazong asked tentatively, So, Master Hua, your direct disciple is not classmate Zhang Dehua, right? Hearing Li Shuazong's inquiry,
Huo Wen's mouth twitched. TMD, it seems that I really made a mistake. What should I do? All the gifts have been given away. Isn't this little bastard in Li Shuozong's class? At this time, Huo Wen was naturally embarrassed to ask for the gift back, so he could only smile awkwardly. Then he asked in a low voice, Mr. Li, there seems to be a mistake. My scoundrel's name is Huang Dongdong. Have you heard of it? After hearing the words Huang Dongdong, Li Shuozong's eyes widened. Are you sure your apprentice is called Huang Dongdong? Huo Wen nodded, of course, and according to my disciple's reply, he should be in a good class. Listening to Huo Wen's words, Li Shuozong took a deep breath, then he pointed at the top of the screen, Master Hua, take a look and see if that student from Class 1 and Class 2 is your beloved disciple? After all, the class teacher has seen the list of assessments. Li Shuozong naturally remembered that there was a student named Huang Dongdong in Class 2 of the first grade. At this time, Huo Wen followed Li Shuozong's hand and counted. Naturally, I saw a short figure. Why is he bald? Take a closer look. No, this is my beloved disciple. He said loudly, yes, that is my disciple. Huo Wen grinned and said, I have a sense of déjà vu when I introduce my son to my relatives to attend the Spring Festival Gala during the new year. Since the first grade class is so strong, I think the level of Class 1 and Class 2 should be pretty good too. My beloved disciple still makes me look good. Mr. Li, the second class should be pretty good too. Huo Wen was still complacent. And Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen, his expression was complicated, and he was a little unable to open his mouth. C98 don't look at me, he really has a high school diploma. Mr. Li? Mr. Li? Seeing Li Shuozong not speaking, Huo Wen also stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Li Shuozong's eyes. Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen speechlessly. Seeing that Huo Wen insisted on asking, Li Shuozong had no choice but to speak clearly. To be honest, Master Hua, Class 2 of the first grade is the last class in our freshman year. Boom, Li Shuozong's words were like a bolt from the blue, making Huo Wen burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He pointed at the screen and asked in disbelief, what did you say? Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen and couldn't bear it. Maybe your beloved disciple just wants to rest for a while. As a child, he will always be a little naughty, Li Shuozong said as he said, while reluctantly touching the platinum-grade fire crystal core in his pocket. I am hesitating whether to send back the platinum-level fire crystal core that Huo Wen gave me. Puff! Among the second seats, someone suddenly couldn't help laughing. Who's laughing? Huo Wen was like a lit firecracker, turn your head, eyes scanning like a radar. However, everyone he looked at had a suppressed smile in their eyes. The snickering grandmaster was nowhere to be found. For a time, he sat down again dejectedly. I thought Huang Dongdong was holding back a big baby, but who would have thought that it was a big baby? When I think about how loudly I asked Li Shuozong to answer just now, Huo Wen's old face turned red. At this time, he was sitting on pins and needles, and his nose was a little red with anger. He looks a bit like a famous Gotham comedian now. And inside the screen, Yi Ran's team landed on Yangye Mountain. Unlike other teams, Wang Dachuan and the others walked too leisurely. Because here, don't tell them that the monster hasn't been seen yet. I didn't even see a few ants on the ground. It seemed like they were the only ones in the entire Yangye mountain range. It's so quiet. The four of them just walked on the road of Yangye Mountain, wandering around. Other classes are going through a life and death struggle, and their class was like an outing in the wild. After a while, Huang Dongdong couldn't bear it anymore. He took a deep breath, angrily, his dantian was filled with anger and he shouted, anyone? Huang Dongdong was so loud that the surrounding vegetation shook continuously. Respond to yourself, only my own echo. At this time, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. I have just tempered the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, and I really plan to put it to good use. But coming here, not even a ghost can be seen. A kind of depression that there is no place for heroes gathers in my heart. Huang Dongdong was so angry that his mouth bulged. Dongdong, stop shouting. No one will break your throat if you shout. Do you know why? Wang Dachuan looked at the angry Huang Dongdong and said with a smile. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan in confusion. Why do you think so? Wang Dachuan said, because the Devil's Cave only produces monsters and not humans, hee hee. Wang Dachuan just finished speaking, the other three couldn't help but shudder. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan speechlessly. Dachuan, this joke is not funny. Oh, really? I still thought about it for a long time. Wang Dachuan innocently touched his bald head. The four outing teams continued to patrol the mountains. Yi Ran, who was observing in the dark, looking at the situation of his team, he also frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Yangye Mountain Ridge was one of the permanent residences of Yangye Demon God in Yangye Demon Cave. It is the most spiritual place in this world. Not only that, after a long period of transformation and upgrading by the Eternal Night Demon God,
it can be said that Yangye Mountain Ridge has the most amount of demonic energy and spiritual energy. Even if some ordinary creatures stay in this place for a long time, they will also evolve and upgrade unconsciously. Become a monster, but now, why can't my team touch a single monster? For a time, Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan. Did he take action? Lan Moyan felt Yi Ran's gaze extremely keenly. He waved his hand symbolically, indicating that it was not. Good guy, are you too lazy to hide now? Seeing Lan Moyan's movements, Yi Ran complained speechlessly about this nation-killing extraordinary person. Then, Yi Ran frowned. Since it wasn't Lan Moyan who took action, why aren't there any monsters here? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. For a time, he remembered the last words Duobao said when he left him. It's strange, fellow Taoist, how come this Eternal Night Devil's Cave gives Pindao a different feeling than before? Looking at the picture of Class 1 and Class 2, others don't think it's anything, it's just that all the people on the podium couldn't sit still. At this moment, all the extraordinary beings outside the field looked at each other, and I looked at you. The shock in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Especially Zhu Tianhua beside Baisu, his eyes were not only shocked, his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. He adjusted his mood, turned his head and asked Baisu uncertainly, "Who is that?" Baisu nodded helplessly. "Yes, it's Lan Moyan himself." Looking at Baisu's confirmation, all the extraordinary people took a breath of cold air, because Lan Moyan is relatively young and doesn't like to attend big occasions. Many ordinary people below the extraordinary don't know this giant, but as extraordinary people, how could they not have seen the offensive heavy weapon, the sword to kill the throat, the style of the Dragon Kingdom sword god? By Zhushur, is it a bit illegal? Zhu Tianhua frowned. If Lan Moyan was present, many things would be difficult to handle. Baisu turned his head and looked at Zhu Tianhua helplessly. Don't look at me like that. Lan Moyan's age and academic qualifications fully meet the recruitment restrictions of the Dragon Kingdom Magic and Martial Arts University. I have no reason to stop him from going to school. Baisu pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but add a complaint. Really, who would have thought that he actually had the exam results and high school diploma? Since he has both the high school diploma and the exam results, with Lan Moyan's talent standard, do you think the talent standard of the special recruitment can stop this Dragon Country sword god? Baisu's words made Zhu Tianhua choke for a while. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a reason to refute. The expressions of the extraordinary people behind him were also a little weird. Although Lan Moyan met all the requirements, but a national-level extraordinary person went to be a freshman. It doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. After hearing what Baisu said, Zhu Tianhua also pondered for a while. Put it aside, after all, he is a top boss, and he still has some skills to cultivate his chi. Since there has been a change, then he can only deal with it as it happens. In another place in the Eternal Night Demon Cave, a tiny space crack opened, and a group of tall creatures walked out of it. These tall creatures, with enchanting figures and revealing clothes, are human-like but not human. If someone sees them, they will definitely exclaim, "When will the succubus be born in the Eternal Night Demon Cave?" These succubus twisted their bodies in an extremely exaggerated way, and the leading succubus spoke in human language. Go to the Eternal Night Ridge as soon as possible, there are still many things to arrange. Okay, Doll Demon King. Call me sister. Okay, Doll Demon King's sister. Who would have thought that the leader of these succubus is actually a diamond-level demon king? C99 everyone, step back and watch my performance, I can't stand it anymore. Let's go outside the mountains. After walking for a long time, Huang Dongdong finally couldn't bear the loneliness. He glanced at Wang Dachuan and said, Wang Dachuan said with some embarrassment, "Is this stable?" Huang Dongdong retorted, "What is stability? Is it stability if you don't kill anyone? When the assessment is over, other classes will have tens of thousands of points. Are we going to compete with nothing?" After hearing what Huang Dongdong said, Wang Dachuan was a little shaken in his heart. Huang Dongdong struck while the iron was hot and added another finishing blow. "Dachuan, I believe you don't want Teacher Yi to be eliminated from last place. Don't worry, we are just hunting near the mountains. Why don't we just run around?" Listening to Huang Dongdong's words, Wang Dachuan felt that this was the truth. He then turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaoru and Lan Moyan. "I think what Huang Dongdong said makes sense. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaoru remained taciturn. "I listened to the squad leader." Lan Moyan also nodded in agreement. Wang Dachuan saw that everyone agreed, so he said, "Okay, then let's leave Yangye Mountain and earn points for the teacher." Subsequently, the four people left Yangye Mountain Ridge very quickly. Yi Ran looked at this scene in the secret place, shook his head helplessly, and then followed. The four of them had just left the mountain. Roar! A huge roar directly attracted the attention of four people. Before the four people turned around, a huge orangutan has jumped in front of the four people. Powerful impact. It shook so hard that the ground trembled 3 times.
This orangutan is extremely fierce, all white hair, there seemed to be lightning flashes in his eyes. When a pair of giant hands knocked on the chest, it made a sound like thunder. The shock makes one's eardrums numb. Holy crap! Is this the thundering giant ape? A level monster? This is not just a level beast, this is one of the kings among the level beasts. It is the absolute overlord in the level lightning field. Take a good look, the hair on that giant ape's head has begun to turn into lightning. This giant ape has reached the edge of enlightenment. Worry? In other words, this is a half-step platinum thundering giant ape? It's over. What kind of luck did this second team have to encounter this kind of existence when they came out of Yangye Mountain? I heard that Class 2 only has one leading teacher this time. Is it Teacher Yi? I heard that I beat that platinum beast before, so I shouldn't have any big problem dealing with this giant ape. It's hard to say. I heard that defeating Han Kun was a trick, because Han Kun's superpowers couldn't be used on Teacher Yi. It's not certain when facing this monster. Teacher Yi's current strength should not be as good as the thundering giant ape in front of us. If we can't take advantage of it, and even if Teacher Yi can beat him, it's just barely. How can he ensure the safety of his students? Pinch the stone back to the city. It's better to get 0 points than to die. The students looked at the contestants from Class 2 with pity. Even Huowen looked at the screen worriedly. Although he was a little angry at Huang Dongdong's choice, he was still worried about Huang Dongdong's safety after all. The thundering giant ape roared crazily at the 4 tiny creatures in front of him. There seems to be some anger and intrusion into one's own territory. The murderous look in his eyes was undisguised, and the 4 tiny creatures in front of me, not like the usual creatures, he trembled and lowered his head obediently, facing my own roar. Instead, they all looked at me with interest. Even the shortest little thing started to move his fists and feet eagerly. Roar! The thundering giant ape roared again in disbelief. This time, the smallest dwarf winter melon, he dug his ears disdainfully. Chao actually gestured his middle finger towards himself. Huang Dongdong, what are you doing? Put your hands down. After Huowen saw this scene outside the court, his heart almost reached his throat. In his opinion, Huang Dongdong's strength has just reached the golden stage. He is not even the slightest bit different from the thundering giant ape who has begun to realize enlightenment. Coupled with the powerful talent of Thunder Giant Ape as an A-level monster, Huowen was afraid that his apprentice would be killed in one encounter. At this time, Huang Dongdong naturally couldn't hear his master's call. After he gestured with his middle finger, he turned his head and said to everyone, "Everyone, please step back and watch my performance." Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, all the teachers and students outside the venue were stunned. What's going on? Is this little man planning to fight alone? Are you overestimating your capabilities? Good guy, this is a half-platinum monster, and it is one of the top beings in a level. Is he crazy? Isn't this little guy really about the same strength as this thundering giant ape? Are you thinking shit, with this kind of strength, you can teach Class 1 and Class 2? This kid is so crazy. What are you crazy about? When the time comes, the thundering giant ape will destroy the hero's dream with 3 hammers. I'm afraid that it's not just the heroic dream that will be shattered. Don't worry, he's not the team leader. I'm sure no one will go crazy with him. Huowen looked at this scene and his heart was completely in suspense. He also murmured to himself, comforting himself, yes, you're right. It's okay if one person is messing around. Others will definitely not do it. However, in the picture, after Wang Dachuan and the other 3 heard Huang Dongdong's request for them to retreat, nodding thoughtfully, then he said to the other 2 people, everyone stand apart, step back 100 meters, and surround this ape. As a result, the 3 of them retreated several hundred meters in different directions. They are at odds with each other. Surround Huang Dongdong and Thunder Giant Ape in the middle. The huge venue was vacated for Huang Dongdong to perform. At this moment, Huowen's hanging heart completely died. No, is there such a person as a team leader? Dear disciple, what disease are you suffering from? Didn't you say that you should guard against arrogance and impatience? Is that how you quit? If it weren't for the fact that after the space door is opened, it cannot be crossed again in a short time. At this moment, Huowen almost wanted to dive in. For a moment, Huowen closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look at the picture anymore. After Li Xuezong saw this scene, he gritted his teeth. He took out the fire crystal core from his trouser pocket. It was stuffed into Huowen's hand. Master Hua, if you think about it a little more liberally, maybe your beloved disciple can escape. In the picture, Huang Dongdong watched Wang Dachuan and others retreat with satisfaction. He walked up to the giant ape alone, looking at the thundering giant ape that is 100 heads taller than me. I started my warm-up exercises seriously. The thundering giant ape at this time, looking at the tiny dwarf winter melon in front of me, completely confused.
What happened? Why isn't this little thing afraid of himself? Thinking of this, the thundering giant ape felt that his majesty had been insulted. He was about to roar, then he heard a roar louder than his own. It's so noisy, try yelling at me again? Although Huang Dongdong is small, but this roar used the power of Dantian, directly suppressed the thunder giant ape. The thundering giant ape just waited blankly for Huang Dongdong to finish warming up. Huang Dongdong looked up at the huge creature, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. What a great sparring partner. Then I'm not welcome. After saying that, Huang Dongdong's eyes were stern, the temperature in the air suddenly increased, countless fire elements began to expand and gather crazily. Suddenly, a loud shout exploded out of thin air. Heroine. This is a bad job. If I complain about it myself, you can't complain about it. C100 the little monkey is really powerful, it's your turn now, right? As the sound exploded, the fire element floating in the space became completely violent. The originally cloudless and clear sky has been rendered red. The violent fire elements gathered crazily towards Huang Dongdong. In a split second, Huang Dongdong's entire body was wrapped in the fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed like a burned red golden ball. The temperature of the entire space suddenly rose. This surging heat, the thundering giant ape standing in front of Huang Dongdong was the one who felt it the most. At this time, the thunder giant ape felt that his hair had a faint burning sensation. The thundering giant ape looked at the small golden red ball in front of him. The beast's intuition allows it to keenly feel the presence of the golden red ball, constantly exuding a sense of threat that can harm lives. Roar. I don't know if it's out of inner fear or anger at being provoked. The thundering giant ape roared towards the golden red ball. With the roar of the thundering giant ape, all the hairs on its body stood up straight like steel needles. Countless electric currents are like thunder dragons, began to wrap around the huge body of the thundering giant ape, especially the tuft of white hair on the head of the thundering giant ape. As the thundering giant ape breathes and breathes, the terrifying thunder and lightning elements are constantly flashing. It has vaguely turned into the shape of thunder and lightning, the surging lightning factor, with the thundering giant ape as the center. It is constantly expanding outwards. Crazy friction with the explosive fire element. For a time, the two parties were evenly matched. The whole space, taking the midpoint between Huang Dongdong and thunder giant ape as the dividing line, divided into two colors, one red and one blue. The violent elements tear and rub, thunder and lightning, fierce flames. It's like a scene of purgatory. Outside the screen, the students looked at this scene in shock. There hasn't been a fight yet, but the momentum alone is enough to fight against the air? Awesome. With this posture, even if you can't defeat the thundering giant ape, at least you can escape without any problem. Worry, I thought this guy was just showing off, but I didn't expect he is really capable. Who is that little man? How could he be so powerful? Damn it, I've never heard of this little man's name. When did we hide such a monster in our freshman year? On the second stage, many Diamond Masters looked at the scene on the screen with expressions of surprise. Huang Dongdong's strength, to be able to compete with this thundering giant ape, this also means, at such a young age, he is already at the half-platinum level? What kind of monster exists? At this moment, the look they looked at Huowen was no longer so ridiculing. On the contrary, it has begun to have a hint of jealousy. Damn it, where did this old man get such a good seedling? And at this moment Huowen, the shock in my heart was no less than any of them. What the hell? Have I traveled through time? In Huang Dongdong's mind, isn't it just in the late golden stage? Why haven't we seen each other for a few days? Already able to compete with half-step platinum monsters? Li Shuozong, standing next to Huowen, looking at the screen as well, then he looked at the platinum-grade fire crystal core that had been placed in Huowen's hand. My heart is bleeding, MD, it's still early. He looked at Huowen with some resentment. Now he has some doubts that Huowen wants to get the crystal core back. I acted very nervous on purpose. For a moment, Li Shuozong cupped his hands, looked at Huowen and said angrily, Sect Master Hua's expression is really on point, he deceived even the old man. With such a monster seedling, what does Sect Master Hua have to worry about? Huowen looked at Li Shuozong and touched his head awkwardly. I can't. I really didn't know that Brat's strength has reached this level. Listening to Huowen's words, Li Shuozong was furious. Why, what else does Master Hua have to hide now? Huowen has a straight temper. Seeing Li Shuozong say this, he started to speak anxiously. Really, when I kicked him out, that kid was only in his golden stage. Hearing this, all the masters present shook their heads. The golden period? What a ghost! Li Shuozong said angrily, is it possible that Master Hua wants to tell us that your beloved disciple suddenly rose to his current strength after studying in that salted fish class? A word to wake up the dreamer. Li Shuozong's angry words immediately stunned Huowen. For a moment, he recalled the messages Huang Dongdong had left to him before. No way. In the screen, seeing that the thundering giant ape was unable to suppress the short winter melon in front of him, for a time, beating his chest angrily, roar. With the roar of the thundering giant ape, blue-white thunder and lightning poured directly into the body of the thundering giant ape. The thundering giant ape was originally tall and fierce. At this time, it was 3 times bigger. Especially those thick and powerful arms, with the blessing of the power of thunder, eternally filled with terrifying energy. Wherever it passes, there will be thunderous explosions, innate magical power, the fury of thunder, roar. The thundering giant ape stared at the golden-red fireball in front of him. The huge figure disappeared directly. The next second, the thundering giant ape flew directly above Huang Dongdong. It moves downward, with the fist as the head, carrying the fury of thunder. Like a thunder dragon coming into the world, it smashed down towards Huang Dongdong. Surging power, let all the surrounding trees break. Careful! Outside the court, Wu Wen's heart was thinking about Huang Dongdong in the middle of the screen. I couldn't help but exclaimed, boom! The thundering giant ape's fist hit Huang Dongdong's head directly. A tremendous strength, the whole ground trembled, countless amounts of soil surged, thunder and lightning spread wantonly, the whole land turned into scorched earth. The traces of cracks are centered on Huang Dongdong. Split in all directions, it formed a terrifying spider web with a radius of nearly 500 meters. At this moment, whether a student or a master, they all looked at the rising dust attentively, anxiously waiting for the result of the violent attack, and in the center of that scorched earth, the golden red energy began to expand without limit. The surging fire element raised flames on the cracked ground. It's like a totem of the devil coming to the world. Good boy. Suddenly, on the rostrum, Flame King, Zhu Duanjin jumped up and stood up. The nation-killing extraordinary person shouted excitedly, the voices loud. The shock made everyone's eardrums hurt. Especially the unabashed desire of fire. Some of the weaker students present felt a burning pain in their bodies. Old Zhu, please be patient, Bai Su, who was on the side, counted helplessly. The invisible power of space, isolating Zhu Duanjin's momentum. Zhu Duanjin heard what Bai Su said, turned his head, eyes widened. Don't be impatient. Old man Bai, I haven't settled the accounts with you the last time you trapped me. Now my successors have appeared. How do you want me to stay calm? As soon as Zhu Duanjin finished speaking, the dust and fog in the screen also dispersed. At this moment, the thundering giant ape still pointed his fist downward, but the fierceness in his eyes is not there. Some are just surprised and confused. At this moment, under the fist of the thundering giant ape, a small arm supported upward. He actually held the thundering giant ape like a small hill above his head. The little monkey is so energetic. Now it's your turn, sir.